Nobody's on stage. Mic check. What is going on here? Mic check. Mic check. Good afternoon. We're back at it. Strike two. Mic check.
Mic check, mic check.
We're live again on the airways. This is, once you get at the batter's stage, I got a strike. I'm here for strike two. We're back at it. Shout out to everybody tuning in. Nick Tri-State, appreciate you, my guy. First one in the building over here. You said, that's what's up. I just tweeted at you. Okay. Let me see what the tweet is about. Miss Relentless, I see you. Two aside, the scary Buffalo fans are out here saying the over-under of how long the stream lasts is 12 and wow. He got no hope. He got no hope. What's going on with you, Scant Dollar? Man, I'm not going to lie. I was so in tuned in that last stream. I didn't even know we got sniped. Shout out to Cap for Life hitting us up, letting us know. We got Molly backstage. Coming up, Miami Dolphins have a top flight plan. Latest trade, rumors, news, and more going on with everything. Shout out to Sean Tunzo pulling up in the building. Appreciate you, my guy, tuning in, listening in. Hopefully everybody comes back. Well, everybody's back, but you know how it goes. Once you get strike, you get punished. They don't put you out there in the airwaves. So that's what we're going through right now. You guys are some real ones that probably have me with the notification on, and that's probably why you're back over here. But what's up? How about them Cowboys? That's how you coming up over here?
Yes,
How
it
about them
is.
Cowboys?
Yes, it is.
Okay, talk to us.
Prescott's winning MP3.
Prescott is winning MP3.
Yes.
You mean MVP? Prescott and that team right there, honestly, they're a Tyreek Hill and Jalen Ramsey. If you get Tyreek Hill and Jalen Ramsey on the Cowboys, I do believe MVP Dak will happen. I do believe Cowboys will make moves. I do believe the Cowboys will win the NFC East, and they can make some noise. They just need they're that team that's missing one more or possibly two more stars because you got George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, good offensive line. You guys invested in the draft, but bunch of first rounders. Running game is going to open up due to the passing game and Dak. Just you guys are just Micah Parson needs to get extended. Who knows how long he might hold out. I mean, there's some questions. You guys got a good team. I do like the Cowboys. They're underrated. I do believe that they have a good team. I'm gonna pull up after I'm done eating. Enjoy your lunch, Nick. Appreciate you. Brandon Bent says Dudney. Jankety Jim, thanks for the content. Appreciate you, my guy. True Fin fan, what's going on with you? You guys see what I've been on. I just can't believe how the Miami Dolphins can easily go from a playoff team if Tua stays healthy, all the way one off season later, sitting here saying Mike McDaniel needs to be
Yeah.
fired, Tua needs to go. Anthony Manzano pulled up backstage. Can you help me mentally, Anthony, about that? Are you the guy that can sit here and convince me or tell me or give me an opinion on this?
No.
How can our team go from if Tua stays healthy and we are a dangerous team to now Tua is healthy, regardless if Tua's healthy, we upgraded at backup quarterback. We got a top flight backup plan. And yet now out of nowhere, we're trash, dude. Like, where did this come out of?
It came out of because we can't trust Tua to stay healthy, and his fans don't want to believe that Zach Wilson can be a good backup.
So people don't believe that Zach Wilson could be a good backup.
His delusional fans, yes.
I might have to. I can't believe this has still been playing in the back. This has still been playing in the back. Maybe I don't get sniped if I do it this way. maybe I don't get sniped if I do it this way. I'm going to give it another shot because they're not going to do me like that. Maybe if I do it this way, it's a little bit smaller and I don't get streamed. Shout out to Lewis. He says, Pete, check your Twitter DM. We got somebody coming in again. We already
Ho,
saw
ho, 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 ho. How about the Patriots, boy? I done told you I was coming back.
Hey, Rocky.
Oh, man. Now we're with the Patriots?
Yes, sir. I came back for some more blood. How about that?
Patriots got to worry about Zach Wilson. So I'm going to have to pause it. Y'all know how I don't want to get flagged again, Nick. You're right, man. I don't want to get flagged again. But I'm testing it out. Maybe a smaller screen. Who knows?
And I think you're having way too much, Pete. I think you have way too much faith in the Cowboys. When, I don't know what it is. I have the same issue that I have with the Cowboys that I have with the Dolphins when it comes to their quarterback position. I don't trust Dak really. Dak, the last few years, Dak hasn't gotten past the first. Not even gotten into the playoffs the last couple of years. So,
yes, he has. Oh, Dak. Yeah, Dak. I'm sorry.
Twitter.
Dak,
Yo, Pete, what up, man?
What's up, Tri-State?
Chilling, bro. Yeah, be careful with that, bro. They'll flag you again, dog.
I know.
And then you won't be able to go live for like a week. That happened to one of my boys.
yeah, the NFL, like NBA and NFL, are very strict on not allowing you to watch their highlights.
What's up,
without
y'all?
their
How y'all
permission.
doing, man? How y'all
Hey,
doing?
Lakers all day. You heard that report. Shout out to Lewis from the Blitz Pickup. He just sent me. He told me to check Twitter. I'm checking it, and it's Fins Extra. Tua Tagovailoa from Bleacher Report. Bleacher Report has put that Tua is highly likely one of the quarterbacks that's going to be out here and get benched.
You see what I'm saying?
Not injury. No. I know Lakers all day. It's not injury. It's pure bench. That means
Good.
performance.
Yeah, because they see that they got Zach Wilson, and the coach already said that Zach Wilson has skill set. He has a skill set that Tua doesn't have. That's the
I'm
problem.
so happy those reports are coming out. I gotta be honest because it's uplifting me with hope as a fan that we can get somewhere faster than most fans realize. Like I'm telling y'all, I don't think we're a trash team where we're gonna go 3-14 like the rest of these other fans. I just don't see it. Not with Zach Wilson. I don't think
they doing nothing for y'all. I'm sorry, but I'm just letting y'all know.
Zach Wilson can easily come in here and do what Jaden Daniels did with the Commanders. Zach Wilson can easily come in here and do what Nick Foles
Rocky,
did for
I have
the
a question
Eagles.
for you. Do you blame Zach Wilson for not developing when that Jets franchise is very incompetent?
I don't blame Zach Wilson. I blame the Jets. Because the Jets are purely dog crap. They ain't made nothing since 1969.
So yeah, I'm having faith in Zach because I'm going based off what I heard from his previous coach, even though he didn't start or play a game because the quarterback there wasn't getting injured and stuff. He said Zach was picking up the playbook, and Sean Payton runs almost similar. He comes from the Shanahan system and stuff like that. He runs the same system as Mike Shanahan and stuff. So to me, I'm gonna have, and I feel Zach fits this system way better than Tua. Tua's way too immobile. The most successful times in the system is when they had a quarterback that can move around in the pocket and stuff like that. Because let's not forget, Jake Plummer was a mobile can move around in the pocket. No, he can move around in the pocket. He wasn't going to give you like 20, 30 yards, but he can expand the pocket horizontally and give you time for your receivers to get open and stuff like that. And
just when we started talking about Tri-States, pitiful Panthers down there. He's on that team.
Oh, you calling out the Panthers fan?
What's good?
Oh, wow. Shout out
What's
Cap
good?
for Life, Mr. Park.
What up? What up?
Yeah, he's talking. I don't know what Roxy got going on with you.
What's happening?
Y'all trash. That's what's happening at Tri-State.
What? What?
Are you? Hey, Tri-State. You're a Panthers fan, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they're buns. Yo, just wait till the preseason. We're going to show you in the. Well, we don't play till the preseason. I'll take that back. Just wait till the regular season. We're going to whoop y'all's butt so bad that Bryce Young going to go cry home to his mama.
It sounds good. We'll see how that goes.
Oh, what I was going to ask you, Tri-State, is are you one of the few fans that have already given, like, Panthers fans that have given up on Bryce and stuff like that?
No, I'm not giving up on him, but I've came down and put it on many Panther podcast channels. I don't see him as a
Franchise quarterback.
elite. Yeah, he's Alex Smith on the Chiefs at best. That's the way I look at him.
Wow, bandwagon fan now.
Who's a bandwagon fan?
You know,
I got a question for Roxy. What's your team there, buddy?
Patriots, boy.
Well, I tell you what, you better go back to the bathroom. You sound young. You better go back and read that meat a little bit more, because your time done passed there, little buddy. I tell you what, I'll tell you something. If I see anything again about them goddamn Patriots, I tell you what, when you're 14, you better go get some of that Diddy oil. Keep playing with yourself there, little buddy.
Because I'm eating something. That's why I sound like that.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm eating something.
Yeah, you're making something, all right. You're making a whole lot of
fuck
shit.
the cheating ass Patriots, bro. Cheating ass
Oh,
Patriots.
I'm cheating
bro.
now. Okay, listen here. We don't got no way no
We
more.
already know that Eric Mangini blew the whistle.
This
He blew
buddy
the
coming
whistle
over
on
here
it, dog.
talking about
Y'all
the
still
Patriots like
lost
it's
50. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear that.
I
Y'all
tell
lost
you what, you living in the
50.
past there, little buddy. You living in the past. You need to come up. You need to come up now. Hello.
Keep this band down there. You listen here. The last time y'all were good, we all had Ryan Tannehill at quarterback, so don't come to me with that.
Get her done. I'm sorry, I can't understand. Please repeat what you said. I do have a problem understanding your dialect.
It's good.
I'm pretty sure the Dolphins won 11 games and went to the playoffs like 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, but the last time they were actually good was Ryan Tannehill.
What do you mean? That's better than anything Ryan Tannehill ever did.
Come up on here on Pete's
What are you talking about?
On Pete's show, trying to talk about the Patriots like if they done that thing good. Then y'all win like 3 games last year. I'll tell you what, that don't sound too good to me. Excuse me.
And them 3 games, you better get on out of here, boy. You know you can't back it up. Poke sucker.
Hey, True Fin Fan came in and said, "Why I oughta."
Oh Lord, Cap, y'all too much. Y'all really too much today. They on your neck. They are on your neck, Patriot fan. They on you heavy.
I ain't worried about it.
Hey, Mr. Park, appreciate you coming up, my guy. Tell me how you feel about this top flight backup plan. Tell me how you feel about this team right now, right? How every fan has jumped ship. Tell me how we go from, if Tua stays healthy, this is a playoff team last year, to now, it doesn't matter if Tua stays healthy. Everyone wants to tank for a new quarterback. How? When clearly our general manager went out and identified the problem, and one of the first moves he did was address the top flight backup quarterback plan. Well, do the fans think we just went out, got Zach Wilson, and just, oh, that's the backup? No, there's a plan behind that. Ever since we got Zach Wilson in town, notice how it feels like there could possibly and potentially high percentage-wise be a scheme change on the offense where it's more power downhill running.
Agreed on that.
Guys.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah. My thing, Pete, and I most of what you said, I agree with. I think we're moving on from Tua in the way he will be our starter quarterback at when the season starts. Yes, he will. But I think we are moving on because I, this is my opinion. I think that Coach McDaniels went out, got Zach Wilson, got Quinn Ewers because those are two. He got a veteran quarterback and a rookie quarterback that he sees potential in, that he think that he can develop because he did develop to a certain point.
There you
But
are, you Alabama. You Alabama looking outfit, true fan. Where are you from Alabama?
Hey, can I
Hey,
ask
hey,
you
hey, hey.
something? Hey,
Give
can
me
I
give me
ask you
one
something?
second.
Hey, can you give me a second there, guys in the panel? I got questions I need asking. Now, I do got a question. Is your name Roxy?
Yes, that's my name.
Is that the name your mom and your pa gave you, or is that one of those new identity things? You know what
Uh,
I'm trying to get at, right?
that came from my dad.
You don't wear a tutu or nothing like that, right, on your off time, right?
Well, I went from I am in Texas, and you sound like you're from Alabama,
Well,
boy.
goddamn, you know a little bit of your geography. You know a little bit of your geography. You goddamn right I'm from Alabama there, buddy. That's where champions are built. Nick Saban and all the good things. I tell you what, I do love my Bama. I love my Bama Tide and my grits. Boy, I tell you what.
I tell you,
Excuse me.
I'm okay with that. I'm fine
Roll
with Alabama.
Tide.
I'm a Bama fan too, but I'm just not a Dolphin fan, so that's your problem.
What do you got? What do you got in Texas? Because I know a movie once said there's nothing but steers and queers in Texas, and I know all the steers. So where does that leave you? Excuse me.
good grief.
I'll tell you what I
Yeah.
got in Texas,
Hey, I
fan. We
can't
got
even
oil
breathe
rigs,
right now, Mr. Pog.
we got
Oh,
horses, cattle, oil rigs, all kinds of stuff. Work and all kinds of stuff over
You
here.
got
It's way
cattle?
different from over here.
You got cattle?
Yeah,
Them
a
down there,
bunch of cows.
you got cattle?
Yep, and horses and farm animals and everything. You name it, we got it. Get out of there, Milky.
Hey Roxy, can you give me a duck season, rabbit season for me?
Duck season, rabbit season. I give you that.
boy, y'all killing me up here. Good grief. Look at that girl on Judge Judy show.
You can't kill anything with on rabbit season. You can only kill them whenever there ain't no R on it.
I'm gonna put my glasses on.
So Pete, you're saying Zach Wilson is the answer.
I'm saying with the plan behind it, I do believe we're one of the most dangerous teams in the NFL. I really
Oh,
believe that.
okay. Y'all. Oh, okay. Y'all through, right?
You got to
Oh
think
yeah,
about it
yeah.
like
Let's get
this,
back to
Tri-State.
regular
You got to
schedule
think.
programming.
You got to think about it
Okay.
like this, Tri-State.
Yes, sir.
When Tua is in that offense, he's going to get figured out at
Someone
some
needs to
point.
get muted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the scheme is going to get figured out, and that's what's scary about Tua. It's not. You see, that's another thing. You hear fans, what if Tua stays healthy all year? I could tell you what will happen if Tua stays healthy all year. He might play decent enough to have good stats in the beginning. Once the timing
Mm-hmm.
of the offense is figured out and there's film on the plays, Tua doesn't have a big array of plays. He runs the same thing over and over and over again. And that is a problem when the film is out. Zach
Yeah.
Wilson changes everything. Once the
Zach
moment
Wilson
Zach
got a
Wilson
live
steps
arm,
in,
bro. For a little
his
dude, he got a live ass arm, bro. He really do.
Joe Shad reported yesterday during practice that he threw a laser beam, something not seen here in Miami in a long time, bro. A
He
tweak
could fling it, bro.
of a laser.
He's a more talented pure thrower than Tua, by far. He can make way more throws than Tua can make, in my opinion. Zach Wilson's arm talent was never in question. It's the other things that were in question. His mind,
His
his
decision
his
making.
decision making, how bad he wants to be great, things of that nature. You know what I mean? No one's ever questioned his arm talent.
Well,
And
with that
here he
being
doesn't have to go out to prove a lot. Here he really doesn't have to go out to prove.
and with that being said,
We got
Tri-State
BB
Pete.
pulling up and
Uh,
Mr.
I,
Negative pulling up. Appreciate you, Mr. Negative. Thank you for coming up. Go ahead, Mr.
with that
Paul.
being okay, with that being said, I think again that's what I mentioned a little while ago. I think Mike McDaniel sees something in Zach Wilson that he can pull out. He
Mike
sees something
McDaniel sees something
in
in
the.
Quinn Ewers, bro. He sees something in
I'm
him
about to
too,
say the
bro.
same thing.
Yeah, bro.
See his thing. Tri-State.
Well,
I
then
think
opinion gets
Tua was not McDaniel's pick, but Zach Wilson was a
And Quinn
calculated pick.
Ewers, yeah,
Quinn
those are
Ewers
guys he
is a
handpicked. He
rookie
wanted.
pick.
Yep,
Exactly.
yep,
So
yep.
here's the thing, Tri-State. This is what I see it. He has his veteran quarterback that he can try to work something out with, and also he has a rookie quarterback that he feels he can work something. See, people look at these guys and say, okay, they're trash. Okay, but they may not be trash in Mike McDaniel's eyes.
Exactly.
That
Okay,
or
now,
the and with the roster that we have here, we're
right,
talking
right.
Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle. We're talking
Well,
Yeah.
not
Jamar
only
Hey, I'll
not
tell
Chase.
only
y'all one
that, Pete,
thing. From
I'm
the clips I saw from OTAs, Jalen Waddle looked crispy. He
mhm.
looking crispy.
He
And I'm
still
gonna say
bobbled the
something else
pass.
too.
Like I don't want to see him
I think
bobbling passes though. He
I
caught
think
it, but it
that
was like not a flush catch.
I also
That's
think
that happens.
McDaniels may start to work a little bit more with Zach Wilson, with Quinn Ewers. In other words, come up with some plays that fit their skill set as well. So he's not. What I'm trying to say, he poured a lot into Tua. I think now he's going to start pouring some into Zach Wilson and maybe even Quinn Ewers to see what these guys have. If this doesn't work out, then like Miss Relentless said a little ways back, you keep getting a quarterback until you make a hit.
Yeah. So here's my thing with Mike McDaniel's and in the situation.
Yeah,
If
it's
Tua
not
comes
about.
out and
But do you
if
think this
huh?
quarterback is a hit? That's the real question, Mr. Paul. Do you believe, as a fan right now, entering the season, man? I think we got something in Zach Wilson. If Mike McDaniel and this team can click with the skill set he brings and the talent, we have our Super Bowl window. It's there. Can we go to Baltimore with Tua in an AFC Championship game and
Hell
beat
no.
the Lamar
No.
Jackson,
No.
Zay Flowers, DeAndre Hopkins, Derrick Henry
Nah, P.
Ravens
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say
No.
all that, P. I'm
with
not gonna say
Tua?
all that.
With Tua.
I'm not gonna say all that, but I'm saying
Mm-mm.
that I feel like
I think
we
You
have a
don't know
better.
what we can do with Zach Wilson and how we can control the clock and keep that
Can
deadly
I
offense
can I
on
chime
the
in here for
bench,
a
on
second?
the road, and have that fan base frustrated with Zach Wilson. The last play we saw before I got sniped off the YouTube was Zach Wilson running for a 21-yard run. Tua is not doing that.
Yeah, because we all know that he
Tua
ain't doing
can't
Can
that.
I chime
Tua
in? Can
can't
I
do
chime in
that.
for a second here on
Yeah,
That's
what's
a
up? What's
good
up?
Let
What's
me
point,
up?
say it.
Mr.
Let me
Park.
say it.
He can't do that. Go ahead, y'all.
All right. I one of the we can all agree that the physical attributes, we've said this plenty times before,
Mm-hmm.
and Tri-State was saying it. The physical attributes of one Zach Wilson are by
Yeah.
far just better than anything we could that Tua could possibly dream of.
Yeah.
Yes. The
But
problem with Zach Wilson is
mm-hmm.
what's in between the ears, number
Yep.
one. And number
Mhm.
two, he was in a fucked up situation in New York.
Who that
Yes.
saint? Who that
But
saint? Who that
remember,
saint?
like, you know how people say, I'm
The
sorry?
Jets ruined Zach. The Jets fucked Zach Wilson up. One, two. The New York media, the market out here is brutal. You know what I
Well,
mean?
Tri-State.
They'll chew you up and spit you out, and they did that to Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson couldn't handle New York, bro. He couldn't
Right.
Yeah.
handle that market.
Well,
And I
Tri-State
agree
with
with True
that.
Fin Fan. His
Mm,
decision making is horrible. He'll throw
It's
some
bad.
wacky
Yeah.
ass interceptions and he'll
Mm-hmm.
make a wild throw and then he'll throw it right to the other
It's
team.
horrendous.
okay. Well,
Yeah.
Tri-State. With that
Right.
being said,
He'll
what
give
do you
you
think?
those throws that you're
Oh,
like, what are
my
you
bad.
throwing to? There's none of your teammates in that area. It's just the
And
defender
then he'll
there.
give
Why
you a
are you
throw
throwing
and
it
you'll
to
be
there?
like, what the fuck? That was amazing.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. That's Zach Wilson, pretty much.
Yeah, that's
Now,
he's a
That's Zach
now,
smaller.
my
Wilson
question
in a
is,
New York
my
Jet.
thing is,
That
remember,
is not
one
Zach
man's
Wilson
trash.
here being asked to
Remember, one
and
man's
told
trash is
like
another
Tua.
man's treasure.
Exactly.
Thank
However,
you.
I do not trust Mike McDaniel to develop any quarterback, especially seeing
Uh,
what we saw with Zach with
For Tua.
Skylar Thompson. I'd argue with
I
anybody here
completely
that
disagree with
Skylar
you.
Thompson was a better quarterback year 1 than he was year 3.
His developmental plan at quarterback is better and by far better
But
than.
who has he developed? Who has he
He has
developed?
Bobby
Who?
Tua.
You mean he's developed Tua
He
by
has-
giving him Tyreek Hill, A-Chain, Waddle, Jonnu Smith? You count that into the development part, or was Tua just a better quarterback because he was built around on?
Because he was put in a scheme that he can actually work
Partially,
on.
I agree. I agree. I agree.
And with those players, it elevated his game. He could have done the same, but not put up as many stats as it would have. But at the same time, having the best players made it, increase and made it look better. So
I
by
agree
that
partially.
standpoint,
I do.
Mike McDaniel knows exactly what it takes to put his player and make it elevate to the maximum potential. And if he does that with Zach Wilson, where he takes away some of that pressure, because over here he doesn't have pressure. Over here he's not having to fight and try to be better than Aaron Rodgers.
Hey Pete,
He doesn't
I
have
want
expectations.
Now my question is, will McDaniels be able? Remember one thing we've talked about several times on different shows, that McDaniel ran the same offensive scheme for Tua as he did for the other backups every time Tua was hurt. Do you still think that same man that has shown us that he cannot adjust to different quarterbacks, he could adjust to a different quarterback in Zach Wilson? I don't think so. That's my
question.
I mean, I'm looking at recent history.
Yeah, that's my question.
Because we all argued when Skyler came in, he ran the same thing for Tua as that he would for Tua. When Tyler came in, he ran the same thing as he did for Tua. When the other one, countless other backups quarterbacks have come in.
Huntley,
the man has
Mike
shown
White.
that his strengths. It's just one system, one way, and that's why I don't think it'll work.
Well,
see,
here's
that's
my
what.
Hold on, because True Fin Fan is right, but maybe he doesn't, and a lot of people that might agree with him don't understand. Tyler Huntley did come in and run almost a similar scheme, but the scheme that we were running, which is a high RPO pistol-based formation, actually fits Tyler Huntley better than it does Tua. The only reason why Tua is really effective at it is because of his quick release and his decision making, whereas other quarterbacks can see that opening in the flat and use that as a dump off. Y'all see the difference? Other quarterbacks like Tyler Huntley can do the quick RPO, look downfield, try to hit someone downfield first, and then hit the little flat in the zone. Whereas Tua is going to take that flat immediately, and it's a completion. We might get 5-6 yards, but the scheme actually fits Tyler Huntley better based on that play action where he scares that edge from running. Tua doesn't. Tua has these edges crashing down on our running backs with those RPOs because they don't fear Tua toking that rock and getting extra yards on the ground.
Well, here's my thing. Mike McDaniel's offense is run heavy and it's play action based. You guys motion a lot. So
heavy
when you
pistols,
play action pass, it's always beneficial to have a guy who could, scramble a little bit, get out the pocket, make throws outside the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
So in that aspect, Zach Wilson, you know what I mean? But it's going to be, do I think Zach Wilson can throw for 4,000 yards and have a successful season in Miami? Yes. I'm skeptical on it, bro. I'm not going to hold you.
No, I mean,
and you have to be skeptical. You have to because you're going by what you saw, what we see him in the NFL. He's not a good quarterback.
Are y'all really better with Zach Wilson over Tua? Really? I mean,
absolutely.
Wait, hold on.
Yes. The Super Bowl window has a real good breeze
not.
with Zach Wilson.
I have a question for him.
Yes.
Because he said that.
And the longer Tua starts, the more he hurts the learning process for Zach Wilson in his only season as a Dolphin. Because he might not be here next year. If Tua craps the bed and he plays all year, this whole thing might tank ship. It's gone. And McDaniel knows that. Greer knows that. Everyone knows that. That's why it is important, and that's why the reports are now coming out that Tua might just get pure benched. Those three division games that we have in the first quarter of the season is a big testament of what Tua is going to have to do. And if he doesn't beat the Patriots, if he loses to the Bills, the rumbling is gonna open. And if that man plays bad versus the Jets, he will be benched in that Jets game. Go ahead, Mr. Park. Address
Okay,
that
Pete. Yeah,
gentleman in the chat.
I'm gonna address somebody in the comment real quick. Where was
Mhm.
that at?
Who
Because
was it?
somebody brought up the question why I. Oh, okay, Justin. Okay, what I was saying, Justin, and I'm saying this in a nice way, is that McDaniels did select. He did select Zach Wilson. He went after Zach Wilson. Okay. Also, Quinn Ewers, same thing with him. I'm not saying that these guys are going to be successful because we got to see what Mike McDaniel could do with these guys. That's what I'm saying. The main thing I'm saying is that this is that Zach Wilson and Quinn Ewers are Coach McDaniel's selection, veteran and rookie, whether we like it or not. Now, will he develop him? We got to wait and see because I can't get into McDaniel's head and say, okay, he's gonna be successful with it. I don't know that. We got to wait until we see. Okay, we got to wait till these guys get on the field and then we see what we have with them. So that's why I'm saying that, Justin. Y'all go ahead.
Ooh. And there's another report. I'm telling y'all, this report, shout out to Barry Jackson for tweeting this out. This is what Lakers All Day is talking about, y'all. Right
What about
now,
what? What happened?
NFL Network is going to show our Chicago Bears preseason game live, and NFL Network is going to show our Jacksonville game live. That means the whole world that is going to watch preseason, they're going to tune into NFL Network, and it's going to be Zach Wilson on their screen. It's going to be Quinn Ewers on their screen. This is going to start rumblings. I know what I'm telling y'all. And Lakers All Day is the one telling y'all as well. This is going to happen almost like automatic. This is going to, the locker room is just by training camp. That's why I really feel week one,
For me,
Zach Wilson is going to be our
zero.
starter. I
But
really
hold
feel
up.
that.
But Pete, AOP
We
saying
might
90.
trade Tua.
But Pete, AOP, I feel
Based off
like
an off season, you're crazy. A preseason,
not.
you're crazy.
But hold up. Not even that. It's like the joint practices, you know what I'm saying, that we have with these other teams, right? You know what I'm saying? If Tua comes out here and plays bad against the joint practices and Zach Wilson comes out here
Mm.
and balls out in the joint practices, then what are people gonna not people, but like saying what are the players are gonna say and what are the coaches are gonna say? You know what I'm saying? Because look, the players and the coaches are the one that sees these quarterbacks every day in practice and OTAs and all that stuff. So if Zach Wilson comes out here and plays and balls out against these joint practices, you know what I'm saying, and the
That's going to
preseason,
be eye popping for the
and
locker room.
then low key, you know what I'm saying, Tua doesn't have a good OTAs against these joint practices. You know what I'm saying? Practice is the same thing you do in the game. You know what I'm saying? But if you do bad in the joint practices, and then after you come out here and shit the bed against the regular season, but then you do the same thing in the playoffs, you shit the bed against these good teams that you can't do. But then you put in Zach Wilson and he can take this team somewhere that you don't know. Then you know what I'm saying? The players are gonna tell you right away. You know what I'm saying? The
I,
play on the field is
yep.
gonna tell you right away.
I hear you, Lakers All Day, and you make valid points as the Speed, as the Mr. Park. Everybody's getting invalid points. My opinion, my only thing that I'm going to say is, I'm in my 35 years of watching football, right? Let's go with 30 of it as actually watching it and knowing what it is. I'm 47. I have never seen anybody win a job in the preseason unless it's injury, unless it's anything like that. It's just, I personally, if anybody can remember, please remind me. I'm pretty sure somebody, if there is, would tell me, but I don't remember anybody coming in. And if you tell me, Tua is an
Bo Nix won the
interception guy
job
who,
last year in
he throws for
preseason.
20 touchdowns. Who?
Bo Nix.
Who?
It was Bo Nix, the Broncos
Over who?
quarterback, the rookie, over Zach Wilson. It took up to
Who
that
did he
week
beat?
3. He beat Zach Wilson.
You're answering your own question then, my brother. That's how good Zach Wilson is.
That is not that
He
how
got beat
did
by
you
a
not
rookie.
see Bo Nix? But that's the problem. That's the rookie in Denver.
I hear what you're saying.
Bo Nix is better than Tua.
But you're
Bo Nix will
trying
have
to
Tua
say
on the bench.
We can't underestimate
that
the great
Zach Wilson
coaching
is
of
going to
Sean
beat Tua,
Payton
whether
and
we
how
like
much
him or
that
not.
benefits
Whatever.
Bo Nix. Sorry, my fault. I just had to squeeze that in there.
But if
Another one, KP.
if you're
Russell
saying,
Wilson took
if
it
you're
from Matt
saying,
Flynn in
and not only
preseason.
that, Sean Payton, who as soon as
Hey,
Sean
yo,
Payton
y'all,
came
let's
in,
go let
Payton
let's
came
talk
in,
to
he
you.
gets rid of Russell Wilson. He doesn't want Zach Wilson. He doesn't believe in. Remember, this is a Super Bowl winning, high caliber coach. He's gonna want his guy.
Who we talking about?
So there's a lot more than just play. And if Bo Nix beat out Zach Wilson, how good is Zach Wilson?
Yeah, but I mean,
How good
I'm
is
not saying Bo
Tua?
Nix is not going to
Bo
be
Nix
great,
would have beat
but
out Tua as well. It's not about, okay, maybe Zach Wilson is not better than Bo Nix. Well, guess what? Bo Nix, as a rookie, took that bad roster in Denver to a playoff appearance his rookie year.
it's not Bo Nix. It's the team and its coaching. Remember, this is football.
The
This is
team
Yeah,
was
one-on-one.
looked at.
Denver has
This
a
isn't
very
Boston
good
Everybody,
one-on-one.
defense.
but everyone was saying Denver's going to be trash.
Yes,
Everyone
that
was
is
saying
true.
Denver is under a
All the
rebuild. Russell
preseason
Wilson's
stuff
dead
last year
money.
had Denver picking in the top 10. All the preseason stuff.
Okay,
Thank
Pete's
you.
right.
but
Exactly what
All
I'm
of
are
them.
we
talking
gonna
about.
forget?
And
Are
wasn't
we
that
gonna
and wasn't
forget
that
that
the
we
same
put
with the Washington
70 on Denver,
Commanders?
and
That
at
is
the end
that
of
is
that
the same
season
with the
they were
Commanders.
balling?
Yep. Same for the Commanders. Everybody had the Bears winning
No,
way more
Denver's been
games
turning the corner
than the Commanders.
since midway the year before. Denver's been turning the corner since midway the year before.
Denver
They weren't the
did
same
turn the
team.
Wait,
corner.
what?
Russell Wilson. No,
Honestly,
he's
in
right
my
because
opinion,
the
when
year
y'all dropped
before,
70
after
on
that
Denver,
70,
that's when
yeah,
that was the turning point for them. They
That's
started
what I'm
playing
saying.
better
That's
football
not the
exactly.
same
after that.
team.
They
There's two teams there.
exactly. That's
No, you're
100%
right.
teams
right,
there.
Zay.
No, you're right about that. But like,
And
you know what I'm
Russell
saying?
Wilson
Like,
didn't have a bad of a season. Everyone makes it seem
That's a
as
fact,
Denver went.
bro.
but hold
You
That's
up.
a
know,
fact,
he
Hey,
bro.
had a
hey,
Russell
yo,
serviceable
check.
Wilson's
season,
season
and
wasn't
he
as
still
bad as
got
people
cut.
made it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
I mean, Zach, like I'm saying, like I said earlier in the space, I was like, bro, you know what I'm saying, Zach Wilson is not a bad quarterback. You know what I'm saying? Like he's in the league for a reason. You feel me? He's not one of those, you know what I'm saying, Skylar Thompson quarterbacks. You know what I'm saying, that still has to show his game. You know what I'm saying? Well, he has talent. He can run the ball.
Lakers all
He can
day.
he
This
can
is
throw the
all
ball.
you have to
He
tell these
has
people that
skill
don't
set.
believe in Zach.
He
Yo,
has
we
The
skill
gotta let
set.
each
general
other finish
manager,
talking,
have
though,
you
bro.
ever
Like,
heard?
you can't
Yeah,
keep
but have you ever
interrupting
My,
and
heard a
breathing, bro.
GM call a backup quarterback a top flight backup quarterback? Lakers all day.
No, not really.
That's what we're working with. He has a high ceiling in this scheme with McDaniel, and they don't want to wake up and realize that.
I
And
mean,
it
no,
all
but
it
they just
all
have to
comes
let.
back
no, but
based on his talent.
the thing is, Pete, we got to see what McDaniels can do with Zach Wilson. That's why I can't see. I'm gonna say this again.
That's what
It
I'm
was
saying, Mr.
no,
Park.
no.
Exactly.
I'm gonna say this again.
I
Zach
have full
Wilson
trust
and
in
no,
McDaniel turning Zach Wilson
okay,
into a
You
Zach
star.
gotta
I
Wilson,
do.
let people
Zach
finish, my
Wilson,
brother.
Quinn Ewers
We
are
gotta let people
McDaniel's
finish.
choice, but McDaniel's has to prove that he can develop these guys. He picked these guys individually. He picked out a
Mhm.
veteran. He picked out a rookie. Okay, he picked them out because he feels that he can develop them. Now the question is, this is not this. Can he do it? I don't know. I'm not
You
saying he
don't
is.
know?
I'm not
How
saying he's
don't
going to
you
develop them.
know?
I'm not going to say he can develop them.
Has
I
he
can't
done
say
it
he
to you,
played.
Mr. Park? Has he done it? Let me ask you that question. Has he done it?
He
No, he
hasn't
has
done it with
not.
Zach Wilson
No,
or
he has
Quinn
not.
Ewers.
No,
He
he has
hasn't done
not.
it yet. He hasn't done it yet.
No, he has not.
So we have to wait and see. That's what it boils
How
down
many
to.
starting
So
quarterbacks?
so
Hey, Mr. Park, let
so
me ask you a
3
question.
years in
How
a
many
row,
starting
three
quarterbacks
years
has
in a
Mike
row,
McDaniel had,
he has
and which one
Tua
has
in a
shined?
leading
You can scream
category
over me
when
all
it
you
comes
want,
to
my brother,
passing.
but the fact
And he
is,
hasn't
how
done it?
many starting
Hold on, one
quarterbacks
by
has Mike
one.
McDaniel had, and how many has he made look good? Name them.
None,
Besides your fifth overall draft pick, who was predicted to go number one before a hip injury.
none.
All
I'm
right.
gonna say none.
Which
Zero.
one has he developed that you said,
Zero.
wait, we
None.
got something here? Every single
Zero.
one has looked like shit.
Zero.
Yeah,
Skylar
zero.
Thompson.
But we
He had
also
3 years
but
with
guys,
Skyler.
Mike McDaniel isn't a quarterback guru. He's a
He's
run
not,
game.
bro.
He's a run
He's
game
not,
guy.
That's
He's
bro.
a
where
run.
it's
He comes
But
from the
that's
Shanahan
yeah. Like
coaching
he's
tree.
not
He's a
even a
run game
quarterback
coordinator.
coach.
His strength is developing run game. You know what I mean? He's not a quarterback guru like a Sean Payton. You know, that's why Bo Nix did well because he had a QB guru. Now, to homie's point, Bo Nix did start last year third on the depth chart. Zach Wilson was ahead of him. So Bo Nix clearly outshined him and Jarrett Stidham. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So I
So
mean,
how
that's
good
a
is
good
Zach
point to
Wilson?
bring up.
No, listen, Tri-State. That's a great point. How great is Zach Wilson when he couldn't beat out a rookie, and the coach that we're talking about is the supposed
Is a quarterback guru, exactly.
Like and you're gonna tell me Mike McDaniel is Sean Payne when it comes at least to that position? Number one, he's not.
Y'all think
you guys name me?
Tua would have took that
Anybody
Denver
name
team
me?
to the playoffs?
Hold on a second, Pete. Don't scream over, brother. Let's all put in each other's points. Can somebody look up Tri-State, because I know you're good at this. Can you look up how many starters we've had start games besides Tua under the Mike McDaniel era?
I think I can name them. You have Tua, Skylar Thompson, Snoop Huntley.
That's it.
Tim Boyle.
What about Brissett? What about Brissett?
Mike White,
Brissett
Tim
started?
Boyle.
Oh yeah,
Shout out Color.
Yeah, Brissett.
Brissett wasn't here with
Brissett was
McDaniels,
under
was he?
Flores.
It was
No,
under
he was
Flores.
under
Okay,
Flores.
yeah. Okay.
Which was the backup?
Yeah,
that
but a
New
bunch of trash quarterbacks. All those
Right.
quarterbacks you named are
Thank you.
trash.
But who was
None
the
were
backup?
even worth mentioning,
was
and
the
that's why
backup
I
for
be
Zach
talking
Wilson?
about Tri-State. We got a number 2 overall pick with a ceiling like
Wasn't
this.
there a guy by the name of Green? What was his name, man? That he backed up Zach Wilson in New York, and we had him. Remember
Mike
that we
White.
signed-
Mike White.
Mike
It was
White.
Mike White.
Yeah, I mentioned Mike White.
Okay, remember there was almost a coup there in New York where the own players were like, "Fuck Zach Wilson, we want him. We think he's better than Zach Wilson." Come on, dude. We're gonna forget that?
I remember that. But Zach Wilson was struggling mightily in New York, bro. Mike White did look better than him. He did.
That's what I'm
really
saying.
did.
And it's Mike freaking White. Where is he right now?
Mike White had one good game in New York.
What did Mike
Everything
McDaniel
else
do
was-
with Mike White? What did he do with him?
Couldn't do anything with him.
Signed him for 2 years, $18 million. What did you do with him?
Yeah, but Mike White isn't, all worldly at the same time either.
I get you, Tri-State, but if we're going to go on the narrative that Pete is trying to push, that behind the Mike McDaniel system, he will develop him. How? We've had at least 5 quarterbacks in 3 seasons, because he's going into year 4. At least 5 quarterbacks start besides Tua. That wasn't his guy. All right? Besides Tua, that have come in here and we're like, yo, even the people that can't stand Tua, they're like, yo, we need Tua back. These guys are horrible. These are his choices. These are coached by him.
But you're putting too much on bad quarterbacks. You're not taking into account
Zach
that
Wilson is the same
you're
quarterback
talking
as all of the other ones.
They're bad. They're bad.
That's my point.
At least give us one with a ceiling. You're
hold
putting
up,
too much on
hold up, bro. I have
spot
a
where there's no
question.
ceiling.
He's the
Should
same
I-
quarterback.
Should I point out?
One of my favorite in the
point out
community
this
been up here.
fallacy,
Oh, I'm
Pete?
sorry, Color. I want to hear that beautiful voice, but I want to hear the next beautiful voice who's just been patient up here.
Did you just
and
tell
hasn't
Color
said
he has a
word.
beautiful voice?
Yeah,
I'm not
he
talking
did,
about
bro.
him. That's weird.
He did, bro. That's cool.
got that weird
But
Color,
Mr.
you
Negative,
Hey, yo,
I want to
bro,
hear. I
let's
want to
let
hear.
Liz talk,
Color,
man.
stay
Let's
away
let
from
Liz
me.
talk.
Mr. Negative,
let
I want to
Liz
hear
talk.
your thoughts, Mr. Negative.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
I want to give Mr. Negative a few seconds. You there, Mr. Negative?
Don't be negative.
Yeah, I'm here, Pete. What do you want to know? My thoughts on Zach Wilson or Tua?
Both.
I want to know your thoughts on, like, honestly, I do. I want to know on how could go one off season with no new film, no new games played. How can
I'm
this
gonna listen to y'all
community,
boys. I
when
gotta
the
get home
season
real
ended, say if Tua stayed healthy, we definitely would have made the playoffs last year. Now
Pete,
that
it's
same
all-
group
that's the same
is
narrative
saying
from
this
year
is
for
a
year.
team that
It's
is
always
crap.
this.
We're not winning anything. It's over for us. Let's just.
It's all. I love it when people will say, "Well, we would have beat Tennessee had Tua played." Well, what did Tua do in 2023 when they played Tennessee at home? They lost.
Thank you.
Okay,
Talk
they
to him.
lost, and they lost in Tennessee in 2021. So what Tua does against Tennessee, factual, is he loses versus Tennessee.
Yeah, he's never even sniffed a win against Tennessee.
Right.
Whoa, Mr. Negative. The only reason why I agree maybe with that group on that particular take right there is because this Tennessee team last year that we played was not with Mike Vrabel.
The
Remember, they had a
Tennessee
new
team we
coach,
played
new
in
GM.
23 was bad. The team in 2023, Tennessee, they were like 4 or 5 wins. They had Will Levis at quarterback. Will Levis.
Yeah, they beat us with Mason Rudolph. We hurt
Right.
Will Levis,
So
and they
it's the
beat us
same
with
guy.
Mason Rudolph.
So Tua can't rise his game above Will Levis or Mason Rudolph or whoever else Tennessee puts out there. You know why? Because it's Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel knows how to defend Tua. He knows how to do it. So like this if thing where, if Tua is healthy. I've been hearing it for years. You know what? He's not healthy. I don't want to go on what ifs. If I win the lottery tomorrow, I'm a millionaire. But I'm not winning the lottery tomorrow, so I'm not a millionaire. Just like Tua, if. You know what? Tua can't stay healthy. Prove it.
You know what, Mr. Negative? Do you feel? Let's say,
Hey, yo,
do you
Liz,
think? She has
you're,
a live mic. I'm gonna mute
yeah,
her. Mr.
your
Negative,
live
do
is
you feel
in and out.
if Tua, if you feel, do you think if Tua, if big what if he stays healthy, does that even bring Super Bowl inspirations to you as a fan, sir?
It does not, Pete, because I look at the team
That's
as
what
a
I'm
whole.
saying.
I look at the team as a whole, Pete, because with the stacked roster, Tua could not get us over the hump. Okay, that's with the stacked roster. It's safe to say, and I'm pretty confident, that our secondary is going to be absolutely abysmal. Okay? With or without Jalen Ramsey, it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter.
But wait, hold up now, Mr. Negative. So, but like, what if we get Asante Samuel Jr. right, and we keep Ramsey? I mean, I understand like we'll still have a young
more with the what
core,
ifs,
and
what ifs.
Right. And again,
No, he has a good point. Because I ain't seen nobody leave our team yet. They could talk about it all they want. This guy's on the trade block. This guy's on where they at? They still wearing a Miami
bro.
Dolphins
It's called
uniform.
negotiations.
They're still wearing
it's called
a Miami
negotiations.
Dolphins.
I'll
how
say
many
this.
teams have negotiated everybody post June?
I'll say this.
I told y'all be patient. This
we
ain't gonna
can't keep
happen.
playing the what ifs. We can't keep playing the what ifs. What if I'll repeat it. What if my uncle had tits? He'd be my aunt.
That's a very good point.
That's crazy, bro.
What I would say with the whole
I hope you use that in your lives. It's a good one.
Does the team actually believe?
It is.
Let me ask you this, Pete. Pete, let me ask you this. Do you think the team actually believes in Tua? Because if they actually believed in Tua,
not no more.
They would have restructured them to free up money to spend on the free agent market. They say they're all about winning in 2025. They're full of crap. Because if they were all about winning, they would have extended them. They would have restructured and freed up $19 million.
I'll say it again. This is the beginning of the rebuild.
Mr. Negative, and you don't think some of the players on the team were waiting for Tua to get restructured so they can demand more of a payment?
Well, of course they're, Pete. That speaks volumes about the direction of this franchise.
Oh, hold on. Listen to Mr. Negative. Maybe you don't understand True Fan. What do you think about that, Mr. Negative?
Well, Pete, it speaks volumes that they didn't extend or restructure, because if they're all about winning and they believe in him, they would have restructured him to free up $19 million. Right. So why didn't they? They don't believe in him. They don't.
Not only in him. Not
restructuring Tua has guys like Jonnu Smith probably leaving now because the money is tight.
And that's the plan. Get rid of everybody.
And
that's the plan.
That is not the plan.
That is absolutely the plan.
Why
not right now? Mr. Negative had a great point. Listen to what he said. They could have very easily buried themselves longer for more seasons by restructuring Tyreek, Waddle, Tua, Sealer, anybody. The fact that they didn't.
And if we would have had one of those quarterbacks, True Fan, you would have not been complaining and caring about that.
Hey, Mr. Negative.
You got to let me finish.
One negative under Tua doesn't mean it's a negative.
Brother, let me finish. You're not understanding. You're in your emotions again. The fact that what we know as fact is that they did not mortgage any more future with the present roster. They're playing it out, which is telling everybody who has 2 cents of common sense that they are going to play with what they got, and whoever wants out could get the fuck out because they're eventually going to turn the page.
Mm-hmm.
That's the writing of the wall. Nobody can deny it.
Hey, Mr. Negative.
They didn't even make big free agent splash this season.
I was going to tell you, Mr. Negative, I won the lottery, and I'm going to use my proceeds to pay Tua another contract.
Crypto, that is a very noble gesture.
Don't start that shit, Crypto.
But hold
Sorry,
on,
I gotta get
AP.
him paid again.
AP, we haven't heard from
And the
Miss
and the
Liz yet.
lottery win is
Yeah, but
Zach
let's.
Wilson. I'm
Hey,
sorry. Go ahead.
AOP.
Go
Let's
ahead,
go.
Liz. Pop
Let's
off,
go.
Liz.
Yeah. What's up with
We gotta
Liz?
let Miss Liz talk. Miss Liz.
How are you and Rich feeling about this, Liz?
Not
Everything
good
you're
unless
hearing?
they bench Tua or put him in the third spot for the quarterback. This is the lineup that we want for quarterback. Ears, Wilson, and then Tua.
Oh shit.
Hey,
So
and
you,
I wanted to ask you a question, Pete. Did you watch that about Gruden and Ears?
I watched like most of it. Yeah, I haven't gotten through the whole thing, but I
I
watched a
watched the
lot of
whole
it.
thing.
Oh, I gotta go watch it. What? John
Gruden's
Gruden
QB. Gruden's QB. What is that called, man?
QB
Gruden's
quarterback
quarterback
something.
camp.
The
Yeah,
quarterback
that
camp when he does the
that
quarterback
quarterback
camp.
camp.
with
Yeah,
Quinn
that,
Yeah,
Ewers.
because
With Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
You guys
Yeah.
haven't seen that yet? That's been out for like a month.
that's
no, I haven't
old,
seen
bro.
it
Yeah.
yet.
No, but I want to know, who did Gruden develop as to become the quarterback guru? Refresh my memory, color, because I know
Sims,
you could
didn't
tell me.
Didn't he groomed Sims, a kid, didn't he?
Chris Sims, yeah,
Chris Sims.
who is only out of the
Chris
league
Sims?
because he almost died.
Yeah,
How about you, Color? How you
Yeah,
Chris
He
feeling
color.
Sims.
about the
also,
What do
he
you
fans
think
that
about this
also,
jump
Zach
ship?
he
Wilson stuff?
also,
Yeah, like
Gruden was
has Zach
also on the
Wilson
brink of a
restored
Super
hope?
Bowl, if not for the Tuck rule, which was literally created for that during that game.
That was the
That
Rich
year,
Gannon
yeah,
years.
that game.
He
Rich
would have
Gannon.
It
went
was
to the
created
Super
that
Bowl with
game, right?
he would have went to the Super Bowl with a washed up veteran named Rich Gannon,
Rich Gannon.
Yeah,
Yep.
which got exactly.
who was replaced ironically by Dante
You
Culpepper in
remember?
Minnesota. By the time Rich Gannon was
Yeah.
successful with John Gruden in with the Raiders, Dante Culpepper was already a Miami Dolphin. That's how washed up
Yeah.
Rich Gannon was.
That summer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
Rich
I
Gannon didn't
recall,
start
wasn't Rich
popping off
Gannon
till like his
37 to
16th year in the
38
league.
Super Bowls?
Right,
Didn't
right.
Rich
Right
Gannon
until
start with the
like
Kansas
late
City
the
Chiefs?
second
Color,
half of his career. Yeah.
Hey,
Color,
color.
didn't he start with the Kansas City Chiefs, or am I misremembering here?
He was a Minnesota
Yeah, 1
Viking.
year. I think in Minnesota. I
He might
think
have been
Gannon?
with
maybe
Kansas
1 year with
City
the
once.
Chiefs.
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey,
Oh,
hey,
so
But
long
yeah,
ago.
Minnesota was his team.
Yeah.
Hey, color. What you think about this Zach Wilson and Tua stuff?
I mean, which fallacy, which true fin fallacy do you want me to knock down first about Zach Wilson?
Both. It
On
doesn't matter.
anyone. We want to
Oh,
hear them
Lord.
all.
Sean Payton
I
one,
want to
the
hear this
Sean
one,
Payton
Knock
Color.
one,
them
or
all
the
down.
New York Jets one?
No, we do both. Whatever. Just say whatever. Go
He's
ahead.
a star. He's a star, color.
True fin fan. Let me tell you something.
I
First
think
of
that's
all,
our new
you're
franchise
actually
quarterback.
right. You're right in one respect that Zach Wilson is not the play here. Okay, that he's not the play. Pete's wrong about that. What you're wrong about, though, is that Tua is even close to being the play. The play is Quinn Ewers. Just like the play.
I agree.
That would
Just
be.
like
I
the play.
agree.
Now let me ask
True
you this.
play.
Now let me ask
I
you this.
agree.
Now
Color, you
going
must
over
be talking
to
about
Denver
long
last
term.
year, okay?
Hold
They
on,
brought in
because
Russell
Color's
Wilson.
loud
That
and wrong.
failed. They spent a bunch of money that they ended up
Crazy.
eating on Russell Wilson. That failed. So Sean Payton's good enough to win with Drew Brees and doctor up and build a court and develop a quarterback, just not Zach Wilson because he sucks, and not Russell Wilson because what? Because the real play was always Bo Nix.
It was.
So if you're going to
It
tell
was.
me that Sean Payton not developing Zach Wilson speaks to Zach Wilson, maybe, but do you think even if Zach Wilson would have like really beat anybody out, do you think the play would have still not been Bo Nix?
It would have been Bo Nix still because heading into that season.
So what kind of conundrum?
Color.
Right. So if before they even brought in Zach Wilson, if the play was already Bo Nix, what kind of conundrum would Sean Payton be in if he developed Zach Wilson in the meantime?
I mean, if you want
He would have been in the
I'll answer that question for you. I'll answer that question for you.
He would be in the Sam Darnold conversation.
Hold on.
Let me answer it.
He would be in the same conundrum that Mike McDaniel would be in. Okay.
If you're gonna ask me a question, let me answer it at the very least. Let me answer it at the very least. I
You
hear
guys are
what
not
you're
looking
saying.
at the optics
If
of it.
if
Mike
the-
McDaniel
Okay, go ahead,
Mike
just talk, bro.
McDaniel would have coached in a way okay, that exemplified the attributes of the backups we've had for the last 3 years, it would have thrown shade on Tua, and we all know it. I'm tired of ignoring that.
So you're saying there's a conspiracy to make sure that Tua
It's
doesn't
not
get
a
outshined?
conspiracy.
It's not a conspiracy. You play the guy you paid $50 million to. It's a business too. At the end of the day,
It's like we played Jesse Davis, even though he got Tua injured.
So you're
The
saying
Broncos drafted
there's so
Bo
much to
Nix
unpack here, I
because
don't
they
even
were
know
in
where the fuck to
salary
start.
cap hell, and they needed a rookie quarterback to take on the team built for the future. It was always in play that Bo Nix was going to be the starter. It never
Now,
benefited
fast
the
forward to
Broncos
now,
for Zach Wilson on a contract. He only has 1 year.
So
that if
fast
he would
forward
have
that's
to
been
not
now.
the
true. Bo
playoffs,
Nix started.
Hold on. So fast
hold on,
forward
let
to
Color
now, where we're at now. Tua is the Russell Wilson in this case, the guy that got all the money that we have to eat now. That ain't working out. The real play is Quinn Ewers. Quinn Ewers
it's
is the Bo
not.
Nix here. Zach Wilson is still the Zach Wilson here.
I understand with
You're right,
salary
Color.
cap,
Yes.
but this
Zach
is the
Whether
Wilson is
biggest
in the same role.
whether the play works out or not, that's Mike McDaniel's gamble. But that is the play.
I don't
The
think so.
play is for the top
Quinn
flight
Ewers is Bo
backup
Nix in the
quarterback. Color.
situation.
Zach Wilson hits like Sam Darnold. We're not going to be the Vikings that have a first rounder as a backup in JJ McCarthy. We're going to have a 7th rounder in Quinn Ewers, and we're going to give Zach Wilson that Sam Darnold 3-year, that Baker Mayfield 3-year, $120 million
And I'm well aware
contract.
Jesse Davis
And
was under
that's
Brian
how it's
Flores.
set
Who
up
was
to
the
be.
general manager ordering him to put him on the field? The same one.
Backup,
Who
the
was the
top
owner?
flight
Who was
backup
the
plan
owner?
is this is
Who
Color.
was the
Real, and
owner
every
that
fan
rushed
listen
Tua
right
out
now.
onto the field?
Wanted him on the
This
field.
Who was
season
the owner
comes
that
down
rushed Tua out
to
onto the
Even
the
though
field?
he don't
top
know
When the
a
flight
head
damn
coach
thing
was
about
backup
telling you he
football.
wouldn't
quarterback.
put his own son out there.
Exactly,
I'm
Color.
saying.
Exactly. I said that the other day on the podcast. The same thing Color just said.
If you don't realize that this season is it comes down to the top flight backup quarterback, it's not going to come. If Quinn Ewers
No,
hits
it's the
that
whole
Quinn
field,
team.
Ewers
It's
is
the whole
top
team.
flight. That's the
everyone
point.
is
It's the whole team.
fired.
It's
Everyone
the
is
whole team, Keith.
fired. Okay? And this is another thing I want to try to tell everybody because I know every Dolphin fan has been refreshing their app, waiting for the
You're
trade to
wrong, Pete.
happen. I've been
Everybody is
talking about
knowing
it for a
that
bit.
Chris Greer is safe.
No, nothing is safe in this organization. Nobody.
I
And
want to
there's
No.
know
there
what I'm trying to figure
nobody
out.
in this building is safe.
What I'm trying
That's
to
the
figure out
reality.
here is if Bo Nix was the plan all along. You're saying
It
that
was.
anybody else
Even
they
on
would have
draft
got.
day, they said it was a good move for
My God, I
salary
can
cap
never answer, bro.
implications.
This is amazing how people just scream
Let me
over each
ask
other.
you that. Let me ask you,
It's
True
insane,
Fan.
bro.
Let me reciprocate your question. If you're drafting, okay, if you're set to draft that last year before they drafted Bo Nix, that's you in that driver's seat. Okay, you have a choice to bring in a free agent. You got to bring in a free agent, right? You're going to do that anyway, but you're drafting somebody in this next draft coming up.
Yeah. Real quick,
Okay.
Color.
Are you telling me?
No,
Are you
let me
telling
finish.
me
Try to say.
that you're going to favor Zach Wilson and bring him in, even though you're intending to draft Bo Nix the next year or that year? Okay. You're really telling me that Sean Payton believed some reason Zach Wilson sucks, but Sean Payton don't. Sean Payton actually believed that Zach Wilson was going to interrupt his plan of grooming a brand new young quarterback in Bo Nix that he obviously liked because he probably picked him a season before that draft.
Can I answer, or are we gonna just scream over?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, and it sounds great, but the fact of the matter is what I'm seeing is if you bring in Zach Wilson, right, and you draft in you're set in drafting Bo Nix regardless. My point is, if they thought anything about Zach Wilson, if they thought he was a viable backup, he's not 35 years old, he's not 40 years old, he's a 26, 25-year-old man. Even if Bo Nix is a better option because he's rookie, he's a guy that he chose, whatever it may be, you still bring in Zach Wilson, and then you have Bo Nix start. You still need a backup. You still need a
Yeah,
backup.
I know. I
Hold
know.
on, let me finish.
I know.
Brother. I
And
didn't
Bo
interrupt
Nix
you,
is
my
a
brother.
beast.
I
And
didn't
Bo Nix
interrupt
is
you.
a
All I'm
beast. How
asking
often
you.
was he injured last year?
I'm sorry.
Bo Nix is a beast. How often was he injured last year?
I
He
wouldn't know,
wasn't.
man. I don't
You don't
watch.
think that
He
they
wasn't.
know?
He
What
wasn't.
I'm saying is that they
They
bring
have
in
a,
Zach
you
Wilson.
don't think that they have a mathematician spitting out the probability of that guy getting injured and them having to actually need their backup? Even if they did, so what? It's a rookie that you didn't expect
And I
to
don't
compete
get
that year
Well,
anyway.
what's the point? What's the
Can
point
I-
of bringing in
the
Zach Wilson
point
and
is
letting
the
him go after 1
Because
money,
year?
you
true
didn't
fin
expect to
fan, the
compete
money.
anyway.
Man, this is just a screaming session, I guess. I
Bro,
guess. Okay.
it's because
Bro, it's the
It's
money.
just
You guys are
everybody
leaving
trying to
out the
make a
main
point louder
factor.
than everybody else.
why did
You ask
they get
questions
rid of
and
Russell
then you
Wilson?
interrupt midway.
If
Hold
they
on,
wanted
hold
to
on, guys.
compete, if they wanted to
I'm
compete
not even going to
with
answer no
Bo
more, bro. Because
Nix's
for what?
backup,
It's just people
if
listening
they
to each other
listen,
talk.
True Finn, if they wanted to compete with Bo Nix's placeholder, then why did they let Russell Wilson go?
Because he was never Sean Payton's guy. Sean Payton never liked him. I mean, that's obvious. That's
Bo
obvious.
Nix is Sean Payton's guy,
He
bro.
wanted
That's
his
what
own
I'm
guy.
telling
He did
you.
it. He did. Again, you're not never letting me speak.
He
had
doesn't
an
want to
old.
listen, Color.
Oh my
Don't,
God,
bro. He don't.
He had an old, washed-up quarterback that was costing him $55
So he's
million
gonna get a
a year.
young. So he's gonna
Oh,
get a
hey, man, go
young,
ahead, bro. Y'all talk,
immature
man. Don't worry
guy
about it.
to
This is
do
crazy.
what? To hold the place. No different than Russell Wilson would have done. The play was Bo Nix. It was always Bo Nix. Zach Wilson didn't even factor into Sean Payton's radar.
Thank
No.
you. And he don't want to listen. He's trying to make something out of nothing. You know that, Color? He's trying to
You're
when
telling
he
me
failed to
Zach
realize
Wilson
this,
is so bad that the guy that built Drew Brees can't even do nothing with him.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I
That
was
Zach
just showing
Wilson
up
is
the
worse
film
than Mike
and I got
Glennon.
sniped off the
Then
internet.
Zach Wilson is worse than Mike Glennon, and Mike McDaniel should be fired before the season starts.
Exactly, Color. Exactly. They don't get it, bro. This is a
Ridiculous. We're going
top
to argue
flight
over
pass.
whether Mike McDaniel's a good coach or not. If Zach Wilson is as bad as everybody says, then Mike McDaniel's trash.
I just said that earlier.
And he's not. That's why I was
Zach Wilson
disagreeing
isn't
with
going to
y'all,
change any
Mr. Paul.
franchises,
You can't
man.
have it both ways. You can't have it, oh, Mike McDaniel's just got a couple flaws, but Zach Wilson can't even compete with
Tri-State.
Mike Glennon.
Tri-State.
Yo.
I promise
Come
you,
on,
Zach
man.
Wilson has a higher chance of changing this franchise than your Bryce Young has over there in Carolina.
By the
Hell
way,
no.
Mike
promise you
McDaniel
that.
brought Mike
No
Glennon
way.
I
in
promise
here
you that.
too.
Yes,
No
1,000%.
way.
Zach Wilson has a
No way.
higher chance of changing this franchise overnight than Bryce Young does right now. And
No,
you
he
can
doesn't.
disagree all the way till you go to sleep tonight. It is not going to change my mind.
Mike McDaniel brought in a 7-win Mike Glennon to back up our backup, to be our third backup. So even
that was
Mike
more
McDaniel thinks that Mike Glennon even has a place in this league. Now all of a sudden Zach Wilson is worse than that?
And you see the names that True Fin Fan was trying to bring up
Thank
when
you.
he was
Thank
trying
you,
to blame.
Color.
Just say you want
Color,
Tua to be the guy still. Just
Thank
say
you,
you
Color.
think
Color.
it's just about injuries, and he's
Color,
Dan
let's be
Marino
real.
if not for injuries.
Thank
Just
you,
say
Color.
Color,
True
let's be
Fin.
real up here because this is what I love about our panel. We're always real. Did we expect Mike McDaniel to develop and turn Mike White into some sort of star? Did we expect Mike
talking
White to
about Tua
develop Tim
anymore.
Boyle? No. Did we expect Mike McDaniel to turn Tim Boyle into some sort of star and develop them? Those were never the expectations. He's trying to put expectations on players that don't carry the label, and he's using that to try to hammer down on
We're
Mike
literally
McDaniel
the
as he
only
hasn't
fans.
developed anyone.
We're literally
It's a
the
bold
only
lie.
fans in the league that even know who Tua is anymore. Go ask your neighbor who's not a Dolphin fan. They're even like, who's Tua when I'm talking to him now? They
Thank
don't
you.
even know
Right
who the
there
guy
is Mike
is
McDaniel.
anymore.
Nobody.
Damn, they forgot
Sean
who Tua
Payton
was.
wouldn't.
Goddamn,
Sean
he
Payton.
fell off
Hey,
the
fellas. Is Sean Payton turning Tim
man.
Boyle into a star? Is Sean Payton turning Mike White into a star? How about that?
I talk to
There's just some
Dolphin
quarterbacks
fans
that
that don't even
have it.
have never even heard Tua's name. Why are we even talking about this guy?
He's old news, bro. We get
But-
articles on the internet now. Tua's a newspaper.
Hey, you know about check this out, right? Who has talent? I mean, like, does Zach Wilson has the most talent in the quarterback room?
Yes, he's the most physically gifted
As far as
quarterback in the
talented,
league.
Okay,
The
yeah, as far as
tallest,
gift,
strongest,
okay.
yeah,
fastest.
then he would be.
He's not the
Probably.
tallest. He's
No,
He's
small.
not the
Lakers are.
tallest,
No, he's the
but
He's
tallest. He's
small as
6'2".
hell.
He's
he's
Zach
almost
Wilson is
6'3".
not no 6'2".
he
He's
is six.
almost 6'3", bro.
He always like
He's 6'2", going
6'2".
on 6'3".
Yeah, he's tall.
He's a hair taller than Quinn Ewers, and Quinn Ewers is 6'2".
Yeah. So wait a minute. Okay, check this out, right? Okay. So look, our head coach said
Lakers all
that.
day. Before you pop off, let me ask you one quick, short, simple question. Do you think Zach Wilson is smarter in the quarterback room than Tua?
No, I don't. No, not yet, because he needs. That's where he needs to develop that, and I don't think he's smarter. That's what he needs to develop to get. His. I don't think he's smarter yet, but once maybe like another year, maybe like another year or two, then he develops and gets better. Then maybe yeah, but we can't say now because they're still in shorts and t-shirts. You
And
know what I'm
by the
saying?
way, Trufin, you can say that anecdotal evidence is fallacious, but don't tell me I'm lying. Because I'll get the fan on my live show to tell you who he don't know who the hell Tua is.
But check, color check this out, right? So Loki didn't our quarterback say that Zach Wilson has the skill set to be a good quarterback? Didn't Michael
Yes.
didn't he
Yeah,
say that?
McDaniel
It
said
came
Who
out
that.
of
did?
coach's
McDaniel?
mouth, and they're
No, no,
going.
That's
no.
what they're
And Shooter
supposed to
fan is
say.
trying to
They're
go
supposed
against
to
what
say
came out of
that.
coach's
Okay.
mouth.
Hold on. What are they
Boilermakers.
supposed
No,
to
you
say?
can't
No,
do
I
that.
think he's going to be
Because
trash.
Buccaneers have the best Mike McDaniel lie detector there is, bro. They know
No, wait.
what is
What
true and what's not out of his mouth.
I know, but like, didn't the head coach say that he has a
He was
skill
lying.
set?
He was fluffing up Zach Wilson because he's a nice guy.
He's supposed to say those
That's
things,
what they're
though.
saying.
That's right.
So
He's supposed
wait
to
a
say
minute.
those things.
So
That's
What is he
exactly
supposed to
what
say? He's not going to be
everybody
ready. He's
says
not going
about
to be good. Like,
everything
of course.
until the whatever they say agrees with their opinion. Then we're supposed to believe what they say.
I don't.
Wait a minute. So wait a
And
minute.
this is why.
Why
And this
can't
is
he
why. Hold
supposed to
on.
say that when
I'm
it comes
glad
to
you brought
Tua?
that point up. My bad, Crypto. Say that again, and I'm gonna go after you.
No, I'm saying if he's supposed to say that about Zach Wilson, then if he said Tua is good, why come now he is not the same situation? Isn't he supposed to say
Because
Tua
That's
is
a
they
good
good?
point. It
know
adds
they
to.
have the lie detector, Crypto. They know.
Color,
Yeah,
here's the look. This is what
they
Crypto just
seen.
I always
added.
say
This is
what's good for the
basically what
goose
I
is
was
good
just
for the
about to
gander.
say. What's good for the goose is definitely good for the gander. You want
Bullshit,
to know
huh?
why? What did Mike McDaniel say about Tua the year before? Tua needs to be able to do more things off script, more
Thank
mobile and be
you,
more running, right?
thank you, Pete.
What
Thank
did
you,
what
Pete.
did Mike McDaniel say about Zach Wilson? The complete opposite. He said, "I need to teach Zach Wilson how to be a phone booth passer in the pocket." It's easier to be a phone booth passer in the pocket in this scheme, which is
Well, you don't
simplified,
even have
quick
to go for
rhythm
let
timing,
me,
than it is to learn how to escape the
you know what, Pete?
pocket,
Let me
dance out of some
destroy
tackles, and make a play when you need one.
let me
Zach has
destroy
that.
the fallacy of whether they're lying or supposed to say stuff or not. Let me destroy the fallacy with one piece of evidence right here. That the first words, the first sentence out of Stephen Ross's mouth when he announced Brian Flores' firing was, "I want to thank Brian Flores for the outstanding job he has done here." That was the very first sentence out of his mouth. But everybody
And
knows
then
how bad Flores was and why he got fired. Oh, and Ross was supposed to say that. Why? I just fired a guy that supposedly threatened me. Why should I care about how nice I am to him on the way out?
You got to
so
still be professional.
sometimes you gotta respect work
Sometimes you
ethic.
got to be perfect. You stoic. It's called stoicism, Pete.
Yes.
Marcus
Yes,
Aurelius.
color.
Good
You have
book.
to be professional at all times.
Right, right. Until it disagrees with your narrative. Then they're telling the truth.
I see how it works, color. I see how it
That's
goes.
usually
Yeah, I got you.
that's
I'm with
to
you.
me. I call that
I can
PR.
tell you
That's
this.
PR talk.
I can tell you this. The very morning after Brian Flores got fired, Tony Dungy went on the record saying he was surprised because he was about to vote for him for Coach of the Year.
He
Wow.
was. Yep.
That
He's
says
about
a
to get his
Was
lot.
that
coach
a
of the year
lie?
vote.
Was
And then
that a
Cleveland Browns coach
swamp
got it.
statement for friend to friend? Or was that the truth from a forthright, honest man like Tony Dungy?
I guess we'll never know, but
Yeah.
I'd assume he's
They
telling the
said we
truth.
should
Tony
have picked
Dungy
Tony
seems like a
Dungy,
stand-up
fellas.
guy.
Well, look, Tony Dungy's my eye test to Tony Dungy tells me he's an honest guy,
Yeah,
and
he's
my
a
eye
stand-up
test to
dude.
Brian Flores tells me I agree with Tony Dungy.
Color spitting that fire
Well,
right
Brian
now.
Flores got well. Let's just be honest. Brian Flores got kicked out because he hurt Tua's feelings, and he
Yes,
talked.
yes,
And he
you're
talked.
absolutely
He didn't like
right.
the way he
You're
talked to
absolutely right,
him.
Tri-State. And the code
Yeah.
for that was when Ross gave the press conference. The code for that was he didn't want to work collaboratively with the rest of the group, making decisions. It wasn't his coaching performance. It was he was not being collaborative with
He wanted to get
Chris
rid of
Greer,
Tua.
and Garfinkel and everybody else.
Robert Flores, for all we know, he could have seen this in Tua years ago,
He
and he was
did.
probably
Collaborative
trying.
with
And he was
Tua.
probably trying to fucking push him out.
Tri-State.
Hey, yo, check
He
this out.
benched
Wait,
Tua
hold
for
up.
Fitzpatrick.
Hey, Tri-State. Also, look at Jim Caldwell. We had Jim Caldwell in the building, and he was, if I'm not mistaken, he was working with Fitzpatrick. And when they called themselves putting Tua on in there, let's just say Jim Caldwell left the building because of Tua.
But
Because I don't think he wanted to work with Tua because he seen what was going on with Tua, and he knew that Tua wasn't the quarterback.
But hey, like you know what I'm saying?
Chan
Like saying,
Gailey,
look,
bro.
hey,
Chan
Pete,
Gailey didn't want to work with Tua.
yo, Pete.
That speaks volume. Go ahead, Lake.
But you know what I'm saying?
Dang,
Like,
Galen,
you,
goddamn.
like you know what I'm saying? You know what's crazy though? Okay, look, we let go of Brian Flores because of he was being quote unquote mean to Tua or not being professional as the head coach, right? But then you know what I'm saying. But then low key, Brian Flores was the one that had low key has more championships than anybody in that building, right? So he knows what a good quarterback looks like in Tom Brady. You know what I'm saying? He went against Tom Brady in practice and all that stuff. So like he should know what a good quarterback looks like. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, well, Lakers,
if
but
he
the
Lakers all day.
the same
with
thing
Jim
can be said
Caldwell.
about Tyreek, because $30 million buys you a lot of compliments from a $30 million wide receiver.
what you
Lakers
mean,
all day.
Color?
I'm gonna tell you something groundbreaking right now. You think Brian Flores would have been caught on the sideline vaping and smoking something?
Oh no,
The
definitely
NFL,
not.
the NFL back in the days used to promote Marlboro cigarettes. They used to do all that, and they
Yeah.
almost got banned out of the league for doing that. They stopped everything smoking because it hurt their look. Mike McDaniel, nerdy ass, in a cold game gets caught with a vape in his hand. He had to come out
Yeah, I
on a
remember seeing.
stream and say he quit cold turkey. That guy goes home and smokes his life away. You can see it in those googly eyes when he does those press
ain't
conferences.
nobody gonna tell
But
me it
now
was
he had to.
nicotine either.
No, it was whatever you guys want to believe it was. But at the end of the day, the NFL is really hard on anything smoking, and he went against what they. So
All they have
he's
to
in big
do,
water. He's in
is remove
big
the
water right now.
terpenes that control scent particles of the cannabis, and they can literally have scentless freaking vapes.
Yeah, but it's bigger than that. This guy's in trouble with the league with that. Nobody realizes that. He
Yeah,
even
trust
came
me.
out
The
and said
league.
he mentioned, yeah, he even came out and mentioned that he quit cold turkey. He was sweating during that interview. It is what it is. At the end of the day, that's our coach. I don't think Flores would have ever got in trouble like that.
But why did anybody
Flores,
think that was okay, Pete, when Travis Wingfield is on the intercom as you walk up to the stadium saying all forms of nicotine are banned from the premises,
Mm.
and the head coach never seen that?
including vape pens? Like when you're walking up to the stadium, they've got this recording of all the rules of Hard Rock. So you're familiar with the rules while you're walking up to the stadium, and it happens to be Travis Wingfield doing the voiceover, but it's no cigarettes, no lighters, no vape pens, nothing. Banned from the premises. You will be escorted out, and you will be banned from coming back.
It's
But I guess
unbelievable,
not if
fella.
you're a member of the team.
The head coach.
So if I didn't happen to hear Travis Wingfield in that intercom message, right? And I bring in my vape pen, and I see the coach doing it on the sideline, and I'm like, oh, must be cool.
Wait, your coach smokes a vape pen on the sideline?
Well, I don't know.
He did it once. He got
I
caught.
don't think
It blew
it's
up in
true,
his
bro. I
face.
think it was
It
a
is
cold
true.
day.
It came out of his own mouth.
And
He
his
came
breath
out of
was
his own
fogging
mouth and
after he
pretty
had
much
his hand
admitted it.
cupped up to his mouth. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Honestly, I just think it was his breath from the
They don't
cold.
know if it was real or not.
Hey yo,
Yeah.
hey yo, can y'all please tell me what did Tyreek say when we got Zach Wilson? What did he say on Twitter?
That's a good
Oh,
question.
he said
I didn't
something.
know that was
Greer is cooking or something.
No, you're wrong, Game Boy. I don't want it to be banned at the stadium. That's not what I'm saying. I'm
What
saying
did he say? What did he say, Lakers
an
all
odd
day?
is not the same as is.
I don't know.
It is
I'm
currently banned.
asking because because look, we give Zach Wilson 3 weapons. A-Chain, my bad, 4. Wait, A-Chain, John Lewis is still here, Hill and Waddle, right? He didn't have that at the Jets. He only had one quarterback. I mean, my bad. He only had one wide receiver, and
At the Jets,
2
he was
good running
supposed to
games.
lift that franchise up.
So
He was the
so
number
look,
2
Pete,
overall pick.
if I were to
Hold on,
choose
let
to which
Lakers
I
all
thought
day
was
finish,
better to
color.
be legal, it
so
would be weed over alcohol. That'd be for sure.
so you know what I'm saying. So low key, you give a quarterback with arm strength, mobility. You know what I'm saying, and a running game and 2 good weapons that he can throw the ball to. And we over here complaining about what the heck Tua can do. We have to give Zach Wilson a shot and see what he can do, because Loki, you give Zach Wilson a Ferrari and a Lamborghini out there. You know what I'm saying? And Loki, his arm strength, what he can do when he does have time in the pocket, it's crazy, bro. And we over here talking about he's trash. Okay.
Here, you want to know the truth, Lakers all day. And after I'm done, Liz, I just read the private messages right there. You can have the floor, Liz, as many times. You just got to speak up. When we hear your voice, we're gonna let you go. But Lakers all day, I got to be honest with you. If Zach Wilson gets 12 or more games, I do firmly believe we are in playoffs. I do firmly believe we literally have the comeback player of the year on the team. The next thing I'm about to tell y'all is probably going to be the most critical one. This team is in trade conversations with everybody on the team. Cater Kohu is on the trade block, believe it or not. Everyone knows Jonnu Smith is on
That's
the
dumb,
trade block.
bro. That is
Tyreek
dumb.
Hill, everyone knows Tyreek Hill is on the trade block. Jalen Ramsey is on the trade block. Bradley Chubb is on the trade
What about
block.
Tua?
Greer,
I would veto Cater Kohu,
Tua
and I
is
would make
on the
him.
trade block.
I would
But
make
here's
him
the problem.
captain of the tackling team, and every rookie coming in the building have to go through a
1000% crypto.
week-long
Tua
program
is
of
on the
Cater
trade
Kohu
block.
tackling.
This is what
Zach
Greer
Steele's
has in
on
front of
trade
him.
block.
Those are reports that are out too. I'm pretty sure those are more incoming calls, which you still got to make a file for. Hear me out, fellas. These are files being made. When you get an incoming call from another organization, you create a new file, and that file and that paperwork is done, and it's the negotiation talks. And if that same team calls again the following week, there's a new file that's made again. You revise what you spoke about before, and you add what you're going to add to it with this conversation. This is what goes on. And this is what our general manager is doing right now. He's
Out
in
of all
his
the
office.
words, man, you
He
say
has
file
7
weird, bro.
files. He has 7 paperworks, files right in front of him. They're all trade blocked. They're
Not
all
even
for
saying
trading right
fouls.
now. It's all open. But do y'all really believe right now in these folders, do y'all really believe he's going to pull the trigger and trade all 7 players? It has never happened. And it is not going to happen. I'm sorry to tell y'all. Expectations on all these players are going to happen only if the season is crumbling by the trade deadline. Expect these trades to be done later on throughout the season, and that's only if the season is going to crap. Hear me out. This is going to take if Zach Wilson is crap
Season
to
is
bed.
already
We're
crap.
sitting there at 2-6, and next thing you know, the trade deadline is 2 weeks away.
Season is already crap,
Now,
bro.
Hey, Jose, I'm
Exactly.
thinking
Did
they'll
last
put it
year.
all
We
in
were
a.
these
1-7
players
Hey,
in
are
Jose,
going
no, wait
to
a minute,
be
hold
out.
on, Pete.
Now,
They'll put it. they'll
But
put
don't
all the
expect these
hey,
trades
they'll
to
put all
happen
the
now
guts
because
in a
this
bucket and
regime
then dump it on the
needs
coach
these
when they win the
players in
Super Bowl.
house. This is why I'm slowly starting to believe Ramsey might not go nowhere. And the reason why I'm starting to
Huh?
I
believe
told
that
you
is
all he
because
wasn't going
you heard
anywhere.
I've said the same thing
said
too,
he's
I
not
Cutter,
going
told
but
you
I'm
all
starting
3
to
months
believe
ago
it
he was going to
even
be wearing a
more.
Miami
You know
Dolphin
why?
uniform game 1.
And I'm starting to agree with that point even more with you, Cutter, because if you look at all the reports, everyone on ESPN is sitting here saying the Dolphins are going to get a 6-rounder. The Dolphins
Yeah,
are going to get a
I'm
what
gonna
I
fifth
pull
said
up
the
that
rounder.
other
man.
night
He's
when
gonna
You
El
he's
see
gonna
what
Cap
I'm
asked
saying?
me, bro.
That
Hey,
it
Pete, when
gonna
doesn't.
go
Cap
It's
on.
not
asked me
worth
the
He's
other
gonna
night
trading
what I
Ramsey,
thought we'd
even
get
if
for him,
he's
I said,
upset.
yo, look,
that man
he's
kept
either going to
moving
be
it
Guys,
down.
wearing,
hold on,
he's
real
either,
quick, guys.
listen,
We
he's
can't
either going to be
forget that we're
wearing a
all.
Miami Dolphins uniform or we're getting a 6th-round pick for him. And that's it. That's the end of story.
Can I just real quickly say
He's
one
not
thing? We
going
are
anywhere.
all hold on. We are all esteemed guests on Pete's show. Can we not overtalk the host of his own show, bro? When he's in the middle of a sentence, that goes for everyone. My man's in the middle of something, and people are cutting him off. Let the host get off what he got to say. Then we can go gang up on him if we want. My fault, Pete.
No, I appreciate that. That's cool.
And
It's
Loki
like that.
Wilson, let's
Hey,
go
that
let Liz
always
talk
happens,
too.
bro. Where people start getting so
Agree.
emotional, they start screaming so goddamn much. You're like, bro, for what, bro? For what?
But
I'm
Liz,
like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna go make me a
I
drink.
agree
No,
with
listen,
that.
Be back.
everyone
Truth
loves
and
their
fact.
team. No one, I'm never gonna knock someone for being passionate over their team, bro. Shit, I love my fucking team too. I'm gonna defend them to the death of me. And I'm never gonna knock someone for doing that. But it is kind of difficult because
Oh, Zach,
I'm really respecting
Zach
this
Wilson.
panel and their knowledge. I really want to hear everyone's take. That's why, and it's hard when it's 4 people talking at once.
Absolutely.
And this is why Liz doesn't get to talk, and she's gonna have the floor right now. With that being said, go ahead, Liz. I appreciate you and your patience, and thank you for being up here. Tell us what's on your mind. Pop off.
Okay, so you guys are arguing over whether they should smoke weed or not. If they can perform on weed and they know their limitations and don't go overboard, I don't see nothing wrong with it.
See, Liz knows where
You
the
saying the
real
players or the
discussion was
people in the
at
stadium?
Tri-State.
Well,
Liz
well, the
knew where
thing
the
is,
real
right? As
discussion was
it could
at,
be,
bro.
it could be recreational legal, if I'm not mistaken, color, but it's still federally illegal. So I don't know how
Yes,
they're going to
that's correct.
allow.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
correct. That's
I don't
why,
know how
that's
they
why the
Right.
league
allow.
fans. That's why the
They're
league
not going to
fans.
allow players or
Right. Right.
fans to smoke at stadiums. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
they're a nation. They're a national league, so
Yeah.
they have to answer to the feds. You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
Yeah, but you know
that'd
what?
be sick.
Right.
I'd
People
love
do
to go
it
to a
all the
game and
time
roll up an eighth
anyway.
in the stands, bro. Like what?
I mean, you can
Shit.
do it like
Well,
the
no,
guys are
the
saying in
fans
chat.
should
You
be
can
able
do
to,
it.
but not the
What I'm trying to
players.
say is not the same thing as ought. We might ought to be able to smoke in the tailgate or whatever, but currently
Yeah, the
it is
fans should be
banned
able
from
to,
the
but
stadium.
players are that's a little
Yeah,
iffy.
I
Not the
still
players.
break the rule too, but I'm just saying that if the coach is on the field, I don't think he was vaping. First of all, let me be clear. I think
I,
it was just breath fog from a cold night. You know what I
no,
mean?
I
But
didn't think that game was
And
cold.
and
That was that was the
and
that
I
was
and
thought it was
the
color
thing,
Kansas City,
color.
bro,
and
or
color and
Buffalo or
color.
something.
I agree with I agree with what the little
No,
small
I think we
statement you
was at
made
home.
earlier when it should be weed at least allowed better than alcohol because alcohol will take the anger out of somebody. Weed
Yeah,
is gonna
like
have the whole fan base
if
calm
we
and
were
chilling.
allowed to smoke in the stadium and no drinking alcohol, there'd be way less fights, bro. There wouldn't have to be
I
all
agree.
these rules about shutting off alcohol after halftime and all this other nonsense.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't
If
give a
Well,
damn.
if
alcohol's
I don't
allowed,
give a
anything,
damn
then the
smoke
fans should
or
be
not.
able to
I don't
smoke their
smoke, but if
vapes
you
and
want to
stuff.
smoke, light them up.
I
I don't
don't think
care.
the players should be allowed to do it. I don't want them stoned
Oh no,
in
no,
the
not the
middle of a
players,
freaking
especially
No,
the
crucial ride.
even though
not
there's
No,
during
players
or
that
pre,
come up.
but crypto, if
no.
they're tested for it and they've got cannabinoids in their system, I don't think they should be suspended. I think that rule should be gone.
No,
Because
I don't think
the
they should
recovery,
be
if they're
stoned during the
expecting these
game.
guys, no, but if they're expecting these guys to turn around in 3 days, sometimes they have them play a Sunday night game and then play on Thursday night. You know, if they're expecting them to have that kind of turnaround, well, I'm pretty sure a really good anti-inflammatory like cannabinoid, like CBDs would help with that.
Well, that's what Ricky Williams said that
Well,
it
they
helps
got
Shout
you.
out Ricky Williams, bro.
well, that's
Hell
what
yeah, bro. I was
technically
just about
makes
to
it
say that.
performance
Ricky
enhancing. That's
Williams
what
was
makes it
ahead
a
of his
PED.
time.
But if everybody was allowed to do it,
What is it that you? What is
like,
it called?
hey,
What is it called?
like the CBDs, the cannabinoids
Oh.
that are in marijuana. They're not all of them are psychoactive, but a good portion of them will bring down inflation, inflammation, like really quickly.
Hey, if smoking weed could bring down inflation, that'd be awesome.
I know,
Well,
right?
no.
Well, it
The
could.
argument would be a supplement. Some other supplements can
went
bring
down
it
to
down.
15
I can't
million.
tell
That'd
you
be
this.
This guy
awesome.
smoking.
Tri-State, I
That'd
can
be
tell you this.
awesome, bro.
Yeah.
Legalization brought down inflation because it's a quarter of the cost as it used to be, man, when I was buying it
Oh
off the
yeah,
street.
oh yeah, oh yeah. You can get an eighth for $15 now, and
I
it's
know,
some
right?
za.
13 when it's
Yeah,
on
and it's some
sale.
za.
I've got them as cheap as $9 when they're running a sale, bro.
Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. $9 for an eighth at some of the
$9, man,
dispensaries. That's a
tortilla
fact.
one stuff too, bro.
AP, let's hear for true fans. Let's get him the floor for a little bit.
You caught me. I was about to say Mr. Negative, but go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I don't really have much to say, man. We have different views. I mean, you could scream loud and say and feel what you want, and that's I respect that, and that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm ever gonna agree with someone when I feel strongly about something. So we can scream at each other, holler at each other. It doesn't really motivate me, move me one way or the other. When I think that we're both just going on that screaming match, like you said earlier, Tri-State, we need to give each other chances to talk. When I see a guest like that, it's like, man, whatever, bro. I just got home. I'm gonna make me a drink, and I'm gonna be back in a few seconds. It's not because I left. Oh my God, he's man. I wipe my ass with all of that shit, bro. Like I said, I'm a solo guy. I follow no one, and I do respect everybody's opinion, even if I don't agree with it. So that's pretty much all I got to say. And I'm gonna keep giving mine, so it doesn't matter to me.
Hey, that's the beauty of debating, bro.
100%.
If I might just add, let's just remember that I get, and it is annoying because I do it too. We all do it, and it is annoying for everybody, even the people that do it. It's annoying.
Yeah.
But
you know what's funny about our team?
I think
like
what happens is
let me change the narrative real quick.
Hold on, just let me finish real quick.
Finish.
A lot of these guys, it's afternoon. You know, you're either at work, almost done with work, or you just got home. And if you have a job, you've had to keep your mouth shut all day long and put up and shut up. You know what I mean? To a lot of shit. So we get on these panels and it's like we're just got so much energy, bro. It just everybody's diarrheaing out their mouth. You know what I mean?
No, for sure. For sure. I don't take it personal unless it's like I don't think now I'm trying to think now. There's only been 1 or 2 times where in any of these platforms it's been like it's gotten personal. You gotta we all know one thing. When you are a strong, opinionated person, you're always gonna rub some people the wrong way. It's mostly people who are insecure about it that will dislike you, and then they start talking shit about you, you know. But as long as we keep it we could scream loud and clear about how much we disagree each other. It doesn't really. I could be 100% honest with you, bro. It doesn't bother me. Like I hear you. Look, what you just said earlier, you were going completely against me, and no time was I at all bothered by it, intimidated, nothing. Like it's just we're talking about football, bro. Like there's more to life than just football for me. So this is just a passion that we all share in common. Different views, but we share one thing in common. We love our team. So whatever, it's cool.
I respect that. I appreciate all of you that are up here giving me your thoughts and the team.
And I do love this show. I'll
really,
tell you that, Pete. I will tell you that this show has grown on me. That I will tell you. Just because we could do that I was just saying. I'm sorry to cut you off. That we could all talk, scream, whatever it may be.
I appreciate Tri-State defending the host too. You're welcome on my show anytime, Tri-State.
Hey, shout out to Tri-State. Color, check this out. I'm gonna change it up a little bit because there's something going on.
I'm gonna subscribe right now, bro.
That our team has sat up.
Well, make sure. Oh, I'm sorry, Pete. Make sure it's the Fins tailgate, not Colorcom.
They think right. You know what the media and the team is portraying, because we practice in the rain, that makes us tougher. Some of us have complained that we didn't practice in the rain in previous years, right? You're laughing, Mr. Paul, because you know it's true. In previous years, we've called it out. Oh, why they ain't practicing in the rain, this and that. This year, they finally did it, and they're doing it when it's no pads. How is this more a physical team? How does this make you guys stronger? And we don't even have pads on. They're not doing anything. You see these guys doing regular positional drills, going in it, and it's like, oh, we knocked off the soft narrative because we practice in the rain. Seriously? Like, that's why, like, my team, sometimes it's hard to be like, you got to be a hidden Dolphin fan nowadays because they make themselves look bad. How does practicing in shorts in the rain knock off the soft narrative?
I mean, now let somebody else answer that after me or before
the
me.
Dolphins are soft as a baby's bottom.
What's that, Crypto?
Crypto.
Yo,
Crypto.
Color, that's you with the 6.34 subscribers, Color.
Hey, yo, Crypto. Was Dolphins
I
soft?
do like. I don't like my channel is kind of. I'm gonna be redoing something else with my personal channel, but I do all my work with the Finn Tailgate. Yeah, we got like 6,000 something.
Oh, y'all do WWE too?
Shake does. Yeah, Shake Money does it on Saturday mornings.
Every other Saturday, and then we got Insomnia at midnight.
Got
dark
people
30 until Sunday morning.
Twice a week,
Every Sunday
Crypto.
morning at 12:30 a.m.
Yep.
Hey,
Sunday morning.
Hey, yo, Crypto.
With Shake Money for that one.
Hey, yo,
I've been on hiatus
this
off season just because it's the same stuff I've been talking about for the last 3 off seasons straight. So I've been taking a break, but I'll be back in action pretty soon.
Yo, Crypto. Were people saying that like the Dolphins are soft when we had Brian Flores?
No, that wasn't really there when he was there.
Okay,
it was
then.
individual players, that narrative.
So guess what? So if it wasn't there when he was here,
Hey, Crypto, you saw what Lewis wrote on the tent.
it's low key because
I don't know who that is.
Hey, yo, Crypto. It low key is because of the head coach, bro. That's
This
all
is
it
a
is.
great panel until Crypto showed up. It's trash now.
Lakers, I think it goes all the way to the top, man, because for the same reason Flores was fired in the first place. I think it's the owner, bro. It's the owner. It's his toy.
Yeah.
If I had a bicycle and it's my bicycle and I was a soft person, it would have tassels coming out the handlebars, bro.
Yeah, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
No, you would have training wheels on them.
That too.
Yeah, but like, saying like,
probably
it's
a
just
pink seat. It'd be have one of those long banana seats, you know, like back in the day. You know?
That's a good one.
I don't know, bro. It's just weird how, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we never said that it would with freaking Brian Flores, but then when Mike Daniels here, we talking about now the team soft.
We
like
were the
that,
opposite. Let's be clear.
Like
We were
that,
the
that
opposite
don't make
of the
no
soft
damn
narrative
sense.
with Flores. That I will say that. We were the opposite.
Thank you. Because why? Because he's a real coach and he's a man. I mean, like,
But remember, according to
them,
them, half the players were revolting against that. So yeah, we were already soft under Flores. That's why they revolted against him.
Well, some players.
Notice Lakers. All the particular players, there were a few of them, but there were a few that complimented Brian Flores on the way out or their way out. Who were those players, Lakers? All dogs, bro.
Yeah.
All DAWGs.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
All the ones complaining about him. Who were they?
Two.
The same players we still got in the building.
Thank you. So we need to low key stop saying that this team is soft when low key is a quarterback that's soft.
Bro, exactly, bro. Exactly.
Like,
Tua
he's the one.
got butthurt because Brian Flores was giving him tough love and constructive criticism, and he may have not liked the way he was saying things. What, bro? So what, bro?
Thank
So
you,
what? This is a man's league. Y'all ain't ballerinas. Listen. I grew up playing sports. I never got to the NFL, but I got close to becoming. Listen, I got close to becoming a professional soccer player. Right? If your coach tells you to do something twice and you don't do it correctly, that's third time. What do you think? He's gonna be nice to you?
No,
He's gonna throw your ass out. This is football.
Tri-State, I'll take it a step further.
Soccer coaches will have your
Tua
whole
learned
family
how to fall.
disappear.
What you expect?
I'll take it a step further. You know what it's like to be in a corner, getting your ass whipped, and your coach coming at you and screaming the shit right there in front of everybody, slapping you and telling you, wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up. Imagine if you right there, you quit. If you say right there, yo, I'm not, no, man, look at the way you're treating me. I'm getting out the ring. No.
Yeah, bro.
There's a part in sports that there's that hard love, believe it or not, it's kind of like parenting. I don't know if this is going to make sense. It's kind of like parenting. If you cradle that kid and you give them everything and you spoil them with everything you
Oh,
got,
that's
they
the
don't
worst
know,
thing you can
you
do.
scarred them for life.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's
Scarred them.
leadership. What you're speaking about is leadership. If you want to take it off a parenting true, Finn, it follows you your whole life. That's
Follows you
leadership,
your whole life.
bro.
Yep. Follows
Like
you your
you
whole
have
life.
to treat the men that way too. If you're a leader, bro, you can't give them everything. You got to make things a little, a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
My thing is this: if Tua wasn't seeing a read fast enough under Brian Flores, if he wasn't throwing the ball fast enough, what's Brian Flores supposed to do? Oh no, it's okay, Tua. The defense will slow down for you in the game so you can make the throw. Like no,
That's what they
he's
were.
gonna get on your ass, fucking get it faster, bro. Like what is this?
Thank you, bro.
Now,
So
I'll
so
wake
low
up.
key.
Yeah,
I
man.
say
So
this is the reason I say it's systemic and was there long before Flores, because it was known, it was widely reported that Ryan Tannehill used to go ape, like just have a fit if somebody intercepted him in practice.
Why?
So they were telling DBs not to intercept Ryan Tannehill in practice.
What?
Yeah,
what?
that was widely reported.
That's crazy.
That's wild. Another soft one. Soft.
Yeah,
Insert Kobe meme. Soft.
yeah, that's what I wanted to come up here and say. I heard Lakers all day's question. He asked Crypto about was the narrative of the team being soft under Brian Flores, and I would say no, not the team. But I hate when we have these conversations like Mike McDaniel's the one that created this soft narrative. That's not the case, because there was the problem here in Miami is who's been like the actual like leaders and like go back to elementary school and when your teacher used to tell you connect the dots. As soon as we drafted Tua, that soft stigma got here. When Jalen Phillips is in the mirror, see the problem is we always talk about how Tua looked in the mirror and said, "Can I play this game?" Jalen Phillips wrote an Instagram post basically saying when a guy beats him off the line, he has to question his abilities. That's the same shit as looking in the mirror asking if you're a good football player. But no one seems to bring that up. Like the guys that are and it's the fan base's fault. Tua's their favorite player. Jalen Phillips is one of their favorite players. And those guys are soft, right? So it wasn't Mike McDaniel. Now, Mike McDaniel, I can agree, expanded on the softness. He gave them free range to be soft. But as far as creating the narrative of being soft or whatever, no, that was well established before Mike McDaniel walked his happy ass in the building. Those players in that locker room were already soft before Mike McDaniel got there.
That's a great point. Can't argue with that. Hey, Luke, can I ask you a question? Did you ever play sports? Right? You play sports, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. I go back to my days, and this now the soft narrative. This is the thing that I have a problem with, and I don't know if others are going to see it the way or not. But I'll use my examples of a very young child from the ages of 7 to about 18, 19, almost 20, in the boxing ring. Right? Good or bad, whatever I was, that's not the point. What I have a problem with is how can, if you're an athlete and you're in sports and you're in the nature of, you're in the world of competing. Am I wrong here? Like, or my question, am I wrong here for never saying, am I good enough? You know, am I, or I never did that. Like, I never understood that mentality. Like, yo, we're going to fight. Damn, I hope I lose. I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say, does that thought process from an athlete in the pro levels, which I never got to, even more, is that the right? Is there something wrong with that? But from the build, or is that
No.
normal?
No, bro. I think
And that's why
I think if you ask
Tyreek
every
Hill.
I think if you ask every I'm just gonna be real quick with it. I think if you ask every professional athlete, they might have done that themselves, bro. Where they
And
might
they
have
had
had a bad
doubts.
game and they asked
Yeah.
themselves, "Damn, can I really do this?" It's
Yeah.
how you respond from it.
Thank you.
It's how
And
hard
That's
you
what
work
Brian
Ain't
after
Flores
nobody
you
did.
gonna
question
know it,
yourself. That's what's important.
But I'm
and
Every
ain't
saying,
player
nobody
but
gonna know
has
it.
questioned
I get you, but
themselves.
you would
Right,
still,
right. But hold on. But
question
really,
yourself,
Luke,
or would you? My problem with that narrative, which I get it, it's not a narrative. My problem with that issue in certain athletes and I could be dead wrong here, you know, I'm not saying I'm right, is like if I'm an athlete, my competitive nature is about I want to kill you, dude. Like I want to embarrass you in front of your family, your friends. I want you to second guess. You know the saying, bro. We've heard other athletes say it.
Yeah.
But I want to
Absolutely.
embarrass you so that every time you see me, you're gonna be like, oh, damn, I gotta face that again.
So you're fearless, but here's the thing: if you're it
I'm not
probably
fearless.
happens naturally
The
to
fear is in
everybody.
there.
Here's the thing, True Fin. Here's the thing: it probably happens naturally to a lot of people, if not most people. But it's a matter of the paradigm we're living in now is that everybody's got to let everybody know what's inside their brain right now.
Okay.
If I was questioning my abilities in the mirror at a particular craft or profession, I certainly ain't gonna let nobody know I was questioning myself.
Right. Okay, fine.
Yes. Making it public is the problem. That I agree with you, Color.
I get you.
And ultimately, that is what makes it soft, because what he's doing is he's appealing to sympathy from the public,
which is soft,
right?
In essence,
he wants to make himself feel better about it.
Yeah, exactly. I questioned myself last year, so he wants him to go, oh, it's okay.
Right. That means he's not really sure about his own answer. That means he's not sure about the answer.
I think that at the moment that doubt, and I know this is cliche, we've heard this so many times, and it might sound like corny and whatever, but I do believe in it. At the moment that you let doubt creep in your mind, that doubt is most likely gonna win. No?
Okay, True Fin, but you're still human. So let me explain it like this for you. Okay, remember Data in First Contact? Picard was like, he told Picard, for a moment I was tempted by the Borg Queen's offer. And Picard said, how long? And he said, 0.03 seconds, sir. And for an android, that's almost an eternity. Okay. So it's okay. But it's, again, if he never got the answer, if he looked in the mirror and questioned himself and didn't right away get the answer, soft, bro.
Nah,
you don't know.
See,
yeah, what do you think, Lou?
I disagree with that. It's okay to question yourself, and again, that's Color's opinion. That's whoever that
Fair
other
enough.
guy, tri-state opinion. I'm just going to give you mine. If you question yourself as a Pop Warner football player, okay, cool. Or a high school football player, cool.
Right, there's levels.
Or a kid in the ring, right.
Even in college, okay, I get it, cool. When you're having comments like that, and now I do agree with tri-state and what Color's saying, it should never be public. That's where I'm in line. But if you're at the highest level of your profession, right? Like the NFL for football players, that's the highest honor or level you can get at. If you're still questioning your ability because someone beat you on a play or a game or whatever, no, I'm sorry. No, I think there's bigger issues there, right? Like if you go to school for 8 years to become a doctor, a brain surgeon, right? And you become that brain surgeon, and 4 surgeries in, you start questioning yourself. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. You are at the highest level, right? Like I can't have.
And you definitely don't want to tell the patient then, Louis.
You don't want but I get what Louis is saying.
you
You don't want your life in those hands.
Like so, nah, bro. It's okay to question. It's okay. But to Color's point, there's levels. Once you're at the ultimate level, I'm sorry. You shouldn't be questioning your abilities, bro. Your abilities is what got you to the highest level. Like, what the fuck are you questioning at this point when you're already at the pinnacle?
Yeah,
right.
but
The treasurer didn't question
can you sustain
hold on. The treasurer didn't question their ability to sign his paycheck.
If you're in the locker room and you're concerned as a player, you're showing fear. I'm telling you right now, you done lost that out. You have to be in there showing leadership, showing that you're going to beat this team. You can't show no slight of weakness in this locker room. You will lose friendship. You will lose that locker room.
There's like 1,600.
Let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask
on the planet.
Let me ask y'all an honest question.
1,600 of these guys.
Hold on, Color. Rock with me on this. We all know how great Peyton Manning was. We all know how bad his rookie season was. He threw 29 interceptions. You don't think Peyton Manning went through an offseason where he might have questioned, damn, the NFL is tough, man. You know what I mean? Like, can I do this? Can I be great?
But guess who didn't? 3-13 and all. Guess who didn't question it? His fans.
Yep.
The Indianapolis Colts fans didn't have one question about him.
Yep. But what I'm saying is, I feel like athletes, yeah, I agree with what homie said. You're a professional athlete. You shouldn't question your ability. You made it there. Yes, but however, at the same time, you can get to that next level and the competition could be so fierce, so high. You may have that doubt. It's what you do after it. That after you may have that doubt.
Right.
That's
Right.
what matters in
No,
all the end, bro.
I mean
That's what matters.
I
I'll
get
give
that,
him
but
more than
no,
5 minutes, Lou.
My thought process was always, I can't wait to get. I can't believe this
no.
happened. I lost plenty. I can't believe this happened. I can't wait to get back in. I want to.
Well, that's what made you
I
a
mean, for
fighter
God's
to
sakes,
begin with.
Troy Aikman as a rookie went 0-11. And we all know Troy
Yeah,
Aikman,
yeah,
Right.
but
you know,
but
he
this
went
what
0-11 as a rookie.
but
I guess
again,
it's
you're bringing
different. I
up
guess
you're
everybody's.
no, but you're bringing up Troy Aikman and your analogy of what do you think? That's where the false prophet of what you're saying is. You're saying, do you think Peyton Manning? See, no, we don't have to think in these scenarios. Jalen Phillips told us this. Tua
Exactly.
Tagovailoa told us this. So when we can come out, you're just throwing out hypotheticals, right? Like
No, yeah,
we don't
no,
know.
yeah, they came out and
Yeah,
questioned
they can
themselves.
say they
Yes,
never
you
did that,
made it
Tri-State.
public. I feel you. I
They can
feel you.
say
No,
they
making
never
it
had questions.
public, making it public is definitely the problem. What I'm saying
No.
is,
What?
internally, many athletes have done that. Is all I'm saying. Going
Well,
out
then,
I'll
and
go
saying
no,
it
before
no, no.
that. I
publicly,
think
that's the
allowing that
problem.
feeling
Right.
to
I
creep
think
in is
what
the
Lewis
problem.
is saying, Tri-State, is all of those athletes that you're thinking about
Yeah.
can say they didn't.
Yeah, no. Well, but that's what I'm saying. Again, Tri-State, what you're saying or what you're doing is all hypotheticals. We don't know, right?
If they did that, I feel you. You're right. You're
We don't
absolutely
know
right.
that.
Yeah, you're right.
That's the problem. Like
Yeah.
I could say that I'm going to win the lottery tomorrow, but wake up and still have to go to work because I didn't win it. Like we can all say things. I
Yo,
just
I'm gonna
don't.
win it. I'm gonna win it today.
I don't subscribe.
Manifest it, brother.
don't,
Manifest it. There you go.
Absolutely. I just don't agree with
Or the
that, bro.
human
Like
nature in him.
the way I was raised, and listen, I got 4 kids. 2 that are in college, 1 that's playing college football, and another one in my house that's getting ready to start
Good
playing
for you,
football.
bro. God bless, brother.
That's awesome, Lou. That's
Absolutely.
awesome. Blessings, my brother.
I've always taught my son, right? If you get beat, because he's played wide receiver, running back, corner, whatever, you're going to get beat. I will, yes. If you get beat on a play, right, the fact of the matter is I don't want you sitting there questioning your abilities to play the game. I'm looking at you, or when I talk to you after the game or on the ride home or whenever, I'm going to look at you, explain what happened, in my opinion, on that play or whatever. And during the game, I want you to be like, how do I get my get back? Like,
Right.
okay, that play's over.
Right. That's it.
That play,
How do I
that
get my
play
get
is
back?
over.
Right.
That play's over.
You got
I
me.
don't
I'm gonna
need
get
you.
Right.
I don't need you. Listen, in life, you're gonna win and you're gonna lose. We've all lost and we've all won in life.
Plenty.
I don't think I've ever once had to question my ability to do something though. Like if I go to work, I know I got hired to do the job that I applied for. If something goes bad at my job, I spill something happens, whatever, I'm not sitting there questioning my abilities to do the job. I just had a fucked up day. It happens.
Exactly.
But
that's a winner's mentality.
I'm not going to sit there and question my abilities. And that's the fucking problem with these players. I'm sorry.
Right.
I know El Capitan is not here, but Capitan, a few years ago now, said something that his father said, and his father should be the president of the United States off this one comment. We live in the pussification of America. This is what it is. It's like we try to find all these reasons and theories and this about, bro, it's just, that's soft shit.
Yeah.
Let's call it for what it is. If you have that kind of mindset, you're a fucking pussy, bro.
That's
it is
right.
what it is.
That's what I'm saying. Right. That's why I asked you that question, Lou. Like, am I wrong for thinking like this? Listen, I'm not special. I'm not as hard. I'm just saying my mentality was back then this. Am I wrong for when I hear these things about pro athletes today or whenever it was for saying, damn, like that's how you're going to approach it? You already lost. If you approach it like that, you already lost.
Right.
No?
And if you're going to tell somebody about it, look, if I'm going to tell you in private that, hey, one time I was in the mirror and I questioned myself, the next words out of my mouth are going to be, and in a few minutes later, I punched the shit out of that mirror.
That's the right mentality. That's what I'm trying to get at.
But not, I mean, and if you don't have that mentality, that's at which point, boom, you're soft. But again, Lewis is right about it. Don't matter because we can sit here and say we know or we don't know. But the reason that we have to be strict about, we don't really know, is because if you went to any one of the players that didn't make it public, they can just lie to us. They can just say they never questioned themselves.
Absolutely.
Just like Bones in the chat. He says, fuck that. No,
I turned the chat
fuck
off.
that. You're soft if you question. You know what I mean? We know Bones has probably questioned himself once or twice. He ain't going to tell nobody that.
Right.
He can say, I've never questioned myself, even if he's lying. But now Jalen Phillips can't lie. Tua can't lie. They can't even play the part of being hard anymore.
How would everybody on this panel, how did you take, I mean, I'm pretty sure I know the answer. How did you take it when Tua said that on the Dan Le Batard show about himself and Flores? How did you take that, saying that that's the leader of our team? Because that was one of the first things that I was like, yeah, I don't know, man. I want to love this guy, but damn, this doesn't sound right.
What up, Ken?
I was already out before he made that statement anyway, Truefin, so it didn't affect me any.
What was that statement? What was said in that statement?
Remember when he was talking about they actually, Dan Le Batard asked him. Remember, that's the one where he was sitting on the couch with the other guys from the Dan Le Batard show, and they asked him about his experience with Flores, and he went all out. I don't know if you remember that, where he said, basically that, he was doing this to me, treating me this way. I couldn't work with him, and I'm like, yeah, that's like I don't want you to leave. I want you to stay so that when we win and we're hugging, I tell you, go fuck yourself, die, motherfucker.
Yeah, but guess what's even worse? He did that too. Yeah, but look, I hear what you're asking, but guess what? It's even right now past season. Remember when Aaron Brewer threw that little high snap and it hit Tua in the hands? Tua went out and blamed Aaron Brewer instead of taking accountability for that snap that he could have caught, but it went over his head. That happened with a player. This is a locker room. Like, he's talking about Flores with Dan Le Batard. Flores isn't here anymore. He still doesn't show like good accountability and leadership, and it's affecting almost everyone in the room. And this is why, at least for me, it's leading me to believe he's lost a lot of respect and friendship in that locker room. In Miami Dolphins, you're walking in, everybody is laser focused with their head straight. Everyone is ready to blame one another. Like Tyreek Hill and Tua, I don't think these guys are buddy anymore. And if anybody believes they're buddy, then that's y'all opinion. But Tyreek Hill knows all he has to do is come into work, do what Robert Prince is asking him to be at that specific spot where Tua's going to expect you at, so you can make a play. Tyreek
so
Hill
you think Aaron Brewer? You think Aaron Brewer was being stoic by allowing Tua to blame him like that?
I mean,
and making him pay. In other words, like, yeah, I guess I have to play my part because I'm just the lowly center. But yeah, I'm gonna remember this, Tua.
Exactly. In the back of his mind, he's like, that's messed up by Tua for even bringing me up, knowing it hit him in the hands. Like, you're a $50 million man. Jump up and catch that ball. It hit you. Matter of fact, he didn't even have to jump up because he tiptoed and it hit him in the hands.
And then on top of that, he turned around and blamed the fans. He turned around and told the fans, well, if you want to get off the couch eating your chips and go do it, have at it. Like
that's what's leading a lot of us to believe that he's lost trust, friendship. Nobody can trust him, like I just said, and that's not a good sign in the locker room. It really isn't. It's like a domino effect. You tip the first one, you build it, and they're all gonna fall down in stride. It's a terrible look right now in this locker room, knowing that they're trying to make Tua look more of a leader than he really isn't. And that's just what we're going through. That's why Lakers All Day earlier said exactly the sentiment.
It's painfully obvious what they're doing.
Yes. It's going to be easy for someone like Zach Wilson to gravitate the locker room into him if he's in here just playing football. If it's all football and he's making plays, the backups are happy with him, the starters might be wanting to play with him now. This could be a decision that if it is a player-led locker room, like everyone mentions, this locker room, like a magnet, are going to just gravitate and start clinging to Zach Wilson. And McDaniel, nothing they can do. Zach Wilson could literally steal the show entering week 1 where Tua can easily be on the bench. I really feel it because of that situation there. If the team really means business and they see the guy they can win with is right there, they're going to just gravitate to him. He's more likable.
Oh man,
I could put up with I could put up with a muggy, maybe a mean guy as long as I believe in him getting us to the win.
Okay, Pete,
I
but if
can't
I was
put
an
up with a
odds maker,
muggy guy that don't talk with no leadership and everyone is hyping him up like this is the only guy you can win with, that might make me, at least for me, want to work harder for Zach Wilson. Like, I don't see the talents here. I'm going to work harder for Zach because I like Zach more.
well, if I was an odds maker, Pete, the money line for Tua getting benched or for Tua not getting benched would be like minus 10,000, bro. They're not going to bench him, dude.
No. Tua is going to be benched, dude.
They will never bench him, bro.
No,
ever. They will make up an excuse. They will make up an injury. They will do something, but they will not bench him, bro.
And that make up the injury part could easily come with the joint practices. Easily. Like Lakers all day was just up here. Joint practices, first one with the Bears. The one making wild plays. The reporters reporting, wow, Zach Wilson is showing off that laser arm. Zach Wilson.
Well, if it happens that early, Pete, then they're gonna shelf him because they want to trade him and they don't want to risk an injury.
This is what I'm saying, and this is what I'm talking about, Color. I'm not talking about end season. I'm literally saying week 1, this man could potentially be the starter, and if they make up an injury, I wouldn't doubt it. They would do that.
Yeah, but
they really would.
But they've been saying that Tua's been looking sharp in the OTAs.
Yeah, Obi-Wan once thought as you did too. I mean, Pete. You know,
Alan.
So
I just saw a clip from the color commentary. No,
really?
from no, not from what is TD and Alan and no TD. Alan Poupart and
the collective.
Oh, the Dolphins collective.
John, I didn't realize I resembled all them guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Anyway, it was a short clip, and Alan Poupart said that Zach threw the ball pretty good in the rain. I mean, he gave from the first time he threw the last session, it was 2 thumbs down. Compared to this one, it was 2 thumbs up, and he was throwing it probably just as good as Tua on long balls.
No, but here's the thing with that,
and
I hear what you're saying, but this is something we've seen before in the past. They're gonna, these guys gonna, like, even with Skylar Thompson. I remember in what was it, preseason, the OTAs, when he was looking better than Tua. But guess what? Tua, it was still QB1. They're gonna start him. I mean, I understand what some of y'all saying.
I agree.
But
Mr. Paul, those years McDaniel's job was safe. Chris Greer's job was safe. Those years they never went after a top flight backup quarterback, Mr. Paul. It's a totally
top flight backup.
It's a change, bro. Y'all realize that the motion in the ocean has flipped.
I'm gonna
There's
lose
big
it.
waves. It's hard to cross right now.
Tri-State, can I ask you a question since you're not a Dolphins fan? What team have you ever heard in the history of you watching football or following the NFL? Have you ever heard a team refer to anything like a top flight backup? I don't even know what that is.
That's a starter, bro.
Okay, but top flight backup, Pete, is like saying the little giant. It's an oxymoron, bro.
I told y'all, having the label top flight backup quarterback is a bad look on Tua.
If you're a top flight backup, you're a starter, dude.
He is. That's our starter. This is what I'm trying to tell people, and nobody wants to realize
But
what's going
how?
on here with our team.
Zach Wilson has
Because
more
because
interceptions
the
than
word
touchdowns.
Do y'all
because the
love
word
this
is
team that much? Y'all don't
contradictory.
realize what's going on? Y'all really left
No,
for
I love
blind?
listen, Pete. I love my team, but I'm just
Now,
going by what the front office is showing.
yes,
And to me, they're showing that they're going to start to day one. What we
because of
practice,
how
Okay, I'm
much
gonna give you. I'm gonna give you an
Tua's
example.
worth.
and
The
regardless of
team
how
we
you look
play.
at
The
practice,
I
team
mean,
we
what
play.
we're
Okay,
paying
look,
Tua,
look.
he's
The
got to
team we
start,
play. The team we play week 1. They
or
drafted
we're gonna.
Anthony Richardson, right, number 4 overall. What did they do this offseason? They said we're getting a quarterback with high potential to compete for the job. They went after Daniel Jones. When you go out and get a name like Zach Wilson, like Daniel Jones, it is open quarterback competition, but the organization is hiding it. Tua's job is not safe, guys. They're just hiding it with little wordings.
Well, I
Oh,
don't think
he's a
his
top
job is
flight
safe either,
backup quarterback.
but because of his own
He ain't
doing,
no
not because
backup.
anything the
You
front office
lying
is going to
because
do.
Yeah,
you're going after a top
color, I'm
flight
with you.
quarterback. They're trying to make it seem like, oh, we don't
Pete,
trust
there's
him
no such
with
thing as top
injuries.
flight back.
Bro, when you purposely use what's obviously an oxymoron to describe a player, you're sending a message.
But how is that? How
Like
is that
they
guy
were
a bona
sending a
fide
message,
starter?
bro.
He has more
because
interceptions in his career than touchdowns. Like, let's be honest, guys. We got to call a spade a
With
spade.
Robert Saleh and
Right,
that crap
I
in
got
New
you.
York.
What Pete is
There's a
referring
difference
to is
here.
what Mike McDaniel referenced him as.
Yeah, I mean, Frank Reich. What's his
Is
name? Could
Andy
say the same
Dalton?
thing about Daniel Jones in
Did damn?
Indianapolis.
I
Hey,
got you.
Tri-State. Did
I'm
You
with
know
you
what
on
I
that.
mean? Like,
I'm with
Dan
you on that,
Morgan come out
Tri-State.
and
I'm with you on
say,
yeah,
I
that.
needed Andy
Uh,
Dalton to be my top flight backup
That's what I'm
quarterback?
trying to say, though. When you're
yeah. No,
purposely
I feel you,
using an
color.
That's what I'm saying. When he's purposely using an oxymoron like top flight backup to describe a Zach Wilson, that's obviously saying something. He's sending a veiled message. What that message is could either be into his favor or not into his favor. That's for us to decide, I guess. You know what I mean?
That message is that's
now,
his quarterback. He
No, that just
chose
I,
says the
that guy.
Dolphins as an
He
organization are
believes
not
this is
Like,
the
serious
there's
guy.
no
about it.
such thing as a top
They're
flight
not
backup, guys.
serious
It
about
contradicts
winning.
itself. It's an oxymoron.
well, and also too, I've never heard that all the years I've been watching the
now,
NFL. That's been since
get,
I was a little kid. I never heard that.
Only
So
the
that's
Dolphins come up with these
get,
made
Well,
up
Mr.
stat
Polk,
lines and
That's
Dolphins
why I was
and
asking Tri-State,
terminology.
because he's not
Make
a
themselves
Dolphins
feel
fan and
good.
he's watched a lot of football in his life. Have you ever
yeah,
heard somebody refer to anybody as a top flight backup?
I haven't all the years I've been
The
watching
That
word
wasn't
itself, color takes you out of being
either
the
a
backup.
starter. That wasn't either a starter in waiting or a rookie that they're trying to groom up. You know what I mean? Like,
No, if you top flight, you're by definition a starter.
Top
You
flight
take away from
security
the
of the
backup
that's what
world,
position.
I'm saying,
Craig.
Crypto.
The
That's what I'm saying,
world.
A
Crypto.
top flight security is
Top
more
flight security of the
expensive to
world,
hire.
Craig.
You know what I'm? A top flight security is more
I'll blow the
expensive to
shit out
hire
this
than a
whistle.
regular security. You know what I'm saying? So this top flight
The
stuff
question
changes
is,
this whole
which one of
season.
the two quarterbacks is he a top flight backup for, Tua or Quinn?
If Zach Wilson makes a playoff appearance, if Zach Wilson wins comeback player of the year, that
Well, he did
puts
win
Mike
7 games with
McDaniel,
the Jets roster, so
and we have a
that's
better
neither here nor
roster,
there.
Crypto. Thank you for that. And if Zach Wilson makes the playoffs with like 12, 13 games started, that's going to put Mike McDaniel and Chris Greer on the opposite side of the hot seat. They're going to get praises for that too.
They're
Just
nowhere
like
even
Kevin
close to the hot
Stefanski
seat, dude.
being able to
I'm
make
the
the
only one that
playoffs
has
with
that
Joe
take, Pete.
Flacco. Mike McDaniel's going to be looking like a quarterback whisperer.
I don't think either one of them are anywhere near the hot seat, Pete. I'm the only one that believes that.
They're not in the hot
No,
seat.
you're not. That's
until
because the
either one
Dolphins
of
are
them are anywhere
perpetually
close to
stupid.
it.
That's what I'm saying. They can't be in the
They're
hot seat
insane.
yet
That's why.
until these players actually get traded. That's the next conversation we're going to get to. Are you guys really expecting all our players to get traded immediately? Be honest. Or
I think Stephen Ross is in love with his staff, dude. I don't think. I think our coach and GM have the coldest seat in the NFL.
That's because they're insane. That's why.
Whatever the reason, Crypto, but I still maintain that.
Are all our players
that's
going
fine.
to get
It's just
traded
based
right
in
now
the Dolphins
before
being
the season
insane.
starts?
That's all I'm saying.
do you guys expect all our players to get traded before week 1? Jonnu Smith, Jalen Ramsey,
I
Tyreek
think
Hill.
Jalen Ramsey gonna get traded.
Yeah, I
Ramsey.
say Ramsey will be up out of here, but everybody
Ramsey is
else,
done.
we
Yeah,
probably
simply
gonna wait
because
till the
Waddle,
Jackson doesn't
deadline.
want to play
Tyreek
here.
and Waddle by the midway season they'll be out of here.
If I'm going to be
Also,
wrong about one of
That would
them,
be
it's Ramsey because
a
he don't want to
horrible
be here.
decision by you guys to trade Waddle.
Nah,
Well,
we should have traded Waddle 2
Well,
seasons
yeah.
ago.
We should have got him at the top of the market.
Yeah.
We should have traded him 2 seasons ago when the rest of the league was still fooled that he's a wide receiver 1.
Oh, you're talking about the second season when he got 1,400 yards, close to it?
Yeah, 1,400.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel you.
Force
Yeah,
fed the ball.
his stock was high as
Force fed the
hell
ball.
then.
Yeah, force fed the ball.
Yep.
Force
Yeah, he
Fed
got
was
the
his rookie
1,400.
year.
Did y'all see on ESPN how they did the hypothetical for the Panthers, 4th rounder for Jalen Ramsey? Would you guys take that?
That's what I'm
But we
saying.
ain't getting.
Hell yeah.
Look, I'll
You
tell you
got to
if
be
I'll
ready
take
to
that.
compete right away if y'all get that deal.
I'm waiting.
I don't
I'm
think
waiting.
I think we'd compete for the division, honestly, with Jalen. I don't think we'll make any noise as far as the Super Bowl, but I think we could win the division. Shit, if we got Jalen Ramsey.
In Carolina?
Somebody's
Yeah,
walking
y'all
out.
Yeah,
be
with
able to compete.
Oh
him and
yeah,
JC Horn. What?
you guys are one of those teams that could be a piece that would get you competitive right away. You know what I mean?
Especially in that division. But what's that noise right now in the background? And also,
yeah. What is that?
like
Yeah,
if
somebody's
I'm
scraping
taking
something out
that
in the
trade,
yard.
I'm taking that trade, but there's an astericness to it, Tri-State. I'm
Okay.
only accepting a trade
That's
if
Tua
our
sweeping the
season
yacht.
is done. I'm not letting any of these guys. Jalen Ramsey being mad on the
I'm
contract I
trading Tua
gave him
for a
and they
7th round
signed.
pick.
I'm Chris Greer. I'm taking advantage of that. You want to hold
What
out
do
and
you
lose
think,
out
Pete?
on money? Okay, but I'm not I'm away in season. If the season is collapsing, then you know what? I'm taking the 4th. But we're in it to win it. I think Jalen Ramsey's going to be part of the crew being happy. That's what it's all about. And if you wait it out, I think it benefits the Dolphins better than
Hey man,
anything.
listen,
But that's
winning
about it.
cures
I'm not
everything,
trading
bro.
any of these guys. If I'm Ross, no, you made this bed, you're going to lie in it. And it's only being traded until the deadline. Let's see what we're
Crypto,
at
I hear
around
the
deadline.
Argonauts are still offering a case of maple syrup with that, Crypto.
I don't want any of these
Yeah.
guys getting traded anymore. They all
Winning
should
cures
stay.
everything, bro. You guys will start the
It
season
does.
4-2, and you know everyone's gonna be like, "Shit, what the hell were we thinking
I
about trade talks?" You know, you
I
never
got us
know.
at 2. I got us at 2-9 at the bye.
2-9
This is
at
the
the
time
bye.
to
is
start
Two-9
crazy.
at the
I'm
bye.
telling
That's
you
what I
right
have
now,
us. Yeah.
2-9. Colors.
Now
Quinn
you can
Ewers
see
better
why
be
I haven't.
in at 2-9.
Now you can
Yeah.
see why I haven't done many shows. I'm trying to say.
If we're 2-9 at that bye, we're starting Quinn Ewers. Tyreek is gone. Jalen Ramsey's gone. Zeeler's
Yeah.
probably gone. Jonnu's gone. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked even if
And I'm
Jalen
going to go
Phillips
to the
might be
rest of
gone.
the games, the rest of the season, because we're going to be in full rebuild mode at that point. I'm going to be so excited.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike McDaniel might be an in-season firing starting at 2-9. That's not even off the table. Greer's gone. With all these trades that are happening, setting us into rebuild, they failed.
I'm going to come down to the
Everyone
Saints
is
game.
gone.
Just for that game, I'm going to go to that game, the Saints Dolphins game. That's going to be like my Super Bowl.
That's Spencer Rattler's breakout game, Crypto. Don't you know?
Yeah.
The whole
I'm gonna be
entire,
so
the whole
excited.
entire rookie draft class from last year has to have a breakout game against us still.
Right, exactly. They still have to have that breakout.
And
Just
by
like
the way,
Brock Purdy, yeah.
Tri-State, if y'all ever have a rookie quarterback, just play us. I'm surprised you didn't win last year because
So I do
usually
want to give
how
a
you
shout
know
out
if you
to.
didn't. Well, real quick, Pete, that's how you know if your guy was a bust. If he doesn't get his comeuppance on the Miami Dolphins, then you didn't get your guy.
Right, that's how you know. That's
Yeah.
a litmus test. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
He's got to have his come up his breakout game against us.
I think Alan
Every rookie
Poupart
quarterback does it.
Alan Poupart wasn't too keen on the cornerbacks.
Oh man, well,
on the defense.
Oh yeah, that's the narrative. That's the
that's it. Yeah,
that's
that's
them
what
that's
they,
them lowering our John. They're
just
they're
how they
using
do it. Yeah,
they're using the secondary this year to lower our expectations, bro.
No,
I've seen
no,
it.
no.
I've
It
even
could be
seen that in
no,
the
no,
National
no, no,
League, bro.
no. It
it's
could
too
just
easy,
be.
color. It's too
he
easy.
said,
Hold
let
on.
me listen. Let's just say he said that he looked like our ex. Okay, he looked like our ex.
That to
And
me, John, is a sign that
you're
Zach
not saying
Wilson
it.
is doing a good job
But
in practice. It's not that our
no,
cornerbacks are
no.
bad. It's that our
The
backup quarterbacks
what
are
I'm
now even
what I'm
I knew
better.
Pete was
saying.
gonna spin it into something.
They're
What
now
are
even
you're
better at
waiting.
backup quarterback. Quinn Ewers, Zach Wilson,
You're
expectations
spinning
on
it.
these corners
Man,
looking bad
Pete,
are
Pete,
expected at this point. Let's be
According to
honest.
Jalen
Pete,
And by
Waddle,
the way,
Jalen
Pete.
Jermaine,
Waddle
I
is
hope
doing
you
good.
remember that because nobody else remembers
Wait a minute.
anything I say. So
Wait a minute. Pete. He said that's not too good because he's not X. Okay, he is never going to be X.
According to Jalen
well,
Waddle, the
X is
DBs
not
are
X.
doing
I
real
mean,
good.
Jalen Waddle ain't even X.
no, but he's lower than X. Okay, so he was our best as far as instead of if Ramsey wasn't there, he's the best that we've had.
Xavier
Okay,
Howard can catch the ball better than Jalen Waddle. So I mean, that's who you're talking about when you're talking about Xavier
Absolutely.
Howard.
So you're absolutely right, and I didn't think about that. You
K.
absolutely
I
right.
mean, he's talking about KO Cool. I think. Well, isn't that on the who's
Best tackler on our team, and they want to throw him under the bus because he got burned one game by Stephon Diggs.
Well, Stephon is
who,
always chewing up all our rookie cornerbacks.
I would pay Cater Kohu a bonus for holding a week-long tackling class for all the rookies every year. That's what I think about Cater Kohu.
That dude is a tackling machine.
Is he though?
The dude is the best open field tackler on our team. Like technique, talent, and just raw open field one-on-one tackling, bro. He's the best on our team. Arguably the best I've seen in a long time across the league. But that's just one skill, you know what I mean? Like for a corner.
that's how he got on.
But he just happens to be elite at it, like really elite.
But that's how he got on the team, yeah. Anyway, I don't know
John,
who's on the other side.
problem with your point is it will be a problem if our cornerbacks were making big plays in practice. That would be the problem here. The fact that it's expected that our offense should have been doing good. And right now, Zach Wilson hitting D. Eskridge in a contested catch. Zach Wilson hitting a deep pass has Joe Shad saying that he's throwing lasers. Let me read it for you. Dolphins open up OTA day 2 and Tuesday. They practice outside heavy in the rains. They said Joe Shad knows Zach Zeeler was spotted. Jonnu Smith was not spotted. The wide receivers were doing extra work catching wet tennis balls. How do y'all like the sound of that? I
actually love that. I love that.
They're catching wet tennis balls.
Actually, what I would have them catch, what I would be doing is I would take.
They need to be catching bricks.
I would take the average
something heavy.
I would take the average woman who is a wife with kids and a decent job. I would take the average car key ring from one of those women. I would dip them in oil. And that's what I would have my receivers practice catching.
Bro, that's not helping them get better hands.
Bullshit, it ain't.
Why not just catch out the jug machine in the rain and catch footballs?
You just don't listen to me enough, Pete.
Well,
you just don't understand how little importance your hands and body are at catching a football, bro. You just don't understand how little importance they are, bro. I can't preach it to you enough, man. I can keep repeating it over and over again, but nobody understands, man. There is nothing but your eyes, dude. You can catch anything of any shape from any distance at any velocity if it is in the reach of your physical reach, if your eyes are on it. It doesn't matter what condition it's in.
Now, Omar said the quarterback.
I want golf balls
He,
with. I want oiled up golf balls being thrown at my receivers in practice.
They have problem catching footballs.
Omar said that there was no pressure on the quarterbacks when they were throwing those. Okay, I mean there was no defensive pressure.
Now, I'll even throw the golf
on
clubs
purpose.
at him. Catch the golf club too.
You stupid golf club.
He
I
said
would be
Quinn
throwing
Ewers.
everything in that building at my wide receivers to make sure they can catch, dude.
He said Quinn Ewers had some misfires. Ewers was intercepted by Eugene Asante. Zach Wilson fired an eye-opening laser beam to Tyreek Black. Zach Wilson's arm strength and zip cannot be questioned. He said Willie Gay would have had a sack on Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson connected with D. Eskridge on a deep ball. I don't hear Tua's name on none of the passing reports.
That's what Alan said about Zach too.
And that this is a sign right here, right? Usually you'll have more Tua stuff. Joe Shad did not write anything about Tua.
Well,
he wrote about Zach Wilson.
Omar said that Tua was out there, and he threw short passes that were the passes.
That's because
that he threw
Tua's getting
were
traded,
good.
Pete. They're saving him. He's on the trade block.
I hope you're right.
Hey, I tell you what. Go back and look at, and because you can count them on two hands, but go back and look at Tua. Forget wide receiver. Go look at the shotgun snaps that Tua fumbled and has dropped throughout the last couple seasons.
Yeah,
go back and watch them in slow motion, and when that ball is coming at him, tell me where his eyes are at, bro. And if you tell me his eyes are on that football, I will eat my shoe live on my show.
When I played
his eyes was on it. I saw the reflection. I saw the reflection off his retina color.
No, but check it out. Check it out. When I was playing Pop Warner football, even though I was on defense as a linebacker, defensive end, they actually taught us to eye in. They used the word eye in the football. Eye in the football. That means
right. Variation would be they used to say watch it all the way into possession.
There you go. That was that. Like I said, I was a defense player, and that's what they taught us.
No matter what, they wanted to see your head dip. If our head didn't dip, we better fake it. Otherwise, we're running laps after practice for every single time they didn't see our head dip with the football coming into our body.
And we actually practiced that color in little league football as defensive players.
So me as right, Mr. Paul. So I, as a viewer, when I'm evaluating these wide receivers, I didn't play professionally. I played at some level, but not professionally. Okay, I'm not Tyreek Hill. I'm not Randy Moss, but I bet you Randy Moss agrees with every word out of my mouth right now. And when I'm watching the wide receiver and I'm evaluating a receiver's abilities, I'm looking for that head dip, just like my coaches were looking for my head to dip when the ball was coming in. It's not nothing I made up. I didn't just sit here and like, oh, I'm going to dream up this idea about watching the football and how important it is. I didn't come up with that. Coach Webb, Lake Worth High School. I don't even know if the guy's still alive.
Coach Tom Brown. Which
I mean, but that just comes with some people and how they
Hey, the sun came out, man.
Activities, though. You know what I'm saying? Because we used to do activities like that. We used to take a tennis ball and throw it up against a brick wall and see who can use it, who can catch it the most. You know, that's hand-eye coordination right there.
Well, ironically, that's Kenna I'm talking to, right?
Correct.
Yes.
What's up, Kenna? Hey, you work. Somebody said in chat something about you laying concrete. You work construction?
Say what?
You work construction?
No, I don't work construction.
No, have you ever had?
Yeah, I have.
Right.
Before, yeah.
So, like, I didn't become a football player. I was a carpenter for like 12 years, right? And when somebody'd have to throw up tools, a hammer, a 2x4, whatever it was, I'd be standing on an 8-inch wide tie beam, 20, 30 feet in the air. And rest assured, my eyes were on that object all the way into my hands.
No doubt. You got to. You got to keep your eyes on them tools on the construction site. You don't want to get smacked in the face with one of them motherfuckers.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you can catch anything. You don't even really need your hands. If a part of my body is in the reach of touching that football, and my eyes are on it, it's not touching the ground unless I let it touch the ground. When your eyes are on the football, you are the one that gets to choose whether that ball touches the ground or not. Because you're not catching the football, you're taking it out of the air. And it is up to you whether you want to take it out of the air before the ground does. That's all it is. You got to reverse your mindset. There ain't no such thing as catching a football. You're taking it out of the air.
Y'all didn't find it weird that Adam Schefter reported again that back in it
offense for a reason. Sorry,
the
Pete.
Steelers renewed conversations today with the Dolphins tight end Jonnu Smith, who is seeking a new contract. Trade between the Steelers and Dolphins is still alive. Like, when did it die? Did they ever tell us, oh, no, the trade died, it's not going to go through?
You remember the Tuaneers told us it was dead. Told us it was dead.
None of these trades are dead, bro. This can literally happen any minute now. But I think what's going on is, like I was
Pete,
trying
you
to
need to
explain
start
earlier.
paying attention to the Tuaneers.
I can't. The credibility lost there, crypto. It's just a lot. Shout out Joe Riz pulling up.
Hey, what's up? I could actually comment on the Jonnu thing. The Steelers actually lost a tight end today. I think it was today or yesterday.
Donald Parham?
Yeah. So I think that probably right after saying they weren't interested, re-triggered the conversation.
Who was the tight end?
Parham.
Donald Parham Jr.
Oh, he's a good one, too.
Yeah, well, they've got the other guy that they had drafted.
Freiermuth?
No. Is Washington still there? Was it Washington?
Oh, Darnell Washington, yeah. That dude is the huge, yeah.
Yeah, and then Freiermuth, I think, is there as well. So they're not short on tight ends, but they definitely lost one very recently. So I think that's what kicked the conversations back up. Just making
I just think they probably having a lot of conversations, and somewhere in those conversations, I guarantee you, a quarterback needy team like Pittsburgh had at least a snippet of a question of what is Tua's availability. I promise you they did. They had that conversation. And I know what I'm telling y'all. The Steelers in this whole situation talking back and forth between their GM and Greer. Y'all don't believe what that question was asked not one time. Hey, what is Tua?
Yeah, but Pete, it probably was.
Even if it was like in a little segment, like a little a slide of just, throwing it in there real quick, like,
Right. And guess what was thrown back in just as much as slight and then got taken serious? Oh, what? I ain't gonna give you Tua, but you can have Skyler. And they were like, really? Like Chris Greer was like, yo, I was joking. They're like, we're not.
I think they'll end up doing Rodgers, and I think they're actually high on that rookie from Ohio State. So I don't think they're interested in a QB. At least not one that's tied to
Will Howard.
Correct.
Talking about Will Howard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
I tell you one
yesterday
thing
came out that Will
Skyler's
Howard had
not
a
afraid to
phenomenal
do.
practice.
Play in the cold.
Yeah, I don't think he would work well in that division. I think those teams are probably aware of it.
I'm just joking with hyping him up. Look, it's really about the cold thing because it's just hilarious to me that we go down the way we did in Kansas City while our backup, who is obviously not a better option to start. You know what I mean? Like, let's be real. Tua was still the better option. But you're looking at a game that's like sub-zero temperatures, cold. And the guy grew up like due east of there in Palmyra, Missouri, and probably played in 4 feet of snow as a kid.
Goes to show how
we got a guy literally
really
from that
wants to
environment sitting on the bench while Tua's out there shivering.
Exactly. How bad did they want to win? No in-game adjustment. Didn't switch to a wildcat. Used the cheetah in the run. You see this weakness of Tua showing up. Get rid of it. Bench him. He didn't like. That's the thing. Like that's why I was saying.
I'm
Like if
pretty
we're
sure
gonna make noise in
Palmyra
that
is
playoff,
literally
we
due
should have
east
went
of Kansas City.
wildcat with cheetah. We should have used the wildcat with A-Chain, Raheem Mostert. We should have done what it took to win and take Tua's hand out of the game.
We did 18 times with Mostert. How do we have a running us, the Miami Dolphins? Okay. How do we have a running back that breaks a team record in touchdowns in a year and we're not competing for the Super Bowl? How? That is a complete failure at quarterback. I'm sorry.
They're going to tell you it was Liam
know who the
Meikenberg's
names
fault.
are involved. If you picked any team out of the NFL and said, Color, this is the situation.
Good.
Their running back broke a team record in touchdowns per season with 18.
And we had over 20-something total between all our running backs.
Over 20 total if you count the receiving touchdowns. And they lost their wild card playoff game.
Color, we did all of that. We made it even further, and that was with Durham Smythe and
without
Julian
even knowing
Hill.
who the names are.
No,
without even team logos. I would tell you the problem with that team is their quarterback.
We get John
Yeah, that
Smith,
would be the common
we get a
denominator.
franchise-breaking record tight end, and we don't even sniff the playoff.
You take away Ramsey, I'm not even sure who's going to be on his side. I really don't know.
We were getting to the AFC Championship game with no running game, remember? Now we got a guy running for 18 touchdowns? Tell me that's not the quarterback. Put it this way. If Dan Marino was throwing 50 a game and we weren't winning the Super Bowl and we were blaming the running back or lack thereof, then why wouldn't we do the reverse if the running back is putting up 20-some touchdowns and we're not even winning a playoff game? How come we're not doing the reverse there?
This is a desperate team. We might sneak into the playoffs, and if Tua's not capable, we're doing what it takes. We're running quarterback sneaks with Zach Wilson. We might run a flea flicker. This team is as desperate as we've never seen before. And that's the pressure that is molding them to be great, that I feel.
Well, as long as Geno Smith exists, Pete, unfortunately, I think like Mr. Polk said, we know who the quarterback is going to be starting week 1.
No, we don't.
How long did he stay
healthy? Geno Smith, you have to give the guy another chance, bro.
If he's available, he has his chance. He's not going to be available, Color. Look how many players already just retired. There's been like 4 retirees in the last 2 weeks. There's been like 3 injuries.
Stupid, that's all. I'm ready to look stupid, Pete. 2-9 at the bye. I'm calling it right now. 2-9 at the bye. If Tua wants to change that, make me look stupid, Tua. I beg of you.
Why do you, who the hell are
Give
you
me
afraid
the power,
of?
I beg of you.
Who are you afraid of, Color? That you think we're gonna be 2-9? Week 1 versus the Colts.
Every single
Anthony
team on our roster. Every single team on our roster is expecting to compete. And I know that could be said about every team in the NFL, but there's a difference between the normal expecting to compete and actually I believe they all could and should be expecting to compete. Okay? Every single one of them. You think the Patriots are going to be a layover? They're on their second year now with their guy.
Color. Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones, Jonathan Taylor, Michael Pittman Jr., Alec Pierce, Adonai Mitchell, Josh Downs, Tyler Warren, Bernard Rayman is their left tackle, Quentin Nelson, everybody knows him. And does anybody know Tanner Bortoloni? That's their center.
Besides, I gave
Matt Calvis, that's their right guard. This is
Besides,
the
I
coach.
gave us 2 wins. So what are you talking about? Yeah, there are going to be teams worse than us this year on our schedule.
There you go.
And you said the Patriots? They got Stephon Diggs, Demario Douglas,
Well, if
Kyle
you really,
Williams.
bro, I could tell you, like, if you had the schedule up right now, because I don't have it on the front of my brain,
Yeah,
I could
I
tell
don't
you who the
either.
2 wins are going to be.
The Colts are week 1. Patriots are week 2. What are we at?
Bills week 3.
Bills week 3. Jets week 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Keep going.
Panthers week 5.
that's a loss.
Chargers. We're losing to the Panthers.
Yeah, we're losing to the Panthers.
So we're losing to Bryce Young, to
Yeah.
Terrell McMillan, Adam
We lose
Thielen,
to a team,
and
not a
Xavier
quarterback,
Legette,
Pete.
Tommy Tremble, Robert Hunt,
Chuba Hubbard.
Chuba Hubbard. We're not losing to the Panthers, dude.
Okay, we almost lost to them last year.
You could say that about any win or loss. We almost beat this team. We almost lost to this
Yeah,
team.
except that the quarterback that they benched actually was giving us game that day. They benched a guy that made it tough for us, bro.
They got Hunter Renfrow. We're not losing to the Panthers. Week 6, Justin Herbert and the Chargers. Week 6 versus the Chargers.
Supposing I, with all due respect to our resident Panthers fan, supposing I go with you, we lose to the Panthers. Okay, we also lose to, we beat the Panthers, and we let's say we take our first game against the Patriots. Fine, there's your 2 wins. Who are the rest of the teams we're playing? Chargers, that's a loss. Who's next?
Hold on. So you automatically think the Chargers are a loss because of what?
Yeah, because of the fact that Jim Harbaugh's in his second season there.
They got Justin Herbert, right? Yeah,
Because
Justin
Jim
Herbert
Harbaugh's in his second season there. Jim Harbaugh is one of the best play callers that has ever sat on the sideline, dude.
They got Will
He's
Disney
in his
at
second
tight end.
season.
Mike Williams, a cast off that the Jets cut. Trey Harris, Ladd McConkey.
Bro,
they don't have no
he
weapons.
took Colin Kaepernick to the Super Bowl. While I respect Colin Kaepernick's ability to play,
Listen to this.
Nobody thinks he should be playing on a team, apparently, for whatever reason. And he went to the Super Bowl with Colin Kaepernick.
We just let Deshaun Hand walk. And Deshaun Hand and Tier Tart are starting on their defense. 2 guys that were cast off out of here on our team.
That don't matter if they cast off.
Miami's going 5-12.
Everybody, the rest of the league always make them better than they are on the Dolphins. Don't you know what Wes Welker was?
So who's next after the Chargers?
Browns.
That's a loss.
That's
they
a
talking
loss.
about Shador might take that #1 spot over there.
They've already almost beat us. And they've had 11 win seasons with no quarterback for the last 2 or 3 seasons, bro.
We're not losing to the Browns, Color.
What week is that?
Who's next?
Yeah, we are, Pete. We're definitely losing to the Browns.
The Falcons.
The Falcons?
Oh, that's definitely a loss.
Yeah. Second year with whoever they got there, and they're already rolling.
Bro, the Falcons locker room is destroyed just as much as the Dolphins. Are y'all not aware what's going on in Atlanta? That locker room is probably divided just as much as us.
No,
Cal Pitts probably won.
They almost won the division. It was 1 game from winning the division. Stop.
Cal Pitts probably sees that Kirk Cousins is better. They're forcing Michael Penix on everybody, and he don't like it. And he won't be the only one that don't like that.
Kirk Cousins is a bust. He's washed. He's out of there.
He's a locker room problem, and they probably don't even gel together. And what do we?
The Dolphins
Drake
have
London?
locker room problems.
Drake London, Kadero Hodge. That's what we're worried about. We complain about.
Yeah, a team that almost beat the
Chiefs. And if they lose Cal Pitts, their tight end is Charlie Warner.
It don't matter. You don't need stars to beat the Dolphins, Pete. What part you don't get?
Right, but the Dolphins need stars to beat other teams.
Who was after the Browns?
Need stars to beat other teams.
Who's after the
Dolphins need stars, but the other teams don't need stars to beat us. Hence the Tennessee Titans 3 years in a row against us.
Yeah.
They don't need stars. We the one that needs stars.
It's pure projection. Ravens either. When you
No,
come
no,
down,
no,
protection.
Mudbone, it is good execution as well. Mainly when Jim Harbaugh is choosing his players, he executes well by choosing players that execute well. So yeah, it is execution as well. But who's after the Browns, Pete?
the Ravens.
Come on. Come on.
What are
Come
we
on.
afraid of here?
I'm not
don't have to
afraid
be
of
afraid.
anything.
It's called destiny.
I
don't have to be
look
afraid
forward
of nothing
I
to
look forward to
lose.
trying to compete with the Ravens again. Do I?
Storm Duck could
faith
cover.
that we're gonna
Could
win?
Storm Duck
No.
keep up with Rashad Bateman and Zay Flowers? I think so.
Can anybody on
You
our
acting like fear is a
We're
requirement
worried
to
about
get your ass
DeAndre
kicked.
Hopkins. We worried about DeAndre.
When was the
Hopkins
last
13
time
years
Tua
in the
scored? Okay. When was the last time Tua scored 59 points on the Ravens?
He's never. Tua?
Yeah.
And the Ravens scored 59
The
on us
Ravens have
twice
scored over
in
50
the
on us
5 years.
twice in our last four
Oh.
meetings.
They did that years ago.
And let's
Last five
not
meetings.
forget the interview with the Ravens DB. He said we had you guys tail.
Yep.
Besides the fact that even
I
if our
thought you meant
defense,
when Tua did it.
even if our defense could keep up, our offense with Tua is not matching them score for score. Period.
No.
End of story.
They got slow Cal Van Noy, Roquan Smith, and Trenton Simpson. Nobody's worried about Nate Wiggins is not keeping up with Tyreek Hill like that.
Yeah.
It's just we have matchups.
45 to try to
Then we
keep
play
up
the
with them.
Commanders.
Gatling
Now we play
gun.
the Commanders. What y'all scared of the Commanders now?
Commanders
Ravens is
with a,
a Gatling
with a,
gun.
with a, with
Miami
a
Dolphins
quarterback.
is 45.
With a
Revenge
quarterback.
game. They're putting at least 45 on us minimum.
Yeah, with a
They
quarterback.
might do it in the first half. We know how
That
teams
almost
play
made it
against
to
us when they
the
get
Super Bowl
revenge
as
on
well.
us. They always beat the dog crap out, just like the freaking Cardinals did last year when everybody thought we was gonna walk over them. They came right in our
But
building
we're not.
and killed us.
Hold on. Oh, and we're gonna put points on them too, because we're a high-powered offense. What do they have?
They don't have they have defense to shut somebody down.
They have a quarterback, Pete.
Why you running off his shit that was going on?
They have a quarterback.
Right, and that's the difference, color.
That's my one surprise win is the Commanders because it's in Spain.
Spain game anymore. The way that Mike McDaniel will
What's
exploit
high-powered
him.
about this offense, Pete? What's high-powered about this offense?
It's the matchup nightmares we cause about Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle.
No one is worried about. The league is caught up to Tyreek Hill.
The motion.
Everybody's fast. Stop it.
Hey, they're high.
The
They're high
skill
powered. We're high
players are
priced.
still there from that season. All the same skill
They're high
players.
priced because they're some of the best players in the league, Cap. Let's just be honest. These guys
Ain't nobody afraid of Tyreek Hill no more. That Tyreek factor,
I
that
agree
wow
with
factor
you,
is gone.
but,
That's the problem.
I think
That's
he's
the
on a
wrong
downward
mentality
trend.
to have.
What you say, Joe?
I think
Especially
he's on
with
I think he's
Tyreek
aging.
Hill
I
that
think he's on
lost
a
weight.
downward trend.
Damn,
I think
like
we've
Pete
seen the
saw
best of Hill. I think it's behind him.
Yeah, nobody's wild by him. They're participating. Before, when they played against Hill, they didn't participate. Now they're participating. They're bumping them, beating them up on the line of scrimmage. They punishing them at the point of contact. He's not getting off his runs. And then that new rule they just implemented don't allow them to get a running head start. He's
Joe
really going to be
Reese.
getting punished
Joe
off
Reese.
the line of scrimmage. So, Tyreek Hill's done. He might as well retire
Reese.
now.
You see
I can see
Tyreek
why
Hill
people
regressing,
quietly
you
want to
said?
get rid of him.
Crypto, you
I
see
can see
Tyreek
why
Hill
people
regressing,
want to
you
get.
said?
I think that's why people quietly want to move off Tyreek because the Tyreek Hill factor is no longer a factor no more.
You
He's been
loud and
figured
wrong
out.
on that part. You're loud
It's
and
a
wrong on that part.
tail.
He's been figured out.
Y'all worried about
He's
the
not going to be
Ravens.
allowed to
Y'all
get
worried
that
about the
cheating
Ravens.
running
Y'all
head
worried
start that
about
he
the
normally
Ravens.
get.
And they
So
have DeAndre
it's a done deal.
All right, so
Worried about
after
the
the
Commanders with a
Commanders,
logo
dude.
of Deebo Samuel.
So that's it. So that's it because the bye is right after Spain. So
Yeah,
that's it. That should
After
be
Spain,
pretty done right
so there you go, Color. You're right. 2 wins.
The bye is after the Spain. Okay.
This bye, after Spain. Yep.
So what?
That's our bye week. Yep.
If we're 2-2 by week 5, that means we play Carolina
I'm
week
so
5,
happy
right?
y'all negative on
Yes.
this team.
I'm not negative.
It's not
bro.
negative.
Y'all
It's
been
being
wrong.
objective. No
Y'all
one's
been
negative.
wrong.
That's not a
Every
negative
year.
thing.
I'm gonna
That
enjoy
is
watching
a
real
sign right
football
there
this year
that tells me
because that's
It's
all
not
we got.
negative.
we're gonna be 9-2. We're gonna
He
be
just called
9-2.
Understand?
Why not be
big
negative?
I'm going to
criticism.
enjoy watching real football this year because that's all we have left. That's the only way we could compete is if we played real football. So I actually am going to enjoy every single one of these losses.
Pete, I've kept the same energy
We
for how
finally
many
get a
years now.
chance to reset the team after this
And
year.
ironically, I bet you if
I'm
you
going to
could
be
go,
happy. I'm going to buy up. I'm going to buy all 17 game tickets down.
yeah, and crypto.
I'm encouraged.
See if you can go with me on this. We're 2-9 at the bye, and all of the games are going just
We're
like they did in
9-2
Cam
at the
Cameron.
bye.
Hold on. All the games are going just like they did in Cam Cameron's season. Like we're almost winning every game. Like we lose every
Right.
game by 2 or 3
because we
points.
almost
You know
won
what I
every
mean?
game in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, even though we
That's
lost them all. Yeah. Yep. The Cam Cameron season. That's what I see. Yeah.
We're gonna be like,
I don't
we're gonna be
think
like,
you guys.
"Oh, if we
I don't
only
think you
had
guys.
that guy, or if we
Color,
only
get
had
out of
that
your
guy
feelings.
every single game." Watch.
Y'all got to get out of y'all feelings. Y'all
If
don't
Jason
realize how
Sanders
good we
only
have.
would have made that 60-yard field goal,
It's going to be
Right.
like that.
they're gonna be so
Saints
pissed off Jason
coach
Sanders this year.
that said, playoffs. I just want to win a game.
Yeah, they're gonna put a lot
Yeah,
on
that's
Jason
right.
Sanders this year. Yeah.
They're gonna put a lot on Jason
And then,
Sanders. I'm
and
telling
then
you,
at 2
he's
and
gonna be the
9,
scapegoat.
then at 2 and
Yeah.
9, we're gonna be as bad as Dallas
crazy.
fans because we're gonna be so competitive in almost winning every game that we're gonna think we can still go 8 and 9 and squeak into the playoffs. Watch, just like Dallas fans.
Yeah,
That's
Dallas
what we are
was.
now.
That was
We're
the
the
year Dallas had
Cowboys
last
of
year.
the AFC, bro. That's what we are.
You ain't lying, Color. Dallas fans were so hoping that they were gonna get that last playoff spot.
Well, the
They-
irony
I'm
is,
so happy y'all
they
negative
usually
on my
still do
team.
have a shot because their division is so bad.
Y'all didn't have this energy the last 3 years. Y'all had an energy that we were starting 7-3, 7-2. Things were bright.
Yeah,
And
we
you
had
know
a reason
what?
because Mike McDaniel was
we
a
had-
genius.
We had a better defense.
Yeah, we had
have a
Big
better
Fangio in the building.
defense.
Our gimmicks was
We
Y'all
have a
ran them
better
out.
defense,
The
and we have a
Tuaniers,
weaker
UP and the
schedule.
Tuaniers ran out the greatest defensive coordinator who just won a Super Bowl. I blame
John,
you
don't
and the
listen to
Tuaniers.
don't listen to none of this negativity right now, John. Listen to this. Anthony
I'm blaming
Richardson
you
is
for
the
that.
starting quarterback, and he's throwing to Michael
Right,
Pittman,
he's a Florida
Alec
Gator.
Pierce, and Josh Downs.
They just won a title. That school has got prestige.
That's not winning many games, bro. Our front
I'm
seven
telling
is
you.
going to completely shut down that Jonathan Taylor run game. We have a strength there. Versus
Never.
the Patriots, they keep telling us.
That's what we
they
thought
keep
when we
telling
saw them
us-
shut down the
Versus
Eagles.
the Patriots, they keep telling us we have no cornerbacks. We have no cornerbacks. Oh, really? Well, the Patriots and the coach don't have no receivers.
We
That
don't
is
know
gonna
what
threaten
Stephon Diggs
our
does
cornerback.
to
Week 2,
our cornerbacks.
Stephon Diggs might not even be on the Patriots week 1. Who knows?
Yeah, he will.
Then,
That's the bluff.
Week 3,
you guys are,
everybody's
he's
scared
faking
of the
so you can't
Patriots,
prepare
right?
for him.
Week
Right.
3,
That's
everybody's
the
scared
bluff.
of the
That's
Bills,
off
right?
season blustering.
This is
He's
our
playing possum.
quarterbacks
Don't
got
buy
it
into the
covered.
off season
Keon
stuff
Coleman,
with Stephon. Don't buy it.
Khalil Shakir,
He's playing possum.
Joshua
You guys are falling
Palmer,
for the 9 in the tailpipe with
Dawson
Stephon.
Knox, Dalton Kincaid.
He's going to have
That's
200
why I'm
yards.
laughing,
High
Crypto.
tight
That's
end
why I'm
set
laughing.
team. There's no way. There's a possibility.
He know the
Oh.
Dolphin
Bills
fans
week
are the
3
most gullible,
could be our
so he
Super Bowl.
stir up a lot
It
of
could
stuff.
literally
Makes you
be our Super Bowl. Yeah, I'll hear all of that crap when
Well,
I'm
this
done
could
over
not
here,
be made
Crypto.
up.
But check
Good
this out.
grief.
This is who we're worried about. Khalil
Oh, shit,
Shakir,
Pete.
Keon Coleman,
I'm sorry,
and
kid. I
Joshua
can't help.
Palmer.
I can't. I
I'm
got to
sorry.
laugh.
I'm not worried about the Bills. How about this? We play the Jets. Garrett Wilson, that's a
Oh.
threat. But is Alan Lazard, Josh Reynolds a threat?
Man,
No.
we're gonna be below.
No.
We're gonna be below 500 this year.
I agree.
Our schedule is sweet. Not
In
even the
fact,
Chargers
in
scared
fact,
me
in fact,
with
in
the
fact,
weakness
for,
of our
I'm gonna
team.
tell you. I'm gonna tell you
The
something.
Chargers
For
don't
the
have the
next 2
strength to beat
seasons,
us down.
I am evaluating. I'm not. If we win, I take it. But
even
for
if
the
Chris
next
Greer is
season, I'm
overhauling it,
evaluating.
we're
Crypto, what
overhauling
is
the
our
team.
weakness? Crypto, what is our weakness on our team? Corner? Name a team on our schedule that kills
Every
our
skill
weak.
position. You know our weakness,
Man, our
Pete,
front
is
line
every
is the
team that we
weakness.
play.
We
The
weak in the
team that we
linebacker
play
core.
on Sunday. That's our weakness. I'll
And
make
we
it easy
weak
for
up
you.
front.
That's one of our strengths.
Man, look, we got injuries.
Every team we play
We
against,
don't
that
even
will
know.
be our
We don't even know if
that will be
Bradley
our
Chubb gonna
weakness.
play a full 6 games yet. We don't even know if Jalen Phillips gonna play a full 5 games yet.
They're trading
mean?
Jalen Waddle
They just
by
came out and said
midseason,
they're
guys.
ready to go. If they're
I
ready to
don't
go,
give a
how
They're
you
gonna
damn.
gonna
They
just
said
trade.
say
that
that?
shit.
Color's gonna get his wish.
Look.
They're gonna
That's
trade
okay,
Waddle by
Kenneth. We don't get
midseason.
Jalen Phillips. We could just get his mirror, bro.
Color, you're gonna get your Waddle trade soon enough. Color,
Yo,
you're gonna get
Jalen
that trade.
Phillips
It's
came
coming.
out last
Y'all
year
really
after he
worried
got
about
injured
Mike
and said he
Williams
was
and
ready.
Trey Harris and Will Disley. Y'all really worried about
Hey,
Najee
Kenny,
Harris
your
and the
voice a
Chargers.
little low. You might have to
Color's
speak up a
gonna
little
get
bit, bro, so
his
we can hear you.
trade.
Yeah, it might be this shit I'm
I
on.
think we might get a second round pick for him.
Color
Color.
said we're losing
You
to
know,
the
Crypto,
Browns, and their
the
wide receivers are
Dolphins
Deontay Johnson,
fandom is
Cedric
so much
Tillman,
like
and
politics,
Jerry
bro. The
Jeudy.
fact that we're arguing against Pete, like about what we're arguing about right
Because
now,
y'all said we're losing
and
to the
we're on the
Browns,
sides
especially
we're
you,
on,
I
it's
Color.
like,
know it is.
Hey, Color,
yo,
you're
it's
the
just
one
like
that said we're
politics,
losing to the
dude.
Browns. They
I
don't even
know.
have a quarterback right now. They don't even
Hell,
have
we gonna lose to the
what
Panthers.
They
receiver
don't
do
need a
they
quarterback
have
to beat the
that's going to
Dolphins.
threaten our weak corner?
Oh, can
We gonna lose to
I
the
need
Panthers.
he ain't gonna like
I
The
that.
need us to
Bears are
win.
rolling over
I,
right
I
now.
need us. I need us to win week 5.
Watch,
I got money on that game.
watch. Pete's
Hey,
channel's gonna
did
grow
the
like
Titans need a
5%
quarterback to
just
beat us? That's
tomorrow.
all I need to hear.
I want to
Oh,
know
good.
what cornerback is going to have a problem on our team covering Ray McLeod.
Pay the cool coach.
All of them.
Storm Duck, Ethan Bonner.
Yeah,
All of the above. D. I select D.
Storm
Duck is going to be able to cover DeAndre Hopkins when we play the Ravens. This is not the
Man,
same
DeAndre
Texans
Hopkins gonna
with
kill
Deshaun
Storm
Watson
Duck,
Hopkins.
Pete. Why is you not putting no respect on B Hop name, yo? Come on, man, for Storm Duck. Come on, Pete, yo.
Hold
Do
on,
you
hold on.
hear
If they're
yourself right
telling,
now?
hold on. Crypto was
Do you
just
hear
up here,
yourself right
Kenna.
now?
Hold on, Kenna. Crypto was
Man, you better
just
put
up
some
here
respect on B
right
Hop
now.
name, bro. What's wrong
Hold on.
with
Y'all
you?
want hell no. So you're gonna let
Oh my
Crypto
goodness. So
slide
y'all
past
tripping,
you
bro.
and he'll regress, but y'all not gonna hold the same sentiments on Hopkins? So Hopkins is an alien. He don't regress.
I ain't saying he an
No, he
alien,
doesn't.
but ain't no way in the
No,
hell
you know
Storm
why,
Duck
Pete?
gonna
You know
hold
why,
him.
Pete?
When
Because
Crypto said
DeAndre
that
Hopkins
He's
is
Tyreek
got
an
Hill was
elite.
falling
eyes.
apart, why you ain't
Yeah,
tell him?
exactly, Crypto. DeAndre Hopkins is an elite wide receiver. He knows what I know. It don't matter how old you get. If your eyes still work,
Yeah.
you can still catch the football.
Now, Alan
How old is
Kumar
he?
and Omar
90
were there at the practice, and
in
Storm
football
Duck's
years.
name never was mentioned as a good player. Okay? I'm just going to tell you that right now.
I mean, granted, his route running probably has lost a little, but who cares? Just jump and
Let me
catch the
guess,
football.
Color. We're losing to the Saints too.
So I mean, to
I
Pete's
got
point,
I already told you that's
okay.
Spencer Rattler's comeuppance game, bro.
To Pete's point, he's trying to say what Hopkins and Cheetah are pretty much like neck to neck, almost the same.
And by the way,
No, I'm
given
not
what
saying they're
happened
the same.
last year with 3 rookie quarterbacks, at least, I'm pretty sure you can bet that there's one man in this league that is not used to losing in Hard Rock on the weekend.
How
And
many
he's
years
not going
Cheetah?
to lose again. All of a sudden, he's not going to start losing now. And that's
How many
Cam
years
Ward.
Cheetah's been in the league?
Bro.
And that's
How
the
many years?
Tennessee
Hey,
Titans and Cam Ward. They are beating us at Hard Rock this year. There is no doubt in my mind.
y'all
Cam
not see
Ward
the
is
We
going
don't
schedule?
play them.
to get out of
We
us.
might run it down with Zach Wilson.
We don't play the Titans this year.
That's all we do. We do.
No.
No, we don't.
We play the Colts. All right, I think someone else plays the Titans from our division.
Hey, how many years DeAndre Hopkins been in the league?
Huh?
What was that, Cat?
Well, it don't matter.
How many years? How many years Luke been in the league? D Hop.
Hey, who do you think's going to win that division?
Oh, I know what it was, Joe. I had already made the call. It was different. It was the irony of we're finally going to get the coveted playoff game at home at Hard Rock, thinking that's all we need to win. And Cam Ward is going to come down here and beat us in a playoff game at Hard Rock. That's what I had said.
If we get a if we get a host a game, do you think it would be with a solid enough record to be hosting a bad wild card team if that exists? Like, do you think we'd win the 2 seed and host the 7, or do you think we'd barely scrape into playoffs and host?
I mean,
the 5
if we're
seed?
making the playoffs, it's because we're surprising people. Anyway,
Hey, if no one else will get into a tiebreaker with somebody, and then we'll get home field because of that tiebreaker,
or something like that. I'm just saying, like, it would be so us to finally get the playoff game at home, given that half the people in our fan base literally think that's all we need to win a playoff game.
Yeah, but like on the opposite coin of that, what if we beat the Titans as our first playoff win in 25 years? Is anyone really that excited?
If it's with Zach Wilson, yes, we got a future to look forward with, John.
If it was a playoff game, that would mean that Cam Ward panned out right away. And that would mean that a guy who played a good portion of his career in college in this environment, I would say beating him in that situation would be like something to be.
Well, then we're just the 7 days later, we're going to up to Buffalo or out to Kansas City or up to Baltimore.
Well, especially given that Tua hasn't been able to thus far defeat the Titans in all 3 meetings that he's played them, so. That's another reason we'd remember it.
Here's the thing, Mr. Riss. Guess what? If Zach Wilson is the starter, that cold weather narrative leaves the team overnight. We're not concerned if Zach Wilson can throw the ball.
What about the other players that suck in the cold weather too? It's not just Tua.
Zach Wilson can't play in the cold weather.
What about our coach that seemingly literally freezes when it's cold?
No, he wished it was colder.
To freeze
you can't say that
when
about
you
him.
have a slow quarterback.
A
lot of that is to blame on Tua. That's what you fail to realize, Joe. It's a lot of.
You guys don't remember seeing?
I got a question for Joe.
Even in sunny South Florida, he's looking stunned at times and lost. It's all Tua.
I got a question for Joe. Joe, what you think? Joe, what you think our record's going to be this season coming up?
I think we're around that.
The record was going to be last year.
I think we're about 9 wins. If there's no wild injuries to anyone important, if we hit the injury bug again, 6 wins, 5-6 wins. I don't think they're gonna flop or fold over or anything. I'm seeing that delusional Patriots fan put in the chat. You wish it was colder. I thought that was the funniest thing when he did that. Yeah. Colder, and then we just get smacked around.
The moment he pulled that dumb shit, I knew we were doomed.
that was embarrassing.
I knew we were doomed.
Saying you wish it was colder just is the very evidence that proves it slows your brain down.
Yeah, you got to wait till you win to say that. That would have been a sick comment in a post-game interview.
To get us in the playoffs.
A post-game thing, right? Exactly, Joe. You're supposed to say that during post-game.
Hey, can I give my 2 cents
the game hadn't been played yet.
Can I give 2 cents in on what I was hearing earlier?
2 cents, bro.
Yes, only if you pay me a nickel to say it.
Want to put more than 2 cents?
This is the only place where you can.
You got to pay me a nickel to say it, though.
This is the only place where you can get 2 cents.
Number 2 pennies for every cent afterwards.
Hey, number 1, I was able to get on here and I heard you guys talking about DeAndre Hopkins. Can we acknowledge something about DeAndre Hopkins, whether he's washed up or not, that he's not the same player? Fine, but the man has been a constant professional his entire career. Okay, so whatever he is,
we care about production. When we play the Ravens, we're worried about matchups. We're worried about matchups.
Can you let me finish? And the other point to what Color said, and what he just said right now, which is, if we get into the playoffs, he's 1,000% right. It will be a surprise to everyone. You're acting like we got a chance to win the AFC East, and for that, I think you're insane, Pete. I really do. Without respect, due respect, I just think you're insane. In that case,
our only chance is if the Bills have something tragic happen.
If the Bills catch the bird flu and pneumonia along with a new COVID strand, we might have, and they don't play us. We might have.
It's going to take an hour.
Josh Allen.
There you go. It's going to take an act of God.
I really feel like it's going to look like we're competitive all year, and we're going to lose a whole bunch of games by 3 points. I just feel like it's going to be like that all year long.
Yeah.
I just
Typical Dolphins shit.
Probably
And,
right.
Yeah,
and,
this
and,
is
and
this is the Sperano year. Or what was that year?
I
Not
feel it's
Sperano.
already set in
Cam
stone,
Cameron.
guys, and you guys are
5 and
not
Oh,
gonna
5 and
listen
Crypto.
12,
to me
6 and 11.
Crypto,
until
Don't
yes.
let
later
anybody
on.
come
Y'all
Crypto,
close to
say,
yes.
that
"Oh,
right now.
Pete was
I'm
Listen,
just
saying
telling you
this."
what I feel like. I
Sperano.
don't set nothing in stone, Pete. I'm not the stone setter.
That's
I'm not.
not stone. Yeah,
No, I'm just
listen.
I'm
saying.
not like
It's not in
the
stone.
seer.
I can see
No
it, bro.
color.
Y'all
It's
just
not in
gotta wake
stone. It's
Fool.
up.
on the tablets of Moses already. It's already been
Y'all
It's
inscribed.
gotta
already
wake
up.
up.
It's already
I'm
spoken
I
not
of.
understand
Merlin.
the
I don't
It's
put
concern.
already
swords
on the
in
I
stone.
stone.
It's
understand. You
already
know
in
what? You know
Moses
what?
tablets.
Greer is ahead of his time. He probably built based on the schedule of what we
Oh
were
my
dealing with.
God, bro. This is
All
insane.
these teams, they don't have weapons that scare us,
You know what's
bro.
funny,
When
Pete?
you
When I
go
say I
when
don't,
you go on
when I
your
There's
say I
no
don't
Wikipedia
bet
weapons
page,
on
anything
our
in
that's when
stone.
schedule
I'm like,
that
okay,
The
scares
other
yeah,
day I
us.
was
yeah.
listening to Weaver and I'm
Pete
like,
got
wait, we
that.
might have a shot to win this year. He makes me
I
feel
think
good about our season coming up. I mean, I'm day to day right now.
Okay, hey Pete, let
I'm
me
not
ask you
really
something.
Weaver
worried
So
is
about
what do
these
you
weaving
think?
teams
around.
because
What is
everybody
your
keeps saying
prediction
I'm
this year,
worried
Pete?
about the cornerback spot. What team are you worried about with the receivers that we're facing?
Every single one, bro.
No, it can't be
I'm
everyone
worried
because
about
everyone don't have good
the
There you
Cutler
go,
receivers.
Ridge.
Truthing.
I'm more worried. I'll
Oh,
be
man.
worried if we play Cutler Ridge High School. Shit.
yeah.
No,
Crazy.
there are two
Nah,
ways
The
you
high
can
school
y'all
shore up
team.
your
making it up.
secondary
Y'all
in
making this
football.
up.
Okay, look, there are
Or
two
my
ways you
or
can
my alma mater or my
there
high school
There you go.
Carol City Chiefs.
there
Shit.
are two ways you can shore up your secondary in football. Okay, in the NFL. One, you can get all-star secondary DBs, which we have done consistently recently, or you can get such a pass rush that it don't matter if you got Daffy Duck in the secondary.
Daffy Duck was a hard motherfucker.
We got Storm Duck.
He played with
Oh,
his
I
feet
forgot about that.
backwards.
Man,
I
what
saw him.
Bro, his
He was
nephews
bad.
were bad, bro.
I should
Daffy
have
Duck was
parlayed that
fighting with
into a
his feet
joke.
split,
Bro.
man. He was
Boy, y'all
bad.
killing me
I'll
with
take
this.
10 Daffy Ducks.
We gotta start calling him Daffy.
You could have Daffy Storm Duck in your secondary, and
Daffy
he would.
Duck one time got his beak blown off, and he's like, "Fuck
Bro,
that! I'll talk from the back of my
his,
neck."
You'll
I
probably
like
catch a copyright for
Exactly.
calling
I'm
him
like,
Daffy.
look,
You know
you
what I'm
could
saying, Mr.
literally
Paul?
have a Cam
Exactly.
Smith, a ghost in your secondary, and you'd still be all right.
Bob Garcia, if you're
If
still
you do have
tuned
a
in
good
to answer
team,
your
Hey, as
question
long as we
after
play Darnold,
reviewing
that's
things,
okay.
after reviewing it, I do believe
Now
our Super
you
Bowl
just
we have a
figured
chance.
out our
Seattle.
play. You just figured out the gambit there, Joe. We drafted Cam Smith, the ghost, to defeat Sam Darnold, so he could see him.
I do believe we have a Super Bowl chance this
Man,
season.
yeah,
Oh my
there you
God,
go.
Pete, you don't believe
And
that?
you know
We
what?
know.
And I'm
We
gonna
all
tell
know
you,
up here
and I'm
you're
gonna tell
talking
you
shit.
what it. And I'm
Just
no,
so
it's
you know,
not.
we all
I'm
know
gonna
you're
tell y'all
bullshitting.
what it's gonna. Can
Joe,
I tell
you and
you
I
what
got
it's
to
you
gonna
keep
don't.
take?
track. Hold
Can
Somebody
I
on,
go
tell you
call the
what it's
health
gonna take?
department.
real quick, Pete. Real
get
quick,
your
Pete.
damn mouth out.
Somebody
Joe,
call
let's
the
Joe,
health
see.
department. This
Joe, you
guy's
and I
not
got to
well.
keep track of this. We got it, dude. If the very first career interception from Cam Smith is from Sam Darnold, bro. Oh my God, bro.
We
It'll
don't
be hilarious.
That's poetry.
Yeah,
we don't
that
play
would
We
them.
will
be.
have to nickname him the
Listen,
Ghost. We will
listen,
have to
you
call
guys.
him the Ghost.
It would have to be in the Super
Okay,
Bowl because we don't play them this year.
but to answer
Right,
Bob
right.
Garcia's
Yeah,
question
right.
and to
Yeah,
tell
that's
you
true.
how it's possible, it's gonna literally
How?
take 2,000-yard
It's going
cheetah.
to take him 3 seasons
2K
to get his
cheetah.
first
He has
interception,
to be
Joe.
the triple crown winner. Triple crown winner. You got to lead in receptions, yards, and touchdowns, and that is gonna take a lot for someone like Zach Wilson or Tua, whoever. You know what? I promise y'all, I'm not even making this up. We can make it to the Super Bowl with Tua
You
with a
are making this up.
2,000-yard
Stop lying.
Tyreek Hill. If Tua
We
gets
can't.
Tyreek to 2,000 yards, we're talking Super Bowl, bro. That means nobody's stopping this. No one can stop us.
Tua's going to
That's the
get hurt
key.
before he gets to the Super Bowl.
I don't
Yeah.
disagree with you, but Zach Wilson could get him into the Super Bowl just by getting Tyreek Hill 2,000 yards. Do
Let
you
me
guys
give you
not
2
aware
points
of
of
what
hope.
2,000 yards are, bro? And Tyreek Hill was on that mission. I love that. I love that. If
I'm gonna
Tyreek Hill
take
gets
I'm gonna take
2,000, we're talking Super Bowl.
Pete, I'm gonna take a break. I'm not leaving the panel, but I'm gonna take a break from owning the panel for a little bit, but I'm gonna leave you really quick. I'll give you 2 points of hope. Our running back room, a la Jalen Wright's about to break out, and our defense led by Anthony Weaver. Those are my 2 points of hope, bro. That's it. Those are my 2 points of hope.
That's the strength of our team. I've been trying to tell the fans this. The strength of our team right now is that defense. regardless of what people want to believe in. It is the
The
defense.
strength
They
of our
have to
team
stay
is
healthy.
Janu, bro.
Let me
It's
tell you something,
Janu.
Color, before you go. The strength is Jalen Phillips and Bradley
Not really
Chubb
going.
staying
I just
healthy.
don't want to keep dominating.
No, you're fine, Color. Because I'm about
Shout
to
Go ahead,
out
leave.
Pete.
to
Finish up, Pete.
to it is.
Sorry.
The
I'm
strength
about to
is our
leave. Keep
defense, and it has to be
Color.
followed up with the rest of the guys, which is Tyreek Hill. They say, what if Tua stays healthy? No, it's more concerning. What if Phillips stays healthy? What if Chubb stays healthy? That's more appealing to us
But I mean, if
as a team,
Jalen Wright,
more so than what if
Jalen Wright,
Tua stays
look,
healthy.
though, Pete, if Achane does his thing, which we all know what he can do, if Jalen Wright breaks out,
Which he is going to
and
do.
then you follow that up with the power from Ollie Gordon, we could actually compete with just a running game and a defense, bro. It is possible.
100%. I agree with you, Color.
Yeah.
I
That's
1,000%
bullshit.
agree with you.
That's bullshit.
Well,
Especially
tell that
with
to the
schedule.
1972
That's
team,
not.
Fred.
That's not
Just
bullshit,
a
Fred.
running, just
We
I,
can win that.
I
We
you know
can win
what?
those
just a
games. We
running
can beat the
game.
Colts like that. Week 1,
Man,
we can beat the
that,
Patriots like that. Week 2.
that's
I don't know,
bullshit.
but
We
tell
gotta
you
What you
what,
need a
call him.
quarterback for?
Gotta call him Ollie to Gordon.
What you need a quarterback for then, bro? Why don't we just play
I'm
with 10
gonna win
guys
the
on
Stanley
offense?
Cup
What you need a
championship, man.
quarterback? What you need a
Fred, the
quarterback
last
for,
time
bro?
we won a division, we had Ronnie Brown as our quarterback. So who are you asking that to? You're
I don't care.
asking that to
And
a
still,
fan of
it's still, it's
so
still
you're
what they
asking that
want.
to a
Nothing.
fan of a team
Yeah, man.
who won the last time they won the division was with no quarterback. So that's who you're
I know
asking.
two. I know
Got the
two is.
local.
I know two is trash, but goddamn, no quarterback play, bro. None.
Ronnie
What
Brown.
was
Man,
Chad
Yeah.
Pennington
what we
doing
doing?
for us in
No.
2008?
Jimmy
But riding the
Garoppolo won
line.
a playoff game with 6
Don't
pass
even make
attempts.
sense.
I haven't heard Ronnie Brown in a long time. You guys think he was worth a top 5
No.
pick?
Jay
do.
Fiedler is
No.
the best quarterback we had since
None.
Dan
That was the
Marino.
Matt Ryan draft,
He fell
Joe,
off
and you
really
know
I
it.
quick,
agree,
though,
Crypto.
but he was
I
worth
agree.
it.
I
Real
agree,
quick,
Crypto.
But
the coffee mug. Listen, the
Fred
coffee mug
coming in with
guy.
all that negativity. Yo, Fred,
Look,
you don't
look,
think this season is all about the top flight backup quarterback Zach Wilson?
Nah, man, the season is always about the starter, bro. From the start of the season, it's always about the starter.
he fell right into the trap, Pete.
Tell him, Fred.
There is no such thing as a top flight backup, Fred.
Zach Wilson's
I
got to
know
get a
that.
sponsorship.
That's the answer to that question. You
I've
fed
been
right
said
into him,
that.
man.
I've been said that ain't no such thing as a top flight
I
backup.
disagree. The team is literally
I'm going
doing
to-
at what you guys are not viewing. How blind can y'all be?
If you got a top flight backup, he might as well be the damn starter then. How about that?
What is he like? I mean,
There
it's
you go.
so
Now you know.
it's so
That's the
logical,
plan.
Pete, that even Fred gets it.
That's the plan. But that's the plan. This is
So
what I'm trying to
basically,
tell y'all.
so
The
basically,
starter
we
of
got
this
two.
team, whether it's week 1 or week 3, Zach Wilson is going to be the starter of this team early on with this regime. This is their plan.
I hear.
So
I hear.
basically,
my
week
God.
Depending
we're
I
gonna
hear.
come back
I
into
hear
training
Zach
camp.
Wilson.
You know, Pete,
I
you just lost.
Are you really
on
still on the Zach Wilson's gonna
our
start
schedule
shit?
goes.
Pete, you just lost the
1,000%.
1,002 and ear subscribers that subscribed to you yesterday, man. You just blew it, dude. Now we
Yeah.
know what the agenda is.
Yeah, you
Ain't
just
nobody
blew your
worried about Tua
subscription to the
subscribers or
Twitter.
none of that,
He
Color.
could have had about
They were
another
ready to
25,000,
march
Color.
for him.
Yeah, man.
True
Pete could have been
True
at about
They were ready to
100,000, but
march
he keeps
for him, bro. They're like, oh my
Hey,
God,
true
Pete,
fan, he could have been
on
more
our
like a
side.
500,000.
for
By
real.
Friday, he'll be at a half a
How
million.
He keeps
powerful,
on. He wants to
you
be
know
the
how
Jerry
powerful
Springer
they'd become
of
if they
YouTube.
had Pete on their side, bro. Oh my
I just
God.
Jerry
I just
Springer
want to be
YouTube.
right. I just want to be right. 3 months
I
later,
just
everyone's
wanna
gonna
be
say,
wrong with
"Oh,
you.
Hey
Pete was telling us,
Pete.
but nobody wanted to
Hey
listen. I
Pete.
wanted
You're
to
always
laugh
wrong,
and
Pete.
giggle. My name
Pete,
is
Pete.
you gotta
Color."
take
I
your own
I
show
If
more
they
heard.
had Pete
serious,
on their
bro.
side, they'd become
I
the
heard Zach
Pete.
Wilson.
When you talk,
I
when we
heard
have
Zach Wilson
conversations that are
struggling
real,
sometimes.
people tune in, bro. Not for this, nigga. Trust
Hey,
me, dog. You can't keep
yeah.
on with this, bro. You can't keep saying Zach Wilson. Well, sing.
Hey,
Go.
Pete, I'm going to drop
Damn,
out
who is that
and
singing
let someone else
acapella in
come
the
in.
background?
Okay?
I don't know, but he
I'm
has a
going to
I
be
nice
still
voice.
think
watching
I
hockey
Color.
game
just
tonight.
wanna be
You
Don't
close.
take
believe these
care.
guys, John.
All
Super Bowl
right?
window is open, John.
Oh
Have
my
a good
God,
evening.
Later, John.
John, save
All right.
yourself.
You take care.
All right, John.
John just
All right,
took the
John. Thank you for
parachute.
coming
He's
on.
like, "Oh, it goes to you."
Hey, Pete, I hear Zach Wilson
Reading the
struggling
Dolphins
so
new
far,
alma
bro.
mater.
Yo, okay, so I had a coffee mug from the
Fred, I
2008
didn't hear you,
era,
Fred.
I
and
said I hear
you said
Zach
what, Fred?
Wilson struggling so far, bro.
He is playing horrible. That's what
Well,
Omar
then,
Kelly
Fred,
and
maybe you
Pupart
ought
are
to
saying.
pay attention to
struggling
Alan
so far.
Poupart then more
You
often,
know,
because he says the opposite.
They're seeing what they're seeing, and Omar Kelly reported
You
it
know,
too. That
all you
he's
got to
looking
do,
horrible.
Fred, if you don't like what you're seeing, is just change beat writers, bro. That's all you got to do.
Hey, man, why would they lie to me, man?
I don't know. They would never do such a thing.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think Alan Poupart will lie.
But real
Tell
quick,
you the truth,
the
I
last
don't
time
think
we had
Omar will lie.
Fred, the last time we won the division in 2008, I had a commemorative coffee mug from that year. It had 4 names on it. None of them
yo,
were
Fred,
the
can you hear
quarterback.
me?
None of them were the quarterback.
Let me tell you, Fred, you know who you heard Zach Wilson is struggling from?
Oh,
The same guys that were trying to convince everybody
Y
that
esto
Tua
sigue, mi
is a
hermano.
great
Esto no
quarterback.
para.
That's the
Esto no para.
same guys you heard Zach Wilson is struggling from. I don't want to hear any of that.
Near you.
I don't want to hear
One
any
man.
of that.
Making
I
We'll
don't
see
think
what happens
Alan.
when
I don't
preseason
think
is
Alan
around.
Poupart does that, bro.
July
I don't think
4th.
Alan Poupart does that, bro. I think he.
We'll see. We'll see.
I think he calls balls and strikes right, bro.
Well,
I
he
don't
said
think he'll do
Zach
that.
Wilson looked great.
Hey,
I didn't hear that.
so
I heard he said
I'm
he was
gonna ask you
struggling.
guys. Hey, what's your guys' thoughts about
Struggling not to
Finn
look great.
Zechariah? What's your thoughts
I
about
don't
Finn
believe no
Zechariah?
Tua near on quarterback evaluations anymore. They're done. They're cooked, bro. Go ahead, Cap.
Fred, he said he's struggling because he didn't get the memo. He's struggling with understanding his place on the team.
I don't care
were you
which one
saying,
it
Cap?
is, man. Struggling is struggling.
I think he
I
needs
heard
to
he
go
was.
on
And that's
more
the guy
recap
that
to
you're
find out
saying
who's
we're
the
gonna win
father.
the Super Bowl with.
From what he
No,
told me,
you're missing what I'm saying, Fred.
he was throwing
You're
balls in
missing
the
what I'm
dirt.
saying. He's
Throwing
performing
balls
too
in the
well, is
dirt.
what I'm saying, bro.
Fred, if Zach Wilson is struggling, then Tua should be cut because there wasn't even a tweet of him put up yesterday by Joe Shad on Tua. And you want me to tell you what Joe Shad reported about practice yesterday
no.
on Zach Wilson? This is Joe Shad, a guy that was trying to sit here and say pay Tua early on. He said, Zach Wilson fired an eye-opening laser beam to Tyreek Black. Okay? An eye-opening laser beam to Tyreek Black. Listen to that. That he wasn't
Tyreek
done.
Black. Who the hell is
He
that?
also
Yeah, who the
are
fuck is
one
Black,
of our
bro?
receivers. One of our receivers that are
Where?
like in the back of the depth
Blackman.
chart. Hold on. He also said Zach Wilson's arm strength
I
and
didn't
zip
know the
cannot
roster
be
of week
questioned.
1. There you go.
But we know this, Pete. You're not telling us something we don't know.
No. He said
Everybody
Zach
knows about his
Wilson
arm
connected
talent.
with D. Eskridge
It's not
on
breaking
deep ball.
news.
Where is him mentioning that Tua is hitting anybody here?
Oh my God. Okay. You're right. We're going to Super Bowl, Zach Wilson.
So you're going. So you're saying people are saying Zach Wilson is playing bad, but yet Joe Shad,
I'm
a
going to buy
known
my tickets
Tuaneer,
now, True
is
Finn.
reporting
I've already got
Zach
my
Wilson is throwing laser beams.
Hey, tell me where we
I'm
can
in
get
section
Preseason
105.
tickets. Me and you, dog. Because it's
No,
on Super Bowl.
I'm in
Some of
section
you
105 in the
Tuaneers,
Super
even
Bowl.
though y'all
I got my
y'all
seats.
still
I'm
got
gonna get
something to
mine.
hold on to because y'all will flip right quick on
Hey,
Tua
yeah.
right back.
Hey,
And
Pete,
y'all know it.
me personally, I think if there's somebody that would write some bullshit, give up some bullshit information, bro. To me personally, bro, it'd be Joe Shad before Alan Poupart, bro.
Joe Shad will be the first one to write anything about Tua. How come he didn't do that?
He'll report bullshit.
Hey, Fred, I got a question for you, Fred.
I believe Alan Poupart, bro, before I believe fucking Joe Shad, bro.
Same here, Fred. Same here.
But what did Alan Poupart say that you believe so hard? Tell us.
I don't know what he said. I ain't hear nothing he
You
said.
don't even know what the man said.
I bet
You
you
don't
a
even know
Joe
what the man
Shad.
said, but you
I
said
bet
you
a
agree with
Shad
him.
catches a fish before a poop does, though.
What did Poop say that makes you feel?
What the fuck was that color? What the fake color? What the fuck was
That's
that, bro?
a terrible name.
I put
Why
a
does he have poop
shad
in his
on I
name?
put a shad on my fish hook. You put a piece of poop on yours, and we'll see who gets the bass first.
You got to be a fisherman to catch that
There
reference.
you go.
The thing is that you got to be a fisherman to catch that reference that just that color just said about the label shad. If you don't know what that is,
Yeah.
you won't get it.
No,
Hey,
I've
do
always
it.
had a trouble with this
The
name.
Eskrid
Poop
had a
Cart.
nice
Hey,
contested
Why does he
Color, how
have
catch
about
in
poop in
this?
his
traffic from
name?
Zach
Hey,
Wilson.
Color, how about this? Do you have to go fishing, or do you have to take a shit?
Well, if you've already got
I'm
the
taking a
poop to
shit
put
while
on the
I'm
hook,
fishing.
you probably already took the dump, right?
Yeah, good 25 miles out looking for dolphin. I'll
Worms
take a
are
shit in the
attracted
middle of
to
the
poop.
ocean, right next to the seaweed line.
Hey,
I'll
Fred.
tell you this: you'll catch a fish, but you'll catch a
What's
bunch
up,
of
everybody? What's
Them
up? How's everybody
frigates will be
doing?
chasing my shit before they're chasing tuna or dolphin. That's for sure.
Hey, Fred. Fred, what you think the
What's
record?
up?
What you think our record gonna be this season coming up, Fred?
I think I already called it, Mr. Paul.
5-12, 6-11,
Had it said 7-10, bro.
or best
Wow.
7-10. There you go. At best, yeah.
Who are the 7 teams we're
There
going to
you go,
beat,
Fred.
Fred? Of
There
all
you go,
people,
Fred.
who do
Fred
you?
is
I want to know who
optimistic.
Fred
No,
thinks
no.
the
But that's
7 teams are
7-10,
we're going
meaning
to
we
beat.
have an outstanding season for what we're
That
expecting.
means that the rest of the league team buses crashed in the river.
Fred, I got us 2-9 at the bye, and you are way less
No,
hopeful than me. So
we
how do you have
won't.
us 7 wins?
Oh well, I'm looking. I'm personally, I really am looking at a sweep of the Jets. I'm looking at the
Exactly.
sweep. I'm looking at the sweep of the Patriots.
No way we
That's
sweep the
four.
4-0 in the
Patriots.
division. I
You
agree,
forgot
I'm
Fred.
who
looking
that
at
No
that,
was.
way.
bro.
You
The
forgot.
Jets have a
Hold
quarterback
on. Let
that's
that
There's no
man
proven
way.
already.
finish. Y'all
Let that
let
man.
that man
Wait,
finish.
Fred
wait,
don't know
wait,
who
Let,
lacrosse
wait,
is.
let
wait.
that
You
man
do
cook,
realize
man.
I don't think
you
Fred
realize the
understands who's
Jets
on these
have a
teams.
quarterback and a coach
Hey,
now,
you
right?
being
You
fat,
asked
yeah,
me.
Pete, now.
You asked me, bro. You asked me.
Yeah, I
And they
like this,
barely
Fred.
beat us.
You asked me.
They
Well, Pete,
we barely
well,
All
Pete
right,
beat
said
move
them.
on, move
two
on.
five
What's
It
the
took
text
games.
for
overtime
Fred?
to beat
All
them.
right, you got the Jets. We're sweeping the Jets. Who else?
We're not
We
sweeping.
Sweeping the
splitting with the
Patriots.
Bills. We're
Uh,
splitting the Bills.
No,
We're not
we'll get
splitting the
swept by
No,
the
Bills.
Bills, bro.
That's still a good
I
division record,
do.
4-2.
stop it.
I do. I think we played Pittsburgh. I think we squeaked past them,
Mm.
1-5 in the division.
and I do mean squeak, bro. That's 5 games there. I had some more, man, but I forget what the who the rest of the games
Hey
are.
Fred,
I had
remember,
reached
hey
too much,
Fred,
but I
we're in
did have this.
overtime. Hey Fred, we're in
Remember, the
overtime
Steelers do
wins
not
away
need
from getting
quarterbacks to
swept by the
win
Jets
games.
last year. Last year we should have
But
been
the
swept by the
Dolphins do.
Jets. Overtime was the only win.
Right.
They're crazy.
what you saying, Fred?
Remember that I'm saying that people seem to forget that the only reason we didn't get swept by the Jets last year was with that
Because it took
overtime win.
overtime. Exactly. He didn't
That
run out of bounds. If that guy
right.
would have stayed in bounds, we would have lost that game.
We're swept
By
by
the
them
time
Jets
time
last
would have
year.
went out the clock.
Yeah, yeah. I got us. If you ask me, to be honest with you, I got us winning one game in the division, and that's maybe one to the Jets. I don't believe we're gonna beat the Patriots, and I know I know for a fact we're not even competing with the Bills. That's just the way I feel. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but that's just the way
With
I
our
feel.
defense and our run game, we're
Ah,
gonna beat a lot of these
What
teams. You guys don't
defense,
I
Pete?
have us
understand that.
going. I have us going 2-4 in that division.
A
Sounds
young
reasonable,
defense,
right? Sounds reasonable.
with no defense with
With
young defensive backs.
no backfield
We're
and
splitting with the Patriots
I'm
and
good.
maybe
Uh,
Jets. At the most 2 wins in the division.
at the
I'm,
most.
I'm
That's
with
what
you,
I
True
agree with that.
Fin,
I agree with
with the
that. But
most 2 wins.
Pete sometimes goes on these rants of okay, let me go
I
against
don't
these
believe
guys
it.
to fire people up. But we all
No,
know,
well,
Pete,
Pete.
y'all don't realize
it's not
team
common
build.
There
sense,
you
Well,
bro.
go,
Pete,
True Fin.
I tell you what, stormed up, but eat some spinach like Popeye because he gonna show need it in a lot of
Against
games.
who? Who are you concerned about, Mr.
And
The
Bro,
Paul?
what
elite wide
happened to
receivers.
I'll
Austin
tell you, he's not even
Jackson?
on the field.
Austin Jackson looks like a wide
An-
receiver. What happened to him, bro?
Anthony Richardson
Yeah,
is the
he's
starting
he's on the
quarterback for the
Atkins
Colts.
diet.
Anthony Richardson is the starting quarterback for the Colts. Is he a high completion percentage guy?
Why do
Is
you
he
keep going
really
to the
accurate?
quarterback?
We
We're the
lost to
one
them
that need a
last year.
quarterback to beat teams.
Okay, but
Other
at the
teams
end of
don't need quarterbacks to beat us. What part you don't
Yeah,
get
we
about
lost
that?
to Anthony
they
Richards
need to
last year,
be able
Pete.
they need to
We
be
lost to
able to
Mason
take
Rudolph.
advantage of our
Stop
We
it.
lost to
weakness.
Mason
They
Rudolph.
need to be able to
Exactly.
beat our
In
weakness.
Tennessee. Come on,
We're
man.
We're the one that need all the
And we're not
5-star
even as
recruits
good
at
as
every
last
position
year.
and complaining that
No,
they're
we do
injured
not.
when we lose to them.
Listen,
That's
this is
how
why
I
you're
know
crypto.
that we're the team that need all these 5-star recruits.
Crypto. Under Tua, I would agree with you. but I'm past Tua.
Oh,
Even
you
with
are.
Tua, we can beat the Colts. But that's only the case with Tua. With Zach, we can make noise. We can talk Super Bowl here in Miami. We really
Again, Jerry
could.
Springer
We
shit.
can have those
Jerry
conversations.
Springer shit.
We can have talk.
Jerry
Zach
Springer.
Wilson beat the
But it's more
Bills
like Maury
twice as a
Povich. You
Jet.
have to find out who's the
Maury
father.
Povich.
That's
All right,
that's
two,
why I was. I hope
Everything's
Fred
fake,
comes
bro.
back because if we do
You're
sweep the
talking
Jets,
out of your ass
if
right
we
now, bro.
two
there's a
fans
possibility
don't make
we
me
split
scream
with the
now.
Bills.
You
We
know?
split with the Bills. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
Pete is
Listen,
No,
Well,
because I
hey,
could go over.
we've
No,
been here
because y'all.
plenty, Mr. Park, to know when he goes in these rants that we're like,
No,
what?
because y'all not talking
That's all on
matchups.
purpose.
When we're talking matchups, then y'all gonna
We're
lose
on
out
to
on this
you,
argument.
Mr.
You're
Pedro.
gonna lose
We're
out.
on to you.
Who's Michael Pittman Jr.?
he's a great wide receiver. He caught a 65-yard touchdown against the Texans.
Anthony Richardson is their
A
quarterback.
great
We're not worried
secondary.
about that. Then
We
they have
lost to
Alec
them last
Pearson.
He's
year,
a
bro.
second year's development. He's very good. He's
We
been playing
lost to
pretty
them
good
last year. And
whenever
who was
he's
the
not
starting
when he's
quarterback when
healthy.
we lost to we didn't even lose to the Colts last year, did we?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
did. We needed them to
Oh
lose
yeah,
at the end of the
16-12
season
or
just to win the
something.
tiebreaker.
Yeah, we lost them last year.
Who do you
Because you
think's
seem to
better,
you seem to
the
forget, even
Panthers or
if
the
we
Colts?
didn't
And their
have Tua,
defense
we
is
still
better.
got that head coach. You
I'm not
forget that, bro.
I'm not worried about any of these teams. Now the teams I am worried about is the same teams you guys are worried about. I'm not worried about the Chargers as much as you guys, especially
You're
Cutler was
crazy,
worried
bro.
about them.
You're
You're
But
crazy
I'm
crazy.
worried
because they have a Hall
like
of Fame coach.
the Ravens.
Yeah.
They beat us
think
with
the Ravens
Brandon
might
Staley
struggle.
on Sunday night with backup secondary people. And they
If
had the
the
dossier
Ravens,
on how to
if
defeat our
all the
offense.
Ravens
They
And if I'm
gave the
not
rest of the
mistaken, they
league the
beat us that
dossier
year. That
on
was
how
the
to
year before
defeat our
last.
offense.
They beat
you
us
guys
Remember
without
are
that.
more
Bosa.
worried about the
That was
Ravens
the
than I am.
dossier
I'll tell
game.
y'all that straight up.
In fact, they
The
went
two
on ESPN and talked about that.
This is
They
crazy.
you guys
gave
are more
out the
worried about
blueprint. They
the
said, "Here's
Commanders
the
than I am.
dossier on how to defeat the Dolphins offense.
Right,
You
right. And then we
defeat
lost the next week
the
to the
wide receivers
49ers
and
or vice
17.
versa. Right.
Crypto,
Yeah,
you fail to
In
realize that
fact,
was a
they
Tua-led
used
team.
the
yep.
word tail. They used the word tail.
That
We had
was
that.
Tua had
Exact. No,
25
that
yards
was
passing
Baltimore. That was
in the
Queens. That
That
freaking
was a
Baltimore.
first
Tua-led.
half.
That was a
But
Tua-led
when we
team.
went to the West Coast against the Chargers and the Niners, that was the first time that we saw our offense inept. Like, what the hell? How do they know what we're doing? Because film is
Because of
film.
Stanley did that. Staley put
Yeah.
out that
People
freaking
forget that though.
dossier,
Tua's
and
not my
everybody
starter.
copied it. They lifted it.
And it's going to be the same system with the same plays and the same bullshit. And we're only going to lose worse.
He's not
every
even in the
year.
league no more, Pete.
Every,
And he already
yeah.
got us figured out. He's not in the league.
Every
no
year, our statistics offensively have been going down, declining. There's a reason for that. The writings are on the wall. But you want to sit here and say Super Bowl with Zach Wilson? Do you realize how unbelievable? Like, nobody's believing you, dude. Like that.
No, I'm telling you right now.
Like that's like you're like, yo, come on, bro. We're
I don't care. I'm not here to be believed. I'm here to be heard and give my takes out, and I continue to be right.
Zach Wilson's going to be traded by week 1. Pete, you got to realize Zach Wilson will be traded before week 1. He's a stand-in.
No, he would not. We're talking about Devon Achane, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Jonnu Smith.
Same team that
we have one of the best
Zach Wilson
fullbacks.
is out of here.
Another thing, we have one of the best fullbacks in the entire league, bro.
Wait a minute.
With
Fullback?
an upgraded. We have one of the best fullbacks in the entire league.
And he's been falling
He
off.
wasn't used once. Alec Ingo hasn't been used once all season. Stop it.
He said
like
fullbacks, like we're in the Tom Rathman era. I know.
I know that's what I'm saying.
That man was in
I'm laughing, but the Ravens use a fullback. The
Like we're in
49ers
that
use a
era.
fullback.
Come on, Pete. You gotta stop. Drink some water. Drink some water. Water
I
helps
know.
circulate the blood into your brain.
Exactly.
and
It hydrates
oxygen.
the cells very
Yeah,
well.
you need some water. Go right now. Right now, say, hey, I'll be right back. Drink some water. I love you.
Hydrogen
but you
to
need
oxygen.
oxygen. Pete,
Exactly,
you don't live in
Mr.
Denver, do you? You're not in Denver, right? Like in the Alps up there. No, right?
No, he's in the lowlands, the grasslands.
That's what makes it
He's in
more
the
painful,
grasslands.
man. Because I'm watching one of our comrades falling apart right in front of our eyes, bro.
Two friends, I'm gonna be straight now. Right now, Pete sitting behind that his avatar, laughing his head off.
Oh, you know he
got
is.
a good show going.
I'm
you know
not.
that.
I'm
He
not
does. He
laughing.
always
I'm
does.
actually.
He always does.
Right,
I will
Mr.
give him that. I will give him that.
This
I will say this about this show, and I know that sometimes I get on him, and people probably think I hate on Pete or not. I will be 100% honest. Just the fact that we're able to have this conversation with right now, there's 7 people on here, and we're all giving our back and forth. Man, I look forward to this shit. Straight up. I ain't lying.
I love it.
I love it.
I'm
That's
starting
why I
to hate
call
it.
I'm gonna
y'all
have a
don't y'all
glass of
y'all
me cause
y'all
some
don't
tea
don't
realize
hate
chopper.
it,
what our
Pete.
team
That
is.
You
cause
can't
Chopper
stop
drink.
this.
That's what I'm gonna
you
have to
We're
still
have.
let
talking
some
about
people
Kenneth
spaz.
Get some
Grant.
energy.
We're
You guys
We're
we're
are
trying to
worried
draining
get
the
about.
talking
source
again.
of my
We
life
Guys,
got
he's
source
fans
talking
out
up
of
again.
here
mine.
Give him a
saying we're
minute. Give him
losing.
a minute.
I can't.
We're talking. We got fans up here saying we're losing to the Colts, but forgot that we got Kenneth Grant, Zach Zeeler, Jalen Phillips, Tyrell Dodson,
Zach
Jordan
Sealer
Brooks,
would be
Bradley
traded
Chubb.
before
Zach
week
Sealer's
1.
question
We
mark.
still have Jalen Ramsey on the team. Y'all stop expecting like these guys are off the
Zyler
chain.
would not be on the team by week
This is the
1.
shit that
You
makes
heard
me
it here
want to go
first.
back to my AA meetings. I'm just
This
gonna
is the
keep drinking.
problem. This is the problem. These guys might not get traded.
This is why I drink. I'm drinking right now.
They're getting traded by week 1.
I don't think
They're
our
out of
guys
here.
are going to get traded as like you guys are mentioning or waiting and refreshing on Twitter all day. That's not
They're
happening.
gone.
Pete,
They're out of
If
here.
the season happens like Color
You're
is saying,
counting on rookies that have never
then
played. Can they be great one day?
that's no, they're
Sure,
not.
but they're not there yet. They're rookies.
What rookie you're talking about? What rookie you're talking
Any
about?
rookies that Grant, a
Kenneth
second-year
Grant. You
player,
know how
Chop
easy Kenneth
Robinson.
Grant has it. You know how easy Kenneth Grant has it.
he
Are you
does.
aware? Yeah, he has Jalen Phillips, Bradley Chubb on the outside, Chop Robinson on the
Great
outside. That's
points.
taking
I agree with you.
a lot of attention. He
But
has
he's still a
Zach
rookie.
Zeeler next to him. That's going to take a lot of attention.
I agree with
He's
you.
going to be in a
Pete,
lot of one-on-ones.
Still a
was
rookie.
it Kenneth Grant that you were bad mouthing about a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, wasn't he like all pissed off about we drafted this guy as a horrible pick? Remember,
I
Mr.
never
Punk?
questioned his talent, Mr. Punk. Mr. Punk. I never questioned his
Pete,
talent. I
the
just
thing
didn't
is that
agree
you
with the
think we
pick.
don't remember shit that you say.
I never
As
questioned his
fucked up as it
talent.
is,
I just
you
didn't
remember all
agree
the
with the
bullshit.
pick at the spot. That's what I'm telling y'all. I said I was fine with trading back and getting him late in the draft. Do y'all remember that? He just wasn't worth it at 13.
But you're banking on him. No?
What?
You're not banking on this guy. You just mentioned him as a pillar, as a cornerstone of a team, but it was a
He's
bad
still
pick.
he's still a good player, but it's not all on him. We didn't get him to change the defensive line to make it great. No, he's
You're
just
right.
part of
You're right.
part of
I
already
agree.
a great defensive line.
I agree.
Let's not forget that.
Now you're talking stuff that I'm like,
There you
okay,
go.
I agree. Because he is a cornerstone, or I don't know if I'm using the right word. Anybody help me out if I'm
He's
using
an
the right word.
addition. He's an addition.
No, he is the cornerstone of us trying to change the narrative that we're soft, right? The draft
No.
showed us that we're going the opposite way. The fact that we didn't restructure any of our so-called soft players shows us that we're going
The
in a different
draft
direction.
showed us that they went and desperately reached for position.
No, they did
of
not.
needs.
They went to physicality. They
They reached
the
for
lines.
position of needs. They reached for defensive tackle, and they reached for an offensive lineman, a guard in the second. They reached.
We will disagree, and
even if
only
if
time
they
will
work
tell.
out, doesn't take away the fact that they still reached.
Okay, that's an opinion. I think that who's right, it doesn't matter. We'll see. But at the very least, all I'm saying is I like the way that they went about it in the draft. I like the way that they didn't mortgage more future in restructuring contracts so they could get more free agents when we're losing free agents. I like the step. I like the direction the Dolphins are going. What I'm saying to you, Pete, is for us or anybody here to expect, a winning season, number one, with our starting quarterback is a reach. And then even worse than that, to expect that with a Zach Wilson, I personally think it's crazy. I'm not insulting you. I just think it's crazy.
How about expecting it?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I think is crazy. That but the thing with you, Pete, is I don't know if you're serious or you're just trying to light, conversations up. I cannot take you serious when you tell me that
I
Zach
was
Wilson is gonna take us
serious
to the
when
Super
I
Bowl.
said
To the
I
Super
think
Bowl?
Skyler could take us to the Super Bowl.
And what happened? I mean,
he got hurt. He's injury prone. You cannot be counted on. But he had the skill set to carry with
27-3
his
in
roster.
Seattle is injury prone.
He was injured. He got injured by halftime.
But
That's a good one.
But 27-3 is injury prone. Holding the ball for 10 seconds and then getting blasted is injury prone.
That's the problem. You know what you're so used to? You're so used to just turning on the TV, watching Tua, and you, with your eyes, is already accustomed to getting the ball thrown quick.
Pete,
So when
I'm
you see a play,
47 years old,
you
my
see a
brother. I've been
running
watching
back
this game
open,
since the
you're
80s.
like, bro, no,
Used
Skylar
to
Thompson
Tua.
was not going to check it
Used to
down
Tua.
like
I'm
that.
used to Marino.
You're used to
That I'll
Tua,
accept.
bro. It's a lot
You're
of
crazy,
Tua
bro.
watching, a lot
I
of
was
Tua regaming. No,
I was
that's
hopeful for
everything.
Tua because I love my team.
A lot of these
But I don't
completions
get
Tua has
blinded by
weren't
the
even good
facts.
completions. You could go
No,
back to
no,
watch his
I
completions
disagree.
and say
I
this
disagree.
completion he should have threw it over here on completions. Imagine questioning a quarterback's completions. That's not good. Even though he completed it, it's not a good decision. And we lost games, big games, because of decisions like that. He decided to throw it in the flat when Waddle was open in the on the outside on a comeback route. Come
Okay,
on.
so let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, an honest question. At the end of the day, did this regime fail or did they succeed in the rebuild of 2020 to today?
They only had one failure mistake that haunted the entire rebuild. They did not fail the rebuild. They built a championship roster that would have won a Super Bowl. They really did. The quarterback they went behind in Tua is what failed us miserably. And
Okay.
it bit them, and now this is where they're at. This is why I keep telling you, we still have a core of guys that if this core stays healthy, this team could be and carry us to a Super Bowl. They really could.
As
It's
presently
just Zach
constructed, is
Wilson
that what
just
you
has
okay?
to hit.
All right.
Zach Wilson just has to hit. I don't care, bro. Our Super Bowl window is not closed unless we start 2-9, like Color start saying, and that's gonna be because Zach.
You think Zach Wilson's going to carry this roster?
I think Zach Wilson has the talent to be able to carry this playbook and regime and be led by Mike McDaniel better than Tua. And I
That's
think
where
that
we would
alone can take us
The
further.
league is
wholeheartedly
I think
disagree.
Mike McDaniel can turn Zach Wilson into what he turned Tua, but
Pete,
even better.
Pete, do you understand what Mike McDaniel's record is against teams above 5? He's got one win, like against 14 or 13, whatever losses.
Something
And
like that.
was
1 in
And a
14
lot of
or
that,
1 in
and
17.
a lot of that,
It's
and
one
a
of
lot
those.
of
1
that.
in 14
And
or 1
Tua
in
is
17.
Tua is 1-10. I get it, and that's what I'm saying, Mr. Negative. A lot of that is because we didn't have a quarterback to take the game
Zach Wilson
and
is
take it down.
Pete.
Tua's
With
not
all due
1 in 10.
respect,
That's
Zach
wrong.
Wilson is not
That's
that
wrong. Tua's
guy.
not 1 in 10. I can name
If
you
our
2.
defense is as
I can
strong
name
as
you
I
2.
expect our
Even though it's
defense to
horrible,
be,
it's
Mr.
shitty, but
Negative,
it's not 1 in 10.
right? If our defense is as strong as I expect it to be, we just need Zach Wilson to make a few
No,
splash
Pete.
plays.
Our
What do you
defense is
expect
going
out of
to
this
be
We
as
need a
strong as you
few
say it is
splash
in the
plays.
front
We need
seven.
one,
The back is
Mr.
going to be
Negative.
horrible.
We need one 70-yard
And this
bomb
is the passing
touchdown.
league.
What do
That
you
opens
need
up.
out of
That
this
I get what
changes
you're
the
saying,
mood
but
of the
this is a
game.
passing league.
That
The front seven can only give you so much. We're weak in the back, Pete. We're super weak, super
The
thin. We
secondary
have
is
no depth.
atrocious.
It's crazy. But
the secondary is atrocious. Okay, Mr. Negative, I hear your concerns, and I'm not disagreeing with you.
he's 100% right.
The only reason why I'm gonna tell you you're wrong, and True Fin Fan, you're wrong too, is because right now we currently still have Jalen Ramsey as of today.
Pete,
You want to project it without?
Hey, where's
Listen,
Color,
listen,
bro?
hold
Color,
on.
hey,
He
Hold
was
on.
getting cooked last year.
Y'all wanna
Color, you
project it?
left?
Y'all wanna
Color
project
left?
it without Jalen Ramsey? Then project it with us
No,
getting
Pete,
Cowboys.
I'm projecting it with him. He got cooked last year by the Jets. Garrett Wilson was absolutely destroying him.
Mr. Negative.
And
Okay,
then
I don't
Devontae,
care
and then
what.
Devontae Adams was destroying him.
It doesn't matter about
That is
last year.
true.
We didn't have Chubb or Phillips. We didn't have our best pure pass
You had
rushers,
Chop
Mr.
Robinson, who I'm told is like a beast
rookie.
in there.
A rookie, bro.
Pete, because Aaron Rodgers was able to get out of the pocket on the run. What do you think these mobile court? Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are going to have a heyday with that.
Oh my God, it's like a birthday
Bradley
party.
Chubb
We're gonna
and
be
Jalen
the pinatas.
Phillips change everything on this front seven on the
They're going to
D-line.
have a plethora.
Everything.
You don't have Calais Campbell anymore either, Pete.
Three amigos.
No more Calais Campbell. He was
We got a
he was
younger,
great.
faster, and more athletic defensive tackle.
Pete,
in
you know what?
Kenneth Grant.
Pete, what you're sounding like right now is a blind ass fan. I'll be honest with you.
No,
A blind ass fan.
if I see it,
And Pete,
if I
Zach
see
Wilson
it,
isn't going to see the field much anyway.
so
because
hold on. That's fine. I'll take the blind ass fan. You know what? I was a negative.
No,
fan
I'm not.
years
I don't mean
past.
to insult you.
I didn't
I'm not
see it.
insulting you.
I didn't
I'm
see
saying
it.
that's what you're sounding
Now,
like.
when I
That's all.
see it, I'm gonna speak what I see, and I see something turning. I see a turn of event happening that's going to shock all of you guys. I really do.
I hope you're
Including
right,
you,
though.
Mr. Negative.
I hope you're right,
Because
though.
a
I'll
lot of
be
y'all
honest
are
with you.
just
I
in
hope
your.
you're 1,000% right. There's nothing that will make
But
me
this is
happier for us
same
to
energy
disagree.
the problem you guys are
But I don't
having
see it.
is y'all all in your feelings with Tua.
No, I'm not in my feelings. I'm
Understand
being
that
realistic.
we're
Man,
past
you're in your
this
feelings.
Tua
We're
crap.
being realistic. You're in your
I'm
feelings.
being
We're being
realistic. I've been the same way for 4 years since you've known me, my friend. I've been the
This
same
regime is
way.
past Tua. It's no longer sprung on Tua. Tua's days are numbered. He might not even be the
And
week
that's
one
fine,
starter.
Pete, but Zach Wilson is not
This
your
is deeper than
savior.
Tua, bro. It's deeper than
Zach
Tua.
Wilson is a project, Pete. He's a project. Hopefully he works out. But to expect anything from him, to expect him to carry, come on.
Projects aren't drafted number 2 overall.
Pete, guys get drafted over like high in the draft. What about the guy San Fran took, right? Third
Trey Lance?
overall. Trey Lance. What? So he was drafted third overall. Is he great?
Exactly.
Injuries.
Great point.
Injuries got the best of him.
Was Ryan
when
Leaf
he
great?
got he won the job.
Was Ryan Leaf
He won the
great?
job.
Zach
he won
Wilson,
the trust of the
You guys might not remember this, but I remember a guy taking second overall and Ryan Leaf for the Chargers. Was he great? I remember Jamarcus
Intangibles.
Russell getting picked number 1 overall. Was he great? Like where they get picked is so like stupid. It's about what you did on the field. What did you produce on the field? Tom Brady was 199. I mean, where you're picked it tells you about the talent maybe that you were in college, but what did you do in the NFL level?
I would rather see Quinn Ewers over
Bro,
Zach
Wilson
Same
has
here.
had good games.
Same here.
I've seen what Zach Wilson is mentally on the field. He doesn't have it between the ears. He can't.
That's what I said earlier, right between the ears. Correct.
I don't think they thrusted him in a situation where they asked too much of him when there was nothing there.
Pete, you're asking the Dolphins. You're asking Zach Wilson to carry the roster
to the Super Bowl.
He doesn't. He doesn't
Bowl.
have to carry it. He just needs to stay and compete, and he has a roster. He has Tyreek.
That's not true, Pete. That's not true,
He has
Pete.
a
Because
Nick
if it's
Westbrook.
like that,
he has a Jono. He has an A-chain.
Pete, that's not true
upgraded offensive line.
Because what you're saying is a game manager, and if we're gonna just say game manager, nothing special, it's Tua. And what is that giving us? What is that giving us? Nothing.
That's my point. And now we have someone that's not a game manager that can
I hope you're
create
right.
off script.
Pete, for argument's sake, I want you to understand something. Just because we're arguing about this shit, and I may be sounding one way or the other, believe me when I tell you, and I think that every Dolphin fan on this platform will agree with, I truly hope that I'm 1,000% wrong, because I won't be mad. I'll be like, thank God, oh my God. But I just what Mr. Negative and me and others here are seeing, we're like, no, it doesn't. Like we've seen enough football to know what's really happening, and.
Yeah, but y'all not being fair, bro. Y'all not being fair.
How so?
Being fair, Pete. Come on, we're being fair. We're going on. We're going on
our roster.
Pete, we're going on sample size. Zach Wilson has been a disaster for the majority of his career.
It's a negative.
And
you
what?
saw.
Okay,
me
and
saw,
what has? Okay, and what has Anthony Richardson? And what has Anthony Richardson done in the NFL to sit here and say we're losing to the Colts automatically?
What do you mean, oh my God, really? Really?
Pete, here's
Mr.
the
Negative,
thing, right?
that's our strength. That's our strength.
The man got benched for what was that backup? Hey, Mr. Negative,
teams are not going to be able to run on us,
for?
Mr. Negative. They're not going to be
able
to
run on us. You guys
both
spoke at the same time.
What was Mr. Negative? What was the backup that Zach Wilson got benched for? That all his players were wearing a shirt with his name on it.
He got hurt.
Oh, was it
Mike
White?
No, Mike White.
Mike White.
Mike White.
Right. This is how bad Zach Wilson was on the field. That his team, when he got hurt or whatever it was that happened, Mike White came in and he performed admirably compared to him at least. And this guy, where is he now? Where is he now? Like,
bro, Tua was benched. Bro, Tua was benched for Skylar Thompson.
No, he was not benched.
Be honest.
Tua has never been benched. Tua has only missed due to injury. Stop lying. It's injuries.
They put that guy on IR. They did it. They wanted to end Tua's season week 2 versus Buffalo when they put him on IR. Skylar was supposed to run in and run off with it.
before he
and the project failed under Skylar. Tua was never going to come back. Skylar was supposed to run off with it, just like Brock Purdy did.
You're better than that, bro. Let's be real. You know that's not true. If we could sit here and
The
at least,
same
for
way y'all
example,
can sit here and complain about our
hold on,
players is the same way I could bring
hold on
up
a second,
concerns
Pete.
on other players. Though,
Hold on a second.
Mr. Negative. Anthony Richardson isn't the
Hold on.
greatest
If you
passer in
could
the
sit
league.
here
He's
I'm
still a
not going on
project.
Anthony Richardson, Pete.
critique the franchise for
Drake
sticking with
Drake
Tua,
May
don't
is
act like they
still
benched him. That's a lie. You yourself have hated the Dolphins because they haven't gotten rid of the guy. So for you to
Drake
say that
May
now is
has
bullshit, my
nobody
brother.
to throw
Come on,
to.
dude.
Pete,
Coming
to
back
one
off of
point, man.
injury, Stephon Diggs. Okay.
That's a lie, Pete. Stop
Josh
lying.
Allen is elite. He's Josh Allen. But you're scared of Justin Fields and the Jets and his So Justin Fields out of nowhere
I'm not
now, he
scared of
became
Justin
some
Fields and the
sort of
Jets.
pocket Aaron
I'm
Rodgers
scared of
pocket
my
passer.
coach and my franchise being inept.
What Aaron
Period.
Rodgers was able to do with Garrett Wilson against Jalen Ramsey last year doesn't mean that Justin Fields will do the same to Jalen
Bro, we're
Ramsey
an
with Garrett
overtime
Wilson.
win
They're
away
two
from getting
different
swept by the
quarterbacks.
Jets last year, and they were horrible.
Justin Fields is just as much as a project as Zach Wilson is Mr. Negative and True Fin Fan, and both of
Pete,
y'all
I don't
know
think
it.
much of Justin Fields either. I don't think the Jets are going to do anything this
Exactly,
year.
and we're gonna face these teams.
Absolutely, and Mr.
And these are
Negative,
the
and
teams
with
we're
all
gonna
that said,
face.
I still think we're gonna split with him.
And I
That's how much.
feel the same way. It's a split.
Yeah,
It's a split.
that's how little I think of my team. It's not about the other teams. Pete is thinking about the other teams. What he's failing to realize is just how shitty we really are. We're not the
No,
team.
we're not. I'm pointing out how better we are than some of these other teams. Like
We
some of y'all
could
said,
be
we're losing to
eventually.
the Panthers.
We could be eventually.
We're
If we
not
turn the
losing.
page and become physical.
So
But the team presently
Even the
constructed
Dolphins are
is
showing
shit.
you this. Even the Dolphins are showing you that this is kind of a reset year. That's what they're showing you.
Mr. Negative,
That's
here's
exactly
the
right,
problem.
Mr. Negative. And I said that here twice already. The last two
Mr.
shows.
Negative, here's the
We're in the middle.
hypocrisy, right?
We're in the beginning stages of a
Everyone
rebuild.
wants to
That's
tell
where
us,
we're
right?
at.
Our only concern is our cornerback room. Okay, I'm not here to argue. We don't have the best corners in the NFL, but I know we have one of the best defensive lines in the NFL, and I know having one of the best defensive line,
Counting on
according
two
to
guys that are
other
coming off
teams,
a
right?
season-ending injury.
According to other teams, that's going to
second-year
help
player.
our cornerback room.
That's not that,
The
okay,
Chargers,
that's not-
I guarantee you, everybody's going to go into week 6 and project, oh, we're going to lose to the Chargers. The Chargers have no receivers,
We
bro.
are going to lose to the Chargers.
We're not. What receivers
that's hard.
scare you that our weakness is the cornerback? All they have is Lad McConkey. Nothing else at receiver scares us. We have a cornerback problem. The Chargers have a receiver problem. You see how that works? Do y'all see how that works? Yes, we can have a problem. But other teams, I'm going to point out their problems. And the Chargers have a receiver problem just as much as we have a cornerback problem. So that washes off. It's as simple as that.
Pete, they don't. Again, it's just all about timing and coaching. Coaching factors in. You think Jim Harbaugh will not school Mike McDaniel? Like, think about this for a second. Think about this.
And Mike McDaniel's not going to school him back on defense when one of his starters on on that defensive line were guys that were on our team. Bro, they're starting Tier Tart. We let that guy walk out the door, Mr. Negative.
And he played well for them last year, Pete. He played well for them.
And we replaced him with someone better. Who played better, Calais Campbell or Tier Tart?
And we lost Calais Campbell, Pete. And you're expecting a rookie. You're expecting a rookie to give you that
and now they replaced it with Kenneth Grant. Kenneth Grant is going to be better than Tier Tart. Tier Tart's entering like his 13th year in the NFL.
You want him to play like a future Hall of Famer.
They have Deshaun Hand too.
They have Deshaun Hand. 2 of our guys starting. They're not that dangerous.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it unfolds.
Khalil Mack is old.
You're loud and wrong, bro. Straight up. I love you, but you're loud and wrong, bro.
What are we worried about? Y'all worried about who is Tarheeb still?
They are a 7 to 8 win team, and we're going to be stuck in
Mr. Negative. Is Tarheeb still going to be able to cover?
I got us 5 or 6 wins.
And you know what? I could see that as well. I'm just giving them kind of like the benefit of the doubt.
The benefit of the doubt.
They always seem to tease us.
Exactly.
They always seem to tease us, so I'll give them 7 to 8 wins. It could be 5, but really, what's the difference? It's stuck in purgatory. That's
For
what
sure. Purgatory. You know what purgatory is, Pete? Do you know?
Good enough not to be good
Purgatory enough. I know exactly what purgatory is. Me and Mr. Negative up here as well have been telling y'all for years. We've already been in our purgatory years. We've been rebuilding under Tua for the last few years.
For 50 years, the Dolphins, for 50, for 52 years.
We've been in
coming this
purgatory
season,
under Tua
we've
for the
been in
last couple
purgatory.
years. It is finally over.
Purgatory.
It's no
You're neither
longer
in
a
heaven or
Tua.
hell.
It's
You're
no
just
longer Tua anymore.
there.
It's over with Tua. Even
So
though he's on the
y'all know
roster,
what's
it's
on
done.
the
Hey,
you know what's
Cutler,
on,
welcome back, baby.
right? You know what's on the other side of purgatory, right? Once you get out, right?
Hell.
Heaven.
Well,
And
I
now
hope
it's
you're
finally
right.
here. Zach Wilson.
Hey, Cutler, what do you
The
think? What
upgrade
we're
on this
arguing about?
defensive line coming
Give
back.
me your opinions. What do you think about what we're arguing about? The whole Zach Wilson. Honest
He
opinion.
thinks
I don't
we're
want.
done. He thinks we're done. He said it. 2-9.
I told you already.
let
The
him hold on,
play
Pete,
is
but let
Quinn
him
Ewers,
answer.
bro. The real play is Quinn Ewers. Zach Wilson is providing.
I agree.
Zach Wilson is playing the exact same role that he played for Denver.
If Tua gets hurt, Zach Wilson is coming in. It's not going to be Ewers.
No. Hold on. Zach Wilson.
I'm sorry to tell you.
Explain
Ewers
that
was
rule
not
to me again,
labeled a
because
top flight
earlier when
backup
we were
quarterback.
earlier when we were having an argument, I had just gotten home. I was sitting down and I really couldn't. That's why I was like, "Yo, I'll call you back," or I got off. So explain to me this again.
Explain what?
Explain the situation where, like, what you just said now.
Well,
Zach
because I don't think Sean Payton had any intention of developing Zach Wilson ever. That's why I don't use it as a litmus test for Zach Wilson.
Stick. Okay.
Right. That doesn't mean I think Mike McDaniel's any different, other than that Mike McDaniel probably would give him a shot, because maybe obviously Quinn Ewers is probably not as NFL ready as Bo Nix was.
Bo Nix, right.
So maybe there is a little more to Zach Wilson's chance here than there was in Denver.
Okay.
But the real play is Quinn Ewers, just like the real play for Denver and Sean Payton was Bo Nix.
Bo Nix, right. Now,
you want me to tell you what the play
that's why they
Quinn
could
Ewers
justify.
is?
That's why they could justify spending all that money on Russell Wilson. Bro, it was to keep the fans placated.
Okay, but hear me out, Cutler. Hear me out, Cutler. My question that I didn't get to ask, because like I said, I had just gotten home. I was going to take a shower, all the bullshit. What I didn't ask you earlier, and this is a legitimate question, because you went off and I was like, yo, I'm not going to, I can't do it right now. I just got home. My question to you is an honest question. They gave Zach Wilson the opportunity. Do you not think?
Back at this.
And I'm not questioning your opinion. I'm asking you a straight up question. Do you not think that if Zach Wilson wowed Peyton Manning, he would have given Sean Payton, that he would have been like, damn, let me give this kid a chance?
Yeah, but only from the perspective of that gives Nix a little more time to not have to hit the limelight so quick.
Okay, but regardless,
the play was Bo Nix, dude.
So what you're saying is, regardless, they weren't willing to.
However long Zach Wilson was going to let them take their time with Bo Nix,
okay,
they were going to be happy with. They didn't need him to do that. So when you say gave him the opportunity, what do you mean by that? Because he started the first couple games last year?
No.
I don't follow them.
I mean
So I
by
don't
that
know
is that they had him on the roster. Just that.
Right. But he never even started a game last year.
But he played preseason, no?
Well, maybe. Yeah. I would imagine.
And I remember that he looked good in the preseason game. Everybody
probably.
I was showing his best preseason game today until I got sniped.
That was the whole.
Something happened between preseason and the end of camp that made them say, you know what? There's no point in this. Nix is ready. Because Bo Nix was always the real play.
Okay. I hear you.
The moment Quinn Ewers is ready, Zach Wilson is history.
He's gone. Right. Okay. I get you now.
Now, that doesn't mean Quinn Ewers will take the same path as Bo Nix. It doesn't mean this whole plan's going to work out, which means, okay, Zach Wilson will be a placeholder longer for that reason.
Okay. Spoken, very, very much understood, sir. And I'm not speaking this way as bowing down.
Look, it's still a meritocracy, but you still have a point. You still have a fair point that it's still a meritocracy. And to Pete's point, if Zach Wilson gets one opportunity, he may not need anymore. He may be nobody might want to ever look back.
Right.
And that's what the contract, even though it's a 1
Do
year
you
deal,
see that happening
they
in
played
Miami,
some
Color?
part.
That's my next question.
No, of course not. No different
Okay.
than Sean Payton obviously probably thought it wasn't going to happen like that out there either.
And that was my point to Pete. That's all I'm saying. Not that I'm right. I'm not saying, oh, that I'm right. No, that was
Yeah,
all I
that's
was trying
fine.
to relate to Pete.
And I'm fine. You guys can believe what you
It
want to
kind of
believe.
makes you both right. Well, he dropped off, but it kind of makes you both right from
He
the
thinks he
respect
dropped
that,
the mic. He didn't drop no mic. It doesn't
well,
change
Pete,
or
it
anything.
kind of makes you both right from the respect that Sean Payton perceives Zach Wilson the same way Trufin does. So he was never going to get a real shot. You see what I'm saying? But for the same reason that obviously a guy like Sean Payton has a good eye, thinks he sucks. So you see what I'm saying? It's like the reason the real play was Bo Nix is because
But that's not the real play.
I don't think Sean Payton respects Zach Wilson. So
You see, this is why these conversations sometimes they get upsetting. You know why? Because it makes no sense. If he really would have believed, hold on, Color, let me correct something.
Just let me
Sean
land the point
Payton and
first.
the Broncos wanted Zach Wilson
No,
back.
but let
They
me
sent
land the
him an
point
offer.
first. Let me land the point is that Trufin is right
So
that
it mutes everything True Fin fan was
for the
saying.
same
Everything.
reason, whether Sean Payton couldn't develop him or chose not to, the end result makes Trufin still right.
Right.
Zach Wilson wasn't good enough
End
to earn
result
Payton's
doesn't
respect.
make him right
You know what I
at
mean?
all. Because this is what I was not, bro. They did give him an offer.
Great
They
point,
did
Color.
want Zach Wilson back. Zach Wilson decided to go to a better destination. He chose this path. The Broncos did give him an offer that he rejected.
Well,
It
it's
is
the
what
same
it is. So
point,
all of that
Trufin,
y'all argued and saying that no, y'all loud
but
and
it's
wrong.
the same point that could be made about Skylar Thompson. Yeah, he
It
had a
doesn't-
chance,
yeah,
and even
we're
though,
talking about
and
Zach
even
Wilson.
though, hold on, because even though we know that the situation wasn't right for him, probably even purposely not right for him, but he did not do enough to earn anybody's respect enough to say, you know what, we were going to throw him under the bus, but we're the ones with tire tracks on our face now. Skylar Thompson didn't do that, and everybody who's made that point has been right to say that.
And
And
their
that's why
Skylar
he's in
Thompson
Pittsburgh.
failure is the reason why Zach Wilson is here. A top flight backup quarterback, which comes with a plan. Okay? Do y'all not hear that? We didn't go out and just go get some 6th, 7th rounder.
I don't agree with that.
We got a quarterback that was number
that to
2.
me is pure speculation, Pete.
It's like
Pure
the
speculation.
Colts. The Colts got Daniel Jones. Where was Daniel Jones selected? Number 8 or something. I forgot where he was selected. It's a high ceiling quarterback. That puts
8 is
pressure.
right. 8 is
Okay?
right.
There's a difference. This whole Quinn Ewers play color I can't believe you don't see the play. It's all about Zach Wilson this upcoming season. Believe it or not.
Probably because Mike Daniel
Quinn Ewers is hold on, color. Let me finish so
pause
you
for a
understand.
second. Pause.
Hold on, I can't
pause.
pause.
You're making my point though.
Pause.
It's
I'm not
probably
making your
because
point.
Mike McDaniel has the capacity to gain respect for Zach Wilson, where Sean Payton didn't have that capacity
They
in his
went
head.
out and said our top flight backup quarterback is Zach Wilson. They can't fade from that. Ewers is the 3rd rookie quarterback that they drafted in the
Because
7th.
McDaniel
The
obviously
plan-
has. Look, we all know McDaniel.
The plan is
Not
to
a third,
use.
not a third
the
rookie.
plan is
He's
to
the
use.
We
first
all
rookie, but maybe the
know. We
third
all
rookie.
know McDaniel rolls in with his balls in a wheelbarrow. So when he looks at Sean Payton throwing Zach Wilson under the bus, he's like, "No, let me get. You know what? The guy still has a chance to gain my respect. You know what I mean?
If Zach Wilson comes in and
Because
has
if
a
I can
Sam
make something
Darnold
out of Zach
season,
Wilson, where Sean Payton decided he wanted to just throw him out with the bathwater, then I can look better than Sean Payton.
Absolutely. I look better than the great Sean Payton.
Sean
Great
Payton
point.
didn't throw him out.
I'm sure
Sean Payton
McDaniel
wanted him.
I'm sure
He didn't
McDaniel has
want that.
more intention.
They
And that'll
already
be
made
great
their
on his
decision with
resume.
Bo Nix.
Yes.
He
So in
came
that
here.
respect, I think Mike McDaniel, to your
Moving it,
point,
bro.
Pete, to your
Damn,
point, Pete,
man.
Mike McDaniel does have more intentions of helping Zach Wilson than Sean Payton did. There,
Absolutely.
I will come to the table with you on.
Yeah. I agree.
The setup is Zach Wilson as the top flight backup, and they're hoping he hits. Once he hits and he takes us to the playoffs, we win 10, 11 games. We make it
You're
to the
crazy.
playoffs.
You're
It don't
crazy.
matter if
You're
we
crazy.
lose or win a playoff game. If Zach Wilson was the starter, the offseason debate is
God
going to
bless you.
be against Zach Wilson is going to be, well, we have Ewers in the building. He was the backup for a year. They're going to use that as contract, okay, negotiations, because Zach is only here under one. They still might sign Zach, but they will use Ewers as the backup plan. That's what they
Right,
will do.
right. But
And if
here's
it
the
gets out
thing,
of
Pete.
hand, Ewers is at least the lifesaver that can say, well, we got Ewers that was learning for
Right.
a year. Plus, we need Kirk Cousins this offseason.
No,
We
ideally,
need this
Ewers
guy.
is not Bo
If we
Nix,
lose
bro.
Zach
Look,
Wilson.
Ewers is not Bo Nix. So ideally, yes, we do kind of want Zach Wilson to have a little resurgence and do something for himself. You know what I mean? Because that buys us time to keep building up Ewers. That's the ideal situation.
He might.
But now here's
He
the thing,
might
Pete.
sign
But
a
here's the
Baker
thing, Pete.
Mayfield
What if?
contract.
What if?
And
Listen.
this
What
might
if?
be his.
Pete, I got a question for you, Pete. What if we're 6-0? Right? Just saying. Let's say we're 6-0.
With Tua?
And Tua gets injured, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're like, it's going to be a couple weeks, but not enough to ruin our season if we lost every game, right? Like maybe 2-3 weeks, right? You know that they're going to
playing
revert,
out, color real talk.
right? But you know that they're going to revert back to the we can't make Tua look bad, so we're going to like trash the quarterback coming in. Everybody's going to take 3 weeks off, and nobody. You know. Now, if Ewers comes into that situation and lights it the frick up, dude, where Skylar Thompson and nobody before him could, then obviously we got our answer.
Why are you skipping Zach Wilson?
Because I believe that Ewers is the real play. Okay, I skipped Zach Wilson because I forgot to mention that Tua gets injured. Zach comes in the first game and looks horrible. Maybe not from his own fault, but you know how the politics are. He looks horrible and they have to try Ewers out. You know what I mean? Something like that.
So, Color, you think Wilson was like a pre-draft insurance policy at the QB position, backup QB position, once we drafted Ewers?
It's a guy that, just like Skylar Thompson, a guy that Mike McDaniel can control.
Color, if Tua gets hurt, he's never hitting the field again for us.
Wrong.
It doesn't matter.
It's not about the injury. It's about somebody else performing.
Week 2 versus Buffalo. If he jams his finger week 3 versus Buffalo, he's never seeing the field again.
Wrong. If the backups
Wilson
are still shit,
comes in and
he's
looks
gonna
like
come
crap,
back again.
it is over with this regime.
Think about it, Joe.
That's you wishful thinking,
plan.
That's not
think about it, Joe.
Backup plan.
If they throw him under the bus like they did all the other quarterbacks,
plan,
rookie isn't going to come in.
It's not realistic.
But think about it,
A 7th
Pete,
round
real
rookie
quick.
isn't going to come in week 5 and take over the league.
Pete, real quick, Joe. Think about it though, Joe. A guy like Zach Wilson, okay, will allow Mike McDaniel because of his image coming in.
He doesn't intimidate him.
No, not only that, but if Mike McDaniel wants to end up throwing him under the bus because Tua is only going to be down for a couple weeks and wants to play the political game, he already has everybody in his favor. He already has everybody's already convinced that Zach Wilson would be the issue.
It's like confirmation bias.
Right, because everybody already believes Zach Wilson is trash.
The locker room, you mean, right?
Great point.
Everybody in the world. So when Mike McDaniel, let's say, gives the guys some time off, doesn't call try some new stuff while Tua's out that don't really, you know what I mean? He can do that
how much
because
of a bad
everybody's
look
just going
that
to
is?
assume Zach Wilson is another bad backup.
Color, and everyone's going to laugh at McDaniel and call him clowns for considering this guy your top flight backup plan. How can they be trusted?
Yeah,
If
but
this
how
is
do
their
we know?
top
Were they
flight backup
talking about?
plan,
Did they
how are they
specify
really
Zach
hit with
Wilson?
Quinn?
Did they specify Zach Wilson as our top flight backup? Or I thought we were looking for a top flight backup, i.e., we brought in Zach Wilson, we drafted Quinn Ewers. Now they can fight to see who the top flight backup is.
Correct.
That's what I thought the whole thing was.
They confirmed Zach Wilson is the top flight backup plan. That was their first move. They considered that their top flight plan.
Well, then that means that I'm right even more because they don't want to put the starter label on him. But they don't want to pigeonhole Ewers. as a top flight backup because he's a rookie. He could literally
We're
be
gonna
anything.
see we're gonna see it with our own eyes. Soon as preseason hits, when Zach Wilson is out there, when joint practices happen, I'm telling you guys right now, a
Can
fake
you pull
injury
up
is gonna
Armando's
appeal.
comment? Can you pull up Armando's comment?
You're putting so much stock on preseason, like we haven't seen quarterbacks in our lifetime light it up, and then when the real time comes, they shit their pants. We saw it with Skyler. Like you're putting that in, like Zach, Zach, what is his name?
Yeah, but we saw the same thing with Tua, Trufin.
Yeah.
They pump him up for preseason play too, and he hardly has any.
Right. So we're gonna see now. Oh, Zach Wilson. Oh, he lighted up. What you're not understanding, Pete, is you're downplaying the knowledge of these coaches and people who see this every day. They know exactly what the backup quarterback is going against in
But they
preseason.
but they know they're that smart and they know that they're the authority. So they also take us for granted for being stupid too. For instance, Pete, pull up Armando's comment. I haven't
This one
seen
right here?
look up. Yeah, I love Armando, by the way. He's a cool dude. Love him, see him everywhere. Good to see you again, Armando. I haven't seen him in chat most of the day. Comes in, finds out what we're talking about, and his first thought is, does any other team need a top flight backup in the league? We've asked that same question, Armando. When in the all the years you've been following the NFL, have you heard a team even use that phrase?
They've never used the phrase, but some teams go after top flight backups. For example, the Vikings last year went after
Yeah,
Sam
but not
Darnold.
for the reasons that you're using,
this
Pete.
year.
You're using top flight backup as the guy that's going to take over a starter's
Daniel
job.
Jones.
Okay,
And that's
the
not
Vikings
realistic.
went after a top flight backup, and that top flight backup was a starter that produced 13 wins for them.
He was a backup to Brock Purdy and 49ers
Who was this?
the year
Who
before.
was this? Say the name again.
Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold was a
absolutely.
backup to Brock Purdy the year before.
And where did he just get signed?
To Seattle.
Who? What?
Seattle.
Seattle. As a what?
Starter. He's
as
earned
the
it.
QB1.
He's
as
earned
the
it.
franchise guy, arguably.
And Zach Wilson landed in a better situation than he has in any situation. The Vikings was a good situation, but Zach Wilson landing in Miami is even better, if you ask me.
Pete, it's kind of like what Lewis was saying earlier about Jalen Phillips, okay? The reason I keep bringing up the fact that we've never heard them use that phrase before is because you don't use an oxymoron to describe one of your players.
You got to explain oxymoron to Pete.
An oxymoron is a self-contradictory phrase. The little giant, that's an oxymoron.
I know what an oxymoron is, but at the same time, if
a
y'all
big
wanna
mouse,
believe,
that's
listen,
an oxymoron.
if y'all want to buy into the top flight backup quarterback name, that's on y'all. I already told y'all what I think it is. To me, it's a starting quarterback. When it's not, you see, this is how the regime is thinking, a lot like some of these so-called Tua haters. It's not if Tua gets hurt. It's actually when. And when he does, we need to have another starting caliber quarterback with a high ceiling
By the
to
way,
continue
Truman,
this. That's
it's a literary device that's actually it's a relativistic literary device. So for instance,
I got you.
little giant, there could be a little giant because all the other giants, he could be the smallest one out of all the other giants.
That's a bad take. This team is not more than a quarterback away from winning anything.
That's a
it's
great
not.
take.
It's not.
Spot on.
Our core of guys are more studded out than other teams that specifically I could go through on our schedule and give you their names. And we are more star-studded out, regardless of how y'all feel about it. That's just the truth. We have talent. Now, if everything gets traded,
kind of like
we can't talk about
kind
it.
of like the
We can't-
mosquitoes
we
in
can't-
South
This
Florida.
is the reason why.
you know, they're
Oh, but
big
we're
and
losing
mosquitoes.
Jalen Ramsey. Okay, we're losing Jalen Ramsey. Do y'all know what we're doing to replace that? because there's going to be a replay. We're losing Janu. Okay, what did we do to fix that? Those moves haven't been done. We get who is up for debate to be traded, but once you make a trade, we're going to get players, and those players could easily sit here and make us feel like, wow, this was a Greer move that turned out to be great. We could sit here and think for 1 second, wow, this trade worked out great. It worked out wonders. We ended up getting Cal Pitts in return, and we got a young star cornerback as well. Y'all don't know what's going to
2-9.
come with it. So it's just, y'all, a bunch of fans just coming out, just trying to make content and
2-9
not
at
bring
the
in the
bye.
reality. No, I'm sorry. I don't buy each and every single last one of y'all talking about this team. A lot of people can have their opinion about our team. It's all our team. But the way this team is built right now, it looks more so where they're going in the right direction. They really are. And when you look at our schedule, pound for pound, we match up well with a lot of these teams. A lot. And my confidence comes a lot based on what I think Zach Wilson could potentially be here with Mike McDaniel and this team. Yes, because I am far past Tua. I'm far past it. I'm like this regime. We're done with you. And if you guys don't believe that this regime is making moves saying we're done with Tua, then I can't help you as a Dolphin fan.
Bro,
As
I love
sad
the
as it
way
might
you say
sound.
regime. You sound so intellectual when you say it, bro. Like, regime.
That's all it is, Dayon. This team just has to stay healthy. And it's not Tua needs to stay healthy. That's the other little way everyone wants to make it seem. So if Tua stays healthy, Dayon, right? Everyone wants to tell you, this is a playoff team. We can make noise. You never know how the cookie could roll, however. But guess
By
what?
the way,
The
that's
reality is
Dayoni.
a lot of Dayoni, but guess what?
I'm kidding, man. It's day one, bro. It's day one. Day on. Day
It is day
on.
one. Day one. But guess what?
Come on, Pete.
Day one.
He's
Hey,
trying to tell
Deone.
you he's your day
I see
one,
you,
bro.
Deone.
Dayoni. Dayoni.
It looked like
Yo,
Dayon.
Pete, you got me on that one, dog. I ain't gonna lie.
The Dayoni.
It's like, what's
Day
your
one.
name? Jay Quillen? It's Jacqueline. Wait, no, Jay Quillen. D Nice.
No, we're
It's
not,
Denise.
Greg. No, we're not, Greg. We're not stuck with Tua. That's what feels the best about this season as a Dolphin fan. That's the wholehearted truth. The
It's
fact
a
that they're ready to
Dayoni,
move
baby.
off of him.
Mm-mm. It's a Dayoni.
Deone. I'm sorry, Pete. I just, it was funny. Deone. You're not gonna laugh? Come on, you gotta laugh at yourself, dog. That was pretty good. No, okay.
No, it was good. They got me. It was
That
good.
was my impression of
Miami
freestyle.
is Dodge City. A lot. You see, I love
Dayoni.
KFC. A lot of this is not gonna go over these fans on, especially on this panel's head. They don't know what you mean. But guess what?
What? I get
The
it.
team is
He
built
is no Bat
guys.
Masterson, bro.
Listen, Miami is
Tua
Dodge
is
City.
no
And
Bat
Tua is the
Masterson.
sheriff, and him and
Bat Masterson.
deputies
Wow.
gonna run any threat out of town. That's literally what I've been saying over the years. But people
Well, there
have
was
never
two
want to
sheriffs
believe
of
what I've
Dodge
been
that are
saying.
famous.
It was
Bat
The only way
Masterson
the Dolphins were
and
gonna bring in
his
talent
better known
to
buddy Wyatt
Miami
Earp.
Wide Earp.
with
Yeah, I know
Tua
it's Wide Earp.
is if we overpay for that
But
talent.
Matt
That's the
Masterson had
only
a
way.
brother.
And that's what we've been doing,
Yes, he
building
did.
a
He
team
was
and
killed.
overpaying. Now that we're done with that, now we can actually
Yes,
build. We're past
He
that.
did get killed. What was his
Straight
name?
up. This Dolphin team is heading to places like you guys didn't even imagine happening.
You're crazy, Pete. You gotta stop, bro.
The rebuild is actually not happening. Like you guys are like how mostly the people want to believe. You guys will see. You guys
Dude,
will end up seeing this season.
they already used the language. They already used the dancing around it language, like soft rebuild or retooling or renovating.
The
They've already
media
used
can
all those
ask
words.
media can ask whatever questions they want. The media, right? We're pumping
Reset.
up
That's my
They're
favorite
not-
one now. Reset.
Our regime didn't say that. They were asked that. If you're asked a question, you got to respond to it. That's how it goes, Color. Greer was
No,
asked,
what
something
I'm
about,
saying, Pete, is
how
this
do you
is
guys
what a
do
lot
it?
of the
Like they were
this
asked.
is
That's
what
not
a
what
lot of the
they're doing. That
journalists in
doesn't
the
mean that's
world,
the plan.
Pete, what I was saying was this is what a lot
No,
of
I
the
know what
sports
you were
writers at
saying, Color,
large are
and I
saying
know what
about
I'm
our
saying,
team.
Color. I
Like
know what you're saying,
the
Color,
national
and I
sports
know what
writers
I'm saying.
see it for what it is, dude.
They don't see it for what it is. The national
They
sport writers,
do.
if they see it for what it is, how come they
Bro,
didn't
you
say
know
this
what?
team has been
You know why they
trash?
can see it for
How
what it
come
is?
they didn't
Because they're
say
looking
this
at it.
team ain't gonna win
They're
crap?
looking at it in the
How come
macro.
they
They
didn't
don't
drop
have
that?
analysis paralysis, dude. They're looking at what we put out on the field.
They're not team evaluators and they're not coaches.
Yeah.
They're journalists. They go to school to ask the best questions. They're not
I'm talking about
scouters.
the
They don't
sports
go to school
writers,
to
dude, that
scout
know what the
players.
hell they're looking at.
They know what they're looking at when they're looking at the team that they report. They're not looking around and looking at the Chiefs, how the Chiefs do it.
Well,
They
I
don't be at the
normally don't.
Chiefs. They don't go to the Eagles and see how winners
I
do it.
normally don't
They're
go with
only used to what they
consensus,
see.
but bro, when consensus is like 90%, man, I'm usually gonna go with consensus, bro.
Last year around this time, Color, 90% was that Tua and the Dolphins were gonna make noise. Did you believe him last year?
No, I didn't believe him then, and I don't believe him with a worse team.
Hold on. Did you believe him last year when they were telling everybody that the Dolphins are one of the best teams in the league?
No.
Super Bowl contenders. I
No.
didn't. Okay, so why do we have to believe in them now when they're
I
trying to
don't.
convince us 9 months later that this is a crap team because they see it?
No, it's not
the
because they
same
see it. It's
team.
because I see it.
Okay, go ahead. Go
Why?
ahead.
Because
If we
50-year-old
couldn't do it with
Calais
a good
Campbell
team,
walked out?
if we couldn't do
Because
it with a
50-year-old Jordan
faux good
Poyer
team,
walked out?
hold on. If we couldn't do it with a fake good team, what makes you think we can do it with an actual bad team?
Exactly. Great point. That's my point. We're not as good as we were last year, and last year we were not as good as the year before.
And it goes back to top flight backup plan.
No, it doesn't. No, bro, you're putting. You're so wrong. You're basing everything on a quarterback play. Yeah, that is a big deal. But you're not putting any blame on McDaniel, his team, his lack of adjustment. You're lost. You're so stuck on the Tua issue that your emotions blind you, my brother. Like you're, and then to top it off, even worse, you want to go from a guy like Tua. I'm not saying that he's great or good or
Is Zach
whatever.
Wilson more talented than Tim Boyle, Mike White, Tyler Huntley, Skylar
Zach
Thompson?
Wilson is one of the worst starting quarterbacks I have ever seen. Ever.
So he's worse than
just
Tim
out
Boyle?
with it, Trufin. There you go, man.
He's worse than Tim Boyle?
I'm not saying that he can't become the next great thing, but I'm going on recent history. You're acting like Zach Wilson.
Than Mariota?
Why do you think I keep talking up Ewers as the real play, Trufin?
Yeah,
I can't bring myself to do it, bro.
Come on, bro. Yeah, that's why I told you earlier, Color. Yes, you're right. I see them putting more stock into Ewers, a rookie, than Zach Thomas, like Zach Thomas and Zach Wilson. This whole take that Pete
He
has,
might as well be Zach Thomas as a quarterback.
right? Like it's crazy. Like Pete, what you're saying, like listen to what you're saying before you get emotional. Be realistic with yourself. When Zach Wilson was in the New York Jets, you want to. I know what you're gonna say.
I
Yes,
don't
I
care
did.
what
You
Zach
thought
Wilson,
he was garbage.
He was throwing to Elijah Moore, a rookie
Okay.
Garrett Wilson, Alan Lazard.
On,
it's
man.
a totally different
you just
It's a
you just
totally
hit the
different
seismograph,
receiver.
Trufin. You didn't have to go that far. You just
It's
had
a
to say
totally
something like this,
different
Pete.
offense.
Pete, the best
Report,
Zach
don't you
Wilson, the
understand?
best career Zach Wilson could have is Jimmy Garoppolo.
Color. He's way more talented than Jimmy Garoppolo. Stop that. He's more talented and gifted than Sam Darnold, bro.
You're the guy that would fall in love with Jamarcus Russell coming out of college.
He's more
You're the guy that
talented
would fall in
than
love with
Sam
Ryan Leaf coming out of college.
Color.
You're the guy that just looks at pure talent and doesn't look at the quarterback.
The
as
Jets
a whole.
moved off of
The
Sam
quarterback
Darnold to
as a
select
whole,
Zach
Wilson, is garbage and has been garbage. Can
When
he
we're
be great?
talking
I'm not
pure
saying
talent,
Look,
we
even
saw
the
Sam Darnold
Panthers,
perform well.
even the Panthers wouldn't let him stop there first, like they did Darnold.
It's crazy, man. Think about that. It's crazy. Like
the
I get
Panthers
it,
fans
Pete.
are
You're gonna
mad. They
argue
let
until you
Baker.
turn blue in the face.
You can't trust
Us as
nothing
human
that
beings
Panthers
have a
did.
problem
They
with
let
saying
Baker
I was wrong.
Sam
You were
Darnold
right.
go
And
to
that
keep
is the
Bryce
problem that you're
Young,
having right
Color.
now.
Well,
You
letting
don't want to
Baker
see
go
it.
was dumb. I'll give you
Hey,
that.
but they let Baker go. They let Sam Darnold go for Bryce Young. You think
I think
Panthers
the
made a
Rams should have went with Baker after Stafford. Like they should have groomed him to replace Stafford. I think the Rams made a mistake
And you
letting
think Baker
Baker go.
Mayfield was going to be a backup for 3 years, Color? It's not
Baker
happening.
Mayfield, as bad as he was in Cleveland, showed a whole lot more promise than Zach Wilson did in New York. I'm sorry.
What do you
As
mean promise?
bad.
The guy actually fulfilled his contract obligations, bro.
Okay. Yeah.
They paid him peanuts and he got him deep in the playoffs.
Yeah,
Supposedly
you're
Wilson
like
sucks
you
in
like
OTA.
to say, Pete,
But
you're
yeah,
loud and
all
you're
we
wrong.
get is
You
Zach
don't want to
Wilson.
admit it. And it's
There's
okay,
nothing
bro.
to
Sometimes
admit.
we're wrong, dude.
It's
You know how
going to
many times
happen
I
on
said,
its
hey, man,
own.
you're right. You have a great point. Damn, I was wrong. It's okay. In
We
this,
got a
this
quarterback that
topic, you're dead wrong.
hasn't even fulfilled the obligations of his rookie contract for us yet.
And he got paid $50 million, by the way.
Yeah.
You know,
And
crazy. Or
everybody
40,
said,
whatever.
how dare you think that Baker should be paid as much as Tua?
All I know is Zach Wilson is the most talented
Baker has a
quarterback
playoff win, by
we've
the way,
had
right?
here.
He
Probably
had
since
an
Ryan
appearance
Tannehill.
before that with two
This is the
different
most
teams.
youngest
Truth in.
and most high ceiling quarterback we've had here in Miami since Ryan Tannehill. And before that, you have to
If
go
you
back
can't
all
measure
the
a
way to Dan
quarterback
Marino.
on, if you can't measure a quarterback on, I went to the playoffs with two separate teams, both teams that are literally brought him into tank, and he takes them both to the playoffs.
That's right. Great point.
Like seriously, why did people keep throwing shade on him?
Yeah, I agree. But Cutler, the argument that I'm having with Pete, and I guess the disagreement you're having with him is where what he's saying about Zach Wilson with no substance, with no proof, is to me, at least to me, I'm not gonna put you in the mix, but at least to me, it's just it's premature.
Well, you know the problem with Truefin. This is the reason I engage with Pete on this subject is because let me give you credit, Pete. Let me give you some credit. Let me give you some credit for somebody that you've already brought up in this conversation. Okay, Truefin. The reason I keep coming to the table with Pete on these quarterback things is because this exact argument was happening last year. Okay. Or the year before or whenever. And I was you, Pete was Pete, and the quarterback was Sam Darnold. Okay, so I've got to give Pete his flowers on that. I have to let him have the leeway to say what he's saying about Zach Wilson because I don't know, bro. And I was dead wrong about Sam Darnold.
Color, I'm telling you what I feel, bro.
I wasn't wrong about
Zach Wilson is going to win comeback player of the year this year.
I was wrong to go so hard against Pete about Darnold. Like I ridiculed him like you are about Zach Wilson. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I was dead wrong. So
right.
That.
And I'll be the first to say, if it's one thing about me, my person, my being, I have zero issues with telling somebody, hey, you know what? I was wrong. You're right. I have zero issues with having an argument and somebody coming and telling me, no, this is why you're wrong.
But I was making fun of him just like everybody else when he brought up Sam Darnold. I took my opportunity. I took that opportunity to jump on him like everybody else. You know what I mean? And I was wrong.
Okay, well, that
Sam Darnold panned out, bro. Like better than Tua. He has more accomplishments than Tua thus far.
Well, I'm as a fan of this team, as somebody who's middle-aged, 2 years away from 50, I could tell you that I'm at this point in my life, and not now, it's been for several years now, I am not the fan of a person that wears my uniform. I am the contrary. I am a fan of my uniform, and whoever could help us, I'm with. So if Pete is right,
exactly.
If Pete is right, I am going
just
to
looking at the talent
first
alone.
To tell him, man, I'm glad you were right. Man, this is awesome.
Bro, I got regular clothes on right now. No Dolphin memorabilia, right? No officially licensed logoed gear or anything. I've got regular clothes on, t-shirt and shorts.
Well, unfortunately,
they're both aquamarine.
Well, unfortunately, I've got the 1966 original logo tatted on my whole left calf, so I've got no choice.
You know, I've
Yeah.
it's a
Said
lot
Color,
of
you
By the
won't
way,
hold Pete
and by the
accountable.
way, Game
You
Boy,
see, that's another. That's another. Look, do
Game
you
Boy,
remember when Pete was saying
I
Skylar
have
Thompson?
taken Pete to
I
task.
never said Skylar Thompson was the
No,
next
no, wait a minute though,
franchise
Pete. Wait a
quarterback.
minute. I
I said
saw the
Skylar
comment too.
Thompson is better than Tua,
Hold on.
and I still
Hold on. I
stand
saw
on
that comment too. I have taken Pete to task on Skylar when he's gone too far where I disagree with him on. Okay, I have. But where Pete was right about Skylar was the way people
Better than
trashed
Tua.
him before he even ever had a real shot with a real team around him. That is what happened. And none of you all really know. We know that where I took Pete to task was Pete didn't want to believe that Skylar just wasn't the type of guy that would assert himself, that he's technically he's still an alpha, because you have to be an alpha to be in the NFL.
Absolutely, right.
Like he's an alpha to the people around him in his world, but to the other players in the team and in the NFL, he's a beta.
Right.
He was never going to be a starting quarterback. It don't matter how, even though I do agree with Pete on the guy's raw talent. He is a good, like, quarterback when it comes to like what a quarterback does, throwing, that kind of stuff. Maybe not playing quarterback. You know what I mean? But like throwing the ball.
There's a reason why he got drafted. You're right.
Skills, yeah, the guy can throw the ball really, really good, like elite level throw the ball.
Yep.
And everybody wants to make fun of me for saying that, when both could be true. He could not be the type of guy that could ever be a starter. He could even be the guy that don't belong in the NFL. But you're not going to tell me he can't throw the ball.
No, correct. No,
and
correct.
You're not going to tell me he's more talented passer of the ball than Tua.
And you're not going to come in day one with a sample size of our third string team playing with him and tell me he's trash.
Right. For me, what it was when me and Pete would go back to back and forth with it was, for example, the delivery of Skylar is this, and he's going to lead us to this, and he's that much better than Tua. And that's
what I'm trying to tell Game Boy is I did take Pete to task for that. Yeah. Like I'd never, like, you know what I mean? Like, no, as much as I hated to say it or didn't necessarily want to believe it, yeah, he didn't give us the best option to win when the choice was on the table. However, to totally deny that he wasn't more competitive in that playoff game against Buffalo in their house than any quarterback has been on our team for the last 25 years, you're fooling yourselves.
Okay, I'm gonna.
They're hating on him. We never saw Skylar play 4 games in a row.
Okay, but let now hear my argument. I'm not saying I'm wrong, but hear my argument when that topic came up. Okay, Tyler went 16 for 49, threw for 160 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. We scored 30 points.
You're going to miss me with that already, because we already know that Waddle dropped 3 passes himself, 2 of which would have been at least 150 yards and a touchdown. Okay. Secondly, Tyreek dropped one in a breadbasket for a first down that stopped the drive.
Okay.
And you can check Mike Gesicki for dropping a pass right in his hands. That
No, but he wants to go on bottom end. He wants to go on bottom end.
No.
16 for 33. No, man.
Pete, Pete, I'm not arguing with you, Color. You're right. Pete, your argument is the way that you spoke about it was a quarterback that came in and went 25 for 30, 350 yards, 3 touchdowns, and we lost the game.
That's
the
what
fact of the matter
like.
Hold on.
Let me
finish.
The fact of the matter is our defense.
Our defense was 2 touchdowns.
I don't punish Skylar Thompson. In fact,
what did you just say?
I feel like we won that playoff game. We lost because of Jalen Warren.
He did not like the Buffalo Bills.
What did you just say? What was his record that game? What did you just say? What was his completion record?
16 for 42, 16 for 49.
I just named 5 passes that were blatantly dropped. That's 21 for
49.
Right.
That's less than 50% completion rate.
2 of which could have been another touchdown. and at least another 150 yards.
But listen,
he's a 7th-round rookie in Buffalo
and
in
I
a
agree.
playoff game.
You're right, Color. You're right, Color. But
80-yard
Pete was
touchdown
making
drop
it
that Mike
sound.
Gesicki dropped in
Pete
that
was
game?
making it sound
That
like
would've
the
went for
guy
80?
went 25 for 30, 350, and 3 touchdowns, and we
Truthfin,
lost. That is not what happened. Our defense scored 2 touchdowns.
Listen to yourself. There are very
Skyler's better
few
than Tua, bro. I
quarterbacks
don't care what y'all
ever
tell me.
that can go
If I
into
was wrong,
Buffalo
I'm like you,
in
Mr.
December
Truthfin fan.
in
I'll
a
admit I
playoff
was wrong.
game and play as well as Skyler did. There are very few.
But how well did he play, Color? Look at the stats. No?
I don't need. We're gonna do this all day long. I've
No,
done this.
I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to.
3 seasons, bro, and I'm not doing it again.
I'm not doing it, but I'm just saying.
I'm not going to imagine that Waddle
Lenny, I don't
caught
care
those
about
passes.
any of that, Lenny.
Pete is acting like the man went 30 for 35.
Nobody
350
said
and 3
that.
touchdowns.
Nobody goes 30 for 35 in Buffalo in the
I
winter.
understand.
In a
I
playoff
understand
game
your point.
as a
I
7th
understand your
rounder.
point 100%. I'm saying I'm not talking to you about it. I hear you 100%, and I agree with you 100%.
Wait a minute. Correction.
Everything Color is
Correction.
saying.
Pete was coming at us
Hold
like
on.
the man.
Hold on.
Like the man was the reason why we scored 30 points, and that's a lie.
Correction. Hold on. Correction. 18 for 45. Now add 4 of those out of 5 of those catches. What are we talking about here?
22 for 45. 22 for 45. 22 for 45. But what I'm saying is the man had 2 interceptions to 1 touchdown.
You act like he wasn't facing a
1 touchdown, 2
Sean McDermott.
No, I'm not.
defense.
Color, you're misrepresenting what I'm saying. It's not against you. I'm saying that when that was happening, Pete and a lot of people on the show,
Pete was
listen
hyping
to me.
them up.
Listen to me. Pete was acting like the man lit up the Buffalo Bills, and that is not true.
I don't perceive what Pete was doing the same way you do.
Okay, and that's where we'll disagree.
Because
That's all
Pete
I'm
was
saying.
saying the same things I'm saying right now, and people saw that as hyping him up.
Thank you, Color.
Hey,
Spot
no, you
on,
can
Color.
thank Color all you want because you need the
because he's
cheerleaders.
right,
But
bro.
you were the
He's
one
right.
saying and there's people on this panel that know that you were the one that
Color
was
is
acting
saying
like
exactly
Color,
what I was
like
saying, bro.
Truthfin.
Skyler lit up the Bills in Buffalo, and you're lying.
Do you know why he was?
You're lying.
Hold on. Do you know why he was, Truthfin? Because people wanted to misconstrue what we just said so much that he got frustrated with it and finally fed into it. Yeah, that's right. For comic value. Yes, I did the same thing.
That's fine, and I respect that. I'm not ridiculing any of you for it at all. I respect
No, I
that.
didn't do that.
I'm just saying, and I remember vividly. Pete was acting like, look at what Skyler did. And when you break down the numbers, Skyler's didn't do shit. 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions, 18 completions out of 45. Whether we dropped 5 or not, our defense scored
Whether
twice.
we drop 5 or not.
Our defense scored 2 times.
Whether we drop 5 or not.
Points out of 30.
What was he supposed to do? Go catch it for them too?
No, Color. No, but you cannot sit and act like the man lit up the Buffalo Bills for 400 yards. That's my point.
Nobody said that.
No,
again,
you did it.
You're doing it
You
again,
did it.
bro. You're doing it right now. Nobody ever said he lit up the
You're
Bills.
wrong. You're dead wrong. Pete
I
did.
said that.
And I was talking to Pete about it.
I
And
said
Pete
that,
and
cuz
Fred
he
both
lit him up.
You're wrong.
Because
You're wrong.
He lit him up.
That's not what happened. I remember it vividly.
Because he was tired of the misconception.
Doesn't matter if he was tired. Reality doesn't care about how tired you are.
gotta be
Reality
smarter
is
than
the
that,
man
man.
did not light up
You
the
gotta
Buffalo
stop
Bills.
being-
He
Bro,
did
you
not
gotta
light
lit
up the
them up.
Buffalo Bills.
You gotta
He lit
stop
them
being
up.
so totalitarian, bro. We're
He
allowed to
lit them
fucking
up.
joke, man. Like,
Well, that ain't a
seriously,
joke from
bro.
me. If you're joking on it, Color, I'm telling you all honest everything I believe.
Exactly my point.
Skylar
Color, I'm not
Thompson
arguing with
lit
you,
the
Color.
Buffalo
You can
Bills
argue with
up
me all
in
you
that
want. I
playoff
hear you.
game.
It's
That
the
is
way
not
that
what I
Pete was
meant. That
presenting
is
it.
not
And Pete
what I
was lying
meant,
to
bro.
people.
But if you're gonna
Lying
call
to
me a
people.
hater 5,000
And you know
times
what?
and I finally say, yeah, I
Jalen
do
Waddle
hate the
dropped
man,
that on
that's
purpose.
a joke.
That's not a joke either. Jalen Waddle dropped those passes on purpose to save Tua.
You
They
want to
know
act
damn
Pete.
well
Pete.
Skyler
I'm not
would have
even
got
going to
that
argue with
playoff
Color
win.
because Color's
Skyler would have got that
because
playoff
my
win. We would
argument
have been
isn't
done with
with
Tua.
Comprehending what I'm
My
saying.
argument is
Been
that
done
you,
with
Pete,
Tua.
on
Neither
this show
you were
was acting like
comprehending what I'm
Skylar
saying.
Thompson was the reason
What I'm
that we were in
saying
the
is,
game, and you're
if
full of
you
shit.
tell me that
They
I'm a
dropped that
hater
ball on purpose.
5,000 times, And
I'm
I'm
never
not
gonna
a
call
hater.
you a hater, Color.
I will
Never.
finally
My
admit
person, my
to being
problem
a
is not
hater
with you, bro.
just to piss you off.
I'm not gonna call you a hater. Like I said, my argument is
If you
not
would
with you.
stop-
It's with
if
the
you
way
would
that Pete
stop
was
for a
presenting
second
it.
and listen to what I'm saying, that I'm not making it about you. Okay? Listen to me, True Finn.
I'm listening.
If I'm not a hater and I know myself, okay, and somebody keeps calling me that 5,000 times, misconstruing what I'm saying, okay, eventually I will tell them, yes, I'm a hater, just to piss them off.
Okay, but that still
get
doesn't,
that?
and that still doesn't change the reality. What you're talking about is
I don't
fucking
care about none of that.
bro.
I don't care about none of that reality crap you're about to talk
Brother,
about.
I know you don't care about reality. You were the
is
one that
he
was
lit
saying
the
that
Buffalo
Skyler's the
Bills
one
up
that
on
led us
fire.
to almost beating the
He
Bills.
lit them up.
We know you
To
never
me,
talk reality. You never do
that
talk
is reality. That's
You
five,
never talk
five
reality.
drops in that
You're
game.
talking
Right,
about
that's
Zach Wilson
reality.
taking us
Telling
to
me
the
don't
Super
talk
Bowl, bro.
reality. He's not going to talk reality.
You're telling us that Zach Wilson is going to lead us to the Super Bowl, bro. What are we talking about reality here?
I'm telling you that
I'm
Zach
not
Wilson
here. I'm
has
not
a
here to
higher
worry about
chance.
people's feelings, bro. I talk the truth.
Bro,
You said it's out of your mouth.
100%. And I stand on what I believe.
And you're wrong. The same way you were wrong about Skyler almost beating the Bills. You're wrong about Zach Thomas leading us to the Super Bowl.
You don't like
Another
it. You don't want to
stupid ass
hear
take.
it. It is what it is.
Again,
And nobody
define
Y'all can gang
almost
up on me all you
Tua.
want. It doesn't matter to me.
exactly my
This
team,
is
bro.
where you're
You don't
missing the
rep his
point.
team, bro.
This
You
is
can't
where
say
you're
for a
missing the
quarterback
point, True
that
Finn.
only won one game
Define
versus
almost
500
beat the
above,
Bills when it comes to Tua. Define almost in a playoff game against the Bills for Tua. See that? He almost beat the Bills. Well, let's compare almosts between Tua and Skyler. In a similar playoff
Yo,
game.
my bad.
let's
I don't know what
compare
happened. I got
almost.
kicked out or something.
Right, True
I
Finn.
missed what you. I missed what you asked me, Color. My bad, bro.
I'm asking you. You said Skyler almost beat the Bills. That's no big deal. Okay, so let's compare almosts between Tua and Skyler, because that's what we were originally
Okay,
doing.
the Sunday night game in Buffalo with the snow. Where we
I'm
lost to
talking about a
60-yard field goal.
playoff game with all the marbles on the line in Buffalo.
It's still Buffalo. It's still Buffalo in Buffalo.
No, stop it.
Stop it.
We
Nothing.
have
You
a
asked
direct
me,
comparison.
give me an almost
We
by
have
Tua,
a
and we
direct
lost. We lost
comparison
with
to
time
make.
running out on a
There is
60-yard
no
field goal.
reason.
Hey, Color.
No.
Hey,
There
hey,
is
Color.
no reason
Color,
to
guess
go to
what?
another example.
Guess what?
We have a
Oh my
direct
God.
comparison.
Okay. You're right. You're right. You're
Color,
right.
color. Guess
I'll
what?
make you
I got
guys
another
happy.
playoff game.
Color, go. You
I'll
can look for
give
the
him a
pom-poms all
playoff
you
game.
want, Pete.
Hold on.
Look for
Let
your
me give you a
backup
playoff
all
game.
you want. It
I
means
know
nothing to
you
me.
don't
I'm a
like
solo
this part.
artist
Where
anyway.
was
This
the
is the
I
part
don't
you
need
don't like.
backup.
opportunity
But
in the
you
regular
said
season that
Skyler
Skyler got?
almost. I gave you the almost in a
Where was the
snowstorm.
Sunday night regular season opportunity for Skyler? Where was that?
I'm gonna give.
Did I miss that
Listen,
game?
Color. This isn't reality to True Fin fan, but it's my reality.
Right, your reality.
Tua
The Zach
has
Wilson Super Bowl is reality.
Listen,
Come on, man.
That week 18,
what are we talking about here?
Week 18, take the division title versus Buffalo game. That's bigger than a playoff game, buddy. That's bigger than an original wild card game. And Tua failed to show up at home in week 18 to take the division title from Buffalo. And guess what? What was his stats that game? Did he come closer than Skylar Thompson did in a real playoff game? Because I
Did Dan Marino do well in
Buffalo? From 3 quarters across the field.
No. You're talking shit, Pete.
You wanted
You're
Skyler
talking
and Tua.
shit, bro.
That's a home playoff loss that man lost already.
That was such a bad pass.
He lost the home playoff game that day.
At the end of the day, the basis of this conversation and this argument is you wanted to act like Skylar Thompson was the sole reason why we almost beat Buffalo in the playoff game. And it's 18 for 49 for 220 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions, and we scored 2 touchdowns on defense.
When I say
Josh Allen took the ball over 4 times.
That ball took so long to get there, bro. Okay, that ended that game. That the free safety was able to come from 3 quarters across the field to intercept that ball in front of his corner.
And how many
That's
players
how long that ball took
let
to
me
get
ask you
there.
a question.
And Teron Armstead didn't play that playoff game.
Bro, we had the lead in Buffalo on a Sunday night in December.
and we lose on a 60-yard field goal. But
And
because
when the
it's not on the
snow started
playoffs,
dropping,
but because
we
it's not on the
lost because
playoff, it's
Tua
not
couldn't
good enough.
produce a first
When is
down.
it enough? Like,
We
when is it
lost
enough?
because
Hey,
our
I'm not
offense
saying
because
couldn't
Tua
when
produce
the
shit.
a
snow
first
Fuck
down.
Tua.
started
Fuck Tua.
dropping,
But
Tua
come on, bro.
melted,
Like
Truth and
stop with the
Fat.
bullshit.
We
You
lost
acting like
because when the
Skyler won
snow
that
started to
game.
fall,
You acting like
we
Skyler
lost.
got us in that game, and you're dead wrong. You're full of shit.
When the snow started
Watch the
dropping,
game.
Tua
We
couldn't get a first
lost
down,
because when
buddy.
the snow started to fall, our offense failed to produce a first down to end the game. That's what happened.
Regardless,
And you could go
Color.
all the way to Miami
Regardless, Color.
Sports Music,
We're gonna
and you'll
sit
hear
here
me
and me
saying
and
that
you,
10
too.
Color. Me
freaking
and you are
yards.
old enough. Color, hold on a second. Color.
Didn't
Me
get
and
a
you are
first
old
down
enough.
when the snow.
Pete
And you
is
know what
not
I don't
old
like
enough.
about that
Me
game,
and you are old
Color?
enough that we
Don't they
saw the
always
Dan
label that?
Marino
Oh,
teams
Tua
get our
could play
asses
in the
kicked
snow
against
game,
Buffalo and Buffalo.
right?
Nobody plays well in Buffalo. Very few teams do.
Color,
But we're gonna sit
right?
here and
These
act
fans sit
like
here
this
and
is
tell us
something that
that
just
Tua.
happened. It's a Tua problem. It's a Miami Dolphin problem, bro. For 50 years, we don't play well in Buffalo.
And you
No,
know
it's
what the
not. No, it's
problem
not.
is? We
No, it's
don't
not.
get good quarterbacks. So it's still a Tua problem.
We had Marino, and Marino would get his ass kicked in Buffalo.
No, he
Marino
didn't get
was
his
a stat
ass
pattern,
kicked in
bro.
Buffalo. Okay.
Oh my God. Okay.
I don't
bro.
recall 40-0, or I don't recall Marino throwing an interception to end the game.
You don't recall us losing 38-13 in a playoff game in Buffalo?
Oh yeah, it happens.
You don't recall that game?
Did
You don't
he end
recall
the
us
game?
having the AFC Championship
Did he
in
cause?
Miami in
Did he cause?
1992 and
Did
getting
he,
our asses kicked?
did
That
he
you don't
throw it?
recall, right? That
Did
you
he
don't
throw it?
recall.
Did he throw an interception to their
He threw
victory
several
formation team?
interceptions, bro. Look
Did
up
he
the
throw
stats
an
right now.
interception to their victory formation team?
This is crazy, man. We're gonna act like this is a Tua problem. I don't give a shit about Tua. He's garbage. But don't
Did
act
he
like
ever?
this is
Oh,
a
wait
Tua
a minute.
problem.
Wait a minute.
Marino
Trufin.
and Shula
Wait a minute,
couldn't beat
Trufin.
Mark
Wait a
Levy
minute,
and the
Trufin.
Bills.
Wait a minute, Trufin.
The
That was
weather
the
wasn't
season.
the problem.
That was the season.
1992 AFC Championship
right.
game. Going
Okay.
to the Super Bowl, we got
Okay.
our asses spanked.
Did
in
Dan Marino?
Joe Robbie.
Did Dan Marino have a running back that scored 18 touchdowns in a season?
We had that one year. We didn't have that the
No,
year
we
went to the
didn't.
playoffs.
Sammy Smith never
No,
scored that many touchdowns in a season.
We didn't have that year that Skyler went to the playoffs. You're
We
talking
didn't
about
have
most
that year that Dan
before
Marino lost 38-13 either.
Right, because he's Dan Marino. That's my point.
Guess when
Dan
we
Marino
had it.
and Don Shula
Guess when we had it, though. Guess who had it? Tua in Buffalo.
No, bro. No, you
lost to
guys
Buffalo
are so
with
stuck
Raheem
on the
Mostert
Tua
having
hate.
over 100
You're so
yards
stuck
in the
in
first
it.
half.
It all
Achan
goes back
ripped
to
off a
that.
65-yard run against Buffalo, and we still lost to them.
Raheem
We all
Mostert
want to
had
go
over
back to the
100
Tua
yards
hate.
in the
And
first half
Pete,
rushing,
you're
and
talking
we still
shit
lost to
out of your
Buffalo.
mouth as usual, bro.
Listen.
The point of this, no. You listen, because I've heard you plenty. You want to act
100 yards rushing in
You
the
want to
first
act
half
like we
and still
like
lost.
Skyler almost won the game on his own, and that's false narrative, bro.
Achan ripped off a 65-yard run against Buffalo in his first attempt against them.
And we lost.
Skylar Thompson
And we
didn't
lost.
have Raheem Mostert running for over 100 yards in the first half versus Buffalo. Tua did, and still
Skylar
lost.
Thompson, I'll repeat the stats. 18 for 40, whatever.
No, you repeat them all you
220
want.
yards, 1 touchdown.
You repeat them all you want.
That's what your Skylar did.
Waddle,
Repeat 'em.
trash wide receiver.
That's what you no,
Trash.
I'm not arguing with you, Color. I'm talking to Pete. That's what your grand quarterback. Remember, you were here for 2 years talking about
True
Skylar, the next
fan,
great
what
thing.
part don't you understand?
And what did he do?
You're
Nothing.
arguing with Color at the same time because Color is
Skylar
feeling
Thompson
the same
was a better
sentiment.
quarterback year 1 than he was year 3. What are we talking about here?
How would you even know?
Because the year 1 is the year that he had the
Guy has
great
like
preseason.
5 total
No,
minutes.
bullshit.
football field.
No, year 1 was when he had the great preseason.
The guy has like 5 total minutes on the football field.
Preseason is not 5 minutes. He's had
I'm
more than
joking,
5
bro.
minutes. His first preseason, he was lighting it up, and that's when the narrative, can
He lit it
Skyler?
up
It was
this preseason,
Skyler,
too.
then it was
He
Teddy,
lit it up
then
in
it was this
preseason
guy.
again,
It's
too.
always somebody with Pete, but it can never be Tua.
And you just love the way Mike McDaniel, his personnel decisions.
I hate Mike McDaniel. I've hated Mike McDaniel since day one.
Yeah, but none of that matters to you.
I hate Mike
None of
McDaniel
that
since day
matters
one
to
because
you.
he was on the fucking airplane talking
But
shit.
none of that matters
Don't put
to
words in my mouth. I never liked that Mike McDaniel.
Yeah, but
ever.
none of that matters
The
to
weak
you.
man.
None of that matters to you. It's Skyler is trash. trashed.
No. See, now you're putting words into my mouth to fit your narrative. We're talking about one
one example, and the example is Skylar Thompson. All I'm saying is,
Look,
I
I'm just gonna
remember
tell
when
you what
Pete.
I believe.
Hold on, let me
truthfully.
finish. Let me finish.
No,
Let me finish. I hear you plenty. You talk loud and you
Look,
talk
you've
plenty. Let me
already
talk loud and
finished
plenty.
for the last
I
4
remember
years.
when
I've
Pete,
heard it all,
on
bro.
these
I've
shows
heard it
had Pete
all.
takes, and under
I've
his
heard it
thing he
all
had
from
Skylar
everybody.
Thompson. No, you ain't gonna convince me, bro. No, I know what I heard, and I was there when I heard it, and I argued plenty with Pete back then, and I argued about it every time he wants to bring it up.
I'm just gonna tell you how I really feel and what I believe. Mike McDaniel purposely called bad games and purposely put in inferior personnel.
I won't argue that. I won't argue that with you, Color.
would outshine Tua, and that's
Color.
a fact.
Color, but you see the difference. What you're not understanding.
He
Color,
can't do that no more,
no,
Color.
what you're not
Is how that
He
affects
can't
the
do that
7th
no more,
round
Color.
rookie.
No. That's
He
bullshit.
did that for Tua.
That's bullshit.
He
That's
did that
nothing
for
but
Tua.
excuses.
That's not bullshit.
What you're
Nothing but
not
excuses.
understanding, True
That's
Pin, is how
fucking
that affects
excuses.
the
That's
7th round
irrelevant.
player.
That's
not bull.
irrelevant. That's all. That's you making excuses for fucking Pete's takes on why Skyler
You're
was
crazy.
good.
And what's
And you
the
know what?
difference?
You both
What's
were
the
wrong.
difference? What's
Nope.
the difference between you throwing out stats, making excuses for Waddle?
Because you want to act.
dropping the
What do you
football?
mean? What's the difference? Don't act stupid now.
You're
What do you
making
mean? What's the
excuses for-
difference? You
you're
want to
making
sit here and act
excuses
like
for
Skylar
Waddle.
Thompson went
You're
30 for
making
37,
excuses for Waddle,
400 yards
bro.
and 4 touchdowns,
You're
and he
making
lost, and
excuses
he
for
did
Waddle.
everything he could to win. That's
You're making
bullshit.
excuses
He didn't
for
do
Waddle.
that. He
You're
did that.
making
Didn't happen.
excuses for
You're
Waddle.
living in a false world. That
You're
never happened.
making
Skylar
excuses for
Thompson
Waddle,
never
bro.
lit up the Buffalo Bills.
He
Never lit up
lit
the
them
Buffalo
up.
Bills.
He lit them up like a Christmas tree. He
Bullshit. You're
lit
full of
them up.
shit. Like
for
you've always
Waddle.
And you
been.
know what
Pete. You're
happened?
full of
Those
shit.
and
You're
those
full of
drops
shit.
were the little
You're full
dead
of
light
shit. I'll
bulbs.
tell you to your
Those
face.
drops were
You're
the
full
little
of
dead
shit.
light
Say it
bulbs.
until you hear it.
He lit
You
them
are
up like a
making
Christmas tree.
excuses for
18
Waddle.
for hey,
What
listen,
is the
Pete. Listen,
difference?
Pete.
I
Me and
don't
you
care
have
what the
different.
end
But
results
listen,
were, bro.
Pete. That's why
I know
you're
what the
you and
film
I'm
shows.
me.
I go.
You have
Hey,
different
you go with
definitions of
stats.
lighting
I
it
go
up.
with film. There's a difference.
You have
between
different
these two
definitions
guys.
of lighting up.
Guys that
Lighting
go
it
with
up for
stats
you is
lose a lot
18
of
for
money.
45.
Guys that
Lighting
go
it up
with
for
stats
you.
lose
You
a
can
lot of
scream,
money in this
yell
gambling
all
football
you
world.
want
Telling
because
you
you're
right
an
now.
insecure person. I'll keep talking. 18
The
for
guys
45,
that
1
roll with
touchdown,
stats
2
lose a
interceptions,
lot of money in the
220
gambling
yards.
world.
You
If
stick to
that's
your
lighting it
Bible of
up,
stats
you don't
because
know
you're an
shit.
insecure
The
person.
film
You
watchers
don't know
win
Spitting
more
out
shit.
money.
stats like a
The
robot
film
because
watchers
you're
win more
insecure.
money.
All you
You
do
have
is
nothing
scream,
The
else
scream,
film
but
watchers
that.
scream,
win more
and you want
money.
You
somebody
have
to shut
nothing
up.
else but
I ain't
that,
gonna
bro.
shut up. Block
You
me
have
if you
nothing
want to.
else but
I ain't
that.
gonna shut up. You're wrong. Skylar ain't shit.
No, I'm not
You
gonna
can
We
block
know
block
you, and
me
you've
I'm
if you
not
said
gonna
want
that
to.
a
shut you
thousand
up
times.
either. I
We
like
know
that
you've
you're
said that
being
a
heard
thousand
right
times.
now, and
How's
you're
that make
loud and
Tua
wrong.
any better?
You're making everybody laugh at your football intellect right now, True Pin fan.
Says the guy that thought Skylar Thompson was gonna do anything. They're laughing at me. Pete, remember what you are, bro. You're the one that's saying Zach Wilson is gonna take us to the Super Bowl. Remember
I'm
how much
saying
when we
Zach
got a whole
Wilson
panel
gives
here,
us a
we
better
laugh
Super
at you,
Bowl
bro.
chance than
We
Tua.
laugh at you, bro.
Correct that.
Hey, I want my
Correct
answer
that.
to the chat, bro. They're
Correct
on your
that.
show, not on mine.
Correct that.
Everybody laughs at
Correct
you,
that.
bro.
Zach
The
Wilson
whole
gives us a
community
better
laughs
chance
at you,
at a
bro.
Super Bowl
You're a
than Tua.
joke, bro. You've never been taken.
Correct that.
Block me, bro. Take me off. Everybody laughs at you,
Correct
bro.
that.
Did
Shit.
Skylar Thompson pass away and I didn't get the news
Lenny
or
Pena
something?
is with you,
I'm
True Pin
wrong.
fan.
I'm
You're
wrong.
right.
But you made me a moderator on your own show. But I don't know shit, right? So if you made me a moderator on your show, then and I'm an asshole. What that says about you, homie? You got me fucked up, bro. I talk the truth,
We're
and I don't
just
give a
debating,
damn.
bro.
I'm
You
not a
could be loud
follower,
and
bro.
wrong.
I'm not a
Okay, what
cheerleader,
your
homie.
truth is could be
I
someone
don't need
else's
nobody to
not
come and
truth.
back me
You
up, bro.
throw out insults, bro. Calling
No, bro,
somebody an
because
asshole is not speaking truth.
because he
That's
wants to
throwing
come
out
here
an
and talk his
insult.
shit. He wants to come here
No,
and
I'm
talk his
not.
shit.
I'm telling you, but you're not. But you're not.
I am talking my shit, but you're the one that's saying you're louder. All that
Oh, I
bullshit
thought you were
use.
talking facts.
Bro, whatever, bro. Yeah, you goddamn right. I'm talking facts, bro.
Exactly.
Facts and shit.
It's me. Hey, listen, right now, listen. Right now, remember one thing, homie. I'm a man before anything. It's me alone against two. I ain't worried about y'all, bro. I ain't worried or scared about nothing
Who
you
cares,
say.
bro? Nobody's
Okay.
even.
You versus
You can
it's
one.
never
scream and
even
yell,
happened.
all you
Truth
want.
in,
The fact of the
in.
matter is, what you
Violence
guys thought
never
the Skyler
even
did
entered
is a
either one of
lie.
our
Stop
minds,
lying to the
dude.
public.
Dude, violence never entered either one of our minds. I
I'm
don't
not
even know why
violent
you're
right
taking
now.
it there, bro.
Hey, listen. As much as I'm screaming and
I
yelling
don't even
right
know
now,
why you're taking it there, bro.
bro, I'm not taking
Yeah,
it.
he
There.
It's
You're
ain't
one
putting
taking it
words in
against
there,
my
Pat.
mouth.
two.
Stop
You were
acting
It's
trying
like
to
one
that.
take
Hey,
it
against
color.
there.
two,
Hey,
and I'm
color,
gonna
stop
this
acting
and
like
that.
that. Be a
Really?
man. Hey, color, you're
Yeah.
old. Hey, you're too old for this shit. We're
You don't know
arguing.
the fuck how old I
The
am,
very next,
dickwad.
and the
he's
very
too
You
next
old
don't
for
sentence.
this.
fuck know how
I'm the
old I
kind of
Tell
am.
man
him
that I
he's
can tell
too
you,
You
hey
old
don't
for
man, we
this.
can
fucking know how
agree
old
about
I
something
am,
else.
dickwad.
Color ain't fucking old.
What'd you say, color?
You don't know how old I am.
What? No. What did you call me?
Dickwad.
All right, bro. All right, bro.
What are you gonna do?
No,
Dickwad?
I'm not gonna do nothing because you're hiding behind
And
your
shut the
computer.
fuck up. And
no,
shut the
fuck
fuck up
you
and
and your
stop acting
family,
like you're gonna do
motherfucker.
something.
I bet you won't
Then
say that to
stop
my
acting
face.
like you're gonna do
I
something.
bet you won't say that to my face.
I bet you I
you're not
will.
even in Miami.
I bet you I
faggot.
will.
I bet you I will.
will.
Call me right. Send me your number on chat right now. Everybody on chat right now. I bet you this pussy ass bitch
bet you
won't
I'll
send me
say
his
any
number.
goddamn thing
I
I
bet
want
you
to
won't
your
send me
face,
your
bro.
number, you faggot.
I
And
bet
none
you
of
I'll
that
say
is
You and
gonna
your
anything
stop
family.
color
Your
I
up.
want
whole
to your
fucking
face.
family. Send me your number, pussy. You won't
None
because
of
you're a
that is
bitch now. You're a
none
bitch
of
now.
that
You're
is gonna
scared.
shut
anything
You're
I
color up.
want to
scared of
your
the real
face.
nigga, right? Tell
I
me your
bet
number,
you I'll
bitch.
say anything
Send
I
me
want
your
to your
number.
face.
No, pussy boy. Send me your number and tell me I'm
I
a fuck
bet
one
you
to my
I'll
face.
send any. I bet you
You
I'll say
won't do it,
anything I
pussy.
want to your
You
face.
and everybody here knows
Pop
you won't
off,
do it
color.
because you're a bitch.
Pop off,
You're
color.
a bitch. You won't do it, ho. Give me your
bet you I
number.
will. I bet
Send
you
it
I
to me
will.
right now in the chat. Send it to
Put
me right now. I
yourself in
want the
front of
chat to
me.
know
Put
this
yourself
bitch
in
ass
front of
nigga
me
ain't
and
gonna
see what
send me
comes out
shit.
my mouth. Put
You
yourself
won't
in
send
front of
me
me
shit,
and see what
bitch.
comes out my mouth.
Send me a number. Stop
I don't
talking.
need you. You
Send
don't
me
need
your
my
number.
number.
Send it to me right now
I
through my
want you
personal
in
chat.
front of my face to hear what
Send
comes out
it.
my mouth.
Hey, stop talking. Stop being a bitch. Send me your number and call me a
What
fuckwad
the
to my
fuck
face.
is my number gonna do for you?
So we can meet up like men. You want to talk behind,
I
Brave,
don't
Ain't
behind
no
the
want to meet
meeting
up
computer,
up.
with
right?
Ain't
you.
no meeting up over
I
here.
don't want
Y'all
to meet
getting
up with
upset.
you.
No. He called me a fuckwad, and I'm telling
And
him
I'll
to call
call
me
you
a
a
fuckwad to
fuckwad
my face.
again.
Call me
And
a
I
fuckwad.
will. And if you were in front of me right now, I would
You
say
want to
it to
do
your
a
face.
goddamn shit? I split you in two, bitch. Trust
Then
me, bro.
try it,
You
bitch.
want? Hey, listen. I'll let you pick the hand to hit you with, bro.
Okay.
My
And
grandparents.
I'll
You
let
won't
you
do
pick
shit,
your
bro.
jail cell, dumb
You're
fuck.
talking brave. Hey,
And
bro,
I'll let
look,
you
listen.
pick your
Before I
jail
get
cell,
blocked,
You
dumb
called that
fuck.
I'm
man
telling
old.
you
You
to send
mad?
me your
You
number.
called him
You
old,
won't do
bro.
it. You're a pussy
And
ass
I'll
nigga,
let you
homie.
pick
You
your
You're
called
a
him
jail
out,
cell,
pussy
bro.
you
You
ass
called
dumb
nigga.
him old, bro.
motherfucker. Maybe I'll let you pick your cellmate.
Hey, listen. A cellmate won't be the first time for me, but you'll be my bitch in that cell, ho.
That is evident.
All right. Hey, I told you send me your number, but you're too much of a coward to do so. You're
have
a coward.
no desire to give
You're a
you
coward.
anything.
Welcome back,
Cullen,
Liz.
Any
listen.
of my fucking
Fuck
time.
you.
But
You're a
if
coward.
your shit was in front of my
Send me
face,
your number.
I would say whatever the fuck I want.
Send me.
Bet
Okay,
that,
I'm
bitch.
giving you the opportunity, ho. Send me your number. You're in
I
Miami,
don't
right?
need the
I'll
opportunity.
go to you, bro. I'll go to your
He
kid's
already
house,
said
ho.
we're not doing
Send me
that.
your number.
We're
You're gonna
not
threaten
doing
me
that.
now? You're gonna
You're a
threaten me
pussy.
We're
now?
not
Okay,
doing
You're
that.
a
come find
pussy,
me,
Cullen.
motherfucker.
Hey, Cullen,
Come
you're a
find me,
pussy,
bitch.
motherfucker.
Come
Hey,
find
you're
me.
a pussy. You
Come
don't even
over to
got the
the
balls to send me
561
your
and
number,
find
ho.
me, motherfucker.
You're a pussy. You don't got the
Come over to the
balls to send me
561
your
and
number.
find me,
I'm gonna let you
motherfucker.
talk.
Why
Everybody
you
on the
live on
chat
the West
knows. I
Coast?
told
You
this bitch
afraid of
ass nigga to
Miami?
send me his
Are
number,
you
and he's
afraid of
scared.
Miami? Is that
He's
why you
scared
live on
like
the
a
West
bitch.
Coast?
Keep talking, ho.
Is that why you live up in Tampa? Because you afraid of Miami?
I'm in Miami, ho. I'm in Cutler Ridge, motherfucker. Stop talking
Oh, really?
shit.
Cutler Ridge. Ooh, big bad
Fucking
Cutler
faggot.
Ridge.
You're a pussy, nigga. You're a pussy.
Yeah.
Hey, you will
Okay.
never show up. Hey, I
What's that
promise you, you
do
will
for
never
you?
show your face where
If
I'm
I'm
at.
a pussy,
You will
what
never
does
tell
that
me
do
it's
for
you if
you?
I see you. You're
So
a
if
hoe.
I'm a pussy, what does that do for you?
You're a pussy, bro.
And what does
Send me
that
your
do for
number.
you?
Connor, stop talking. Stop talking. Send me your number.
I don't need to send you my
Because
number.
you're a pussy, ho.
What
Send
do
me
I
your
need to
number.
send?
Talk brave. Let's talk brave man to man.
You are so
You won't
not
do it.
understanding
Listen,
my
hey,
level.
everybody, I'm going to
You
let
are
this
so
pussy
not
ass nigga that
understanding
don't
my
want to give me
level,
his
bro.
number.
You are
I'm gonna
so
let you
not
talk. Hey,
understanding my
Connor, go.
level.
Act bad in front of everybody. But I'll
If
make
you
you
want
look
to
like the
find
bitch
me,
that you are, ho.
I am in Palm Beach County. You can come find me, motherfucker.
motherfucker.
No. Send me your number. I can go find you. What?
Why don't
Find
you send
how?
me your number?
Color commentary.
Why don't you send me your number?
You're a pussy. You're
Dumb
a pussy.
fuck.
Here, look. I'll send you my number. How do I chat with you, bro? I got this. You want my number?
I don't know. We're on the internet.
You're a pussy, bro. You won't do
You're
nothing.
the one that actually thinks it's real.
Hey, just remember, I'm here. Whenever you're the one that said I'm a fuckwad, right?
I will
Call
have
me
the
a
police
fuckwad to
hunt
my
you down,
face.
motherfucker.
Hey, listen, bring your brother,
Okay?
your cousins, your
I
son,
will have the
your
law
nephew,
hunt
bring
you down
whoever
for
the
that
fuck you
threat.
want. You got
Okay?
the wrong one, homeboy.
I will
You're a
call the
bitch ass
law
nigga.
right
Everybody
now
on
and
this chat
report
knows
that
that you're a
threat, dude.
bitch ass nigga. You tried
think
me.
I'm
I
a
told you,
fucking
give me your
bitch?
phone number,
I
and you
haven't
were
even
too scared
begun
to
to
give
be
it.
a bitch.
Now you can talk all you want, white boy. Fuck you.
I haven't begun to be a bitch. I will be calling the law to hunt you down for that threat.
Fuck the law. Hey, listen, let me tell you.
Yeah,
Hey, listen.
fuck the
Hey,
law.
law.
That's exactly
fuck
why
you.
you'll
Hey,
be
listen,
in jail, bitch.
Hey, no, listen. Hey, law. That's what bitches do. Good
That
boy.
sounds
That's
like
why,
freaking
Bitches do.
snorty.
call
Fuck
the
the
law.
law. Fuck
Pussy.
the
You know
law.
what?
Call the
I'm
law.
such a big
Fuck the
bad
law.
motherfucker.
Sounds like
Fuck the
Fuck
law.
the
snorty.
law.
Fuck the law, ho.
Yeah, I
Fuck
never
the
heard
law.
that before.
Shut the fuck up. You're a puss. You don't got the balls, Color. You're a weak man.
I
Shut
guess
the
so.
fuck up.
So weak that I got you going. So weak that I own you right
turned
now.
You
them
don't
up,
own a
Color.
goddamn thing. You're a
And
pussy.
this all
Color.
started over
Everybody
him
here
talking
sees how
about
much I'm fucking defending
Tua.
you, bro.
Over
And
a
I'm inviting you
18
to
for
tell me.
45.
Give me your phone
Skyler
number.
went
And
18
you
for
want to go with the
45.
law. You're
He's
a
mad
bitch,
because
homie.
Skyler lit the Bills up in the
Playoff games that he
Over
don't
a
want to admit it,
quarterback.
like a Christmas tree. What's up, Liz? Let these guys get a breather.
Yeah. That sounds like Snorty. Like it
Hey,
was
Liz,
the other time.
Liz, let's be honest, Liz. Did Skylar Thompson not light the Buffalo Bills up? Or does it feel more like an 18 for 45 type game? In that playoff game. Where he had like 7 drops in that game.
Yeah, he did terrible.
Jalen Waddle did terrible. That's what I'm saying. You could go
All of
based
them
on
did
facts all you
terrible.
want. 18 for 45 is great. But Skylar Thompson, you cannot take away the fact that he put balls in the receiver's hands that would have changed the trajectory of that playoff game.
There's only one
And
place
I'm
he put his balls.
on the money. On
There's
the money.
no-
I'm sorry.
There's no
Argument,
excuse.
nothing is going to convince me. Nothing is going to convince me otherwise. Go ahead, Liz.
There's no excuse for that many drops. None whatsoever. It tells me that they just don't want to. I mean, they're practicing. Why go to practice if you're not going to friggin' do what you're supposed to do in the friggin' game, which it matters?
What's up, Craig?
I agree with you 100%, Liz. And I think to this day, when I watch the highlights of that Seattle-Miami game, I think Mike McDaniel did Skyler wrong.
Thank you. Exactly what Color was trying to tell True Fin Fan, but he didn't want to listen.
No, now I've got to defend my life because I said that.
I really
that's
think
basically what you were saying, and I agree with Color. And we
You
got
don't
other
gotta
guys,
defend
Craig,
your life,
that
Color.
Craig,
You called me a
this is
fuckwad.
not.
I
Hey,
gave you
Craig,
the
Craig,
opportunity
remember,
to tell me,
Fuckwad,
man.
what are you gonna do?
You
You're
said
gonna
you were gonna
attack
call
because
a
of my
law.
words?
You're a
He
pussy,
wasn't
Are you
even
a
on
little
the
baby?
You're a
You
pussy,
can't
bro.
handle people's
You're a
words?
pussy. You're
Oh
a pussy. You're a
no!
coward.
Oh no!
Your
I'm
father
gonna
didn't
go
raise a
attack
man. You're a
somebody because
coward.
they said
Any man that comes
words.
at me and challenges me, I'll go meet him. But you know what you did, pussy? You said you were gonna call the law. You're a coward
Yeah,
in my
that's
book
right. I'm
from
gonna call the
to
law.
the
You
day end.
threatened
Now
me. I'm
keep
gonna
talking.
call the
Keep
fucking
talking.
law.
Everybody here knows Color's a bitch. You're
That's
a
right.
pussy. You're
I
a
said it
coward.
myself,
That's
You
and
your
don't
I
got the
ain't
opinion,
balls.
begun
bro.
to be a
Hey,
bitch
That's your
yet.
hey,
opinion,
listen.
bro.
You
I'll
haven't
fight you
even
with one
witnessed
hand.
this
You're a
yet.
coward. Call the
You
law on
haven't
me,
even
bro.
witnessed
Fuck the
bitch
law.
yet.
Remember,
You know
show
why
them
I
this.
call the law
Fuck the
truth
law,
yet?
you pussy.
You know why I would call the law? Because I'm not a coward.
Cause
That's
you're a
why I would
pussy.
call the
Cause
law.
you're a
Because
pussy.
I don't want
You
to
never
spend the
call the
fucking
crackers,
rest of my
homie.
life
Crackers
in
never get
jail
involved.
for a dumb
You're a
motherfucker
pussy,
like
bro.
you.
You're a pussy. That's what you are. That's what
That's
your
what I
daddy
am.
is.
You're
A
right.
fucking
I'm
coward
a
and a
pussy.
pussy.
Oh
I'll fight
no.
you. I'll fight you right now. You
Big
just don't
Bad
have the
Truth
balls
Man
to.
called me a
Call
pussy.
somebody to come in.
Oh
You don't got
no.
nobody to come and
No.
represent you to fight.
No.
If you
I
can't
gotta
fight,
go
you don't got a
commit
friend that's
suicide.
tough.
He
You don't
called
know
me
one
a
of these white
pussy.
boys that can fight. You don't got nobody that can defend you. Nobody. You're
I
a
don't
pussy,
need
bro.
nobody. I don't need nobody.
Yeah.
I got 2 names that can defend me, bro. So watch your fucking mouth.
Hey, you know what?
And
True
3
Fin
numbers,
Fan?
right, Color? 911.
If it gets that far, but it may just
Someone
be
please
before
call
my
911. Color's a
Hey, True
bitch and he
Fin Fan.
cannot run.
Hey, True Fin Fan.
Go tell the
You sound
world,
like
some fuck.
Snorty.
This bitch called you a fuckwad and got away with it. How's it feel?
Yeah, hiding behind a computer, a
That's
laptop,
right.
in the
That's
safety
right.
of your home.
That's
You
right.
are a
Just
bitch.
like you are.
You're the
Just like you
definition.
are.
You're the definition of a
Just like
computer
you are.
warrior. How
Just
does that
like you
feel?
are.
How do you feel knowing
You're
that
the first
everybody
one that
knows
said that.
everything that
Oh,
I
boy,
told you
never
and
heard
you
the
did
keyboard
nothing?
warrior
I
insult
invited you to
before.
send me your
Oh,
number
we're going
and
with
you
that.
did nothing.
Hey, Pete,
You're a
he was the
coward,
first one
Cutler.
that said it,
You're
so
a
he gets
bitch,
credit.
Cutler.
I'm the keyboard
Fuck
warrior.
you and your whole family. You're not even gonna defend your family. You're not even gonna do
Guess
that,
not.
hoe.
I guess
You're
not.
a bitch, homie.
I
Call the
guess my
cops on me.
mother would
The cops will
fucking
probably
take care of
arrest
you
you
by
for being a
herself,
hoe,
bro.
a prostitute on the street. Fuck you and your whole fucking family, Cutler.
All right. Ain't nothing I ain't never heard before.
Especially on the internet, right, Color?
I know.
I just can't believe this is over Skylar Thompson playoff game. That's where I'm at all.
No. This isn't over Tyler's Cobb. This is over this bitch ass nigga calling me a fuckwad, acting brave behind the computer.
things that everybody here
Yeah, but
knows.
let's
He won't tell me to
but
his
hold on
face
now, true fan
because
fan.
he said
Hold
that he
on
was
now,
on a
true fan
couch.
fan.
You're a hoe ass nigga, bro. I never called a crack
Color.
homie. I resolve it myself. Fuck you and your family, Color. You still won't defend your family? Color, you still won't defend your family? Fuck you, your kids, your mom, your sister, nobody? You still won't defend them? You still won't defend anybody?
know what
You
the
still gonna
fuck you're
call the cops?
talking about. I haven't heard a word
You're
you've
not even a
said in the
man,
last
ho.
10
You're a
minutes,
hoe,
bro.
bro. I'm out, bro. Hey, Pete. Enjoy your
Bye,
hoe,
bitch.
homie.
Bye, fuckwad.
Another smeghead.
It's like that up here, and now Cosa Nostra is saying it's all my fault. It is what it is, Cosa Nostra.
Pete,
This is a
Pete, does
panel
that guy kiss his mother with that mouth?
Bro,
he
he
must.
lost touch
He
with
must.
his mommy a long time ago. The first stint in jail.
No.
Maybe that's why he's such a bitch.
Well, and then using the N-word, that's never cool.
Somebody's got to fulfill the feminine side of his freaking life.
Yeah, he I don't know what
So
happened.
besides him, how else is everybody doing?
Maybe he's another unicorn.
Here we go with the
I
unicorn.
might have to call up Pella to get some hurricane-proof windows, man.
Yeah, didn't the hurricane season kick in a couple days ago, right?
Yep, June 1st.
June 1st, okay.
Certainly wouldn't want any objects penetrating my glass windows.
Yeah.
So what's up, Craig? How you feeling about the season right now? Are you kind of shocked?
Well, you heard
that
my
no trade
predictions, and
hasn't
you
happened?
said you said I got too much zing. Remember that the other day?
yeah, Fred. That's what you know who has a lot of zing in their passes, and Joe Shad is reporting it, Craig.
Who?
Zach Wilson. Joe Shad reported that this man threw a laser in practice. A laser, bro, to D. Eskridge. Okay, this is something we haven't spoken about as a fan base, how important it is to have a quarterback that can throw lasers, especially to these speedster receivers. That makes our offense a lot more dangerous. I'm sorry. Zach Wilson could turn us up, and people aren't realizing those. You know those little lob passes that take forever, and then the receiver has to slow down. Imagine a strike. Imagine a strike.
Yeah.
Does that not change the yak?
People want to hate on, if you don't mind me saying, Pete, people want to hate on Zach Wilson always stank in New York. He didn't have the receivers he has here. And now you can actually add a Malik Wilson to that. You know what I mean? He really turned up
really
last
quick,
year.
Pete, I gotta answer Armando. Armando, out of the two bitches up here, me and Trufin, I have shown my face. See the difference between him and me? He can see what I look like. I've never seen him. So I'm the one putting myself in a vulnerable situation. So you decide who the bitch really is.
Yeah.
My face is on the web. He can see me coming. I can't see him coming. Who's the bitch?
So,
hey, that's my
I
face,
like.
ho. Hey, bitch boy, look at my face. Take a picture of it so you can.
I have no desire to look at your fucking. I could have got it off the. I could have got it off the sheriff's department website.
You, your whole fat. Look, no.
I could have got it off the. I could have got it off the police blotter, bro.
Look at me.
I could have got it off the police blotter.
No. Now you know my face.
I could have got it off the police blotter, bro.
Look, this is where I live, ho.
Yeah, you look like you. Yeah, you look like somebody that's real comfortable with yourself.
Hey, you want to meet up?
You look like a real. You look like a guy that lives off his wife's money.
Nothing, right? Enjoy you and your husband.
I hope your kids
when
enjoy
you
that
your
pool.
boyfriend, don't think about me. I'm a man's man.
Hey, make sure you play this to your kids when they're having that pool party this weekend.
Let me see my screen. Look.
Hey, make sure you play this for your kids when they're having that pool party this weekend.
You're a pussy, ho. No.
I
Look,
guess
let me show you another thing. Look, see that color? You see
Yeah.
that? That's what I get to do on weekends. Look, ho.
I know. I see
Look,
that.
ho. Look what I get
I
to
see
do
that.
on weekends. See? You ain't
I
shit,
see
bitch
that.
ass nigga. Whenever
Saltwater
you want
fishing is
some,
shit.
hey, here's True Fin
Saltwater
Fan.
fishing is for
Everybody, True
morons.
Fin Fan. Look, hey, how you doing?
Saltwater
Look, I
fishing is for
challenged this bitch
morons,
ass
bro.
nigga to meet me.
A
He's
moron
local
can
here in
saltwater
Miami,
fish,
and he
dude.
threatened me to call the cops. Fuck you and
A
your whole family,
moron can
brother.
look
True
at
You're a
Fin,
yourself,
pussy.
True
bro.
Fin,
You
True
ain't
Fin
got
Look
Fan.
no
The
at your
only
balls.
fucking
thing,
self.
Blah,
Who
blah,
the
wouldn't?
blah. You ain't got no balls. You're a
Who
pussy.
would not
You
call the
said you would
law
call the
on
law.
this?
Call your brother. Don't you got a younger brother? Don't you got a
Who the
son to
fuck
defend
wouldn't
you?
call the law on
Nobody?
this, bro?
You ain't got nobody? You fucked with the wrong man, ho. You're a
I guess
bitch
so.
ass nigga.
I don't even.
Hey,
I guess
look at my face. Now show yours. No, show your face though.
you know where my face is,
Show your
bitch.
face. I've never seen you, ho. I've never seen
Then
you. You're
do
talking
some
shit.
homework.
You're scared now.
Do some
You're
homework,
scared now.
then.
Hiding behind the computer because you're
I
scared,
guess
ho.
so.
You're
Yeah.
a
What an
bitch ass
idiot.
nigga, ho.
What an idiot. Look at this dumb fuck.
Can't we all just get along?
I mean,
I
look at
gotta
that
remind
shit. Who the fuck
everybody.
wouldn't call the law on that shit? Look at that shit. All I gotta do is play that for the law, and they'd be like, "Yeah, nobody should have to fucking be threatened like this, bro. We'll take care of it."
I'm
Like,
just
seriously.
color. He disagreed, but I still think is if you go back to the recording because this is recorded.
I
It
said
all
dickwad,
come
not
back.
fuckwad, by the way.
Yeah, but he called you an old man. That's
I know.
disrespectful, bro.
He's allowed to insult me because he's a big bad fucking selly.
Yeah, and then it turns around. It all started and stemmed from 18 from 45. Those are his facts. If those are your facts, great. Your facts don't have to be my facts.
Right.
Your facts don't have to be Color's facts. Now that we're disagreeing, now it's gone this way because he wants to go by
Called
the
you an
end be all,
idiot.
the
He
end of
called you
game
an
stats,
idiot before
18
any
for
insults
45.
started to get thrown.
Come on, bro.
He was calling you
Skyler
an
would have
idiot,
literally
bro.
had 300 plus yards in that game if Waddle makes some of those catches, if Gesicki makes that catch, if Tyreek Hill makes that catch. If he wants to go against the eye in the sky and not give credit to Zach
Fuck,
Skylar
because he
Thompson, that's his
blazes
opinion.
to it, bro.
Exactly. They're so ready to jump back. They're hoping all this fallback. They're ready to jump back on Tua week 3. He goes 2-0. They're back on Tua. Tua won these games. All this.
As soon as he goes 21 for 24, they're going to be back on his nads.
Yep. 180 yards, 1 touchdown, no interceptions.
And a win. And a win against the Patriots. Right.
Yep.
Yep.
Hey. Well, Pete, you know who my
100.
boy on this team is, right?
Say that again.
You know who my quarterback is on this team?
Zach Wilson.
Now messing around with it. Quinn Ewers, come on, man. I'm messing around with you, Pete.
I just want to know if he's going to play this video in front of his kids
Craig,
at the pool party.
I don't
this
hype up
weekend.
Quinn
That's what I
Ewers
wanna
as
know.
much as y'all don't hear it, but the reality is I will take Quinn Ewers' upside over Tua's any day. I do
love
not
Quinn
like the
Ewers.
way I don't like the way Tua limits us offensively. I've been on this
Yep.
the same way for years. For years.
And I'll tell you what, when Quinn Ewers met the media, he's not happy being a third stringer. He's not happy he got drafted in the 7th round. He even said that, and he said he's going to prove everybody wrong. I like that in a guy. You know what I mean?
But if you go across the roster, Craig, almost everyone feels like that. Zach Wilson said that.
Yep.
Zach Wilson said he did, he could start.
Yep.
Everybody else is other than wide receiver with Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill, every other position they feel like that. Cornerback is wide open, safety is wide open, linebacker spot is open. We have a roster full of guys that want to prove themselves.
Yep.
It's the best way. Nothing feels given anymore. Chris Greer has turned the table. It feels good to be a Dolphin fan right now with this team heading into the way they've changed things up. And with those changes, and which are good changes, wins come along with that, especially when you're taking advantage of teams on your schedule. The Colts week 1. They don't even know who their quarterback is going to be. They don't even, they're changing their scheme. They're turning, come on, man. There's too much. We're a team. Even with Tua, I feel confident heading into week 1, we're going to win. Since when? Since when have I ever felt comfortable? Why? Because of the schedule setup.
Yeah.
It's the Colts on the road
The
in
only
a
thing I
dome.
feel nervous about, and you heard me say, Pete, is that we got to play the Ravens, the Bills, and the Commanders. But who knows with what's the quarterback for the Commanders? What's his name?
Jaden Daniels.
He could have a sophomore slump, and now he can't. The thing is, the Commanders can't sneak up on people. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Nobody's
They
gonna take the Commanders light. He has to play playoff
Nope.
football every week.
Yep. And some people have said, "Oh, they're going to beat." I still like the Eagles in that division.
I think the Cowboys are gonna make some noise if that could
You
stay
think
healthy.
so? You think?
Yeah. I like the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
do.
But I like we're
Yeah.
underrated. When I've noticed this, and not just the Dolphins. Like I'm a huge Notre Dame fan. When people were doubting my team after we blew it against Northern Illinois, oh, Notre Dame stinks. They suck. And yeah, we didn't beat Ollie's national, Ollie's team. Hey, we went further than a lot of people had. Oh, they can't beat Georgia. Georgia's this SEC. We beat them. Oh, Penn State, and we beat them. And I like our coach, and that's the first time I've said that about a Notre Dame coach in a long time. You got to go back to Lou Holtz for me to say I like our coach. And everybody's got to relax on the Dolphins. See what happens. Who knows? You know what I mean?
It
See
feels
what?
like that's why it's not see what happens. Is I can see what's about to happen. Like if you know your team, you can see almost what's about to happen.
And here's the key, and I think you, Color, and Liz will agree with me, and a lot of people. Tua cannot go up there and mess it up and get hurt in that. He knows he's gone. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And
I
even
think he
Tyreek.
already knows he's gone.
You think so,
and
Color?
that's what, yes, everyone knows he's gone.
Would you have, if he's gone, if say a Zach Wilson shows out, would you have us with a problem with us signing Zach Wilson?
Nope. Depends on the definition of shows out.
Well, wins us games and stuff. He doesn't have to go out there. He doesn't have to go. See, people make a mistake. If he goes out there and throws between 250, 275, and you have a good solid running game, which now I'm confident we will. But, between the line, I actually feel good about our offensive line. I know Patrick Paul can be a little, but he showed me something. I like Patrick Paul. I think he's going to be a stud for us. But the point is, see what happens. And then the defense. They're not happy with the cornerbacks. They're going to wait to see what happens with the Jalen Ramsey thing, the money they can get, and then you go from there. And then maybe you get another cornerback, maybe two of them. I don't know. Maybe you get a quarterback and another safe. I don't know what the plan is. But I like our defensive line. And if Chubb and Phillips stay healthy, and you got Chop and Grant and all them, I'll tell you what, that should make a lot of quarterbacks nervous. An old married boy, Josh Allen, can say, oh, well, it's the same old Dolphins. Well, you may not be saying that when Chop Robinson's knocking you upside the head, when Kenneth Grant is coming up the middle on you, when Chubb or Phillips are getting after you. Yep. I like what we did. You heard me say that. And I like the kid we got from Florida. And I love the kid, the defensive lineman we got from Maryland. I think we did good. I gave us a solid B+. You heard me say that, Pete.
No, yeah, I agree. I just don't like what we did in the draft, but that doesn't mean I don't like the players. That's the difference. Even though I would have went elsewhere, I would have changed it up. But at the same time, looking at the roster now, I feel content with the starters. If the team can stay healthy, we can contend against any team.
Yep.
We can shut teams down. We can stop their run game. A lot of the teams we play this year are heavy run teams. We're going to be a good team that can stop the run. The only way you're going to beat us if your passes connect and you take advantage of the so-called weak secondary. But now
Yep.
I like that the
You
secondary
think
has
that zero
actually
tech's
looked
going to
at,
help us stop Derrick Henry, bro? What you're thinking?
and the speed on the outside won't allow him to get to the edge either, Color. We got what it takes to slow down Derrick Henry, 1,000%, especially with our linebackers in the middle.
And who
Yeah,
knows what
You're
Derrick
not
Henry?
trying to
Grant.
you're not trying to pigeonhole our draftee into the nose tackle position or nothing, right?
No, I'm pigeon-toeing him there. He's the strength of the front. Yeah,
Who's
I'm
that?
pigeon-toeing him there.
They're
Kenneth
like, how
Grant.
dare you say he's just a nose tackle? The guy's like 500 pounds. You know, it's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure we brought him in to stop Derrick Henry and the tush push.
Yep.
And push up front. Push that center
Yep.
back.
Yep.
And Josh
I
Allen
like
sneak.
Kenneth Grant.
They run somewhat of a tush push with him.
He's got that nice side, but then when you see him on the field, he gets nasty, and I like that. You know what I mean?
Josh
You can be
Allen,
nice.
they do like a half tush push where they run a conventional QB sneak, but they still have their three running backs push them from the back, you know.
Who, the Eagles?
No, the Bills.
Oh,
They
the
run
Bills.
they run it out of a regular formation though. They just run a regular QB sneak, but the running backs behind them are coached to push him in the back. So it's sort of a push.
But
the only thing
we'll
the Eagles did was design a formation around it, you know.
Yeah.
And that
Before
formation
anything happens,
borderline like the wedge.
I just feel like
already.
we have more of an opportunistic defense now. Teams will want to take chances.
And I do believe our front and our linebackers that we've, you know, I'd like to believe we upgraded either through free agency or solid draft picks, if that's what, you know, we believe them to be. Then I think that's going to actually mitigate the damage that we've incurred in the secondary.
Yep. Well, I think we'll still get
we're going to have more turnovers. Storm Duck might have more interceptions than Jalen Ramsey has the last 2 years.
Well, just remember, it's easier for a receiver.
Hold on. Because somebody's
I'm
coming in
not going to
trolling,
continue to
and I need to
engage
know
with
who this
dude,
is.
bro.
Colors Police Department. Who is this?
The Miami Police Department. We got called about a disturbance.
All right. As long as it's you, I just wanted to know who it was.
No.
But it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to drop a pass, Pete, or get tackled after a catch than it is for a running back to fumble, or you know what I mean. Like all you can really do to stop a running game is either tackle him for no gain or a loss, or strip the ball. With a pass, if we're saying let's focus on stopping the run and getting a pass rush, then the secondary, you might have more passes caught. You might have, but remember that there's so much more that could go wrong when the ball's in the air than on the ground. So we're going to prefer to have a weak secondary if our pass rush is really strong and our run stop is really strong, because look, you could get burned for a pass, but you could also get burned for a pass that ends up getting dropped or deflected or whatever, And it just all those little.
And we're not even going to have to blitz
That's why
much.
they run the ball when they're trying to run the clock out. They don't pass because so much more can happen when the ball's in the air.
Well, I say we're not going to have to blitz much, but I can see us rushing 5 a lot. That's almost considered a blitz.
I think they're trying to get it with 4-man front, dude. Weaver is going to be all about getting that pressure with only 4 men, dude. I know it.
Yeah, but in this scheme is more like 5 because we use our 3-4.
Well, that guy's going to be that guy's going to be dynamic.
Jalen.
That guy, you could do anything you want with that 5th guy if you can get the thrust with just 4 guys. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. You got Chubb and Chop. I mean, Jalen Phillips and Chop on the outside. Chubb there with Zeeler and Kenneth Grant. That's a 5-man rush. I don't want none of these guys dropping back in coverage. I want them all rushing. All 5, 1-on-1 versus 5 if they don't have extra protection. That 5 is going to cause chaos because it's going to force offenses to go to max protect. So this weakness that we have at cornerback is not such a weakness when we're forcing tight ends to stay back and block, when we're forcing running backs to chip and stay back and block, when we're forcing max protection.
That's
Why
a
are we
great
so
point because
concerned?
that's a great point because you first think of run stop and pass rush, but also like you're saying, that's going to take a playmaker out of the secondary for them to act as as extra protection. Absolutely, that's a great point.
Thank you, Color. That's the way I see it. That's why I say our team is benefiting from having such an elite pass rush this upcoming season. Mind you,
So
it
what you're
does have
saying
to
is
stay
we're going
healthy
to
with
try to
Phillips and
turn
Chubb.
what you're saying is we're going to try to turn other offenses into our offense is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Other offenses are gonna have to worry about our strength, which is our
Right.
defensive line.
And just like
Pete,
us, they're only going to be able to have 2 or 3 receivers in the pattern.
yo, Pete,
Exactly.
who's the
Go
third
ahead.
defensive end? Or sorry, who's the other defensive end in the 3-4 aside from Cedar? It's not Robinson.
It
It's not Chubb.
it's gonna
Not
be one of the. It's gonna be a rotation of Chubb and Jalen Phillips. Both of them can play that position. Yes,
No,
they
but
can.
they're the edge rushers in the 3-4.
They're
I'm talking
but
about the
we haven't.
defensive
But we're
end.
gonna. They're not gonna be on the bench when Chubb is on the edge. Phillips is gonna be next to Kenneth Grant. When Phillips is on the edge, Chubb is going to be next to Kenneth Grant. That's the
Kenneth,
rotation we're going to do.
Kenneth Grant's a nose tackle. They're going to play him nose tackle.
Yeah,
They're not going to put
but
him.
Chubb and Phillips can still play with their hands on the dirt
So, okay,
next to Kenneth
I'll
Grant,
rephrase
and
this.
Shorty, are
opposite
you
of
trying to
Kenneth Grant
pigeonhole him
is
into
is
nose
Zeeler.
tackle? Are you doing
No.
that what you're trying to do?
Oh, Kenneth Grant is a nose tackle. Absolutely.
I know.
Absolutely.
I'm
He's not.
being
He's not. Someone like Mason Graham from Michigan in the draft. So basically, Pete, let me rephrase the question. I'm not trying to be a smart aleck when I say that. Okay, so you've got a 3-4. You're employing so your two edge rushers. Okay, there's a rotation between Chop, Robinson, Phillips, and Bradley Chubb. Right. In the defensive
In
line,
a
you got
3-4,
3 guys.
all 5 are
You
going to
got. Let me
play,
see.
Snorty.
Well,
That's what I'm implying.
don't forget
Can
about
I
Cameron
finish
Good
this?
either, who's moving into his
And okay.
fourth
That's
year.
depth.
And
That's
your
depth.
who are your 3 down linemen? You've got you've got Zeeler in the middle as nose tackle. You've got the guy we just drafted, Kenneth Grant. Who's the
In a
guy
base
beside Kenneth
3-4, in a base 3-4, Snorty, the nose tackle is Kenneth Grant. The right defensive end in that 3-4 that's going to be on the with their hands on the dirt is going to be Zeeler, and the other end on the opposite end of Kenneth Grant is going to be a rotation of Jalen Phillips and
You
Bradley
sure we're
Chubb.
running a 3-4, bro? Weaver's a 4-3 guy his whole career, man.
No, he's a 3-4, even from the Baltimore Ravens.
That's
And
what I
and
thought.
it's more like a hybrid. It's more like a hybrid where it
Well,
goes
yeah,
like
of
a
course.
5,
Anybody
a 5-man
worth their
front.
weight in salt is actually doing both these days.
Pete,
Yeah, of course.
Okay, Pete, I remember you were big. So was I on getting the linebacker from Chicago that Baltimore got.
Roquan
Okay.
Smith.
Yes. In contrast to getting Chubb. I was kind of like on the fence at first. Like I'm fine with I don't know if Pete's right. I'm fine with either. But you were right. It would have been better to get that inside linebacker. He's better than Chubb. He'd be more valuable to the defense. I think you agree.
If we would have had Roquan Smith and Jordan
Yeah,
Brooks
he's
right
better.
now, I would say
In the
we
mid-
probably had the best middle linebacker room in the NFL.
Maybe. You know what? That's serious. That's
That
serious.
would be
Yeah.
serious.
And we would have still had
Now,
Chop and Phillips.
we
Phillips can
breached it a
stay
little bit,
healthy.
Pete. But what? I'm sorry, Snorty. Were you finished? It sounded like you were finishing. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying if Phillips can stay healthy, we would have still had Chop. If they can still, I mean, Raekwon Smith. That was another blunder by Chris Beard. Fuck the team. That's what I conclude. Same with Pete. We should have got Raekwon Smith instead of Bradley Chubb. I think everyone would agree with that now. That's all.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, maybe short term it hurt that not having Chubb like last year, but now he's rested, he's ready to go. And I'll tell you what, from what I've
And
heard
I
in
like that.
OTA, he's hungry. He's hungry. He wants to stay here. It's not, oh yeah, just get ready. He wants to stay here. And I like that.
because
Yep,
we're not
yep.
and let's not forget when Chubb did play that season where he got hurt, he was leading the league in forced fumbles. Every
Yep.
time that man got a sack, he stripped that quarterback and that ball came out. That's what we need is turnovers. Give this high-powered offense more short field positions. Bro, we're win if our turnovers were the worst last year. If
Yep.
we get it
We got to get more
1.5, just a
turnovers.
little, if we get more turnovers this year, we're literally talking about a 12 to 13 win team.
That's
We
another
really
soft
are.
stat, Pete. That's another soft stat. If you ask me, that's another stat that goes down that narrative that that soft teams and soft players don't get turnovers, bro.
Yep.
And there's a reason for that.
No,
Because turnovers are caused.
colored.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me finish. An excessive number of turnovers, an elite number of turnovers, which is what Vic Fangio had at every defense he's ever been involved with, except for ours. Okay, what that requires is aggression. So Vic Fangio, the king of turnover battle, okay, throughout his whole career, gets virtually none here.
He got a lot here.
Not really, no, bro. We had hardly any turnovers the year Fangio was here. Bro, he's used to leading the league in turnovers. Every defense he's been with his entire career.
Well, we broke a franchise record. He thrived off only rushing 3 or 4 guys.
I think you're
That's
thinking
how
of
dangerous
Flores'
Jalen
last
Phillips.
year that we got all the turnovers, dude. Because I'm telling you, bro, we ain't been getting turnovers.
We had a defense with Vic Fangio, and we got a lot of sacks, bro. And those
Sacks,
turnovers,
yeah.
a lot of them came with the fumbles,
But
the strip sacks
again,
that Bradley Chubb had.
I
Zeller
suspect
had an
when
interception.
but Pete, I suspect when Greer and McDaniel were looking at a DC, they would probably saw the same stat as me. Oh wow, look at his career. Everywhere he's been has been the top turnover defense. What do we need? We need turnovers. That might be the sole reason we hired him, for all we know.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not saying it is because people are going to call me an idiot. Oh, that ain't the only reason. I'm saying, for all we know, that could have been the one that was like, oh yeah, let's just go with him. You know what I mean?
Do you guys like Weaver as our defensive coordinator?
No qualms so far.
Yeah, I think he's competent and professionally qualified, and I think that him being an African American, he can better relate to the players.
But you know what, Snorty? The guy has obviously read Marcus Aurelius, though, bro. He can relate to everybody, man. The guy is just a stoic, dude. I love him to death, man.
Well,
I think
he's eventually going to be a head coach.
even if he can't be a good head coach, that's a dude I would, without even knowing him personally, I would push him out from in front of a moving vehicle.
Yeah, I think he's
season. He might be a head coach next year. I can see it if the season goes the way that I see it happening. If I'm wrong on the prediction on how I feel the season going out and colors spot on, we start 2-9. I'm sorry. His head coach inspirations next year are going to dwindle down and fall apart just like McDaniels and everybody else that gets fired here. It's going to look like a terrible regime.
Yep.
If McDaniel's fired, Weaver
the best
does
thing
not
they
have a
could
head
do for
coach
him,
job.
Pete, the best thing they could actually do for him is throw him under the bus like they did all the other DCs. That's the best thing they could do for him.
They just promote
everybody in the league
coach.
would know that he's not tainted, that he just got fired because he was a scapegoat. You know what I mean? So that wouldn't affect
No one
his
has any
credibility.
faith in McDaniel. Mike McDaniel, okay, is looked at as an idiot by the players. They don't like him. So eventually, after this year, they'll get a new coach. I don't know. Maybe they want to. Maybe they'll start off 2-6, and he was injured. They'll just fire McDaniel. Don't be surprised, guys. Don't be surprised. Joe
shoot.
Philbin.
I
They
mean,
start out
shoot.
0-4.
How can you not like a
Why
guy
not?
that has enough respect to use the word shoot?
Nah, I just think he's a shit coach. Color seriously. I think he's a
But
joke.
according to Weaver, Snorty, he's a shoot coach. Weaver
What
don't
does,
use
that, what does that mean, Color? He's a shoot coach.
Yeah,
because
I don't know what that
Weaver
means.
doesn't use such words. Did you notice he uses shoot instead of shit?
Oh yeah. Okay, I
And
got
I
you.
can
I didn't know
respect
what you meant.
somebody
I'm
that has
sorry.
enough respect for themselves to train themselves not to use curse words. Now I cuss. I don't
Yeah.
think it's a bad thing to cuss, but for somebody to train themselves not to throughout their life, that's a genuine dude right there. There is
You
nothing.
know who else?
you're
You know who else was like that color? Philip Rivers, the Chargers
Oh
quarterback.
yeah, oh yeah, and you know who else? Nick Foles.
Yeah.
Eli Manning. Yeah, a lot of those. That's almost like you're looked at as a smarter because you use different words and
Well,
almost the same nasty meaning.
again, it exudes respectability, and
Yep.
respectability begets respect.
Yeah, true.
And this is
So now,
McDaniel. He's talking about Weaver that doesn't use cuss words.
No, I'm talking about Weaver.
Or Weaver. Okay.
Like Weaver will
No,
be at the podium and he'll be like, "Oh
McDaniel
shoot,"
does curse.
you know.
This is like one of our only coaches that curse in the post, and McDaniel curses. He's cursed a few times.
And I don't
I
even
would have
mind it.
thought.
I don't think it
That's why I'm
degrades a
asking.
person for cussing, but it
Oh, who
doesn't. But
cares?
it does enhance a person for not.
The best
Do
coach
you
in
think
the
he uses it
NFL.
to sound like to look tougher color?
Who, Weaver or McDaniel, like using curse words?
McDaniel.
I have my own
Well, I
theory.
think McDaniel is probably natural. He's a little more, probably a little more socially liberal, you know, and from
He's
Colorado.
very
You
smart.
know,
He's
I
got this
mean,
elitism attitude in him. Fuck you. Who are you? I'm
Weaver
running the fucking
probably
show.
is.
Yeah.
Weaver's probably. I would estimate that Weaver is a devout Christian. You know, first of all, somebody that don't use curse words is usually a Christian, like a devout religious person. I'll say I can't pin
Did
him.
He
he
probably
grow
doesn't
up?
even
Did
like
he grow
hearing
up in the hood?
McDaniel curse.
Did Weaver grow up in the hood like Flores, Pete, in the Bronx? Flores grew up in
I'm
the
not
hood. That
sure.
guy.
I mean,
Flores grew up
Flores
in
though
a tough
too, bro. I mean,
area.
I know everybody thinks he flew off the handle and he was a real asshole, but the way he carried himself to the public, the reason we didn't know about all that is because the man knew how to present himself to the rest of the world.
yeah.
He pissed off Omar Kelly. What was that? I don't know
It's
that
hard for me
player's
to believe
name.
all the nonsense when somebody says, "Oh, shit was going down in the building." Oh, well, what was that? Oh, well, we can't tell you because we'll lose our access to the building. Come on.
Flores, he was
Yeah.
funny though. Remember how he took on Minka Fitzpatrick? He took on some player. I think it was Kenny Stills too. He really took on all players. He didn't care black, white. He just take on any kind of player that challenged his authority or there was a threat to his authority for his fucking drill with his mouth.
Yo,
So we'll see. We'll see how the season starts.
Well, finally,
Some indication.
somebody else could be the pariah.
Just gotta see, you know.
See, there's
And
your
we'll
real
see.
target, Rufin.
And the thing is, Pete, we'll see how Tua's smartened up. Has he smartened up and said, "I got to stop diving," or do you think he'll just dive and oh well? Because I mean, if he misses a certain amount of games, he's got to know he's done here. And who would really take him then?
I have never seen a pro athlete in any sport so contrived in all my life, man. I never have, ever. Not one. And there's been some pretty contrived athletes throughout the years.
Tim
But
Tebow
this is just
Tim
unbelievable.
Tebow had a cult following, color. Tim Tebow.
Craig, you think Tua can survive any style injury this year, miss a few games, and it's going to be okay?
Nope.
Yeah, I agree with her. Nope.
If Tua on his throwing hand jams his index finger
He's done.
and it swells up,
He's fucking done, Pete. No.
what if
He's
it's remember Skylar Thompson's hand injury versus the Vikings, where he throws a pass, boom, his hand
Well, you
gets
know,
hit by
that's
the
okay
defensive
because
lineman.
that's okay because the coaches tell me I just got to hold my hand this way on Tuesdays at 2 p.m. and I can throw the ball better. You know, that's okay.
Yeah.
That's what I mean by contrived.
If he doesn't
Color,
go out,
if If he gets a finger injury on his throwing hand and he has to sit 3-4 weeks, you how do you think that what's going to happen over here?
I don't have much
Retire.
faith in Zach Wilson ever since I heard this fucking zero shit. He's gonna wear the
You know
number
what it's like?
zero.
It's like
Color, can you
somebody.
listen
It's
to me?
like
Color,
somebody going
respectfully,
standing in
please.
front of the judge,
Color,
going.
Color,
They
you
just.
listen to me.
I'm
Zach
sorry. You're
Wilson.
kind of muffled, Snorty. I'm sorry. You're kind of muffled.
Zach,
You are muffled.
Background.
Yep. Zach Wilson. He chose number 0. That doesn't inspire confidence when it's the quarterback. Even Ryan Fitzpatrick. I think we're cursed with Wilson. It's a bad sign.
Yeah, but reports came out that zero means he started from the bottom. Now he's here.
Oh,
yep.
More contrivedness from another guy. Great.
They should just pick a fucking real number.
Hey, who
Like,
knows?
what's
By
wrong with 8
mid-season,
or 9 or 11?
maybe
Pick
by
a
mid-season
number.
we'll have Quinn Ewers as our starting quarterback. Who the hell knows?
If Quinn Ewers is the starting quarterback, everyone is fired, Craig.
No way.
They'll have lost most of the games if Ewers is in.
Stephen Ross, I guarantee you, Stephen Ross told McDaniel he'd give him another chance with a quarterback of his own choosing.
You think so?
Well, yeah, that was the deal coming in. You can't, in all honesty, he could because he's a billionaire. He could do whatever he wants and nobody really will care. But you can't tell somebody, hey, we need you to do this. We're bringing you in here, giving you the opportunity of a lifetime. And all you got to do is give this guy a shot, make it part of the reason you're here, all that. And look, if it don't work out, it's on us. We'll get you your proper chance.
Yeah. At that point, would you draft somebody then, Color?
Why would somebody come into a building being the first coach ever of all time to accept somebody else's draft pick as their guy?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think they'll draft somebody else, Color?
They just did.
No. I'm saying would they if Tua doesn't work out, who are you going to go with then next year?
You're going to go with the guy you just drafted and arguably got in a way later round than he deserved to be.
Yeah.
Like Quinn Ewers should not have slid that far.
I thought of him as a 3rd or 4th round pick. That's what I thought. And I was shocked when he kept sliding down. I'm like, what is wrong? Is there something wrong with him? Or
the only reason I disagree with you, gentlemen, is because Zach Wilson is the top flight plan. If Zach fails, that's his quarterback. That's who he chose. This is who he decided to go with once Tua gets hurt. I get it. He drafted Ewers for insurance, but it's a 7th rounder. It's a 7th rounder.
Yeah.
The guy that they're banking on, the quarterback they chose, it's between Mike. Remember, the 49ers thought they were going to land Zach Wilson in the draft. Everyone thought Justin Fields was going to go number 2 to the Jets. That's what everybody thought. The 49ers traded up with us to number 3. Mike McDaniel came out, said he studied Zach Wilson all that year. He did his homework. That's who the 49ers were waiting for at number 3. The Jets changed scope at the end. They drafted Zach Wilson, and it led the 49ers to drafting Trey Lance. That wasn't their guy.
So if that's the case, Pete, then Mike McDaniel has been waiting to exhale with Tua with the rest of us, man.
You think?
He came
what
here
Pete is saying is true. That would make sense.
I mean, you've heard me say, Pete, what if Tua's out, say, 5-6 games, okay? Depending on what his injury is. And say Wilson goes 4-2, 5-1, and has looked better as time has gone on. He struggles in the beginning, but then he starts to look a lot better, and he's winning a lot of games. I mean, how can you sell to the fan base, oh, we're going to bench him. He's 5-2, but we're going to bring a quarterback that's missed almost 2 months of the season. How do you sell that?
Well, you don't. It's literally a Colin Kaepernick and Alex Smith situation. It's
No,
literally
but
a
guarantee
Tony
next year.
Romo and Dak Prescott situation. Once
But
Dak got
guarantee next
hurt,
year he's going to get the Geno Smith treatment. They're not going to care that he was successful with this, and they're going to move on, just like the Seahawks did to Geno.
Yeah.
That's the tricky part, Color. If we succeed with Zach, we might have found our franchise quarterback. He might sign a 2-year bridge type deal, right, to come back to the table 2 years from now if everything, if
Replicate it.
everything
In other
decides
words,
to keep,
replicate it.
yeah, he'll get like
And
a
if you can't
2-year deal,
replicate it, we'll move on.
2-year, 80 million, 60 fully guaranteed. Because he took us to a playoff game
Well, I
this
mean,
year.
honestly,
He won
they did.
comeback player of the year, right?
Well,
There's
Pete,
obstacles he has to
Seattle
do.
ended up having to remember. Seattle ended up the guy that they had in position to take over for Geno didn't work out. Then they got the guy from Washington. Then they brought in Drew Lock, and all the meanwhile, Geno ended up putting together 3 seasons while they were waiting to exhale.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. He did pretty well for Seattle.
But that's
He
what I'm
did very
saying.
well.
But they never intended him to be 15 years from now, Geno Smith, Ring of Honor, or Seattle Seahawk. You know what I mean?
Hey, you never know. And now Sam Darnold. But that's what I couldn't understand. You're bringing in Sam Darnold. Why would you get rid of Metcalf? I didn't understand that.
Well, maybe that wasn't what they wanted to work for Sam Darnold.
That's true.
Their hand may have been forced because of that and contractual issues all together. It just may not have worked out. But
yeah.
Sam Darnold as quick as they did, kind of jumping on it like they did, seems to suggest that they probably were the ones that wanted to draft him the year he got drafted.
Yeah. And I mean, look at that. He started off with who? Didn't he start off with the Jets too?
Yeah.
And then he went to Minnesota, had a good year.
But in our case, we'll ship Tua to Seattle instead of Zach Wilson.
I'd be okay with that. If Zach Wilson or Quinn Ewers or whoever works out, I'll be happy with that. I'm just tired of going through quarterbacks. I forget what the stat is. It's something outrageous since Marino retired. How many different
quarterbacks? It's about 20 different quarterbacks.
But you know what's important as a fan base? Let's say Quinn Ewers or Zach Wilson does come in and we do win. We got to actually pay attention to what it could be because we can't just give it up. All I'm saying is the next quarterback we get, is he really that guy? Because Tua definitely isn't. But even though he's better than Tua, we still need someone that is able to make us feel they could get over the Josh Allens. They could get over the Lamar Jackson. Can this team beat the Bengals? That's what this new quarterback needs to feel. And if Zach Wilson thrives in this system, that's an easy guy based on his talent to make you feel that way.
My question is, does it matter who is the quarterback, or does it matter more that we just want a quarterback that's good? Does it matter to you guys who
the latter is? The last thing you said.
The last, I agree with Color. The last thing.
All right. Right? That's what I feel like. I get it. We all get tied into the dislikes or whatever it may be. But at the end of the day, at least I feel, where I don't care who it is. His name could be Pipsqueak Fart Noise. And if he leads us into relevancy, at least quarterback play that we all are happy with, I'm good with that. I am. I'm good with that.
And you know what? People don't want to get into
conversation. I'm sorry, Pete. It seems like what I had said 4 years ago about Chris Greer using the West Coast system to set up basically a conveyor system where you get to a point where you're cycling players in and out in a conveyor belt. Basically, all the players are just above average. None of them are standouts, but they're all just above average. And if you keep that conveyor belt going year after year, you're always going to have a solid team that's ready for when you do finally land that guy. And I think we're starting to actually see that play out and that conveyor belt midway down its path now. This is why I don't think that McDaniel and Greer, maybe McDaniel, but this is why I don't think McDaniel and Greer are on the hot seat. Because I think Ross knows exactly what Chris Greer is doing. I think it's part of the whole collaborative effort that the collective agreed was the plan. And we're talking 5 years ago. Flores didn't fit with that plan. He's not a West Coast guy. Which is why he brought in Chan Gailey, okay, and others to run the Earhart Perkins system that he knew from New England. And if you go look up 2021 Miami Dolphins, you will see that we are listed as running an Earhart Perkins offense.
And you know what's crazy? Somebody on our panel here.
I thought you had thrived better in it, to be honest with you, but that's just me.
Howdy. When we were live here and I was having the discussion of what if Tua gets better, right? Smarter, I mean. And what I meant by that was he knows every defense already. He fully has full control of this offense already. Like, this is a 6-year Tua. And someone mentioned Drew Brees didn't win his first playoff game until his 6th year in the NFL. This is another factor that Dolphins
but he had already had multiple 10-win seasons and playoff appearance and playoff wins, dude.
Tua has had that as well. Just one playoff appearance. You can say he was the reason for 2 playoff appearances under this regime, going 8-2.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But he's got to be.
I wish him the same luck as Drew Brees had on the next team that he plays for, just like Drew Brees had that success on the second team he played for.
Yep.
See,
If this is a really smart Tua color, like really smart, I'm talking about post snap, all that disguise the Buffalo Bills defense does to confuse him doesn't confuse him anymore. If this is the Tua we get in year 6,
that is an absolute possibility. This is why I will never tell you that 100% sure that Tua is not going to turn it all around. As long as they continue to believe in him and continue to give him a chance, what are we supposed to do but sit here and wait to see if he does something with it?
So let me ask you, Color, if he's able to make the correct reads post snap, even through those design sneaky Buffalo Bills defensive disguise looks,
just put it out in the ether. I don't care if it's Donald frickin' Duck, Tua Tagovailoa, or his brother. I don't care who it is.
And we win a playoff game with that type of Tua. Yes or no? That's all I want to ask.
Sure. If Tua fixes all the problems we see him as having over the years, yeah, of course. He'd be a good quarterback.
No. He could still be limited on the outside throws, same arm.
Of course, all quarterbacks are limited, including Patrick Mahomes. It's a little hard to find what the limitation is, but it's there somewhere. None of us are gods.
But my thing is, Pete, as long as he plays smarter and doesn't, like I've said to you before, and even like Nick Saban said, he can't try and play hero ball. If the play's not there, get rid of it. Just go to the next play. You know what I'm saying?
Again, I think he's too retarded, though. Too close to his heart.
Greg, you know that. He's too retarded usually to do that. I'm serious.
Well, no, then he'll be on another team.
I don't think he'll be playing. I think this is his last year, I predict. You remember that, Pete. You don't hear from me ever again. Snorty Jordy said this is his last year. That's my prediction.
I've said that 5 times, Snorty.
Okay, well, you know what? You're picking the wrong guy to argue with then. Because I agree with you. I agree with you.
And people can actually go and look at the content I've produced over the last 5 seasons, and they can actually see my face while I'm doing it, where I say that this is Tua's last year in Miami.
No, I'm saying his last few in the NFL.
Yeah, I've been saying
Oh, I
Tua's
think
last year
somebody
in
will pick
Miami the
him
last
up.
5 years too, Color.
No, not if
I
he
think
tears it
somebody will
up.
pick him up.
Nah, he's
You
gonna
think
get
somebody will pick
cast
up Tua?
again.
What is Tua's value
Nope.
right now? What do you think is Tua's value? Let's be honest. What is
Still
Tua's value?
probably could get a second.
Yep. Thing
For
is,
Tua?
you look at it. Here's my feeling about that. It's going to sound dumb, but give me a shot on this, guys. Here's the thing about saying Tua's done. As long as you can promise him like a good offensive line and running, and then you have to have a serious different things. I mean, you look at the NFL. How many good, legitimate quarterbacks are there anymore? Not a lot. That's not as many as what people think.
Well, Craig, real quick, people are already pushing back on me. And let me just say, I'm factoring in two important things.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Number one, there are still 15 teams out there that are dumb as box of rocks. Okay. And that will overpay for anything. Okay.
Yep.
Number two,
just for the name.
Number two, there is that Tua's gaslighting machine has been so complete and so masterful that there are still half of the NFL that is convinced he's a good quarterback, and we've just been screwing him over. Okay. And also the other thing is that when it comes to a second, look, it depends on how much of his left on his contract. It depends on how much that team has to take on. If he's pretty much free and they can negotiate a fresh new contract with him, then we could likely possibly still even get a first. But if there's money left on the contract that they're going to have to take on, we might not even get a third.
That's what I'm feeling. I'm more on that side. I hear what you're saying, but I think and I hear what you're saying, but I'm looking at more towards the injury history with this guy.
Right.
And the fact of what he is getting paid still, whether we pick up 50, 60, 70, 80% of his contract.
And that's why I say possibly not even a third. You know what I mean? Like,
No, I'm with you. And in a dream scenario, you imagine if we get rid of Tua and we get a first round. We're dreaming on a second, but can you imagine if we get a first or a second? I mean, it's
right. Well, it's kind of just like the Jalen Ramsey thing. Okay. Any team he goes to knows he's going to want huge money. So we're not getting more than a sixth for him.
For sure.
I mean,
you think so, Colin? You think
it's going to happen? It's going to happen when nobody's paying attention, Craig. They're going to be like, "Well, Dolphins traded Ramsey today, got a sixth for it," and everybody's just going to glaze over it.
Okay.
I mean, there's just not that kind of market for corners like that, dude.
Yeah.
Who was the last major corner that went to somebody? I think all they got was a sixth for him, and we were all surprised. Wow.
Who are we talking about trading here? I just want to make sure.
Right now we're on
Louis. What's up, baby?
Because if this was a Tua conversation, again,
actually, it started with Tua, but yeah, go ahead, Lou.
I'm going to exclude Color because I know Color, and he said it before. He's an atheist, so it is what it is. There is no chance in God's green earth that Tua Tagovailoa is netting a first-round pick. I don't give a damn if the Dolphins said they were picking up 100% of the contract and they were giving that team Tua for free. There is no way in God's green earth that you are getting a first-round pick.
Plus being one of the idiot teams, Lou. Being one of the idiot teams.
No, it's not. That's why I said it would be a dream scenario. But damn, I to me, I see us getting a fifth, a fourth, if anything at that.
There's not a team in the Canadian Football League that would give you a first-round pick for Tua.
But they will give us a case of maple syrup, though. The Argonauts have already.
Damn, Lou, damn, you had to go to Canada. Damn, though.
And don't forget, maybe we get a couple bottles of Canadian whiskey. Gotta throw that in, Color.
Lou, come on, man. You can't do it like that.
Craig,
dog.
what if Tua starts?
You just gotta build
what
around
if Tua starts like Craig said? What if Tua starts 6-1 and damages his index finger?
Well, again, that's why you get 2 cases of maple syrup. But look, I've already said it for 5 years, Craig.
Come on, you gotta throw in Canadian whiskey, buddy.
Listen, the Argonauts will give us their entire offensive line and a case of maple syrup for Tua.
Do you guys know this? I don't think you guys know this. The ball in Canada is bigger than the NFL ball, the CFL ball. That's why us Canadians, we always go, our balls
Oh,
are
good.
bigger.
So he should have no problem catching the snap from
Hey
shotgun.
Snorty,
Yeah.
don't start with the fucking shit now about your balls and all of that. Okay, we're talking American football, sir.
Yeah, I'm telling you about a Canadian
Well,
I'm
the
just
other
saying,
thing, the
dog.
field is
I'm
the
just
field
saying,
is
dog.
wider, so the sidelines are even further away.
It's like
And
college.
isn't it
Hey Lou,
110
hey Lou,
yards?
hey Lou, hey Lou, hey Lou. Let me ask you something. What would you feel is a reasonable compensation? Forget free agency. A
Yeah, it is,
reasonable
Greg.
compensation for Tua. Reasonable, like a
Yeah.
real.
Like maybe a 4th round pick, maybe 4th, 5th.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking more around the 5th, maybe even a 6th.
For Tua? Wow, that'd be
A
interesting.
lot of teams, and again, I know people might not agree with it or whatever, and this and that. Tua's productive, right? It's can he get over the hump? As Dolphin fans, we can answer that question and be like, no. But to Color's point, there could be a dumb team or a dumb coach that could be like, hey, maybe I could fix Tua, or maybe we're the team that Tua could
Or
lead,
maybe we
right?
can make a boatload of money off him while he's here, and like the
Or
Dolphins
Yeah.
did.
something like that. I think the reason you wouldn't get a lot of compensation for Tua, and the main reason is that it's 7 out of 8 years, even if you go back to college, that Tua has not stayed healthy.
Right.
I heard
Exactly my
a stat.
point. That's my
I
point.
heard a stat yesterday that was even more concerning. And I didn't realize this until we looked it up and we did the research. We were in a Twitter space today. Shout out to Alan Pupar and Chris Perkins on the All Dolphin podcast they did last night. Do you know 4 years, the past 4 years, Tua hasn't made it out of September without getting hurt and missing games? 3 out of the last 4 years. Let's exclude 2023 because in 2023 he played all 17 games. We know that. The
Yeah.
other 3 seasons, he has not made it out of September.
That's a crazy stat. That's a crazy
Yeah.
stat right there.
Wow.
Your starting quarterback in 3 of the last 4 years hasn't played in the first 4 games of the season without getting hurt. And you
Lewis,
tell
You think
me
that's
what
why?
compensation
remind
you're
me because
getting.
I don't watch very often. When does the college football season end?
August.
It ends in August?
Oh no. In January it ends, but I believe it starts in August.
No, I mean the 10th game, the last regular season game, or however many they play, 12.
Somewhere in
Well,
late November.
well, it's late November, and then if you make the
And now you
championship
guys,
game,
Lewis,
it's December.
Lewis, and now they wonder why I believe that week 4 Monday night game, the title for that week is going to be Zach Wilson's revenge
Oh
tour.
man, Lou,
The
help me out,
schedule
dog.
makers,
We just got
the
in a huge
schedule
fight
makers
over this.
made it up this
Help
way.
me out,
Problem
dog.
is we're going to be 2-9 when it happens, Pete.
That's all we talk about, Lewis, is how Tua always gets hurt. Week 2, week 3.
No. But you're talking about taking over, Pete. You're talking about taking over.
Yeah, but that's what it's gonna be.
No. I agree.
Buffalo
I
week
agree
3.
more with a. I agree with a more.
The
I
Zach
agree more
Wilson
with a later
takeover,
narrative.
the revenge tour is gonna start versus the Jets week 4.
Hey Lou, you heard Pete earlier
Monday
saying
night.
that we were going to the Super Bowl with Zach Wilson. Can you help me out, Doug, or I gotta
I
still
was
be by
saying the
myself?
Super Bowl window is
Goddamn.
open more with Zach Wilson than it is with Tua.
I'm not gonna get worked up again. I promise you.
That is what he said, though, True Fit. So you did just misconstrue what he said, bro.
Say it. Say what? I'm sorry. Okay, say it again.
Pete, correct him and remind him what you actually said.
The Super Bowl window is more open with Zach Wilson than it is with
We're
Tua.
winning the Super Bowl with Zach Wilson, bro.
Okay. Now, I hear what you're saying. Now, my question to that is: are you saying the Super Bowl window is more open because we get rid of the Tua and the Tua contract, or that's including Tua and the Tua contract?
No, it's clearly just because of the quarterback position is more talented with Zach Wilson. Simple and plain.
No, it's not simple
Zach
and
Wilson
plain.
could
That's what I'm
more
trying
than
to.
likely thrive
They will
more in
snuff
this
out the
offense than
street
Tua
lights,
can ever
bro.
have.
Okay. All right.
No more gaslighting. They will snuff out the street lights, man.
Okay.
What I will say about the Zach Wilson thing, if I may, real quick, right? As Dolphin fans, I'm not saying we should. Well, how can I say it? I don't want it to come off wrong. Let me just paint a picture for you, because every year there's new contracts or new deals, NFL, the salary cap always goes up, right? In recent history, has been going up 20, 25, $30 million, right? I believe the way the Dolphins have moved this season and stuff, if you look, there's a lot of contracts coming out the book next season, or guys that you could just cut outright and save a lot of money. It's projected or already that the Dolphins, with what we're going into next season, without the new deals or whatever extra money they throw at us, is projected anywhere between $70 to $90 million. Right?
What, our cap space?
On the positive side.
Okay.
In cap space, right?
Okay.
And that's without what's it called. Now, let me just paint a picture. Let's say, for the sake of argument, Tua does get hurt, and I'm not wishing that. I'm knocking on wood right now. I don't know if y'all can hear, right? But let's just say he does.
It's not that fake shit, is it? It's not that fake painted shit, is it?
There you go. Let's just say he does, though, right? For this conversation. And let's say Zach Wilson steps in and he plays very well. You could easily move off of Tua, right? And you could tell Zach Wilson, listen, we want to move forward with you in the future, right? But remember what Baker Mayfield signed here in Tampa Bay, where I live. He signed a 3-year, $100 million deal, about $30 million a year, right? If you're telling me with Mike McDaniel, with this offense and explosive and this and that, and let's say Zach Wilson is playing well, let's say you sign Zach Wilson to a $30 million deal when other NFL quarterbacks are getting $50 to $60 million.
Is he as good as Baker Mayfield at the point we sign him?
Well, again, I'm saying, let's say he's playing at that level. He's playing.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. We all decide, he's as good as Baker at that point.
And you're moving forward with a quarterback that's making way less money compared to other quarterbacks, right? And you're going into an offseason to where you have 80 to, let's say the NFL gives another $25 million. You already got 70. You already got 75. With another 25, you're close to looking at $100 million to spend in free agency, right? And a quarterback moving forward that's still young and showed you he could be productive in this offense. I think as Dolphin fans, that would be a scenario that
and one other thing, Lou,
willing to look
one other thing you forgot to add on to that
scenario
pie.
that we'd hope.
Well, hold on, Trufin, before you give your opinion, because this might change it. This might change it. You forgot to add one other thing to the pie, Lou. After all of that, if only 50% of last year's and this year's draft picks work out, we've got all that money to fill the rest of the 50% with decent free agents.
I would agree.
We only need 50% of this new class to work out.
So, so Color, you know what that means? If, let's say, the top linebacker next season shakes available, Miami is willing to make that deal. The top corner shakes available, Miami could make that deal. If the top offensive lineman shakes loose, Miami could have the money to make the deal, right?
And half of those we might not even need to, because look, if you're talking about guys we recently drafted, right? Jalen Wright, Ollie Gordon, even Achane still. If these guys are solid A+ guys going forward, there's 3 guys we don't have to spend no free agency money on.
Now, my question to both of you guys, Lewis, Cutler, everybody on the panel. So, what you guys are mentioning right now, does this not show that this upcoming season is a season of rebuild, or am I wrong for having such low expectations?
I'll let you go ahead, Lou. Answer first, bro. Because I got more of a clever answer. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, this season is definitely the team is showing you that this is basically the fix is in. It's a rebound now again.
Right, the first steps of the rebuild. Right.
It doesn't mean that Tua's out. It just means that they're doing what they're doing, whether Tua likes it or not.
Right, which is the smart move, correct or no?
Well, when I hear the word rebuild, though, to me, I don't think it's a rebuild like everybody thinks. Like in 2019, when you started seeing the team sending players out, like at one point, bro, we were signing, We were signing UPS workers on
Lewis,
Tuesday, and they
we're not rebuilding. We're not retooling any more than the Buffalo Bills have been doing each year.
What I'm saying is
they have a quarterback, so it doesn't look like a rebuild to them.
Right.
What
You're right.
I'm saying, I'm saying is, in 2019, we were signing guys from UPS on Walmart on Tuesday, and they were starting on Sunday. I don't think.
Yeah,
remember
that's
those
a
days,
rebuild, right? That's trying to collect capital. We're going to have the capital.
I think
we don't have to go collecting capital.
Again, to Color's point, right? Like, your running back room is set. You got Devon Achane, Ollie Gordon, Jalen Wright. You're not touching that room. That's a foundation room that you feel comfortable with. You look at the linebacker room.
Don't we have Addison too? Don't we have Addison too?
Madison is my
Madison.
Yeah.
So in your opinion,
Madison and
so in
Ingram.
your
And
be a Hall of
don't
Famer
forget
on his
Alvin
own, bro.
Kamara.
Lou. So in your opinion,
Jalen
what's
Waddle of the
happening
world.
right now? In your opinion, what are we going through right now? And what? Now, I'm not saying that I'm like, hey, tell me, but I'm saying.
True fans.
Bro,
sorry,
we're
guys.
building
I'm
a
sorry,
team.
I'm sorry, guys.
We're
What
building a
okay,
team.
for the people that are
That was
listening,
my
what should
power
we
assessment.
expect out of this year? Like what's I don't mean win or
Playoffs.
loss. I'm talking about
Playoffs.
what do you think the franchise is thinking going into this season?
Playoffs.
Well. See,
No,
again,
man, come on.
Listen. I don't think the team is going to be as bad. People say that this team is going to win 4 to 5 games. I don't think they're going to be that bad, right? But there's also people that think they're going to win 11, 12, maybe 13 games. I don't think they're going to be that good neither. There's somewhere, again, I think 9, 10 wins, that's definitely a possibility. But when I hear playoffs, I just want to throw a scenario at you, right? There's 7 teams that make the playoffs in each conference.
In each conference, right?
We all on this panel tonight, if we're going to be real, I don't think none of us are picking the Dolphins to win the division, right?
At all.
So that means you're fighting for a wild card. There's 4 division winners. Buffalo's obviously winning the division. Let's exclude that. Now Miami is fighting to make the playoffs as a wild card team. Let's say, for the sake of argument, right, it's the Houston Texans, division winner, Buffalo, division winner, Kansas City, division winner, and what's the other?
Baltimore.
And the Baltimore Ravens. There you go.
Right.
Those are 4 division winners.
Okay.
Could you see Cincinnati being in the wild card hunt?
Of course.
Yes.
The Chargers.
Could you see the Chargers?
Absolutely. That's Jim Harbaugh. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yep. Could you see the Denver Broncos?
Absolutely. They were already in the playoffs
Broncos
last year.
or Pittsburgh. Either.
Okay, cool. Could you see like a wild card team, like a Jacksonville Jaguar team, kind of bounce back? Could that be a possibility?
Not quite yet for them.
Not so much. No. Yeah, right. Not
I
so
see
much.
your point.
We know that there's a coach also in the AFC North, right, that has never had a losing record as a head coach in Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Mike Tomlin. That's what I said.
Possibility?
Pittsburgh. Right.
So now
You
we just rattled off.
You also have a family favorite in starting his career in New England as a head coach or restarting his career.
So there you go. We've just highlighted in 37 seconds 7 teams fighting for 3 spots.
Right.
You know what, Lewis? I'm glad you went through that because earlier I was
7.
trying to explain to everybody why I have our record at what it is. And for all of the reasons you just laid out is why I have us 2-9 at the bye. So Pete, there you go. That's why I have us 2-9 at the bye. Because I
can't disagree.
Most of those teams he listed are on our schedule.
And that's why that's why I'm not going as far as 2-9, but that's why I can't disagree with your 2-9 take, because you're not going to sit here and tell me out of 11 games we're going to be 9-2 or even 6-5. It just doesn't feel that way.
So even if we resurged for whatever reason and recovered and went 8-9, that 8-9 record would be going up against those same teams Lewis just listed.
Well, see, this is where, and again, I could be wrong, but I think
Kansas City, Cincinnati, and the Chargers. That's
we're gonna be in the same boat, in my opinion, that this team has been in the last 3 years. I know Color's saying 2-9. It very well could happen. I don't think that's going to be the case. If you go to the schedule, right, and again, we're just talking about on paper, right? It's just on paper. Miami should be 6-2, right? And then that's when you start running into. There's a 3-game stretch where you see Baltimore, Buffalo, and Washington in Madrid.
Oof.
That's a 3-game stretch.
Yeah.
That's where I think again, in my opinion, I think the Dolphins are sitting 6-2, 7-3. It's happy-go-lucky. Mike McDaniel is the genius again. The offensive line is working. Tua's the MVP conversation of front
And then we're
runner.
6-5 at the bye. Is that what you're saying?
And then all of a sudden, we are, for the people that are old enough to remember signing sitcoms back in the day, we all heard, remember, dun, dun, dun. That's when it happens, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's when the collapse happens, just like always. I
thought I
think if
was
you
the
look at
only
the
one that
schedule,
did that in my life, Lou. I do that all the time, bro. Dun,
Right.
dun, dun.
I'm old
So-
enough to remember the 1997 Dolphins starting 7-0 and finishing 9-7.
Collapse happens like
I'm old
that.
enough. I'm old enough.
After that 3-game stretch, we play the Saints. That's an easy game. Is
Nothing
that where the
before that-
turnover should be?
Pete, nothing for the
That's
thing is that you
before-
keep saying easy. You keep thinking the Dolphins are better than what they are. Nothing for the Dolphins this year is going to be easy, my brother. That's where we disagree.
If the Saints are not an easy win, in your opinion, then I don't know what to tell you, bro. If our
See,
team
Louis,
is healthy,
see, Louis,
the
I
Saints
think
should be considered an easy win.
if we get out, if we have a good camp and we get out to a fast start and we take, teams, kind of getting out the gate slower, yeah, we could rack up a couple of wins, I suppose.
well,
But here's what real quick. I just feel like, bro, I see a lot of games on our schedule that are going to be like the Cam Cameron year, where just about every one of our 15 losses,
3 points,
we almost won. We could have won.
Yeah, listen, I can see that.
We
I'm
had
just
that
saying-
color. We had that last year. How many
Let-
games did we lose by 3 points or less? 5. If I'm not
let's go-
mistaken, it's 5.
Yeah, let's go down the line real quick, just to illustrate. Now, I don't know if y'all did this or not. Week 1, we're at Indianapolis. On paper, right? And again, I don't know what we're gonna look like. I don't know what injuries. I don't know what the Colts are doing. I'm just going by what our team looks like and what we know of our team. In my opinion, that's a win week 1 in Indy.
See, I'm already chalking up a loss to every team that is considered to be competitive that we lost to last year. I'm chalking a loss for that team.
But you can't chalk up a loss that we lost last year and we weren't ready.
We were a better team, arguably, last year.
Right,
We
right.
weren't. We were going through
That's my
the
point.
demise
We were
of
a
Tua
better
getting
team last
another
year.
concussion.
No.
Tyler
Hey,
Huntley's
let's try
first start coming out of
let's
the
try
street.
to go
Come
through
on,
the.
be real, brother.
Let's
Now,
try to go.
okay,
hold
go
on,
ahead, Lou.
hold
Go
on.
ahead, Lou, because
Let's
you're
try to
right.
go
You would
through-
be right to say that we don't really know what we are right now.
Let's try to go through the exercise, right? And let's try to. I mean, bro, we're having a serious conversation. Nobody believes that we believe in Tua, right? No one believes that. But I'm not gonna. I hate when we do this just because we're in our feelings about Tua. We try to bro. We should have blew the doors off last season against the Indianapolis Colts. There was people running wide the fuck open all game long, and I'm sorry, bro. Tyler Huntley would not be able to hit my F-150 if I parked it on the 50-yard line.
Thank you.
I mean,
exactly what I was
that
trying
is
to
the
tell
fact.
you, brother.
That is the fact. And I'm sorry, but Tua is not that bad. You see
And
what I'm
to
saying?
Tyler Huntley's defense, that was his first week there. Like, he just came off
Yeah,
the
but
street.
again, Tua ain't as bad as Skyler either.
And again, I get that. I'm just saying, for me, that Indianapolis would be a win. We come home week 2, right? And you play the upstart New England Patriots. This is where, and I want people to understand what I'm saying. I know Mike
And this
Vrabel
one's
is
in
there.
New England, right? Or no, this one's at home.
This one is
No,
at
this
home.
is at
Connor.
home.
Now, let me just explain to you. We play New England week 18 in New England. In my opinion, that's a loss.
Right.
But in Miami, since it's week 2, I know it's Mike Vrabel, but he's still in the middle of the install, right? The New
And
England's still
those
trying to learn.
guys, they got young guys are gonna absolutely collapse in that heat, dude.
He's trying, and again, Mike Vrabel is trying to establish the culture in New England, right? So we catch them in a good point. I believe at home
Well, New
opener-
England was one of my 2 losses, just so you know.
Well,
I mean,
again,
was one of my 2 wins to start the
I
year.
got a split
I
in against New
think
England,
we're
but the
not
loss
giving
comes.
we're not giving enough respect for what New England is doing over there. We're not. We're not. We think it's the same
see,
thing.
Still need
no,
time to
But
work
you're
out,
missing
Richard. It
Lewis's
still
point
needs
about
time to
the
Let's
work
let
out.
Luke finish.
installment. You're
Let's
missing
let Luke
Lewis's
finish.
point about the
they
Yeah,
installment.
yeah, it
they're
still
still
needs time.
working.
Yeah.
They're still working on things, right? That's why I said week 18. Mike Vrabel has that buttoned up in New England, right? They know the system. They should be rolling at that point. That's where it's a loss. But I'm just saying that's a win for me. The Dolphins are 2-0 in my scenario. Week 3, Thursday night at Buffalo. That's a loss, right?
Of course.
Let's just call it for what it is. The Dolphins now are 2-1. They come back home Monday night off 10 days of rest, right? Because Thursday they play Buffalo week 3. So you're coming home to play Monday night against the New York Jets. First-time head coach. I'm going to keep the same energy. I think they're still learning the Aaron Glenn system. New head coach, new
That's my
offensive
second
coordinator.
win.
That would be my 3rd win. Right now, after
Yep.
4 games, the Dolphins are 3-1. Right?
3-1.
After 4 weeks. Now you go to Carolina. Carolina, young, upstarted team. I like what
Blow
they
the
started
doors
doing.
off of them.
I like what they're doing, right? Don't get me wrong. I like what they're doing.
They got
On
out to
paper,
a
though,
2-touchdown lead on us last year, bro.
1,000%. And after that, I think they scored 3 points. So
Well, yeah.
the fact, again,
They ain't gotten better.
it's
They
not,
still got
well,
Bryce Young.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish. I'm just telling you, I believe on paper, right? And our coach is going into year 4, their coach is going into year 2. I think we should be, right? We should be more advanced in the progress than they are. I have that as a win. Now you're sitting at 4-1 after 5 games. I think the following game after that is the New Orleans Saints.
But wait. Weren't we
No,
supposed to
it's
be
the
further
Chargers.
along in the process than Washington as well?
We play the
Absolutely.
Chargers, Lewis.
And
week
again,
6.
the Washington color got that guy, though. We all can admit that.
Right.
That changes life.
Right.
What I'm saying is you take Jaden Daniels off the Commanders last year, that's a 3-win football team.
And we'll beat him again. Right. I got
You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Okay, so now 4-1 after 5 weeks. The Chargers following, I'll say that's a loss, right? Let's give them
Jim
a
Harbaugh.
loss.
Yeah. Everybody thinks the Chargers are going to be the same old. No, Jim Harbaugh's second year, they're going to roll.
There you go. So now the
Well,
Dolphins.
see, I have us winning, and I'll tell you why. Crossing the country.
Okay, well,
I mean, that's my opinion.
Absolutely, Craig, and you're spot on. So,
and it should still be hot and humid.
Absolutely. So in my scenario, we're 4-2.
You got us winning. You got us winning in Los Angeles, West Coast.
No,
they're coming here.
To us.
Oh, they're coming.
No, they're coming to us.
Okay.
Yeah. So in my scenario, in 6 weeks, the Dolphins are 5-2. Pete, who do we play after the Chargers?
4-2.
The Falcons or the Browns?
I think it's the Browns.
The next 2 games.
Okay.
We play the Browns. We play at Cleveland and then at Atlanta.
I'm going to tell you right now, as much as I like Anthony Weaver, if the Cleveland Browns score anything more than 10 points, Anthony Weaver should not come back to Miami. He should be fired on the spot. Because if Shedeur Sanders or Dylan Gabriel or Joe Flacco put more than 10 points on the Miami Dolphins, listen, Chris Greer, Mike McDaniel, Stephen Roth, they should all be fired.
Exactly.
That is a win. That is a win against the Cleveland Browns.
Didn't they beat somebody really good last year with Jameis Winston?
Again, they couldn't beat us last year with Jameis Winston. So the fact of the matter is,
didn't
I don't know who
they beat? Hang on, they beat the Ravens last year, Color.
Yeah, they whooped the
They beat the Ravens.
That's a division game for
that's
them,
a
bro.
division game. That's a division game. That's surprising.
Yeah, again, bro, Cleveland is in that rebuild that everybody thinks Miami's doing. Cleveland is in the same boat. They're rebuilding. So,
that's an easy win for us. Yeah.
In my scenario,
just call him Shea Deer. You throwing Shea Deer, man.
Yeah, hold on, because next we're playing the Falcons. Let's hear this scenario.
In my scenario, after 7 weeks after Cleveland, the Dolphins are 5-2. I believe we beat the Falcons in Atlanta.
I can't go with you on that one, dude.
A dome, right?
Yep.
No weather, right? You're
They've been
perfectly
building
right.
and
we're
building
built.
every
In
year,
our
and they've been
reality,
getting better
in our
every
reality,
year,
the
bro.
Miami Dolphins are built for dome. Let's be
They
real.
have been
Again,
getting better every single year for the last 5 years, bro.
It's
Ever
the
since they
second. It's
drafted
his
Tyler
first year
Algiers, bro.
starting for Michael Penix, bro.
This is the problem that I have with the Dolphin fan base. We will sit here and the Dolphins make a move or two or three, and all we do is and crypto is the worst at it, right? And everybody know I love crypto. Crypto's my brother. He's not here to defend himself, and I'm not talking no shit. And crypto knows that this. I've told crypto
All right,
this to
he's
his
so
face.
loud we can hear him still
Crypto,
anyway.
come back, dog.
I've told crypto this to his face, right? What we do as Dolphin fans, the Dolphins make a move, and crypto will tell you, well, we don't know. We gotta see this and that and the third. And that's fine. And crypto is right. He's valid in that opinion. But now when we talk about the Atlanta Falcons, all we talk about is what they've done. All I know what they've done last
No,
year
they
was
have
go
been
7-9.
getting better every year, though. I expect that to continue.
And again, all I know
How have they
last
been
year,
getting better if they
last
put their
year,
money on Kirk Cousins and it failed?
last
It
year they
didn't
were
fail.
6-10 last year. That's what they were.
Right, but again, bro, I'll say it again. It's the same with Penix. The real play was always Penix. They're
No, it's
primed right
not.
now.
They would
are
have never paid
primed
Kirk
right
Cousins
now.
all of that money.
They've got the bucket. They've already hit the pump. They got the water about ready to come out the spout, dude.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Who'll be their starter? Who would be the Falcons starter this year?
If the Dolphins would have did what the Falcons did, we'll be a mad fan base right now. Mad at Greer for paying Cousins
either way,
and drafting Penix. It would have been a disaster.
Either way, Pete, because this is where the scenario. See, I've been leading up, and I've been trying to do benefit for the Dolphins, right? Because these games right here, I know people can get in their feelings or whatever, and we hate the Dolphins at this point. I get it. Let's say after 8 weeks, though, the Dolphins.
I'll give you Atlanta out of the fact that I like the good conversation. I'll give you Atlanta.
Well, Color, watch what happens though, Color, right? Because at this point, after 8 weeks, we're 6-2, and on TFTG, and on the Blitz pickup, and on Pete's takes, people are gonna come and say, "Color, you're stupid. You were wrong." And Lewis, you don't know shit. And Pete, we told you, you're a hater. The Dolphins are winning. They're 6-2. I told you, the sky is blue. Hey, Pete,
but this is what I'm predicting, though, Lewis. So they can't say that to me this year.
No, I get it, Pete. But watch this. Who do we play after Atlanta?
Baltimore.
Baltimore.
That's a loss.
And
Who do we play after Baltimore?
Washington.
That's a loss. Who do we play after Washington?
No, it's Buffalo and then Commanders, I think.
Right.
There you go.
No.
Okay, cool. Ravens.
We're not losing all 3
Hold
games.
on.
I don't care what anybody says.
Hold on real quick. Ravens
Okay,
lost.
go ahead.
Buffalo lost. Commanders lost. That after 8 weeks, 6-2. Now after 11 weeks, 6-5. You see the difference?
Right.
You see how we got here?
Right.
That's what I'm saying. That's what's going to happen.
And that's fair. And that's fair because that's as far as I'll go, Lou. Because if we're not 6-5, we're nothing else but 2-9. Like I don't see 6-5 and 6, bro. You know what I mean? It either plays out like you said, or we're 2-9.
6-5. The season isn't over though.
Well,
I mean,
again,
7-4,
6-5. The season is not over, Pete. But at 6-5, let's say from there you virtually play because you have 6 games left. Let's say from 6-5 you play 500 football. You know what that is? 9-8.
Right.
And that is a realistic. Right
now, do you think we could get those wins with either Zach Wilson or Quinn Ewers, given the fact that if we have lost all those games by the time we get back from Spain, Tua will not be starting another game.
I would say you could go 500 with either Quinn Ewers or what's it called. That's why I'm predicting 9-8. And in my opinion, 9-8 with the landscape of where the AFC is, and we just rattled off how many teams are fighting for 3 spots to get into the wild card position. I don't believe 9-8 gets you in.
No,
right?
we would have to steal one more.
Yeah. Well, hold on, Lewis. They were saying the same thing last year. Last year around this time or before the season, 9-8 teams weren't supposed to make the playoffs in the AFC either. And the guy you
And I
called
get it.
out, Crypto, was one of the guys that were along the line with me saying the AFC is going to beat each other up. And it happened. The 8-9 Colts almost made it to the playoffs. The 8-9 Dolphins almost made it to the
Almost made it.
playoffs.
I agree with that, Pete. Hopefully, panel, because I'm going to get up out of here. Hopefully, Pete, Color, and panel, right? Hopefully, I kind of try to illustrate how I think the Dolphins season's going to go. And realistically, again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just stupid, and maybe the Dolphins go 2-14, and who knows, right? But
No.
I think realistically, 9-8 is a realistic. I mean, Color, I'm asking you, Color, and True Fin fan.
No, I
and
think
Pete,
what you've said is completely fair, bro.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
The way I laid it out, would everybody say that's a fair assessment of how the
Yeah,
Dolphins
that
season
to
looks?
me, that's like
Yeah,
if
I
I
laid
were
it
to
out like that.
if I were to grab onto my hope and hope for the best, that would be the best I predict.
Okay, cool. There you go. And that's what I'll live with, right? I'm just trying to be fair to all parties. I don't think this team is winning playoff games or multiple playoff games and making a Super Bowl run, but I don't think they're going to be as bad as everybody's predicting, like a 4-13. I don't see
Now,
that.
now, Lewis, if we're finishing out the year 9-8 and it's with one of the other quarterbacks, aren't you happy with that? I mean, aren't you like encouraged going forward with that?
Oh, absolutely. 1,000%.
Not me, Color. You're telling me in Lewis's scenario, Tua goes 6-5, and all we got was Zach Wilson for the remaining 6 games, and he goes 3-3.
Wait a minute. I didn't
So
say
you're telling
Tua
me
was going to. What part of what I said that Tua was not going to be playing after Washington because he was hurt? When did I say that?
I said in Lewis's scenario,
no.
he said
No, what I'm
6-5,
saying is
and then you guys mentioned after that Commanders game,
Jermaine
it's
is
going to
trying
be
to put
Tua,
it in
it's
the
going to be a
ether.
Zach.
Jermaine is trying to put it in the ether that I predicted Tua to get hurt and never start again. That's not what even remotely what I said.
You didn't say hurt, but
I
y'all
said he
said
will
that
not
Tua
be the
will be
starter
finished.
after losing all those games after Spain.
Because of the pressure. I agree with that, Color.
Because of the pressure to bench him. Yeah.
But if that's the case,
injury.
let me tell you, if that's the case,
No problem, Jermaine.
the
If you're going to look, he's
Color,
apologizing, bro. I got to give him credit
Color,
for that. He's apologizing.
Color, if that's the case and Lewis is right and we only end 500, 9-8, I'm sorry, bro. That's a failure. Zach Wilson needs to end the season strong, 5-1. Get us into the playoffs. Win a playoff game. This is what he must do. And this is the scariest thing is because if you get him involved in the middle of the season and now the team is the mojo is down, 3-game losing streak, that's not a good feeling for Zach Wilson to step in and take control of this team that's down and out. That's why it's important you start that guy week 4. You start him early on week 1 because we know where this Tua thing is going to go. You're going to beat the bad teams. You're going to beat the teams that you have more coaching, more experience on, that you're ahead of the curve on. But you're not going to be able to beat the Commanders, the Bills, and the Ravens. The only guy that disagreed was Craig up here. He sees us going through one of those games as a win. I would like to know which team.
Craig has a valid point. We could possibly steal one of those. And that's what I was saying
That's
earlier.
what I'm saying. And here's the point I want to make. When 2 of those 3 games outside of the Madrid game, are they not in like late November, right?
Yeah.
The Ravens and the Bills. Okay. Here's my thinking. Now it's gonna sound dumb, so bear with me. The reason I say we could steal one, you know how they always say hot weather teams have trouble with cold? Hey, sometimes cold weather teams go into the hot weather and they struggle.
Sure. The other thing, Craig, if people want to kind of put a maybe a point for let's say confirmation.
Yeah.
If we do want to make the playoffs in Lewis's scenario, obviously we just said we're not going to be able to compete with the 9-8 teams, likely through tiebreakers or whatever. But if we think that stealing one of those gives us 10 wins, then look, we could get into the playoffs, but it's going to require us to steal one of those ones you're talking about.
Yeah. And then hopefully we play maybe somebody like the Titans. Because if we're 9-8 and we got to play in Kansas City or Buffalo. Boom, it's a one and done.
Well, the benefit of having to steal one from one of those teams to make the playoffs is that would give you a little comfort knowing you can compete in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It would be a double.
In order to make the playoffs, we're
going
gonna have to beat a playoff team, Color, or
to make the playoffs. We have to beat a playoff team. You're absolutely right, Pete.
We're gonna have to sneak past one of those two games, and I think it's
I don't think it's fair.
the Chargers'
I don't think it would be fair. Real quick. I don't think it would be fair to continue we can't win in the playoffs against good teams. It would not be fair to continue that narrative going into the playoffs if we had just beaten one of them to make it there in the first place.
And I'm sorry, I'm not sold on the Commanders quite yet. Just quite yet. I'm not sold on them. They had that great year. I get that. But you saw what happened when they played a very good team. They got their ass handed to them.
And you saw what happened to C.J. Stroud on his sophomore slump.
You don't know. Nobody knows.
Hey,
Here's
guys.
the key thing. Here's the key thing.
Coming up, buddy.
I see the Dolphins.
Go ahead.
I see the Dolphins beating the Commanders and the Ravens.
Trenton, you got to talk now.
I see the Dolphins beating the. Oh yeah. Oh my bad. Hey, I see the Dolphins beating the Commanders and the Ravens.
Damn, Trenton's got us cleaning up in the nation's capital, man. Dang.
Yeah, I do.
One of them will be in Spain.
I'm not talking bad. I think Washington. Yeah, they added some talent to their team, but they have to do. To me, they have to do more to show that they're not going to have a sophomore slump.
Well, I was going to say you're looking at the sophomore slump in Jaden Daniels. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair take. I don't believe.
But what do you got to give us something better than that versus the Ravens, though, Trenton? Because I want to agree with you, but I want to know why you're saying we're going to beat the Ravens.
I mean, honestly, I'm just throwing out optimism. I don't be real.
I'll tell you.
The first year we were supposed to get blown out.
Trenton, I can help you with that one. For the same reason that we beat them
under
Brian Flores, defense, baby. Anthony Weaver is why we're going to beat the Ravens.
Exactly.
Yep.
I agree with that, Color.
I mean, that was the case I had last year.
Look, as a good defensive coordinator, his job is to defend against Lamar Jackson. So he's going to say, who was the last person in Miami that did that well? Well, it wasn't Josh Boyer because we had to put up, how many points to win that game. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But you got to remember, Anthony Weaver came from Baltimore too.
What I'm saying is, Anthony Weaver is if he's as smart as we all think he is, the first thing he's going to do Ravens week is pull up the video of that game that we beat them with Brian Flores.
But at the same time, Anthony Weaver came from Baltimore too. If you remember, that's who we hired as our defensive coordinator. That's where he was coaching at. So he knows that team. He knows that system.
I now have us beating the Ravens. Thank you, Trenton. You talked me off the cliff, bro.
I'm sorry. I got us beating Baltimore and Washington.
And you know what?
Everybody. And I said,
real quick, Trenton, for people think that I'm being delusional about, Weaver makes a difference and that's going to mean anything. How many times did Flores lose to the Patriots in Foxborough? Trivia question. It's 0.
None.
Oh, really? Is that it? None. Oh, I never knew that.
You know why, Craig? Because he's not used to leaving that building on Sunday a loser. He wasn't going to start all of a sudden.
True.
Exactly.
That's a hell of a great point, Trent.
You've been in that building for 15 years and very rarely walked out a loser.
Anthony Weaver is going to be more emphasized that week to come in clutch versus the Ravens with all the hot. Like if we start out hot, like Lewis was in here reiterating, and then that first game is the Ravens, everyone is going to be saying, oh, look at the next 3 games for the Dolphins. This Ravens game is going to have a lot of pressure on Weaver, slowing down and stopping that Lamar Jackson offense.
And all he has to do is look at Brian Flores' tape. All he has to do is look at the tape the way we called that game that night, bro, because it was a masterpiece on defense, bro. A masterpiece.
I'm telling you, we're gonna shock
We're gonna shock Baltimore because he knows that team. He knows that system through and through. We're gonna go to Baltimore, or Baltimore's coming to us, and we're gonna shock them. I'm telling you right now, it's gonna happen. I speak
kinda
that into
like
the
I kinda
ethers.
The way Jalen
No.
Phillips was running Lamar down the line, and Van Ginkel was holding his gap and not crashing the hole. Oh, bro, it was a thing of beauty to watch that night, man.
Yeah, but the only thing that
Exactly.
worries me about
Go
that
watch the
Baltimore
tape of that
game
bro.
is Derrick Henry.
Color, wasn't that season before?
Derrick Henry doesn't concern me
Before
at all
last,
in that.
What was that? What was that, Mr. Polk?
wasn't that the season before that we played the Ravens and we had Lamar. Lamar Jackson all tied up and messed up.
Oh yeah, it was.
Yeah, I
Remember
remember that game.
Flores, remember the tank year we lost to them 59-10 in the opening game. I think it was the next season that we won that.
Right.
Yeah.
And we beat them in Miami too. We beat them in Miami.
No, there was
and
there was a Sunday night game that we played the Ravens, and Tua had injured fingers supposedly, and
Yeah,
Flores
that's the
started
game, bro. That's the game.
Right, he started Jacoby Brissett, and we were
I
down.
think we hold them to 9 points or some shit.
Yeah, it was crazy. We had Josh. We had what was our defensive coordinator? You remember? Was it Josh Boyer?
It was Boyer, but Flores was pretty much in control of that defense.
Yeah,
bro.
and we were bringing the zero blitz, and we drove Lamar crazy, and we were down.
Yeah.
We were down, and then
you watch,
hey, you guys take care, okay?
yeah, man,
Y'all
take it
take care of
easy.
yourself.
Take it easy, man.
bro.
And I remember Jacoby Brissett. He got a hit in the knee, which wasn't major, but at that point, Flores was like, "Fuck it, I gotta put you in." And when he put Tua in, like people forget about this. It was a comeback win against the Ravens, even though we were playing well against them. We were down when Tua came in, and we
I'm
won
pretty
that game.
sure we were up, dude.
No, I thought we were down.
But Trufin, if you really want to see, there's been some guys that have done some breakdown video of it, but just go watch the all 22 for that game, and you'll see what we were doing at the line to totally stifle that Lamar Jackson attack.
You mean on defense? Yeah.
No. It was a masterclass.
I remember it well. I remember I don't know if this happened to you. I remember that I was more in shock than anything because I'm like, damn, we're bringing a zero blitz.
Well, the two key keystones for that whole night were Jalen Phillips and Andrew Van Ginkel, and they were working in tandem.
Were they? I don't remember that. Okay.
They were working in tandem to keep Lamar from going north and south. So Jalen was containing the edge by basically running Lamar down the line and shadowing him, and Van Ginkel was standing at the zero gap or the one gap and not crashing into it.
So prepared, basically.
You know what I mean? So there was literally what would happen is, Lamar doesn't have that hole, so he starts sliding down the line. Next thing you know, he's in the flat with Jalen Phillips in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
And he did it all night long, bro. All night long.
Listen. They gave Lamar Jackson.
I know that we can say
Lamar Jackson looked like that.
Yeah, they gave Lamar.
Here's the thing you guys fail to realize. As much as I want
Lamar didn't know what to do.
I just got to talk reality.
Exactly.
As much as I want to feel it with y'all, we just got to talk reality. The reason why we can't do that cover zero Flores defense is because Flores' defense was built from the outside in. We had Byron Jones, Xavier Howard, two of the best cornerback tandems.
You don't think
in
Weaver
the
can
NFL.
game plan for one game, bro?
You can't do that with a Storm Duck and Cam Smith.
No, you got to give
Lamar
more credit
Jackson
to
is going to max protect.
Lamar
Jackson is going to max protect and keep those cornerbacks alive.
Hey, Pete, don't forget when Jalen Phillips missed the tackle, there was Cater Kohu right there to make sure it was cleaned up, bro.
We can't play.
I think we're going to get a couple people.
Not only that. Who was our cornerback?
Because of our coverage.
Remember we had a cornerback and a safety that has similar names. I can't remember. Remember them? Byron. Man, what was?
Oh yeah, Byron Jones, Brian Jones,
and one of them, I cannot remember it right now for the life of me, but one of them was exceptional on the blitz in the zero scheme. Remember this or?
Right, but don't forget how many times Cater Kohu cleaned up Lamar on an open field.
His name was Blitz Boy, True Fin Fan, aka Brandon Jones.
It was Brandon Jones. Okay, that's what I couldn't. I couldn't remember, but I know that he was at least. I'm talking about just specifically on that game. I remember watching it. It was a Sunday night, right, or was it Thursday night? I know it was a night.
It was a Thursday night game.
I have to believe it was Thursday.
Right,
It was
and
a
I'm
Thursday
watching.
night game.
And I'm watching this game. I'm like, okay. So I remember at the beginning of the game, the first and second quarter, I'm like, and it was still Brissett. And I remember I'm watching it. I'm like, man, we're holding Lamar Jackson down. Like, and I remember thinking eventually he's gonna blow up. Like it's gonna be he's gonna figure it out. And it was like Boyer was just one of those games where Boyer was calling. It seemed like the perfect play 85% of the time.
Yeah,
And I was like,
and
wow.
Phillips was playing out of his shoes that night, man.
Yeah, but
Hey man,
that night might have started the gradual. You know, if he overextended his ankles that night, that could have been the start of the blow up that happened. You know, against the Jets when he blew it out. You know,
but Cullen, let me ask you this: was that the way we had Lamar Jackson playing? Was that the game that sort of set off a thing where they were questioning Lamar's ability to be a dual threat quarterback?
Well, I mean, it was one of them at the time. Yeah, I mean, you know, it didn't make him look good.
I'll tell you one thing about Lamar Jackson. I will give him credit for being a dual threat. However, he is not the best passer or even, I don't know if you agree. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't see Lamar Jackson. If you're able to contain him like what we saw in that Thursday night game, if you're able to contain him and force him to throw more often than he's used to, you got at least a better chance of winning.
But see, we've tried that the last two. I mean, bro, he put up 52, 54 on us last year, bro.
Because
out of the pocket.
Lamar Jackson,
Out of the pocket.
Lamar Jackson,
Or the year? No, it was the year before. It was the year
Whichever
before.
Out of
year.
the pocket.
He rushed bro, he rushed for like 37 yards that game, man.
And now that you say that, Color, even the game that we came back with the whole 6 touchdowns and that game in Baltimore, people forget he was having an all-time game against us.
He had a perfect passer rating at halftime.
Yeah, it was crazy.
that's why I said Lamar Jackson stepped it up, because that season that we beat him, seemed like the next season he stepped it up. Same thing with Josh Allen. They both sort of stepped up their game. To me,
I look at Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson is a dangerous thrower on the run.
We talk about
the way. Listen,
the
Lamar
quick throw
Jackson
across the middle, right, and putting it out in front, blah blah blah. Lamar cooked us for a touchdown to Bateman across the middle on a perfectly thrown slant route.
Let me ask you a question.
Was that the 75-yarder?
Let me ask you guys a question.
Something like that.
Who do you consider is better all around? Lamar Jackson, Michael Vick.
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar.
Yeah, look. Lamar to me is also better than Michael Vick.
See, I'm gonna be. I know.
He's more focused on what matters, and that's his game.
I know you guys are gonna kill me for this, but when it comes to all around, I think Vic is better. I know
but you must only be talking about talent, because again, Lamar Jackson is far more focused on what matters, and that's his craft and his game than Michael Vick was.
Yep.
Oh, true.
Obviously,
true.
You know what I mean? But with what Vic had going on the side, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I just think
I'm only saying that because that's literally what derailed his career. Lamar Jackson ain't gonna have a derailed career.
Yeah.
Nope.
I just think running, they're both pretty close. You could choose. And however, the arm talent is definitely Michael Vick. Like when it comes to arm
Michael Vick had a stronger arm,
much stronger.
But what I like about Lamar Jackson,
Michael Vick could throw an 80-yard bomb.
Michael Vick and Lamar Jackson run when you have these quarterbacks on the run.
Lamar Jackson's got more power in his wrist than Vick's got in his whole arm, man.
No.
Lamar Jackson can literally sling the ball out of the stadium.
I saw, and I don't know
Lamar
if you remember
Jackson
this.
is like Randall Cunningham.
I don't know if you remember
dude,
this.
like seriously can throw. I'm sorry. I
don't know if you remember this. There was a game where Michael Vick was playing against us here in Miami, and he was running to his left. Okay, and he was about to run out of bounds, and the man threw a touchdown pass in the air for 65, 70 yards. And I was like,
yeah, I know. And we've seen Lamar literally springboard off the offensive line with his feet off the ground, throwing a 40-yard strike across the middle, dude. I mean,
I
we
hope
can
y'all doing good.
play to play. You know what I mean? Like,
How about
again,
Randall
all
Cunningham?
disagreement,
I
but
hear
it
familiar.
really is
I
a
hear familiar
Color.
report.
Day one.
That
It's not mic
Hey,
control.
Color. Hey,
That's
Color,
literally
Mr.
the
Park.
offense
We're
we're
old enough
gonna
to
run
see this.
over here.
How about Randall Cunningham?
I think that Lamar is like the perfect union between Michael Vick and Randall Cunningham, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really think Lamar, like, to me, Lamar is the best athlete, pure quarterback that I've ever seen in my life, dude.
I think
Lamar
Randall Cunningham was underrated.
Randall
Lamar Jackson
Cunningham,
only needs
yeah.
one Super Bowl win to be considered one of the greatest and already be a Hall of Fame worthy quarterback.
Like, you're
Well, I
talking
think
about
he's
like
ready
back-to-back
to
Sammy
get one of
Baugh.
those.
You're
I
talking
think
about like Sammy Baugh, Trufin. Like, the reason that they named the guy a quarterback.
Sammy Ball. Wow. Was that the Redskins? Sammy Ball?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But
Sammy
like, you know
Ball.
what I mean? Like, the quarterback is like everything, bro. He's supposed back in the day, it was everything. Half the time the quarterback would even kick the field goals.
See, to me, Color, and I know that this is off topic, but to me, the greatest dual threat quarterback that I ever saw was John Elway. Just my
Well,
opinion.
I guess, yeah. I mean, if you're talking about, because he also had the wherewithal to run you over, he was more like Josh Allen, if you think about it.
Yeah, and accurate, and he had that cannon. I mean, I
I
remember.
understand why that one racist dude
That's
called
what
himself
separates. That's
Oh,
what
what? No, which
separates.
one, Color?
But
that Josh Allen is the next John Elway guy.
But this is what I was gonna tell y'all. That's what separates Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes from Lamar Jackson and the Michael Vicks of the world. Because when you look at Josh Allen running, the late Josh Allen, not the rookie, the late one, he is throwing accurate passes on the move. Whereas you can see Lamar Jackson, he's a good thrower of the ball when he's running, but he's not good when he's running for his life, like full speed running. He can't throw the ball. Nobody could like
I
that.
don't know about
And
that.
Lamar?
yeah,
Lamar?
nobody can
I
throw
don't
the
know
No,
ball
about
I
at full
disagree,
speed.
bro.
He's
I don't know
that's
about
where his
that, dude.
inaccuracy shows up.
I think
That's what I'm
Lamar
trying to
Jackson
explain
can
to
do
y'all.
anything he wants with a
Yeah,
football.
I agree, man. Lamar Jackson
When
can
he's
do it all.
running full speed away from pressure, he throws some of the worst throws that we've seen. It's on film. Nobody can throw like that.
Now,
He
I will
tries
give Allen credit for his awareness. Like, the dude, I mean, and it's almost undefensible, bro, the way he goes right at the freaking edge of the freaking line of scrimmage and still throws a 40-yard bomb.
Yeah,
Or
for sure.
strike.
That's
I mean,
crazy.
it's like,
Yeah, on a rope.
come
Yeah,
on, man.
that's almost like cheating sometimes.
It is
Running
So let
almost
me
towards the
ask.
line
Hey,
of
let me.
scrimmage.
Okay. Another question. Take away the accolades that we know. I know this is difficult. Take away the accolades. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, out of pure talent.
Josh Allen, and I'll say that even with Patrick Mahomes, without
Color?
taking the
Overall,
accolades away.
Josh Allen. But if you're talking about
I don't think
where he
Andy
can
Reid
put the
loses
ball
a
in time
Super
and
Bowl.
space,
This
I
is
mean,
the
you're
factor,
not
True
going to
Fin
get
fan.
better than a baseball
True
shortstop,
Fin
dude.
fan. I
You know
don't
what I
think
mean?
Andy Reid loses a Super Bowl with Josh Allen the way he did with Patrick Mahomes.
There's probably no more accurate a thrower of any kind of ball than a baseball shortstop.
With Josh Allen, I think Andy Reid would have actually three-peated.
I don't
know because remember when Josh
part I don't know.
When Josh Allen first got into the league, he didn't have the ability like he does now. He had to work on it.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember the MO?
He's more like a
Coming out
third
of Wy-
baseman. He can
coming
throw
out
that
of
long
Wyoming.
strike pretty accurate to the first baseman every time.
Yeah,
but a shortstop like Patrick Mahomes, he can be in any position in time and space and get that ball to the first baseman.
Do you guys remember the MO on Josh Allen coming out of college by all of the supposed gurus and do you remember? Does anybody remember what was said about Josh Allen? Because I remember vividly what it was said. It was said
he wasn't very accurate or something like that.
No. It was said that he could
throw it out of the stadium, but he couldn't put it on it.
Close.
Like he put it on a
Close.
target.
It was said he could throw the ball through a barn, but he can't hit the barn.
Right.
Yeah.
He
can throw it through a barn, but he can't hit the barn.
He also can't get the ball to come down until like on Mars. You know what I mean?
Right. And then who would have thought? Who would have thought? Because I remember his first year. I remember watching him his first year. Like, okay, this guy is huge. He's strong.
But what's the solution to that when the guy's still a rookie, Truthin? That's not a bad problem. You know what I mean? The solution to that when the guy's
absolutely
still a
not
rookie,
right.
while he's still trying to figure out how to control his throw, the solution to that is Tyreek Hill.
Mm-hmm. Right. Get him the guys that can get.
Get a guy that he can't overthrow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'd rather right. And going now to the comparison, and this is coming from a guy who was once a Tua guy. I get it, blah blah blah. But now that I've because we all learn from mistakes. Now that I look at it, I'm like, okay, so what would I rather? Would I rather the guy with all the physical attributes, the prototypical quarterback, and try to see if he could learn, how to be accurate? Or would I rather the guy that can't throw the ball 70 yards, the guy that can't throw on the run, the guy that's small, the guy that's injury prone? No, I'd rather the prototypical quarterback in Josh Allen. And look what we have today.
Yeah, and if you want to ask me whether I would prefer Lamar Jackson over that, I'd still go with Lamar, because what Lamar's had to overcome compared to Josh Allen to get where he's at while also working on his craft, you have to give him extra credit for that.
Yeah, because they kept saying that he's more deemed as a running back than a quarterback.
Yeah, and they still.
But Lamar Jackson went into a better situation than Josh Allen.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Mr. Park, let's all be honest here. Okay, that is a definition that is labeled to quarterbacks just because of the color of their skin.
Yes,
Okay?
absolutely.
I agree.
That's what it is.
I agree with that.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Whenever I hear somebody say, listen, and I know this might sound stupid or whatever, but I'm honest, right? Whenever I say somebody say he's an athlete playing quarterback, that to me is somebody saying he's a black man playing a quarterback, and I see it as racism. I'm sorry.
Did you notice how I said it? I said athletic, pure quarterback.
Yeah. Like when I see that,
you know what I mean? Like, I know what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that shit.
Exactly where you're coming from.
But see, some of that came from the eras back where a good black quarterback coming out of college will be moved to a wide receiver position or
running back.
Exactly.
That's
where that came from.
Yeah.
But now you have some black quarterback that sort of broke that. Moon was definitely one of them.
Yep. And then Mr. Polk.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you've got those stereotypes, right?
Doug Williams.
Then on top of that, we're not talking about a northern black guy. We're talking about a southern guy too. On top of that, they carry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's right. Yep. I know you going.
Has anybody? Let me ask.
So you got the idea that the guy's dumb, or that he's got his mother is his agent. This and that. It's like what the thought in people's heads are is, like some bumpkin from, Alabama or something. You know what I mean?
Don't forget, Lamar Jackson probably got hurt in that 2018 draft when he went 32.
The guy
the team actually asked him to trade to wide receiver, and he declined them.
Right.
Yeah.
So that probably hurt him as well.
But the guy has worked his career and his mother masterfully. His mother has helped him work his career masterfully.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you. A question.
Lamar Jackson is a brilliant human being.
A question for us old heads: has anybody ever thrown a prettier ball, tighter spiral than Warren Moon? Asking for the old heads.
Marino?
Nah, not even Marino.
I know this is gonna. I know this is.
How about that?
You know that when
Marino
Warren Moon
did.
retired, do you know
probably
that
gonna want to cause you to
CFL and NFL, he had more yards and touchdowns than Dan Marino? Does anybody know this?
Trufin, I know this is going to cause you to want to probably come fight me or something.
No,
okay?
I don't want to fight you anymore. We're friends.
My answer to your question
I love that.
is actually Jameis Winston.
Tighter spiral than Warren.
I think Jameis Winston has the most gorgeous throw I've ever seen in my life.
Jameis Winston?
Like the way it comes off his hand, the spiral, everything, dude. The accuracy, the dude is unbelievable. Believe it or not.
Talk about that's another guy. Where's he at now?
He's with the Giants.
He's with Giants.
Is
he
he?
went with the Giants. Him and Russell Wilson are there.
You're
was with the
talking
He was
about
with the
a
Browns.
guy that's played
and now he's
quarterback
with
his
the
entire
Giants.
life. He has slept, and breathed a football for his entire life, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And when there's no pressure on this guy and he's just playing around with the football, the dude can do things you've never even could imagine, bro.
No, I hear you. I'm just saying that I remember watching Warren Moon and that spiral. Like, you know, most of the
I got you.
man,
Yeah.
that guy, I
I'm
like
just-
that ball
I'm
wouldn't
just
wobble.
trying to go into that
I'm
because
like,
that's
what
one
the
of those
hell?
guys I've seen, like, and I was like, wow, I made a mental note of it years ago, True Finn. I'm like, I don't care if this guy is never anything in the NFL. That's the most gorgeous throw I've ever seen off of a quarterback.
Yeah.
Was he part of the Houston team that blew that big lead up in Buffalo, or was
Yes,
he
he
gone?
was. Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Against Jim Kelly had blown his knee out, and it was Frank Reich.
Yep.
They were down
Yep. And
30.
They were up
Was it
35-3,
34-3?
I think it was.
31-3.
41-35, maybe. Or
Yeah,
something like that.
they ended up something like that. But I know that at one point it was 30.
It was 35-3.
Yeah, it was the biggest comeback in play. It was a playoff game, wasn't it?
Yeah,
and then if you remember, the day after that, the coach got fired. Who was the head coach? Was that Jack Pardee?
For the Oilers?
Yeah.
Buddy Ryan, did you move there? Buddy
No,
Ryan.
no. Who was the guy that got? Oh my God!
Gary
Who was the guy?
I think it was Jack Pardee. I'm almost thinking that.
Somebody looked that up. Who was the guy? Color. You remember the guy that Buddy Ryan punched on the sideline? What was his? No, that was.
I don't remember
Kevin,
who it was.
well, that was Kevin. No, wait, that was Kevin Gilbride.
Kevin Gilbride. No, it wasn't. Who
He
was the
wasn't
head
the head
coach?
coach. I'm telling you, it was Jack Pardee.
Was it?
Yeah, because he got
Ryan
shit canned the next day.
They have the best
And he should have.
uniforms. The Houston Oilers, they have the best uniforms.
Who was that young blood? Who was their wide receiver? The stud was it young blood or something? Something blood.
The blue was just a little too blue.
Hey man, hey listen.
I did like watching them. Like it was like, oh, almost like watching the Dolphins.
I miss watching that era's football. I really do.
Red face mask.
I hear you on that.
Was so nice too, man.
I hear you on that, man.
Blue, that baby blue against them dark red face masks was great, man.
Yeah, I miss watching the days where I miss watching. Like I know I'm dating myself here, and some guys here are younger than us, but I miss watching the days of the Giants defenses, the Buffalo, and that's the team that I hate the most is the Buffalo Bills. Watching them, watching the Cowboys,
Chicago
watching
Bears.
the Chicago Bears. Yeah, man.
Perry.
Right, True Finn. People talk about Jim Kelly and Andre Reed and Thurman Thomas and all that, but they forget about those Marv Levy defenses, bro. Cornelius Bennett, Bruce
Darryl
Smith,
Talley.
Daryl Talley. I mean,
oh yeah.
Hey,
there are people
open
out there,
radio with Haynes and Hayes.
but yet somebody must have told like the Redskins and Cowboys, because those three Super Bowls, they totally, and I mean totally, tore that Bills defense apart.
Well, the thing
is Buddy Ryan, the coach.
Just for Bruce Smith.
I just looked it up. It was Buddy Ryan.
I don't know.
Buddy Ryan.
I get the blowouts, but damn, that first Super Bowl with that wide right from Scott Norwood against the Giants in 90, and that was like they should have won that. The Buffalo Bills, even though they've never won a Super Bowl in their history, the Buffalo Bills should have at least had a one, bro, because they were stacked, man.
Why?
They were stacked. I mean, on both sides.
Okay, fair enough that you might think that they've done one. Okay.
Bruce
Smith implies that they had enough points to be considered the winner, and they didn't, True Finn. So they don't. Yeah. They shouldn't have gotten one.
Oh no, I'm happy to say it. I'm happy to hear.
Now, if they had scored more points than the other team, but were not awarded the championship, then you could say they should have.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I get it. Most Dolphin fans hate the Jets more than anybody, but for me, It's the Buffalo Bills because the Buffalo Bills.
Ask me tomorrow. It's going to be one or the other. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I've never been able to decide. It depends on who is sticking in our craw the most at any given time. That's who it is.
Well, like I said, I'm 47 years old. I was born in
Yeah,
78.
it all
So-
depends on what era of a Dolphin fan you are. Because my
Right,
era,
so-
from 2000, if you've been watching from the year 2000 and beyond,
I was
you hate the
22 in
Patriots.
2000.
Oh yeah,
I
the
was
Patriots too, because now they've come along as smashing all the records and all of that. So it's like, now they're.
They didn't have Tom Brady.
but you
If
see,
they didn't have Tom
you know
Brady,
why I'm not
the
mad?
Dolphins
You know
would
why I
have
don't
been
hate
winning
I would say this
with
though
Ricky
about
Williams.
Patriots fans, okay, and I don't like it, but they consider us to be all family, and that's cool. You know what I mean? Because a lot of them vacation down here. You know what I mean? A lot of them are even dual fans. So they're a little better fans than the other two. I'll give them that.
You know what? And you know what? And you know what, Color? In my experience, and you want me to tell you something? In my experience, living in Miami, going to the games, I've gotten into fights in the stadiums. I've gotten arrested in the stadiums, whatever it may be. You know who have been always the classiest fans out of all of our AFC East rivals? Believe it or not,
Probably the Giants.
It's the Bills. No, I mean
the
AFC East.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
In my experience, I'm not saying
those are the only ones that I've heard
it's the
yelling
Bills
and
fans, the
screaming
Bills
down
Mafia.
the promenade after they win, bro.
The worst ones are the Jets fans. Oh man, whenever I go to the game, or I've gone with my brothers and my cousins, whatever. Like we all know, hey, you got your bail money, okay, because we don't go looking for problems, but when they're always starting shit, and I'm like, bro, this is not gonna end well. And the Patriots, they're more arrogant, and we're like, yeah, fuck.
They are, but not to us as much as the other teams in the division is what I've found. Like they actually have a little bit of respect for us because we're the ones that they were most afraid of because we would beat them all the time. Even though we weren't going nowhere, we'd always beat them. So they kind of like, even though they still see us as their little bitch stepchildren or whatever, they still at least know, okay, you're not going to talk shit to a Dolphin fan because their team can beat yours, even throughout all that Brady era. You know what I mean?
It's because of what I said. The only reason it was because of Brady. If they didn't have Brady, we would have been running that division
Exactly.
with Ricky Williams. It would have
they
been
know
us,
that.
not
And
the
they
Jets.
have been honest enough
they
to know that.
Exactly, Color.
And look at what they've really done since the Brady times.
I even told them all that I would be here for them because we know what it's like to lose a Hall of Fame quarterback. So I would be here for them, They told me to fuck off, but whatever,
One thing about
Wait, hit him. Go ahead, Marcus. Pop off.
one thing about that though,
on me.
with the Patriots fans, man, even though they aren't as good, nearly good without Brady, the one piece of credit I gotta give them is they know how to be bad, because at least when you're bad and you're not middle of the road, you could get a guy to, set your future back up. But see, we can't do that because we can't be bad enough to get a guy, but we can't be good enough to go in the playoffs and go deep.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when you look at these quarterbacks, Marcus, look at Lamar Jackson, 32. Josh Allen, he got drafted, 11? Right there. Patrick Mahomes.
But you know what else
11?
we can't do, Marcus? We pick a guy in the first round when we finally do get to the point where we've tanked enough, or even if not on purpose, but even if we get a guy and we choose him, and we think just because we chose him in the first round and just because it was us that chose him, we've got to run it out for 7 years to make sure. No other team does that, because if you think about it, think about Tom Brady. They pushed out a perfectly good, slated to be an all-pro Hall of Fame quarterback for Tom Brady in Drew Bledsoe.
Yeah.
Okay. The 49ers, same thing. They got no problem pushing out a guy that they picked and thought was their guy, and still is. But here's a guy that's even more our guy.
Yep.
Exactly.
And they're perfectly able to do that. They would not have landed Brady at all
if they
That's
would
why
have
I'm
had the
so
same
happy we
mentality as
finally
us,
got
no,
our
wait,
guy.
if they would have ran things the same way we do, Tom Brady would have never had the career that he has because they would have pushed it. They would have gone with Drew Bledsoe. They
And
would have
stay
told
with him.
fans, you're full of shit. Drew Bledsoe's God, and they would have never given Brady a chance.
Yeah.
That's why
Yeah,
I'm
they would have
happy
taken.
now at this regime that we went after our guy, Zach Wilson.
No, they just trying to save their jobs. They won't even be here to see Zach Wilson to fruition.
So let me ask you a question, Marcus. The
Drew
Super Bowl
Bledsoe
window
smashed Dan Marino records long before Peyton Manning did.
is the Super Bowl window for your Dolphins? Is it like breezy? Like how's the window? Is it open? Is it completely shut? No Super Bowl? Like what talk to
No,
us.
man, that window's shut, man. Because if you can't get out of your if you can't get out of your own division, bro, you can't even get to the playoffs.
We were
Playoffs.
one win away from the playoffs last year, and we didn't even have a quarterback.
But you know what? That just goes to show you can't even get there. See, you got to rely on an injury-prone quarterback, so it don't matter. As long as you rely on Tua to take you there, you never gonna get there. And see, that's the thing. They want Tua to take them there. But when they realize that Tua cannot take them there, no matter what they put around him, they'll be better for it because they'll be able to move on. But until they realize that, they're gonna be stuck in the mud.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be Quinn Ewers. I'm messing.
Yeah, no, Quinn Ewers is injured just like Tua was.
I don't know. He went 27-9, so it couldn't have been that bad.
No, it's bad for the NFL standards. Tua looked good in college, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
I still like Quinn Ewers.
Quinn
I'd
Ewers
still
is
take
good.
Quinn.
Quinn Ewers is good, but when
Patrick
he got injured,
Mahomes didn't win much in college.
he didn't win much in college, but he had the traits. Josh Allen
Thank
didn't
you.
win.
But y'all
Josh,
heard that, right? Everybody listening in right now and those that are missing this live, he didn't have the wins, but he had the traits. That's exactly
Right,
what
but we're
I've been
talking
telling
about tech and
everybody
tech,
about Zach
dude.
Wilson, Marcus.
Look, but again, we're talking
Zach
about
Wilson has
Tech didn't
Mahomes,
have the
Aaron
wins.
Rodgers traits, bro.
Josh Allen had the traits, but he wasn't a winner like that.
But nothing is
Well,
new
We're
about
talking
Texas
about
Tech not
traits
having
and how
wins.
they can translate on a team. Zach Wilson could flourish here, man. Know what I'm telling y'all.
If I mean, I know he's gonna get in the game because Tua is the starter, so we already know how that's gonna go. But when he gets his chance, let's see what he does.
Yep.
Wait a minute, Marcus. Just how is that gonna go, bro? Elaborate. That's been the topic all day, bro. So go ahead and elaborate.
all we got to do is look at history, man. History will be the best truth teller of what's gonna happen to you.
So you a betting man, right?
Hey,
You can't look at history and base that on football athletes.
hey, I can't look. Tua been in the league for how long?
5
years.
But he's
5
only
years.
been with the Dolphins. What if he goes to the
And
Saints?
guess what? He went every year, right? Every year was a good year, and if he wasn't injured, he would go farther. Okay, yeah, cool. I could take that. But the year he wasn't injured, was a contract year. That's so wrong to me, bro. Your contract year, so
What
you
up,
can make
Joe?
sure you get your money and set the organization back for 5 to 10 years.
Marcus, you know what's worse than Tua being our quarterback for 6 years? The fact that there's an infinite number of other universes where he has also been our quarterback for 6 years.
Well,
Infinite number of years that he's been our quarterback, bro.
Hey, I'm not even going to go in on Tua like that because Tua is for all intents and purposes, he's a great person. But it's just the fact of him being our quarterback. That's the only thing.
If I've just shown how he could be our quarterback for an infinite number of years, doesn't that make him a god?
Well, to this regime. But when Ross wises up and realizes this regime cannot do anything for him, he'll do exactly what he did to all the other coaches that he fired. I do not understand how this general manager, Chris Greer, is going to be on his fourth head coach. If they let go of McDaniel, he's going to get another head coach. 4? And you had over 4 quarterbacks? Nah, bro, you got to go.
Yeah. If this thing fails, like Color pointed out, we start 2-9. Everything is gone, Marcus. Everything.
Clean house.
Head coach, GM,
Need clean
quarterback
house.
Tua. The 3-headed monster is out. That's what the problem
Yep.
is going to be. The new regime is going to come in. They're going to look for people to keep. You know, this is what I told y'all earlier. Y'all love Chop Robinson. We hire a new coach. They change approach. Chop might not even fit the scheme. He might not be a
Wait a
Well,
good
minute,
that
didn't
fit.
that,
depends on
wait a
that
minute, didn't
depends
they
on
have
if
him
we
Ryan
move. It
Tannehill?
depends on if we move Weaver right on into the spot, though, Pete.
All of that is gone. The new coach is going to want to bring in his own defensive coordinator. He might not want 3-4, Color.
The
He
problem
might
I
go to
have, though,
4-3.
but Pete, the problem I have is that when they're in search of a new general manager, right? They promote from within because they can't get a guy because nobody wants to come to Miami. They always gotta promote from within. And you already know that promoting from within this organization is just asking for more of the same. They gotta go out. They gotta search and find somebody that could come in and reshape it. You know, I'm watching the Florida Panthers right now, and you know what Bill Zito said, the general manager of the Panthers. He said, "Look, I'm here right now, and look, I'll work with the coach or whatever, but I'm making the decision. And if I feel that this is right for the hockey team, that's what I'm gonna do. And like, if you don't like it, I guess I gotta find another coach that's more in line with my thinking. But I'll take your input into advisement." That's what he said. And since then, we went to 3 Stanley Cup finals and we won 2. So
No,
Yeah,
you
but
won one.
we won 1. We about to win another one, and we went to 1 and lost against Vegas. So that's what I need. We need a general manager that could change
but
our
but but but,
mindset.
it, but Marcus, here's the thing: if we bring in another general manager, will the upper office, I mean front office, allow him to do his thing?
See, that's
Because
the
it seems
thing.
like seem like they're no.
They
Go
want to
ahead.
collaborate. They want to collaborate on everything. You can't be like that all the time.
Right, exactly.
And,
See,
and
that's my
see,
problem with bringing in another GM because they, that collaboration that
yeah,
we
because
see
like
now.
Brandon Bean over at the Bills, right? He he wanted to take Josh Allen. The room didn't want to take Josh Allen. You know what they did? They took Josh Allen. And he said, "Look, I took Josh Allen because I know if it fails, I'm not going to be here anyway."
Mhm.
So that why can't we do that?
Because we're the
Wasn't
Dolphins.
it that? Isn't it Flores wanted Love? Didn't he want Jordan Love?
Flores
Yes, he
wanted
did.
Love, but
Yes,
from
he
what
did.
I'm hearing, it's like he was all like he didn't. They saying nowadays they saying he did not want Herbert and that he wanted Love, but he didn't have. He thought that Tua wasn't the guy or whatever, but he wasn't really pushing against it like everybody
Yeah.
says that he was.
Okay.
But he really wanted Love, and they're like, nah, we think Tua is better. So they collaborated on that, and they ended up going with Tua or whatever. So that
Yeah.
was that. But I was like, you would think that you would learn who you have within the rookie contract, so you know whether or not to move on. Because I'll tell you that in the front office, they are actually split on Tua. Like a lot of them believe that he's not the guy, and half of them
Yeah.
believe he is. So they're split. But see, that's the thing. They work together on stuff. They don't let the general management make the decision. So nobody even wants to take this job when it's available.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
They
The
might
locker
have
room.
to. They're gonna change directions. Hire someone like Bill Belichick to be the head coach and GM. They will change approach. They will buy out Bill Belichick out of UNC, $1 million buyout, and they'll
Let
get
me
him in the
let me
building.
hang on a second. Let me ask you this: Bill Belichick's what, 15 wins away from Shula?
I don't
Do you
want
think
it.
a lot
I
of the
don't
old?
want Belichick,
Okay,
but that's the approach it sounds like if everybody's going to be
what I'm
jumping
saying
on
is,
board saying people want one person with sole possession of the decisions. Who else
yeah,
is
but
out
what
there
I'm
that's going to
saying
be able
is,
to control a franchise and run it with that expertise? Who's going to be
I don't
available?
know.
That's what I'm saying. It's only Bill Belichick. Who else?
Yeah, but Bill Belichick's gonna be what, 73, 74?
All the other
How much?
names we missed out on, the Harbaughs of the world, the Sean Paytons when they were available,
Yeah,
we missed
well,
out on.
yeah,
Hey,
you know why we missed out on Harbaugh? Because old Stephen Rowe, I want Michigan to succeed. Well, he got his national title and he folded. And now he's not even allowed at Michigan games anymore because of how they've gotten in trouble.
And see, that's what's sad. That's
Yep.
what's sad. That's why I say, you know, well, I mean, Ross he has his good things, but man, I don't know. He just
But you know,
it's just
I
too much
think,
business.
right, Mr. Poe, imagine if Tua got traded to the Steelers because they looking for a quarterback. That would be the perfect solution.
Exactly. You know how much we will be praising Chris Greer for fleecing the Pittsburgh Steelers right now. Right or wrong?
Yeah, hey, that'll be the
I think they'd
move to
rather
make.
trade for Zach Wilson than Tua.
No, because Zach Wilson has proven that he's been ineffective with other teams. At least Tua is serviceable when you get the pieces around him. But see,
Yeah,
Not in the cold.
yeah, but hold on. You're saying Zach Wilson isn't serviceable. Zach Wilson was on a horrible Jets teams. That
Horrible
wasn't his
coach,
fault. He was a
horrible
horrible
culture.
coach, horrible organization, and you can say, and I understand you can say, well, he wasn't very good, but
They
now he
couldn't
got that
even win
year
with
under
Aaron
Sean
Rodgers,
Payton,
Craig.
and
he wasn't
that was the
he,
best thing for him.
he wasn't that good up in Denver either. But that's all right.
Well, he didn't
I'm
have
just
to be.
yeah.
They had Bo Nix, but what I'm saying is, then you get to learn from a future Hall of Fame coach in Sean Payton. You get to learn. You don't have to play, learn, and I think that's what he did. I mean,
Well,
that's my feeling.
we'll certainly see because he'll be playing by week 6.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I
And
No,
that's
think
you're right.
terrible.
Marcus Banks. I'm calling it now. I'm telling everybody when Zach Wilson would play. I know I'm gonna be wrong. I predict him being the week 1 starter, but I know I'm gonna be wrong on
No,
that.
Uh-uh.
But
no.
my
Uh-uh.
next
He'll
my
be week
next
4.
bet
Uh-uh.
for me to be correct is week 4 revenge versus Jets. That's
You
Yeah,
when it's
see,
think?
gonna be.
Right after he gets injured by the Bills.
yeah,
Zach
Yep.
see,
Wilson.
because they're
Yeah,
afraid because they
and Joe, people aren't gonna like this, but it's not even gonna be injury. I really feel like he might lose
He's
to
going to
the
get torn up.
Patriots at home. The moment he loses that week 2 divisional game at home at the Hard Rock, he will be booed out of there because expectations are gonna be you are going to lose to the Bills on a short week. And when he does lose to the Bills on that short week, Joe Riss, it's gonna be haunting. A 1-2 start for Tua. Can't beat the Patriots, can never beat the Bills. It's time to roll out Zach Wilson and the revenge to save the season. It really is. You're 0-2 in the division. You're done. You're cooked.
yeah, hey, but if he goes 0-2 in the division, you could forget trading him to the Steelers. We got to trade him while he still got some value.
There
Mm-hmm.
is no
I don't think
trading
you can
him,
trade him there
Marcus.
anyway. It's too cold in that division.
I think we're gonna beat the Patriots. Are you really sold on a second year Drake May? Now he has to learn another new system. I'm not.
Hey,
It's the concern every Dolphin fan has.
one thing
Is
about
our
Drake May,
Craig, what you got to realize is our offense with Tua going to be able to put up points versus Mike Vrabel and that defense?
We'll see. I
Yeah.
guess
That's the
all we can
issue.
do is we'll see. Yeah, well,
Patriots could go out
They
there
have
and
a
score
capper
16.
roster.
Can we score more than 16 on that?
We'll see.
Yeah, we will.
Hey, we put what 27 on them in Tennessee. It's just our defensive coordinator screwed that game up with the play calling.
One thing I've learned about Patriots quarterbacks the last few years is there's a lot of hype in the QB's first year as they're searching for their new Brady. Bunch of 1 year wonders.
Hey,
Bailey Zappi, Mac
Bailey Zapp.
Jones.
they don't have a Brady right now, but they do have a Josh Allen if they could utilize him right.
Sorry, I saw Drake May play at North Carolina. Nothing impressive. And I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, so if Tua gets a concussion this coming season, do you got what do you think?
He's done in Miami. He's out.
Do you think he's
Joe,
out
I
for the
actually
season
think
if
the
he gets
NFL may
a
step
concussion?
No, what you were saying? What you said, Joe?
What happened? What do you think happens, like injury wise, health wise, retirement wise, if he gets another concussion? Do you think he starts looking at calling it quits, or do you think he just rolls through it like it's no big deal?
He'll roll through it like it's no big deal and go to another team.
But y'all don't think the NFL will step in at that point?
If
No,
that guy
because
gets another, let me tell you something, Joe. I do think that's what the team and the organization is going to do with Tua. I think they're going to play that's what I think is going to really happen. Whether it happens in a game and we see it or not, they're going to go back and say Tua had a concussion on this play right here. And it's going to be like that following Monday, post game. Monday, they're going to say Tua is out. He's with a concussion. We're turning the table to Zach Wilson, and we're putting him on IR. And this is and pay attention. Tua is literally the only quarterback in the NFL. The moment he gets a concussion, they put on IR. Most teams they fight through the protocols. They go through with it, and
It's
their
a huge
quarterback.
magnifying glass on Tua.
That's what I'm saying. So the next concussion he gets doesn't even have to be during the game. It just all it takes is going to be a 2-game losing streak to division opponents, and they're going to turn around and say, "Well, he has a concussion."
I think
What up, Preston?
I don't think the NFL steps in unless it's one of those ones where he gets knocked out and his arms go up or something. I think if it's one of those, I think they step in.
The thing is, the NFL, I don't know what they're doing because they give the Dolphins so many nationally televised games. I don't understand. It's like they want to see carnage.
Yeah.
And they want to create controversy because Marcus, guess what came out today? That our preseason games are going to be pretty much nationally televised. The Bears game and the Jaguars game are going to be played for the whole world to watch in preseason on NFL Network.
Oh, are they? I didn't see.
They chose both of our games on NFL Network to show them live during the season. That's going to start controversy right there. Everyone is going to see what Zach Wilson is doing. Everyone is going to get to see what Quinn Ewers is doing in preseason.
I just don't understand it.
Hi, Joe.
How you feeling about this season, Joe?
Well, I actually had a question too that I wanted to ask, but I don't know. I don't know. It's probably a mid-range win season, 7 to 9 wins, somewhere in there.
Who do you have more hope with entering the season? A talented Zach Wilson of what can it be with Mike McDaniel, or a healthy Tua?
Healthy Tua. I'm not delusional. I mean, when our offense is clicking,
Why are you so infatuated with Zach Wilson? Please, bro, explain it to me.
We have all the same skill position players as 2 years ago, right? So as long as we get something
Hey,
right,
Jeff George had a more live arm than Zach Wilson. He ain't amount to shit. You know what I mean? Talent only gets you so far.
What was Jeff George? Was Jeff George drafted number 2 overall?
I mean, what about Trey Lance? Trey Lance was drafted number 3 overall. You know, we've seen plenty of instances where guys Blake Bortles was third
There's
overall.
also and there's also did Trey Lance break the NFL Combine with a flick of the wrist throw the way Zach Wilson is? Because that's the traits we're talking about over here.
I
It's a
mean,
flick of the wrist throw.
I mean, you know, just because they throw a beautiful ball doesn't mean they're going to be a great quarterback.
When you're compared as a thrower
There's
to
plenty
the
of guys
Aaron
who could throw a
Rodgers and the
beautiful
Patrick
ball.
Mahomes, nah, not as clean as sweet as Zach Wilson. They would be talked about more.
Because didn't Zach
Zach
even
Wilson for his
Tyreek
career
Hill?
has more interceptions than touchdowns.
Trey
So
Lance
he's not
came out
that
with a
good.
million question marks. 1 year starter, COVID year.
Still, but
A lot of these
if you're that
quarterbacks
good, you
lately got away with it.
good quarterbacks, and what the Dolphins need is a guy who could elevate players around them. Zach Wilson's not going to elevate these guys. You know what I mean? He's not making the situation better. I don't think the
And he's
Dolphins
not
are better with Zach Wilson over
he's not
over
asked to
Tua.
elevate the guys. What?
Yes, he has to. You need a quarterback who's gonna, you know, impact games and make game-changing throws. But Zach Wilson's gonna throw you the game away. That's what I'm telling you.
Did Zach,
Hey, wait
you
a
know,
minute.
in defense of Zach Wilson, hang on, you're saying he's going to throw it away. What kind of team was he
Absolutely.
on when he first came into the NFL?
He was on the Jets. They
And what
thought
were
of
the
him as the
Jets?
guy.
And he was on a shitty team. He had no players, no defense, nothing.
Oh, he had a defense. Stop
He
it.
had
He
a
had a
defense. That's one
Oh,
defense.
he
thing he
had
did
the
He
oh,
have.
he
had
had
a
a defense.
defense.
Okay,
Oh,
he
he
had a
had a hell of
defense.
a
Not
defense.
his rookie
And
year.
what did they do?
What do you
What did they
mean?
do?
Yes, they did.
His
They
I
second
mean,
amounted
year
to
when
Okay,
they
they
had
had
period.
both draft picks
you're
and
I
they
right.
know what the
drafted
Jets
Sauce
had. I got
Gardner.
family members
His
who are
okay.
second
Jets
They
fans.
had
his
a great
second year
defense.
they
How
had
many
two
games?
draft picks and they drafted Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner, bro.
they amounted to his win. His win total is the defense. Like
Oh, they got Quinnen Williams. They still had. I'm pretty sure they already had C.J. Mosley. He was a lot younger, too, at that time.
His rookie year,
They had
CJ
some
Mosley
players,
missed the
bro.
whole year. He was
They
out
had
the
Yeah,
some
whole year. He got
players.
hurt.
I'm telling you, the Jets were shit and they're shit now. End of story. I don't want to hear this Justin Fields. He'll throw how many missed passes? Justin
I'll tell
Fields
you
is
one
in,
thing, dog. The Jets are going to
He
be
only
top
has
5
one
in
weapon.
rushing as a team. I could book that.
That's fine.
They'll be up there in
If they're
rushing
bottom
yards as a
five in
team.
passing, that's totally fine.
Oh, they'll probably be that though. Absolutely, they're going to be bottom 5 in passing. They're going to be a run
And it's
heavy team.
okay. Let them
they're
be a
gonna
run
try to
heavy
be
team.
defense and run
I mean, I'm
heavy. I
What's
definitely
that
agree.
happy
going to do
about
for
Zach
you when you're
Wilson.
down 17 points going into the fourth quarter?
Running ain't doing you no good, right, Craig? Not in that situation.
Well, I'm pretty sure
Nope.
the Jets lost DJ Reed, so they lost their cornerback too across from Sauce. So that's going to be something you guys could definitely benefit from and exploit.
And how old Sauce now? I don't even know. How old
Oh,
is
he's
he?
young, bro. He's 24,
Oh, is he?
25. He's
Okay.
young. He's young.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think Zach Wilson's a better spark than Mike White and Skyler and
Yeah, but he doesn't
Huntley and the guys we
move
got.
the needle. He don't move it.
No, I mean, as dumb as that top flight backup comment and statement, whatever name is, they did do a good job at
Finn
improving the
Posse
backup.
podcast says Zach Wilson is a joke. Everyone thought Tua was a joke. And who saved Tua, fellas up here? Who made Tua look like an MVP quarterback again? No. I'm saying because Finn Posse podcast says Zach Wilson is an effing joke. Well, so was Tua until McDaniel, Tyreek, Waddle made him something. And that's the belief other Dolphin fans should have, is if he can do that with Tua, how can you not do it with a talented quarterback as talented as Zach Wilson based on the roster you have, based on the
And
separation that these guys give? This isn't the Panthers, buddy. This isn't the Dolphins with Devontae Parker. This is the cheetah creating separation, just a flick of a wrist and throw. This is Jalen Waddle being wide open, just a flick of the wrist and get the ball there and go.
And now you
I
got
believe
Malik
It's still
Washington.
not as easy as you make it sound, bro. That's okay. You make it sound easy,
It's
yeah, but it's a lot more
it's
complicated than
almost
that.
like Sam Darnold being in the Minnesota Vikings, having
Yep.
Addison, having Justin Jefferson. Sam Darnold is not that MVP caliber quarterback, but when you have the attributes to get the ball into places, when you have that and you have a coach that's designing things to get these balls and these receivers open with separation, it's not easy to get the balls in their hands. It's not hard. It's easy, matter of fact, when you're
And with the
simplifying things
exception,
because of the receivers.
And Slim Crisp
exactly.
is speaking truth in the chat, man. Slim Crisp is speaking truth. Zach gonna get a power up from all the MILFs in Miami.
I believe Tyreek will be gone.
That's why he went to Miami, bro, to chase that
No, he's starting his Latina arc.
kitty. That kitty. That's why he
But
down
He's
bro,
there.
starting the
Tri-State,
Latina arc.
He's
Tri-State,
trying
can't you
back the
respect that
baddest
though?
Johnnies.
Can't you respect that a lot more than Jimmy G's tasting women though, man? You heard about him, right?
Porn star Jimmy.
Yeah, he likes the you know, the streetwalkers, dude. Allegedly.
Hey, so actually, I had a question. I don't know if you guys talked about Jalen Ramsey earlier. I had a question about him, but first, you might have noticed I switched my picture because I saw all these animals up here. I saw a dolphin, an owl, and then saw Snorty has a picture of a jackass. So I figured I'd put a picture of a cow.
I'd happily, as
Wait,
a
did you
Panther
just
fan,
call
I'd
Snorty a
happily give a
jackass?
4th-round pick for Jalen Ramsey. Happily.
Snorty, you gonna
How
let
you
him
feel
get away
about
with
that,
it?
Snorty?
Show you a trip, man. Good grief.
What did he say?
Snorty, how you feel about that, Snorty?
He said as long as Snorty has a picture of a jackass as his avatar, he was gonna put a cow on his.
Because
he is a jackass.
Boy, Joe
Joe's
just
just
woke me
a
up, man.
stupid liberal.
I
That's all
dozed off
Joe.
until
He's a
Joe
stupid
said that.
liberal. Liberalism has
Can't
failed
be a
us.
liberal.
It's failed society. That's why there's so many
Because we wouldn't be
homelessness.
friends if
There's
it.
drugs everywhere. He's
Joe
just
could be a
stupid
liberal, but he's not a
That's
left.
what you are.
Snorty, you gotta open up your mouth. You sound muzzled, bro. Who has
Yeah, I don't really know what he's saying.
He's
But,
saying you're a liberal. And I said,
Why
no,
don't you get
liberal would be fine. You're cool with me being a liberal. What you're not is a leftist.
Color, can I respond to that? I'm just saying.
Really
Strikes
pulled
me
it
as
from the
being liberal.
but I lean more conservative, if anything.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
He
You're
strikes
not a
me as
leftist.
no, he is. He actually is. Okay.
But you're cool with people smoking weed, right?
I can't hear anything, and if I can't hear y'all, the chat can't hear y'all. What are you saying, Snorty?
Yeah, my question about Ramsey though was what happens if we can't find a trade partner? What if nobody actually wants that contract, or just everyone's like, I'm good at that position?
Gotta keep him in the building.
Do you think he actually plays, or do you think he ends up pulling up
Panthers
with
should
a
give up
hammy?
a 4th right now. We should give up a 4th right now.
The way he's begging for money, Joe Riss, and worried about his salary next year. Oh, he's not holding out in season. No. That guy will be guarding Michael Pittman Jr. week 1. He'll be guarding Stephon Diggs week 2, and he'll be guarding Keon Coleman week 3.
How many years left on his contract? 2 or 1?
2.
I think it's 2, or it could possibly be 3, but only this year is
Nah,
guaranteed.
he signed the
The next
3-year
year-
extension. I'm trying to remember if it was last year or 2 years ago. He had the 3-year extension.
So it was 2 years
They'll
ago.
give
Or
him
last,
a 3-year extension.
Yeah.
So you're saying if he stays, he plays?
Yeah, he might hold out during preseason.
Oh yeah, if he doesn't get traded by week 1, he's staying on the team.
He's staying on the team. He's playing week 1 for sure.
Unless you guys start the season 0-5, you know what I mean? Then it's
I think
rebuild
Tyreek
time.
will be gone.
And not even
Tyreek-
rebuild time. Just get rid of Tua time.
Tyreek will be gone by the deadline, I think.
If y'all start
We're
the season
very
slow,
blessed with his,
because
schedule.
he's gonna start yapping and making a scene, trying to get himself out. He gonna do that. He
We're
gonna
gonna know
cause
where
a
we
scene.
stand early
Y'all
with
start the
this
season
schedule.
slow. Tyreek gonna start yapping and cause a scene and become a distraction. Y'all don't need that.
He already a distraction.
That's why Tua can't lose.
And he's gonna be more of a distraction if y'all start the season slow.
Wow,
Way more.
You've been listening to
I
Pete
agree
for a
with that.
long time, Tri-State.
You said what?
I said, you must have been listening to Pete for a long time, bro.
Nah, I just go off Twitter. That man was on
Oh, right,
Aiden Ross' stream. They said he traded him. He said, "Let's go." I said,
Well,
"Oh, he really don't want to be there."
like 3 years ago when Tyreek, very first thing Pete said when Tyreek walked into the building was, if things don't go right, he's gonna blow
Oh
up.
yeah, for sure, for sure. I agree.
It was not hard to think that, Color, because if he blew up on Patrick Mahomes, went into Andy Reid's offense, demanded more targets, y'all don't think making him the face of the franchise was gonna have him pull and feel more confident to do that? That was like an easy one. He's a diva. Once you gave up all that capital, you gave him so much power, and I won't be shocked if he's the reason why he wants Jonnu out the building. He like people need to realize Tyreek Hill, he opens his mouth, these guys gotta move for him. They gotta move for him.
Didn't I hear right that Tyreek lost like 15 pounds in the offseason?
Oh yeah,
He
yeah,
did. I don't hear
he
enough
did.
people talking about he's so small. He ain't gonna be able to do this. He's gonna get hurt. He's lighter than A Chain.
Jalen Waddle looked crispier to me from the videos I've seen from y'all OTAs. He looked way
Yeah.
crispier than Tyreek right now.
Until you
So I'm
put a
saying he's
hand on
hitting his
him.
stride. He's hitting his stride. Y'all need to make him the one. Get Tyreek out of there. Make him the one.
Who, Waddle?
Yes. Yes,
Waddle
Yeah,
can't
man.
but the
handle
You're
no
gonna
problem,
one like
the
you're
only,
gonna
I was
have to
the only,
remember
trade.
what I was
Listen,
saying
you're gonna
about
have to
eyes
trade
earlier?
Tyreek for draft capital and a player, bro.
Tri-State, remember what I was saying about a receiver's
Waddle
eyes
lost that
earlier?
third down
Yeah,
touch,
Waddle
bro.
ain't got him, dude. He is not an elite receiver, bro.
You
no.
What
cannot trust Jalen Waddle
We
tri-state
can
on third
he's
down.
going into what, his fourth, fifth year. I'm going off the progression if he takes another step forward,
You
which
cannot
means his
trust
Yeah,
release
but
Jalen
the
at the
Waddle on
line,
third downs, bro. He drops too many
his ability to
passes.
stack corners at the top of his routes. Like, he could still get better
Well,
at all those things. And if he does, he's gonna be a fucking problem.
He does not track the ball with his eyes, dude. He will never be
nope.
elite unless he fixes that.
And the other
You only
problem
got
with
to you only
Waddle,
you only got to you only
He
got to
can't
get the
even
ball. You
he
only got to
can't
get the
even
ball to
run
him real
block.
quick.
He's
He can
not
take
even
care
a
of the rest.
physical run blocker, tri-state. He
Yeah,
gets hurt when he's
like
blocking.
and Tyreek is. So
thank
you telling
you.
me a Tyreek's
Yep.
a force in the
He's a
run
little
game?
bit more physical, yeah. He really is.
You
When
got
is the
number.
trade
The
deadline
problem with
this
You
year?
got
Waddle
number.
is the only
Waddle's
problem I
also
have with
injury.
Waddle gets too hurt too easy. I mean, everybody talks about Tua being hurt. Oh, Waddle's missing this game. Oh, Waddle's missing that game. He got hurt again. I'm like, geez, Louise. I
Yeah,
understand
but
guys get hurt, but it just seems like he's always getting hurt.
yeah, he
He's hurting.
almost limps off, like even with a small injury, like a not an injury, but like a hurt. He limps off like every time he has a big play.
Yep.
Well, he did at Alabama. You got to go back and look at Alabama. He was he got hurt. He had ankle injury in Alabama, and also he missed some major games because look that's why Devontae Smith did what he did
You'd say
because
he
Waddle
waddles
got
off to the sideline.
Can I give
what's that,
you
Joe?
guys a hypothetical
Kinda, yeah.
for this? How about what if this is just a hypothetical? Tyreek Hill for Jordan Addison in a second round pick.
Mm.
I don't know enough about Addison.
Kind of liking that, bro. He's good. He's good. He's a good
To
one.
pair him with Waddle. That's a nice little pair.
That's like a soft wide
No, they
receiver
do.
room. I don't like that move at all. I'm not getting rid of
No.
Tyreek Hill. No.
He's getting older, man. Don't
I
forget
like.
that. He's not gonna
I'll
have
tell
that
you
speed
what, though.
forever.
Tyreek Hill has a good 2 or 3 more seasons left in him that are like
You
each
think?
season.
Right. Well, think
Yeah.
about it.
How old is he? 31?
If TB12
Yeah.
if TB12 can add 25 years to a quarterback, how many years could it add to a wide receiver?
Yeah, but
Probably about 10,
TB12
right?
got access to more things. Let's be honest.
No, I'm talking about the program. His
Oh, okay.
actual health program.
Oh, his actual TB12 program. Gotcha.
And I'm only using that as a placeholder for modern
Yeah.
nutrition. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what I'm saying though is if it adds 25 years to a quarterback, then it probably, I'd estimate, adds a good 10 to the average life of a wide receiver now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Tyreek doesn't shy away from stem cells.
What?
I like that for you guys, or like DJ Moore in a second rounder for
I
Tyreek
tell you
Hill.
this, Tri-State. There's another way he's going to seal his legacy too. In about 30 years, every single Dolphins jersey is going to have Hill on the back of it.
Yeah, I hear you.
I
He's the
know
most
where that's
electric.
going.
Man is literally taking over Miami, bro.
Yeah, he's the most electric player in Dolphins
He's going to
history.
have like 15 Hills in Miami, bro.
Doesn't he have like 14 kids
I
now?
think he's already got 11, dude, or something. I don't know, man.
I saw
What about
something
what
today
about
that Philip
DJ Moore
Rivers
in a
kids are
second
starting to
instead of
get
Jordan
into
Addison?
college.
Instead of Jordan Addison, what about DJ Moore in a second round pick?
DJ Moore has kind of lost the impression on me. You know what I mean? I don't know.
He got
I'll
that speed
tell
to
you
get
what.
over the top, though. He can get over the top.
I mean, I've thought you guys have kind of gone with him a little too long when you know that you did. Didn't you guys have him for a while?
You don't have to
Yeah, he's
trade him
still
for a
good.
receiver. You can trade him for something else.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I like what Malik Washington can be. I think he can be a nice weapon.
Oh, I forgot you guys drafted Malik from Virginia, right?
Yeah, we got
You know,
him.
you got Malik, and then we got the kid from
And we-
Arkansas.
And
We
we
got
just got
Taj,
back
too.
Taj.
We got
Got,
two Wash-
just
Malik
got back
Washington,
Taj
nice.
Washington.
And, you know, there's only thing the only thing better than one Washington is two
two.
Washingtons.
Yep, just got Taj back.
Yeah, if Taj can stay healthy, who knows?
If one Washington has
That's
like
the question
40
mark.
goddamn dicks, then like two Washingtons have like 80 goddamn dicks. You know what I mean?
How old
Hey,
is
I
that
just
new guy we have?
I want to state something for the record because y'all will see me for future references on this channel. I don't know how y'all feel about this. There may be mixed emotions, maybe not. But yo, y'all got a building block with Chop Robinson, bro. That kid's gonna be special, bro.
Oh
Word to
yeah,
everything.
him
That
outside
kid's
and
gonna be
Kenneth Grant
special, bro.
inside.
Yeah, Kenneth Grant eating blocks is gonna be. That was such a good pickup by y'all because him and Sealer, they're gonna chew up blocks. So that's gonna open up Chop on the outside. He's gonna be one on one a lot.
But the
He's gonna have a
question
big
is,
year.
are we going to be able to
Yep.
keep? If we can keep Sealer, because sound like Sealer's on his way out.
And
Nah,
I said this.
Sealer's got back-to-back double-digit sack seasons. He ain't. You feel me? He's eating. He's only 29. He got a couple years left in him still. I
Oh
think.
no, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we may not keep him because
Oh,
rumors have
Yeah,
it that
if some team wants to come along and give him a bag because they like them sacks too, then we won't do it. We won't match him.
No.
He's not there at voluntary
that's Grant.
OTAs,
Yeah.
and people are skeptical. Oh, he's holding out. We'll talk about holdout with Zealer when it becomes mandatory.
Yeah,
I'm
That's
not
what
gonna
I'm
hold out.
worried about. Yeah, that's what I'm worried
Now,
about.
again,
That's
it has
when
to
the
be a
reality
team that comes along and throws a bag at him because I do believe, to the point of him staying here, I think Sealer loves Miami. I think he loves Florida. He's like one of these Gator wrestling types. You know what I mean? Like the guy loves it here. So
yeah, same thing. And Andrew Van Ginkel, he loved it here too. He didn't really want to go.
Yeah, but the thing with Van Ginkel is he's a Midwest boy, and he said he wanted to play in the Midwest.
And not only that, but Van is either Dutch or Danish, which means he wanted to be a Viking. Let's be real. Okay.
Yep.
He wanted to be a Viking.
Yeah. But we'll see. And I'll tell you what, don't sleep. I'll tell you, guy, don't sleep on Jordan Phillips. He may not be that tall, but I'll tell you what, watch the highlights of him at Maryland. He can be a pain in the ass to a lot of people.
I'm pretty sure that Viking in the show Vikings that pulled his hair forward so it would chop off the executioner's hand. Remember that scene? I'm pretty sure that was Andrew Van Ginkel.
Oh,
Hey, Craig.
I mean, it looks like him, bro.
I'm gonna tell you somebody else got good film. Go look at Zeke, the other guy that we picked up on
from Georgia Tech. You gotta love that name. What's his name? Zeke Biggers? Isn't it Zeke Biggers from Georgia Tech?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
the D lineman. Yeah,
you gotta love the name. You just gotta love that name, Zeke Biggers. There's
Zeke
just
Biggers
something
and
about him.
Storm Duck. Y'all got Zeke
there
Biggers
you
and
go.
Storm Duck. All pro names.
Yep.
All pro names.
Yep.
Zeke Bigger got some good highlights.
You know
And
what? Got good
everybody-
highlights. Kenneth, listen to the Michigan man. Kenneth Grant is a fucking monster, bro. He is a
Oh yeah,
monster. He's
I'll tell you
gonna
what.
flourish. He's gonna flourish at this level. Vita Vea type impact.
Hey, if between him and Chop, if they can get on, give old Josh Allen a hard time, I'll be
Y'all
happy
still
with
got
that.
Bradley Chubb.
I
Y'all
would
still
be
got Bradley
very
Yeah,
Chubb too coming off the edge. Y'all still got Bradley
yeah.
Chubb, right?
And he didn't
yeah.
play last year, so his body got a whole how many months of rest?
Same thing with Jalen Phillips.
But he
Yep.
coming off an Achilles. Those are always tough to come back from, no matter how old
Yeah.
you are. That's mental. That's mental.
I forgot
You know what I
about
mean? We're gonna
Zeke
find out how
Diggs. I'm
strong.
telling you.
Tearing your Achilles, bro. That's like mental. That's more mental than coming back, from what I've been
Yeah.
told from people. It's
Well,
like,
Hey,
well,
Pete, I'm going to share an image if you could bring it up for me.
hey, Craig, I'm gonna say this, and this may be controversial.
Yo,
I
hold
see
on, real quick.
when I look at
Bring that image up, Pete, if you could. Pete still here? Yeah, yo, that's the guy right there. That's the Viking that I'm talking about in the show. So he's about to get his head chopped off by the executioner, right? And
Yeah.
the translator tells the king, "Hey, he just wants somebody to hold his hair so the guy can make a clean cut on his neck, right?"
Oh,
So they
jeez.
pull it. So they oblige him and they pull his hair forward and have one of the other soldiers hold his hair. And then right as the axe is coming down, he pulls his head back so it chops off the guy's hands that are holding his hair.
Oh, the executioner's hands.
Yeah. Well, the guy
Oh,
holding his
jeez.
hair, yeah.
Oh, okay. I got you. I got you. Oh, God.
But
hey,
dude,
Craig,
how's that not Andrew Van Ginkle, bro? Like
Yep.
a
Yeah,
little
who's
more
Craig.
calling
bald,
me?
a little
No,
Go ahead.
baldy,
that's me.
but, you know.
What I was saying is that when I looked at Zeke's bigger highlights compared to Jordan Phillips, I hate to say it, but I kind of give Zeke a little bit more of the edge than Jordan Phillips.
Okay, well, maybe I'm wrong. Hey,
No,
look, if
no,
I'm
no. I'm
wrong,
not
then
saying you're wrong. I'm just saying because I mean we
yeah.
drafted Jordan Phillips before we got the Zeke, but he seemed like Zeke got some better highlights than Jordan
I think they
Phillips.
both
I
make
could
it.
be wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
What you said, Joe?
Hey,
I
if
think
we
both
get a
of them.
lot of guys if we get a lot of guys that can stay on this team a while and make an impact, hey, I'll be happy.
By the
Same
way,
here.
anybody know if that actor can play defensive tackle?
Who?
That
Oh,
dude's
the
a
actor.
beast. He's a beast, man. Just put him in a football helmet and send him after the quarterback, bro. We'll get there.
And what do y'all think about the undrafted offensive lineman last name Prevey or something like that?
Where's he from?
I think he's from Michigan. He might be from Michigan, but he was
Okay.
undrafted.
Michigan. Oh, you mean Western Michigan?
No. I don't think it was from Western
Oh,
Michigan.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
he played at Michigan. We got two Big Ten offensive linemen.
Yeah.
One was
I don't know. I don't know anything really about him. Is he
Well,
pretty
Joe,
good?
what you think about him, Joe? I forgot his first name, but his last name is Prevey. He's an
Josh.
offensive lineman from
His name's
Trash.
Josh.
Oh, Josh.
Yeah, I don't know much about him, to be honest.
Well,
I
I feel
don't
like
either.
someone who watches Big Ten football would probably know.
yeah, and the bad thing about it, they don't really have much film on except for one, but he kind of looks a little promising. But I doubt it though. He's undrafted, so
No, I know it's only OTAs, but they've said the kid from Florida that we drafted, he's looked pretty decent.
yeah, Marshall. Talking about
Yeah.
Marshall.
Yep.
There's gonna definitely be some
You're
changes
just
because we're
trying to
still gonna
impress
pick up
Jake
some
Money.
players.
Don't lie.
Anybody heard about Armstrong, the wide receiver, undrafted wide receiver we picked up?
Armstrong?
All we heard
Yeah.
is Tyreek Black is the receiver making plays. D. Eskridge, this is what we heard. These are the reports. D. Eskridge is making plays. Right now is really we gotta wait till the pads come on. We
Okay,
gotta
well,
wait
but
till joint practices start
ain't he
happening.
special teams? Eskridge. Didn't we use
Yeah,
him
but it
last
could,
season as special
but
teams?
we can't sleep on D. Eskridge possibly
No, I'm
being
not saying
out.
sleep on him.
Like I'm gonna be honest, D. Eskridge to me might be a better fit than Nick Westbrook Akinis. I like
Uh-oh.
D. Eskridge. He has some skill set. He's speed. He's fast. He has a little
Yeah,
bit
but how
size.
tall is he? How tall is he?
Probably
Shorty.
like 6 foot.
Ah, I'm tired of
I
these
don't know
Oompa
about this.
Loompas.
I don't know about that. Uh,
Well,
I
they
think he's
got the
shorter than
guy.
that.
Listen, they got the guy from Tennessee because he had like 10 touchdowns. He only had 400 yards. Hey, if that's your guy for the end zone, there you go. Throw it up to him because that's
He's
what
the
he can
River
do.
Craycraft. He's the River Craycraft. He's the good blocker on the run plays when we're running it outside. He's gonna set
Oh,
up the
y'all talking
crack.
about what's that guy's name? You talking about the tight end we picked up in free agency?
No, we're talking about Nick Westbrook-Akinis, the receiver we got
No,
from
no, no,
Tennessee.
no. Sounds like somebody was talking about a tight end from um that we
Oh, I
picked
don't
up in
know.
free agency.
Oh no,
Oh,
Oh well.
Farrell Brown.
boys,
Right.
that guy's slow. But if he can block, I don't care.
No, he's a good blocker, but as far as catching the ball and being a tight end, that's a different
Well,
story.
that's why I said if he can't catch balls, I don't care. If he can block for guys like A Chain and Ollie and the other guy, hey, I don't care.
He's like
We
a
don't have
And
Mike.
that's a
to.
good point,
Mike was
Greg,
good at
because
blocking.
are we asking Farrell Brown to do like he could do what Jonnu Smith did last year? How many screen and near the line of scrimmage catches did Jonnu Smith have that Farrell Brown can't do? You're telling me Farrell Brown can't catch screen passes and near the line of scrimmage dump offs?
He's known for his blocking.
He's no more for his blocking.
He's
Yeah.
probably a better blocker than Jonnu. Jonnu's not that good of a blocker.
Well, you can
That's
if you're able to keep Johnu and maybe give him a little more money, that's fine. Some plays you can have Johnu. Some plays you can have Farrell. Some plays you
but
can have them both in.
right, because you got to remember when we picked up Mike Gesicki, who did we pick up in the same draft? Durham
They're
Smythe.
smart. Yeah,
We
exactly.
compliment Gesicki because they knew Gesicki wasn't a good blocker, but he was good with his hands. So they went and got Durham Smythe to compliment because Durham Smythe was well known for his block.
I mean, I hope they can keep Johnu. I really do. I like him.
Yeah, me
But
too.
we'll see. But yeah, I like Farrell Brown. He doesn't have to be the perfect tight end.
Yeah,
Just block. That's all I
he's
ask. Block.
they say he's a scary blocker.
Yep. If you can block for A Chain and Wright and Ollie Brown, that's all I care about.
Hmm.
That's all I care about. Block.
So it's definitely feeling like a definite scheme change where we're going more physical, running the ball and playing defense. We
Well,
I
just
say
have better
so.
receiver weapons that is going to complement and help the pass game be easier for us. Don't
well,
y'all
see,
see it?
Exactly.
Don't y'all
Because
see it?
McDaniel's got to not be this. Oh, we're running, but I'm going to pass the ball. If you're running, I don't care if you're running 7, 8, 9, even 10 times. If you're gaining 5, 6, 7 yards again, you stay with it. And then maybe on that 8th play, it's 2nd and 2. Take a shot down the field with Tyreek or Jalen then. Or something over the middle, like 20 yards down the field. Boom.
And
and
if
also
Mike
Pop 'em.
McDaniel proves he can win games with a defense and a running game, that's going to be the reason why we should dump off Tua because he's winning games without needing an elite passer.
Well, like I've said, how many elite passers are there even in the NFL anymore? What and I've said this, Pete, you've heard me say it, and I think Colors heard me. What happens to all these great college players? You know what I
What do you
mean? That
mean
get
what
into the
happens?
NFL and it's like, oh, this guy won the Heisman. Well, what's he doing? If you win the
Well,
Heisman, that sounds great. But look at over the years, Pete, Color, and all the older guys.
yeah,
What's
but you got to
happened to them?
remember the NFL is not college, bro. College has a
No, I
lot of
know that, Pete.
mismatches. The
I
NFL,
understand that.
everyone is talented here.
Yep.
As much
the
as we
man.
dog on some of the players, they're made it to the top of the echelon. They're in the NFL. They're
Yep.
all really good
Yep.
at something.
especially when it comes to something.
And like Jalen Wright, I like what he did. He put on weight, but he put on like muscle in that. He's more, you know what I mean?
Well, you know
He
what?
he
I'm
let it
glad
be
you brought
known
it up,
too,
Craig.
Craig, because even he
Yeah,
mentioned it. I got bigger. I'm
yeah.
stronger. He said
Well, the
that.
Yep.
thing is, I think he was. I think because they didn't. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong for saying. I think because they sat him down because he had fumbled, he got upset, and then this off season they said he's been working out
Yep.
big time.
That's what you got to
He,
do. That's what you got to
yeah,
do.
he's not he's not getting upset. And what happened?
Nope.
The thing is, he got a chip on his shoulder. Say, okay, I tell you what, this off season I'm gonna get even better. And then also too, now we got runners backs that we can use in the red zone and third and short.
Yep. Yep.
Jalen
Yep.
Wright and Arlie Gordon.
And don't forget, you got the kid Madison from the Raiders
Oh,
too.
right, exactly. My bad. That's
So
right.
now, not just Alec Ingle. Now you can stick Madison. So
Hmm.
theoretically, if you wanted to really run the ball well, you could have like I don't know what the formation would be. Have your linemen, some of your better blocking tight ends, and then you could put in like A Chain and Wright and maybe stick Madison. Kind of have like a 3-man backfield.
Hmm.
Now you got to guess who's getting the ball and where.
You
You know
don't
what I
have to
mean?
guess who's getting the ball with a rotation like that. You're gonna look one dimensional. Oh, every time Alexander Madison is in the game, it's because it's 4th and inches and they always run it right here. That's what I'm trying to like forget. I get it. We got a group of good young running backs, but that workhorse back, that short yardage back, the long yardage back, the only back we should be talking about and seeing on that field on every down is Devon Achane.
Wrong,
That's our
No,
workhorse.
you're
That's
going
who
to
wrong,
should
wear
be
him
in.
out, Pete.
And if anybody
wrong.
You're
here
going to
You're
thinks
gonna
he
wear him
burn
can't
the
get
out.
a,
man out. You're
you
gonna
run him
burn the
to the
man out. The
ground
man,
and
the,
you
and the man has already had injuries because if I'm not mistaken, last season he had that special thing on his helmet. So no,
Yep.
you're gonna run. You're gonna burn that man out before his time.
No, you can run
Okay,
him, but then you can also use your other backs for
that's
other
what I'm
stuff.
talking about.
Yep.
Exactly.
not on. We
A
can't just
chain.
save our
You can't
other
just put
backs
everything
for
on A
obvious
chain.
running down situations like you guys are saying. Oh, we have this back for the goal line. We have this back for short yardage. We can't be that offense. That's going to be
Okay,
a
but
figured out
but
offense. The
I'm,
moment we
I'm gonna say this,
substitute,
Pete.
they
I'm gonna
know
say this.
what we're doing.
A chain does not have the body to keep taking the pounding that you
Nope.
talking about.
That's
He
your
Nope.
does not have that
opinion.
body.
That A Chain weighs
So
more right
that's when
now
you
than
bring
Tyreek
in
Hill.
that's when you
A
bring
Chain
in a
weighs more
Jalen
than
Wright.
Tyreek
That's when
Hill
you
right
bring
now.
in Ollie Gordon. That's when you bring in Alexander Matt.
Yeah.
No.
Okay,
And then even if you
don't
have
You bring
no
those
go.
guys in when A Chain just got a 30-yard blast. He ran, boom, zoomed up. Now he needs a little breather. You put a right in. You put a Ollie Gordon in after getting a 50-yard run after he
And you
carried
also
us
put him
all.
in on in the red zone or third and short. I'm sorry. Yes, you
If
do.
yep.
it was a
Yep.
long
Yes, you do.
drive,
That's when
Mr.
you bring
Paul,
in your big
if
guy.
it was a long
Yep.
drive, we did 11 plays to get into the goal line, and A Chain ran it 8 times for us to get to the goal line, then okay, I agree. Give him a breather, give him a break. But if it was we got to the goal line, one big pass play with Tyreek Hill, and it's 1st and goal, A Chain better be in there 1st and goal, 2nd and goal, and 3rd and goal every down in goal line. If it was a quick play that Tyreek Hill or Waddle got us in there, but
So you think A-Chan is a Saquon?
That's what it sounds like Pete to me.
Yeah.
That's what I think Pete think he is.
heading into his 3rd year, I think he's more like of a Clinton Portis. I think he's more of a LaDainian Tomlinson. I think he's more of a Devon A Chain. He is him.
Devon A. Chain's body is not
Third
going to take
year,
all that.
no more. Nobody
That
in
man is
front of
what
him
5'9",
has
5'8".
has 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 been in the system 3 years in a row. Better offensive line,
The weapon that he has, you guys want to take him out? No, he's
I didn't say take him out.
on 3rd and 1.
You rotate him.
On 3rd and 1, we can play action to A-Chain and go right back into a pass to A-Chain in the flat, and he can zoom and make that a 60-yard catch.
I mean, because he's also a part of our passing game. So that's why I say you can't, you're going to burn that man out because he's part of the passing game too.
Yeah.
He's part of the passing game. So that's why I say you utilize those big backs that we brought in. I mean, I'm saying it just don't make no sense to bring in these guys, and then we got A-Chain doing all the snaps. No.
That's why I'll tell you what.
There's nothing wrong with having depth.
That's why it worked so well with Shula in the early 70s. Forget Jake, I'm just saying he had Zonka and Morris. Zonka would blast up the middle, Morris would do outside, and that's what we got to do with these guys. A-Chain goes outside, yeah.
That's gonna
Brown
mess up
and
the
right
rhythm of
up the middle.
That's gonna mess up
There
the
you
rhythm
go.
of our
Exactly.
offense.
That's what I'm talking about, Craig.
That's
You
gonna
just
mess
said
up the
key thing right
rhythm
there.
of our offense. If it's
How's it going to mess up the rhythm? I don't understand, Pete.
Because McDaniel's gonna be trying to call this running back to call plays for him. Then he's gonna be trying to call this running back, like all that split. Like if we have one running back that can do it all, burn him to the ground. The same way Kyle Shanahan did. He did it to Elijah Mitchell. He did it. He was gonna do it to Trey Sermon. He did it with Fred Mason. What's that guy's name? They traded to the Vikings for a second. CMC, when they traded for CMC, they never let that guy hit the bench. He played 99, 98% of the snaps. That's what you do to these star backs in this system. You utilize them, you use them as a scare tactic. I'm telling you, A-Chain is just as scary as Ollie Gordon or Jalen Wright. The big backs will be on 2nd and 3rd and short. He's
So
just
what if
as
you get him
scary, if
killed
not
by
even
the 8th
scarier.
game? What if you
How
get
is-
him killed by the 7th, 8th game? Then what?
That's what's going to happen.
He is not a 25 carry touch. I'm sorry, Pete. I hate to
just not.
disagree with you. He is not a 25-man touch a game. He just is not.
He can definitely touch it 17 to 22 times a game.
17 to 20, I'll go with. Not
That's
too much.
17 carries and about 5 catches per game.
Well, we'll see.
That's 22 touches.
That's all you need out of him. 17 carries and 5 catches. That right there, that amount of touches might give him 2,000 scrimmage yards at the end of the season.
And then also too, McDaniel said during the offseason that in the draft he's going to get him a running back, and he said that for a reason. And it's not putting down A-Chain. It's that he wants to get a bigger back involved.
That was because he was telling us he's getting rid of old mustard.
Along with Wright, and like I said, Alexander Madison.
Yep.
Him telling us he was going after another running back was pretty much telling us Mostert is out of here.
I wonder if they're going to extend A-Chain or they're going to let him walk.
I don't know.
This is his year to prove it. This is what Eric. That you guys might not agree with it. You guys might sit here and question his durability, but you know who doesn't. You know who doesn't question his durability? You know
they
who
might
doesn't
trade.
see
They
that?
may trade A-Chain also.
No, I don't think they'll trade him, but he's going to get him killed, Pete. I'm telling you. You're talking.
Eric Stoogsville, the running back coach, Craig, already came out and says you guys are more worried about his durability than they are because they're going to bump his usage up.
We heard that before, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. How
many
from
times?
The GM, not a coach.
How many times have we seen? Oh, we're running the ball well against teams like Buffalo and that. Oh, I got to throw the ball. Oh, I got to throw the ball. It's 4th and 1. Oh, I got to throw the ball.
You guys are more worried about the offensive line than we are. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's basically what it comes to. But what do I know? Listen, I got to go. My phone's starting to go. So everybody have a good night. Take care.
All right.
You have a good
Appreciate
night
your time.
also, man. Yep. Take care.
This stream definitely went longer than anticipated, but it's been an awesome show with you guys up here. Appreciate each and every single last one of you. Craig, you enjoy your night, man. But this is dead season. This is hope season, and this is prediction season from the fans. It really is. And I hear all the fans all around town screaming, telling us it's a wrap. It's tank season, and I'm shocked that I see it the opposite way. I just am. I see a season that is gonna be a successful season. Now, I'm not. To some people, only Super Bowl is successful. To me, success is identifying and finding the future quarterback that sells you hope. Who's that quarterback that sells you hope, Pete? It is Zach Wilson. If this thing works out and it hits the way I imagine it hitting right now because of the roster built. Now, a lot of people, oh, Zach, no, it's the team, it's the fit, it's the scheme that I see working out with Zach Wilson. Whereas in due time, he gets better and better as time goes by. Quarterbacks get better as continuity continues to strive them. With confidence, they build better. And I just see it automatically unfolding, as shocking as it could be. This is a more talented quarterback than anything we've had prior in the history of the Dolphins for the last, I would say, 10 years. We haven't had a Zach Wilson in the building, talent-wise, of capable of doing things with the ball in his hand, passing the ball from different quarterbacks. Like, y'all leaving out the fact that Zach Wilson has different arm angles that he can throw the football at that Tua can't do. Zach Wilson can throw a one-leg throw off one leg, sitting sideways with an arm bent and throw that screen, whereas Tua might have to take that sack. That's what y'all don't see. That's what y'all don't realize is the small things that this quarterback can bring. The way he can dance, avoid a tackler in the pocket, extend the play, and scramble a little bit to the right, not panic, and throw the ball with a flick of the wrist to a possibly open Jalen Waddle downfield that's 30 yards. Tua can't do that. Not on one leg with a flick of the wrist. Can Tua dance in the pocket, buy time? Yes, he could. But Zach Wilson can buy time, dance in the pocket. He can roll out left with a flick of the wrist, throw it. He can roll out right, his strong side, with a flick of the wrist, throw it even more accurate. Tua, in order to do that, it has to be perfect. Throwing on the run and only running left. Tua doesn't have running right, throwing it downfield in his arsenal. You can't even do a bootleg to the right with Tua because you can't trust him to throw, set his feet. He's left-handed, and to him just to throw an accurate pass. There's a lot. He shuts down a portion of our field on every snap. Zach doesn't do that. That's the hope. That's what I see. That's the future that Zach can turn this roster, this Tyreek, into a possible 2,000-yard weapon. Jalen Waddle, he can get Jalen Waddle to 72 catches. Those 72 catches are 1,500 yards because he's making them pay 18 yards per catch. Deep inside digs, doing in routes at 15 yards. Zach can hit those. Out routes, 15-yard out routes. Zach opens up the route tree for these receivers to not be so one-dimensional that everything is inside. They got to worry about their rib cage breaking apart, neck being snapped like Grant DeBoose in Green Bay. When they know all you have is that inside throw, they will set you up for the kill. As sad as that sounds, they will set you up. Let him throw that slant so I could pop Waddle in his crap. Let that ball pop up, interception. We're hurting Waddle and we're turning it over. This is what defenses prepare for. They don't sit here and say, oh, he hits that slant, we're just gonna bring him down easily. No, we want to break you, Waddle. knowing that the outside throw, they can't shade inside anymore. Like, let's be honest, I'm not going to stop it. And telling me to stop it, Finn Posse, is only going to make me bring even more facts to the table. Of
Well,
what?
one good thing we know, Pete, is eventually
I could tell
it's
you one
gonna have
good
to
thing
show
we
on the
know.
field.
Zach Wilson is not as injury prone as Tua.
Well, that's true. That's if any upgrade. If there's any upgrade that I'm happier with, is that he's less injury prone than our current quarterback.
You know how much that derails the season, Marcus? Let's say we do start 6-2 with Tua, and he gets that concussion where he flops like a fish out of the water on the field, and we all see that. Nobody is going to be in sync and in rhythm. That is going to break the team. Seeing Tua get another concussion is going to break the locker room. It sets an emotional ride where it's hard to escape that negativity and that downslide. It eats us. We can't afford waiting for Tua to get hurt, because that's what's going to make everybody's like energy go down.
Well, they done gave him the money. Now you gonna have they gonna keep going until they can't
It's
go
not
no
about the
more.
money, it's about the energy. It's about that black cloud that's going to be on top of our head, raining down nonstop. It's that. Once Tua gets hurt, that's going to be a season where the rest of the guys are all down. Now they're feeling bad for Tua that week. They're sitting here like, oh my God, Tua this, Tua that. What's going? Like, all the conversation is not going to be, okay, Zach Wilson gets to start. Everything that week, oh, is Tua going to come back? Or you're putting Tua on IR? Is the season over? What do you like? It's going to derail it. That's why it's important we get this thing figured out early during the season. We cannot afford to start 6-2 and then Tua gets the concussion and then hope with 7-8 games remaining, we get out of that slump where the whole locker room is feeling slumped themselves because they just saw Tua go down with a nasty concussion and he was vibrating on the field. That's hard to come back from. Now, if Tua goes out and hurts his wrist, right, Marcus? He injures his wrist throwing the ball, or he tries to catch his fall and he hurts his wrist. That's
Yeah.
different. That's different. That's not going to break the locker room where it's going to be an emotional landslide. That's just going to be like, Tua is weak. He got hurt with the wrist. Now we're going to go. That's a different style injury for people to
Yeah.
realize what I'm talking about. But that
Yeah.
concussion, if Tua gets a concussion and he falls on the floor convulsing again, I'm sorry. Not even Zach is going to have the emotions to want to carry this team. Not Quinn Ewers is going to have nobody's going to have the emotions. It's just a sad state, bro. It's a sad place to be when we see Tua just convulse up like that.
And unfortunately, that is why you can't just look for a backup in this situation. You got to start looking for starters, not backups, starters. And I hope they have every intention of giving Zach an opportunity to play. But something tells me, man, they just gonna ride Tua until the wheels fall off.
No, they're
I think you
riding
got
Tua with the wheel off right now, Marcus.
Yeah, probably
no.
they got one
They
wheel off.
already got the replacement. They bought the spare tire. They're ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
When
They may
What you
have
your
gonna say?
quarterback gets paid,
they may have the
Marcus,
spare tire, but the tire ain't flat
Marcus,
yet. So they're gonna ride with the tire. They're gonna ride until it's time to get the spare tire.
and it ain't no run flat tire either. Because when you just bought that tire and not even a year later, you're already prepping for it, you're not buying that same style tire ever again, are you? If you
Uh,
just bought a brand new tire and less than a year later, you paid top notch market, the market is the market, you're not going to go back to that market because you're going to say, this tire don't even last me a year. I don't drive that much.
Yeah.
We paid Tua less than 12 months ago, this huge contract. Some of y'all are shocked to hear that because y'all probably think it happened 2 years ago. No, it was about 12 to 11 months ago we paid Tua that huge contract. And we're already a top flight back a year later. It is over with. Nobody pays their. You think the 49ers are going to be out here next year worried about who their backup quarterback is or talking about a top flight backup under Brock Purdy? Or how about the Bills that just paid Josh Allen $330 million? Do we hear the Bills
I
worried
don't
about who
even
their
remember
backup
who the
quarterback
Bills'
is?
backup quarterback is.
That's not fair. That's not fair. Josh Allen will never get hurt. Okay, let me give you another injury-prone quarterback, Joe Burrow. Are the Bills, Joe Burrow with the injury-prone Joe Burrow, worried about who their top flight backup is?
Nope.
It's over with. We have a plan. This regime has a plan.
For their sakes, I hope you're right.
I hope they're right. For us to be right. For us to feel satisfied as a fan base to finally feel a winner. Because if they struck gold with Zach Wilson, I'm sorry. The Jets fans were 2-3 years ago just telling us Dolphin fans that Zach Wilson is better than Tua. The Jet fans had more hope in 2021 than Dolphin fans had with Tua entering 2021. That was because they drafted Zach Wilson. And they didn't have to see anything. They just had to believe in his traits. The man has traits that are capable of being top-notch quarterback echelon in this NFL league. He does.
Yeah, he just came in too fast.
And in a situation where he was asked to do more than what he can at the moment. They asked him to be a 5-year veteran as a rookie on his first year.
Hey, not everybody could be a Jaden Daniels, you know?
Not everybody could be a CJ Stroud, but they fall off in a sophomore slump too. But because they had a good rookie year, a respectable rookie year, they put on some good film here and there. Those guys didn't even need to win. Caleb Williams is still looked at as a hot commodity. Won less games than Justin Fields did as a Bear. And Justin Fields had a lesser talented roster as a Bear. And a worse coach. But yet won more games than Caleb Williams.
Hey man, if we did trade Tua though, what you think the Steelers gonna give up for him? Because they desperate.
Now, I've been trying to tell people that, Marcus. Nobody wants to believe it. The Steelers are desperate. The Steelers are desperate. And I think the Steelers, based on Tua's injury concerns, Marcus, based on Tua's contract right now, I keep telling people, the way that the Dolphins will end up trading Tua is a Ryan Tannehill style trade. Greer already has experience in this type of trade. It's going to be, if it does happen, and I was trying to get to this earlier. Chris Greer right now, he's at his desk, and he has about 6-7 folders of trade options that he has available that are currently open to him right now. And all he has to do is okay some of them. But no GM is going to okay all 6 trades right now. It's not going to happen. So only because all our players are on the trade block, and we know the names of pretty much all of them, Tua included, for those that don't want to believe it, Tua is currently on the trade blocks of the Miami Dolphins. Yes, he is. The file is not thick. The options are not a lot. But at the end of the day, he is on the trade block just as much as Jalen Ramsey, Kader Kohu, Jonnu Smith, Tyreek Hill. All these guys are on that trade block. But it's the decision that Greer must take and the steps that must be done in order to approve some of these trades. And some of them might not be worth it. They favor other teams. But the way Tua might get traded is when he's looking at that stack and he notices he has 12 teams for Tyreek Hill, right, Marcus? He has about 7 teams. He has about 7 teams for Jalen Ramsey. He has about 6 teams. He has about 6 teams for Jonnu Smith. He has a bunch of teams for all these players. But he only has one or two teams possibly for Tua. That's where that decision might come in and shock everybody in this community, Marcus. He might turn around and say, well, all these teams want Jalen. All these teams want Tyreek. I'm not. Imagine we wake up and Tyreek is traded for 2 first-round draft picks to the Bills. Is that going to make us happy? That's almost like giving the Bills a Super Bowl championship right there, trading Tyreek to the Bills. If you ask me, I'm sorry. If you tell, oh, we traded Tyreek to the Bills for 2 first-round draft picks, I'm going to be like, what are we going to do with these 2 first-rounders? For the next 2 seasons, we're done. It's the Bills. The Bills run the show. See my point?
Yeah. Oh, and
That's
I
how
gotta
this
say,
regime must be sitting and thinking. So when they turn around and they realize, shoot, we might have to bite the bullet. We do have good players on the squad. You know that? We might just have to trade Tua for a 5th, a 6th. We get a 4th and a 5th. We give up a 7th and eat part of that contract for Tua, and we trade him to Pittsburgh. Let Pittsburgh deal with that.
oh, and I gotta say, man, you were one of the few Will Howard guys I remember. How do you think he's gonna do in Pittsburgh?
Reports came out today. The reports today came out that Will Howard has been shining in Pittsburgh's practice. They love that guy.
Because I don't think Aaron Rodgers is gonna end up going.
I think Aaron Rodgers, believe it or not, I keep telling you, I just think he's waiting for Tua to get out of Miami, guys. I really do. That's the destination my heart tells me Aaron Rodgers wants to play in. This is not no source. This is not I heard anything. This is just the feeling I get.
But hey, if he can't be out of the league for a year, because if he's out of the league for a full year, they ain't gonna go back to him. So
I mean, Joe Flacco was out of the league for a year. They were trying to get back Phillip Rivers like 2 or 3 years ago. I forgot what team that was that went after Phillip Rivers after Phillip Rivers was out of the league for a year or two. I mean, some of these quarterbacks, they could get a name, but honestly, Aaron Rodgers, I know everybody thinks he's a Steelers, but I feel like he don't want to be a Steelers. Like going to Pittsburgh, you're gonna have to compete versus Baltimore twice. You got to compete versus the Bengals twice. You might get 2 easy wins versus the Browns, but these other 2 teams are more stacked. You go to the AFC East, you get revenge on the Jets, and you're only facing an uphill battle versus the Bills. With Rodgers, our roster can easily be talked about Super Bowl, bro. Like, I'm not afraid to say Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers as our quarterback. Zach Wilson, I'm just telling y'all the window might be there if it hits. The talent is there. With Rodgers, there's not even a question. I'm saying we're going to the Super Bowl. Real talk. Year 1, the way that he could command the huddle, call his own plays, take advantage of defenses, go up to the huddle, hurry up offense, take advantages of defense trying to substitute. We don't
that's
have
what the,
any of that.
that's
We
what
don't
the
have
Jets thought,
any of
though,
that.
man. That's what the
Jets
Jets
didn't.
thought.
The
You're
Jets
too
had
old.
the Jets thought that, but the Jets also didn't have the weapons to match. You know how many interceptions Aaron Rodgers, the Jets lost like 3 or 4 games by like 2 or 3 points, right? And in those games they would have made the playoffs. Where the ball hit Garrett Wilson in the hands and it got intercepted. Alan Lazard in the hands and it got intercepted. The ball was just bouncing the worst way possible for Aaron Rodgers. The man had no luck. The Jets could be cursed. That's how bad that season is. Jet fans will tell you. The ball bounced the worst way possible on a lot of occasions. Tip pass, intercepted, pick 6. Unbelievable things were happening. It was a spew of bad luck for like 4 or 5 weeks straight with the Jets and Aaron Rodgers. On games they were up, they should have won, and Rodgers didn't do nothing bad. He put the ball there in the spot, intercepted. Receiver bounced off his hands. It was crazy. It really was.
Yeah, man. Hey, I want to congratulate you though on having a over 8 hour stream. Congratulations on that. Everybody that took part in the stream today. Man, that's big. Congrats.
That is almost like a 9 hour show. I got sniped and I was doing the film review. I wanted to show everybody the capability of what Zach Wilson could be. And I was trying to get through that so people can see what I'm talking about because I don't call people out and I don't expect other people to watch other players, right? That's why I come out and I speak the way I speak because I tell y'all all the time, I watch every team. I watch these. I don't watch college. I don't waste my time watching college. And I don't call that a waste of time, but I'm saying like I'd rather watch other NFL teams. I'd rather watch Zach Wilson, what he did versus the Broncos in preseason, than going back to watching these college players. I'd rather watch to see what Bryce Young was looking like at the end of the season to see what the hype was that everybody's talking about, to see if that hype matches up. Because all these reports you hear from everybody, you can't just go by what you hear by national media. Sometimes you got to dig in and see it for yourself to see if it's true. And the reality is, Zach Wilson, he showed off in that game. He made like 2 or 3 bad decisions in that Broncos and Cardinals preseason game that I wanted to point out, that I did point out before I got sniped out. But the rest of that game, you guys were gonna literally watch Zach Wilson throw off platform, off one leg, get it to his receiver, like things that y'all know Tua can't do. I wanted y'all to see that. And guess what? The Miami Dolphins didn't want to allow it. I don't. And people were saying it was reason. I think it was the Dolphins. I tell you all the time. I think, and more so to me, it was the Dolphins. They knew what I was gonna put out there was gonna be watched. They knew the narrative that I was gonna spew out there was going to be true. They knew that this was gonna hold a lot of weight, and people were gonna believe it now more so than just talk. When film is up and people see it, it's hard to disregard that. And they knew it. That's why they sniped me. That's why some of my streams, when I speak good on it, or the title might be good, I don't get reported. I don't get copyrighted or strike. They let me do the whole film review the whole time. But when it's gonna poison our fan base, when it's gonna make the divide make more sense to the guys that were right, and it goes against Tua, oh yeah, I fully expected it to get sniped out. We saw that coming. It's happened too many times. It was no coincidence when I was doing film review when it wasn't getting sniped. I told everybody there's something going on because when I'm on offense, the film is getting fuzzy. I was telling y'all this while we started doing the film review with people. Look how it gets fuzzy when we're on offense with Tua. The film is looking buzzed. It started to make me think it was my internet. I checked my internet, it's full blast. It's on green. Everything is on go. Then the other team gets on offense. The screen is showing perfect. Now it's Tua back on film. Now it's back flurry and buzzy. And Marcus, you're laughing, but this is literally what I was saying and I was predicting. And now it's coming to fruition. The Dolphins don't want me to poison the fan base and let them know that what's going on behind closed doors because I'm pretty much letting teams know the plan of the team. And teams don't want to let their plan details be out. They don't. They want to hide it as much as possible.
Yeah, hopefully they
If
could
y'all
turn it
don't think
around.
that Greer and McDaniel believe that Zach Wilson can save their career, I don't know what y'all thinking right now. They did not go after Zach Wilson to sit here and say what, because they're not saying if Tua gets hurt. They're betting their job on the line that when Tua gets hurt, y'all heard that? That was me knocking on wood, right? When Tua gets hurt, though, guess what? They need to still win games. There's no excuses.
Yeah, I don't even think Steven Ross is stand for it anymore.
Stephen Ross doesn't have to stand for it. It's the fans that have to stand for it. If Zach Wilson goes in and let's say there's 6 games remaining into the season, and he ends the season 5-1, and he proves his worth and carries us to the playoffs. He doesn't have to win that playoff game, Marcus. He really doesn't. He just has to compete. It could be a rematch versus the Chiefs in the wild card. We go on the road in Arrowhead with Zach Wilson. Guess what? Chiefs scored 31, Dolphins scored 29. We lose by 2. It was a close enough competitive game that sells us hope that moving forward next season, we can win with McDaniel. We can win with Chris Greer because of Zach Wilson and the possibilities we have now with this regime.
Yeah. Hey, I
That's
agree
the way the
with you. I just
NFL is.
hope everything works out.
I hope so too, man, because that's the way I see it. So I hope I'm not wrong. I was wrong on aspects of Skylar Thompson, like people wanted to point out, but I'm still going to stand 10 toes on his talent still being better for this offense, in my opinion, than Tua was ever capable of. And I stand on that. He was just injury prone and can't be trusted just as much as Tua, unfortunately. Skylar Thompson is just as injury prone, just as Tua. He was hurt all throughout his college. And every time he got his chance to start in Miami as a Dolphin, he got hurt. He is injury prone. He can't be trusted. This is why they got off of him. Why would they keep Skylar if they don't even want to keep Tua no more? That's injury prone.
Yeah, I had hopes of Skylar, man, when he went in that Buffalo game and didn't do too bad in the playoffs. But after that, kind
If
of
you hear
fizzled out.
True, did you hear True Fan earlier? All he wants to hear about that Buffalo playoff game is facts. And the facts are Skylar Thompson was trash, Marcus. He went 18 completions for 45 attempts, less than 50%, and he was garbage. So how do you go from 18 completions, 45 attempts, and how did that sell you hope, Marcus? Make it make sense if that was statistical ending was that trash, bro. Let me answer that for you. Are you giving lead weight because of like the 6-7 drops that the guys had, and you're trying to add all those yardage and catches to the end of his stat line?
No,
Is that
I
what
was
you're
just
doing?
saying. No, not at all. I was just saying I was hopeful because the score wasn't bad. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't bad. We had one
34-31.
one or two plays. We would have won. You know,
And
but
you
you
don't
know,
think that 1 or 2 plays you're referring about, that 1 or 2 plays you're referring about, you don't think one of those catches could have changed the trajectory of this game? One of
yeah,
those drops?
I believe so. I mean, I say so. I believe it. But like at the same time, how I always tell Tua when they say, "Oh, you know, Tua had a pretty good game," I say a loss is a loss. And if I don't do that with Tua, I can't do that with anybody else. I can't be hypocritical there.
Yeah,
But
but they're
But
yeah,
have we ever lost a
wait a
game
minute,
where
wait a minute.
Tua has 8 drops in the game?
But wait a minute here. It's not a matter of the loss, dude. It's a matter of saying we know he lost. We're making a direct comparison to when Tua has been in those moments, which were none at that time. And you know, a playoff game in Buffalo on the road for a 7th round rookie, they want to use his stats to say that he was trash. I won't even use those stats to say that's the reason we lost the game, because they want to ignore what actually happened during the game. You see what I'm saying?
like no,
So
like
it's not a matter of, oh yeah, sure, Skylar didn't get the job done. I don't know. He didn't throw an extra pass, I guess. You know what I mean? Because when I look at this box score, okay, I see 18 for 45, 220 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions, 4 sacks. Okay. And then when I look down, I see no running game. Jeff Wilson, 10 carries for 23 yards. When I look at the receivers, I see 15 targets for Tyreek Hill. You know how many of those he caught? 7.
7.
7 for 69 yards.
And dropped 2 right in his hands.
When I look at Jalen Waddle, 7 targets, 3 receptions.
And dropped 3 right in his hands.
They were blatant. Easy over 50 yards, both 2 of them.
That's 5 drops and 2 of the
Now,
highest
if
paid
we were
receivers.
to just take 2 catches from Waddle that were obviously going to be at least 50 yards, right?
And 1 a touchdown.
Blatant drops.
Obvious touchdown.
Now add that 100 yards now to that and those 2 receptions to the stat line. You're talking about 20 for 45 for 320 yards. Just 2
and a victory over the Bills,
bro.
Victory over the Bills.
Right. Out of the let's see, 8 let's see 12 Durham Smythe caught his. Gesicki dropped 4, so that's 16.
Gesicki in that Bills game pretty much dropped a 70-yard touchdown.
So from two wide receivers and 1 tight end, 16 receptions were dropped, 16 passes. Now, if I just take 8 of those, just 8, and add them to that 18 now, what are we talking? We're talking 26 for 45. For God knows how many more yards than 220.
Yeah, that's true.
And possibly another touchdown.
And
I would also argue that had some of those earlier catches been made and some earlier scores been made, I would argue you could shave an interception off of that too.
But that's why I had more hope for Skyler long term.
So what I'm saying is none of that matters, like you said, because a loss is a loss is a loss. But that's not what we're arguing about. We're arguing about whether Skyler is outright trash compared to Tua.
They're making it seem like Skyler lost that game. He's trash.
No, like I don't
got everybody with more hope.
And they can say, "Oh well, he dropped off and has not performed that well since then." That's not, bro. That's fine for now if you want to call him trash. But a lot of those same people were calling him trash before and after that Buffalo game, including one that predicted we would lose that game 42-7, quote, end quote. And we all know who said that. Larry L., who no longer has a YouTube channel. He said we were going to lose that game 42-7. So with a 7th round rookie, a set of receivers that I could argue were so bad that it could have been purposeful.
Well, Quinny, there's your opportunity coming. You know, if Zach Wilson don't impress.
And through all of that, we still only lost by 3 in Buffalo in a playoff game.
Hey, we got to give credit to Flores' defense.
That's the closest we've sniffed a playoff win in 20-some years.
And we haven't gotten close since.
And they're going to say, and the very next morning, they called Skylar Thompson trash.
Yep.
One thing I don't understand, man, is like you listen to the national media. You hear like, oh, Tua's so great, Tua's so this and Tua's so that, and I be saying to myself, are they watching the games? Like, do they seriously watch the games?
They go through stats.
They don't care, bro.
They don't watch these
Marcus,
games.
when Cap and I are doing a reaction show to the game, i.e., calling the games, we will literally tell you during the game that X, Y, and Z will be ignored about a week after it's over. You know what I mean? Like, and we'll even tell you how stuff's going to be spun while it's actually going on, man. And every single time. You know how many times I've been calling a game with Cap and said they'll blame the defense for this? And sure enough,
they blame
Yeah.
the defense for it.
Oh, hey, color link me to your channel, and I'll check it out.
It's the Finn's tailgate. I think you've been over there before.
I probably been over there and don't realize it. I be watching these podcasts all the time.
Shake Money and El Capitan and Ali and myself and Punk. And,
Oh, okay.
Polk is on the team with us. Crypto. You know, all them guys. The Finn's tailgate. It'll be
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
I'm pretty sure I've seen you, Marcus.
Yeah. I think he's been on our panels.
Yeah, I don't know if I've been on it. I mean, I know I've been on Pete's panels. I think that's the only panel I really like interacted with. But yeah, I definitely have to scope in some more. Cause being outside of Miami for now, I
Appreciate
get to
allowing me to plug the channel on your show, bro. Appreciate that.
yeah, like being outside of Miami like I am for the moment, I get to see how like the whole national media covers the Dolphins, and like they like to them the Dolphins are some otherworldly team that, you know, they just got to get over the injury bug and they'll be top notch. I'm like, no.
That's the narrative I don't like. The narrative I don't like about our
Just
team going
because
around, even with local,
the
is
national
if
type are
Tua
just like
stays
whatever
healthy.
the beat writers say, whatever the locals say, we'll just parrot whatever they say about their team. Actually,
Yeah, they run with it, and they all stick with it together. And the
half of it
reality
probably
is,
they probably ask AI. Like if you were to ask AI, you could probably get it to answer you the same way with those same exact answers because that's what everybody said. That's what's part of the large language model. So even all the lies people tell are all included in the words we've spoken in the metadata that the AI uses to extrapolate stuff.
Hey, I went on AI and I did a game changer versus a game manager. And like I gave it to AI and I just started naming off quarterbacks, right? I got the tour. They're like, oh, this is complicated because he's kind of a game changer, but he has more game manager characteristics. And so then that was the only one I had to like really like drill down on the AI to try to give me a straight answer.
Yo, I had it recently within the last couple months tell me that the Raiders would be the most ideal fit for the Dolphins to trade Tua to. I'm still holding out that the AI is going to end up being right. I think it's going to be hilarious, dude.
Well, no, because they just got Geno Smith.
no, right now that door opens up with Tua trade. It's between the Saints and the Steelers.
I'm just saying, Pete, if it were to happen and it ended up being the Raiders for some odd reason that nobody can figure out, could you not stand in awe about the AI predicting that? You know what I mean? Like,
hey, we'll trade Tua for Ashton Genty right now.
Yeah, because out of nowhere, it was just like the Raiders would be ideal, and it even gave me good logical reasons. Talked about their current roster and all this other stuff. I'm like, wow, it really thinks the Raiders are the one. Huh? All right.
Pete Carroll. They probably said Pete Carroll worked wonders with Russell Wilson. He's a Russell Wilson guy.
Exactly.
This offseason feels
Well, that's
so
why I
tricky
thought we would ship him to
because
Seattle.
I still feel like there's gonna be a shift. Things are gonna happen right now. I expect Kirk Cousins to be shipped and moved somewhere. Nobody's talking about that, but Kirk Cousins is gonna get moved.
That's gonna do it. That's gonna be a
He wouldn't
shift
touch.
somewhere.
He wouldn't touch Miami with a 10-foot pole. He knows damn well that we'll pull the same thing Atlanta did on him.
Yeah, but if he turns around and goes to New Orleans, he has a starting job there. He turns around and gets traded to Pittsburgh, he's gonna have a starting job there. That's gonna change. If he gets traded to Pittsburgh, Aaron Rodgers already came out and said no to the Saints. He said
Pittsburgh ain't
no to the
Pittsburgh
Saints.
ain't the type of team for Kirk Cousins, dude.
If Pittsburgh is not the type of team for Kirk Cousins, Pittsburgh is not the type of team for Tua or
No, I
Aaron
mean
Rodgers.
Pittsburgh ain't the type of town for Kirk Cousins. Like their whole Pittsburgh Steelers, bro. Kirk Cousins, really?
He
After
was right there
Roethlisberger,
with the Washington
after
Redskins not too long ago.
Roethlisberger, and no. Look at
Yeah,
even
Kirk
Mason
Cousins.
Rudolph. They were still trying to go big and tall like Ben Roethlisberger. You know what I mean?
How about Russell Wilson?
Is Russell Wilson starting next year?
No, he's a
No, but
backup.
Russell Wilson was a Pittsburgh, and he doesn't seem
Yeah,
like a
right.
big
And how
Pittsburgh
long
guy.
did he last?
Kirk Cousins only needs to last 1 year, 2 years.
I got you, but
Actually, honestly, he don't even need.
Bro, wow.
He don't even need to last a year. He got paid already. He's good.
So, wow, they got nobody. That means we're only going to go with 2 quarterbacks, and one of these, and it ain't going to be Quinn Ewers leaving, dude.
What happened?
I said that means we're going to be going with 2 quarterbacks, and I guarantee, and it ain't going to be Quinn Ewers leading.
Why do you think we're only going in with 2 quarterbacks?
I don't know. No, I guess we wouldn't. Unless those 2 quarterbacks are Zach Wilson and Quinn Ewers.
We can feel comfortable going into the season with 2 quarterbacks if it's Zach Wilson and Quinn Ewers. Like most NFL teams do when they go in with 2 because they got 2 solidified guys that
And then,
they're not looked at as injury prone.
if one of them guys gets injured, we'll just we'll bring in Mike Glennon.
Pete,
Watch all the people laugh at me that forgot that Mike McDaniel actually brought the guy in.
Mm-hmm.
I just
Well,
came
what's up,
in.
John?
Hi. Did you just say people will feel sad if 2 got hurt?
Yeah, I would.
That will derail the entire
Well, I mean,
team and every player in the locker room.
I don't want the guy to get hurt.
Yeah,
If he
you
if he
feel
flops
sorry
like a
for the
fish with
guy,
a
but you can't
concussion.
feel sorry. I mean, that doesn't mean you don't give up on the team.
Oh, I wouldn't cry
I mean,
over the team.
That's gonna
I
that's
wouldn't
gonna
feel
put
bad.
like
okay.
a
I didn't. I just came on and I heard you say that, and I didn't know what you meant by it. Okay. I thought you meant that the team, the players would give up on the team too, and I'm going, why?
I'd feel bad for the person that has
I
to.
feel
They
like
would
it'll
feel
only
bad.
affect
I'd feel bad
It'll,
for the person that has to
they,
feed him baby food the rest of his life.
they
if
would do
Tua
that.
gets a
They
concussion,
would do
John.
that to anybody. Okay.
If Tua gets a concussion, a nasty one like the Buffalo concussion, or the Cincinnati
Yes,
concussion,
like the ones like
that
yeah.
that type of
Okay, I
injury to
gotcha.
Tua will derail the season, bro. It will take like everything in the
Oh,
media.
it
They'll
derailed
everything will be too
last
much.
season, didn't it? That's what it did
We'll
last
just get
season.
Skylar Thompson back, bro. Bring the whole.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like they put all that pressure on Skylar Thompson to have to win that Seattle game, his first start. But all week that week, these players and these coaches, they were worried about Tua. They was feeling bad about Tua. They didn't have the energy to go out there and play that Seattle game to fight for it because it's such a drag. It sucks out so much energy out of everybody. Football is a real like it's like a feeling sport. When you're feeling good, you're out there performing. If you're feeling down, it's gonna really be hard to perform at your peak. It really is. It's an emotional sport.
Mm,
And if the whole locker room is down because they feel bad for
they
Tua,
they
that's gonna
they
hurt
shouldn't do
us.
that. They shouldn't do that though. I mean, that's not tough. That's not a toughness though. I mean, you got to get over that. I mean, you got to get
Yeah,
over. I mean, you can
they
feel
will
sorry
get
for him,
over it.
but
They will.
you, you
They're
can't
gonna
you can't.
play, but it's hard to
Well,
get over it. It is what it is.
look, hey, hockey players get hurt every day,
When
and
you
they just plug one more in, and the game goes on. Okay, you don't you feel sorry for him, but you can't let it uh, creep onto the field. Okay,
oh,
I mean,
I know what you're saying, but it will,
I mean,
and it
if
does,
they do,
and it does
then
affect us.
those players are kind of, I don't know. I'm not a player, but it would seem like it would be taken to me. It'd be like a soft person playing football. Okay,
Mm.
well, I mean, feelings. I mean, you could have feelings for the guy, for Tua, but I mean, you don't let it bleed over into the onto the field. I mean, a soft field situation. After the game, go ahead. You could have your feelings. But I mean, on the field is on the field. Okay? It's business.
Yeah, but y'all, I'm gonna have to get ready to go, so I'll catch y'all on the next stream.
Appreciate you, Marcus. You have a good night, boss.
All right, y'all do the same.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I was
Catch you
Pete.
next
actually
time.
I was surprised you're on this late, man. I watched the whole hockey game anyway. But yeah, it, I mean, that's what I think anyway. I don't know. I mean,
I know what you're saying, and I kind of agree with you, but I don't think you understand the energy part of the locker room on how it will hurt us energy wise. As much as it you want to say be able to turn it on and turn it off, and I get it, but
you,
it just would it will take time. It will take time. It will take at least 2-3 weeks for the conversations to shift over, for the conversations to finally get where, okay, look, you guys won 2 games with Zach, and that first following week and that second one is gonna be an emotional ride because every question, everything is all lapsed over on Tua. Tua this. Tua can. Is Tua gonna retire? Is Tua gonna come back? Or do you feel like you're gonna win now, and it's gonna be so many question marks that is gonna knock a lot of the energy moving forward in the locker room. It's not gonna knock their belief or anything. It's just a weight to carry that now they shouldn't have to feel that way. It's
can
really
I
hard.
ask?
It's hard to explain. Go ahead, John.
Can I ask you? Would you have picked Tua in the draft, knowing his injury problems
No, this is why
in
people know
college?
that this is what I was
Would you
arguing
have?
against these two and ears. You know, reason
I
the,
didn't know Tua
when
in college. Okay,
yeah, but when
but
you had guys like Reason, you had guys like
yeah,
Dolphin fan going up on TD and spewing that this guy Tua is the best thing ever for the Dolphins. He's gonna change the franchise overnight. If we miss on him, we're missing on Drew Brees and all this crap. When those
yeah,
guys were up there spewing
I
that,
heard
you
that.
had guys you had guys like Pete go up on TD stream trying to tell them like, or even in the chat when I was a chat soldier like the rest of them, I was in the chat spewing the same thing. Like, get these guys, they don't know what they're talking about. Tua's not as
Well,
talented as they're making it seem. And TD
re,
was spot on, questioning
re,
his
re,
arm talent, questioning things. I had more questions with Tua coming out of college, John, than I had like
well,
was watching when I
well,
saw his highlights. Like when I was watching
well,
Tua's highlights, I was looking at the highlights, John, and I'm like, okay, he finally threw a deep, long touchdown versus Ole Miss, for example, right? And but he finally threw
well,
one deep, long touchdown with the game out of hand in the third quarter with 3 minutes remaining, up 35-3.
I
And that
take
was
the
when his
highlights.
first highlight worthy pass came in the game. It was in the
Take the
third quarter, up
yeah.
35-3.
Take that out of it, okay? I just know in one draft we picked up an offensive lineman that fell to us because of a pitcher. Okay, he had a gas mask on. Okay, and well, I don't know, what was he, smoking pot, or I don't know. But anyway, he had a gas mask on. Okay, that pitcher dropped him from, I don't know, in
Number
the
one
top
overall,
five.
because they were
And
talking
one, no,
about
maybe,
selecting him number one overall that year.
yeah, all the way down to our S. Okay, and if a pitcher can do that, injuries to a quarterback that was questionable, I mean, that were considered
Career threatening.
career-ending injuries. I mean, that's a red flag to begin with. No matter how fast his arm is, no matter how accurate it is. Okay. Now, I mean, I would have never picked him just because of that. Even though if I mean, without looking at any film on him, because I mean, if he had the hip injuries like I think he had, and I've had a broken hip before.
I see what you're saying. Like, you don't care how many records, how many Heismans, how many national
No,
champions he would have won. With
no,
that
I wouldn't.
hip injury, you would have never touched
Yeah,
him.
yeah. And you said he had concussions in college. I mean, hello. Concussions breed concussions. Hello. No, I would have
When
never
I
picked him.
started disliking Tua really early on in the portion, a lot of it, I was really upset more at the COVID situation, the year we were dealing with.
I mean,
But I was really
you know,
upset because it was like he was hiding the medical. He
look,
was not
well,
allowing anybody to see the medical, and everybody was
I,
just blaming it. Oh, it's COVID. So go
uh,
travel. If you want to go see his doctor, you have to go travel to Nashville to get answers. Like, it was crazy,
well,
bro. It was crazy.
I told you my condition, right? I mean, I had epilepsy, and I've had more concussions than Tua's had. Okay, and mine, I mean, I've had a lot more than Tua has ever had. Okay, and
Yeah, and I like that you're a strong-willed person, John, and you feel confident to talk about it,
well,
and I respect that about you,
well,
John. Go ahead.
well, it's kind of like uh, I don't mind talking about it because even to friends, because if I'm with somebody, I know I'm not going to have a seizure now because I haven't had one 15 or 16 years. But as long as I take my medicine, I'm okay. But I mean, I like to tell somebody just so they know that if I ever did have one, it's not going to be my eyes will be open. I'll hear everything. If I don't respond, I don't respond until I get out of it. It's one of those things. It's petite seizures that I've had. Uh,
It's
but I've
sad to hear,
had,
John, but I feel like you
well,
sound confident on it, and I like that.
well, that's because I haven't had any in about 16 years, But
That's good. I'm glad you're taking care of
and
yourself.
and I have to, yeah, I have to take medicine all the time, and the doctors know I do. But I mean, I've had seizures, then I had concussions. I've had a broken hip, ruptured disc because of my broken hip. Uh, you know, and anyway, I wouldn't have picked them. And
Based
concussions,
on how you know how
it,
painful a hip injury is or whatnot, based on your experience.
I know how a concussion feels. Okay, I've fallen down and hit my head, and there's a ringing, and well, your body says, "Get up and go, John," and you go, "No way." or your mind goes, you need to get up and go, and you go, no, I'm not going. That's what it is. It's one of those. Anyway, yeah. I've told El Cap that, privately, when he was on Facebook, and I told him my situation. That, yeah.
God bless you, John. I hope you stay healthy and you continue to go on that long streak of no seizures. 16 years.
Yeah.
That's almost like it's a really long time, man. That's really good.
Yeah. Yeah. My neurologist goes, most people don't do that. I mean, because they don't keep their medicine. They don't take their medicine right. But
Have you utilized any of the new CBD stuff and all that? Because I know that there's a lot of research being done with epilepsy in particular, but all forms of seizing and stuff like that.
Well, let's see. How do I get the camera?
Like my
The only
dispensary
thing-
gave me a purple shirt for
Yeah.
epilepsy awareness. You know what I mean?
The only thing I have is, let's see if I can get the camera up, is see this. I don't know if you can see it. It's a calm gummies. They're calm gummies.
You get those at Publix?
No, no, you can't get them at Publix. You get them. There's a place that my dad has to go to get them. I mean, they're kind of like $50 for that.
Yeah, that's the place, Pete. That's the place.
like $1 a gummy or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, Color. So
Yes, ma'am.
we've got a place here in Dayton, and it's called 365 Recreational.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and the gummies it's about the same price. Those things are strong as heck, though. I can only eat half of one.
Well, this is just
Yeah, they do
common
make
gummy.
them without the
This is for mostly for epilepsy people. What I have, it's not it's kind of on the I guess you call them. I don't know, but it's got
CBDs.
something. It's got to have something in it. I mean, but
John, it's it's like a very small percentage of THC, but it's mostly CBDs.
I don't even know what that is. That's letters to me.
I don't know what it is. I just know, the ratio between the CBD and the THC. CBD is the higher one, and THC is just the smaller. Just like with like joints, you can get
okay.
What?
You can get one that's a hybrid, which is like 25% sativa and like 95%.
Hey, Liz, we're all legit now. We can call them marijuana cigarettes.
I do splits
So
myself.
CRR, I just wanted to add to the fact that you said Miami had the second lowest pressure rate last year, and Tua has always been one of the least
Wait a minute.
hit quarterbacks
CRR,
in the NFL.
second lowest? Oh, as a team, because they factor in the backup quarterbacks too. Yeah.
Second
Because
lowest pressure
Tua
rate.
himself had the 33rd, 34th, Pete?
Yeah, but having the second lowest pressure rate, he's one of the least. Like all the stats point out that the offensive line did great.
Mm-hmm.
He was the least hit quarterback in the league. The
No,
least hit.
but they want to point out that 0.2 second difference between the league average and his pocket time.
Yeah. Well, these have 10 milligrams in it on each one. I guess.
Yeah, that would be a half and half.
I don't know.
Are there anywhere on there, John, where the three letters together of CBD?
Oh, gee whiz, I gotta look for that. I knew you were gonna
It
ask.
should be pretty big letters.
That's a really good point, B. McDonald's. I see it the same way.
What were the
I
letters?
see it the same
Dang,
way.
I
You
don't
put
know.
Tua on the
Charlie
Eagles, and they're
Bravo
not a
Delta.
Super Bowl winner.
Charles Bravo Delta. Oh, gee whiz. Probably. I don't know. Where am I supposed to look from?
It would be on the back with the label, back
Yeah.
of the label.
Well, and they
Sometimes
do
they
make
have it
them.
up
They
front,
do
but
make
most of the
them.
time
They
it's in
do
the
make
back.
them with 0 THC as well,
Yeah.
Liz, because if it had THC in it, it would have a caution triangle on it.
Well, yes, but from
Well,
what I understand, it's got to have a little bit of THC in it because it helps your body absorb the CBDs.
Let me get this.
I know somebody that
Is
takes
there a
it
little?
because
Is there a little triangle with an exclamation point on it, John?
There's a. Gee, let me turn my light this way. There's a little. Oh.
Mhm.
Oh. Darn! I don't have the right light on. Can you? Gee, I don't know if I have it. Do you have it? See that? Oh, wait back this way. See that little thing? Is that what you're talking about? Oh,
it would be on. You gotta turn it
I
towards you.
saw. Wait a minute. I saw CANN right there under plant based. Yeah, it's definitely some. Yeah, right there. Cannabinoids. Yeah, right there.
Cannabinoids, lemon.
Ooh, lemon
I
balm.
don't
Is
even know
that?
what that
Did it
is.
say? Did it say lemon balm?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
lemon. It's
Oh my god!
yeah.
Where
It's
did you
got
get
lemon.
that, and how do
You
I get some?
turned up. Hey, you are turned up on that, John.
Yo,
You
John.
know,
John,
you know
where
when
did you get that balm from, bro? That I am desperately looking for a source of some balm, dude. None of my dispensaries carry it, bro. None
I
of
know
them. I
you.
get lotion. That's it. I don't get no balm.
My neurologist told my dad that I'm able to get this. I don't think I would be able to. I mean, because
You're not in Florida, right?
Oh yeah, I'm in Florida.
So
I'm in Jensen Beach.
Right. So that neurologist has the ability to let you do that. But
yeah, that's. I think it's not too far from here, my dad's, and where because I asked him and like Treasure Coast Mall.
I got to know what dispensary he's going to that has lemon balm.
They have lemon balm here too.
I've actually grown it. You ever grow it, Liz?
Snorty, you see, wait, you have in your hand right there, John. What you have in your hand right there, Snorty drinks it.
Oh, I hear it. Oh, I don't know what it does. I mean, my dad goes, if I get too loud, he goes, take one of those gummies.
So, Liz, lemon balm is very, very similar to the basil family. It grows very similar to it, right? But it has this really vibrant lemon smell, and it's really
a cube booger. You
really
know that?
easy to grow and
like
really
you just
cool
had
plant.
a big green cube booger you just ate.
Yeah, I've eaten like 2 or 3 of those at one time.
So one time, Liz, I grew some lemon balm in the same pot as some red Reuben basil, and it actually put a red tinge in the lemon balm, like in the leaves, just from sharing the same dirt.
Yeah, I've grown mint, and then it's pretty easy. I mean, both of them are pretty easy to grow.
Oh yeah,
it grows wild around here.
It's a little harder for us to keep a mint growing down here, but
see, I'm lucky.
Yeah.
I can get all that stuff and not worry about anything. I don't have to have medical okay or nothing.
Yeah.
Well, for CBD with less than 1% THC, you don't have to have a license here either. You can get it
Yeah,
at Publix.
but
The soda has 10 milligrams in it. You know, each one. So
If it's that small a number, it's likely talking about THC because they wouldn't. 10 milligrams is nothing when it comes to the CBDs.
I don't know.
So if it's talking 10 milligrams, then it's probably talking about THC.
I take mine about 25, 30.
Yeah,
I
because
smoke it.
if I get a bottle of tincture oil that's half and half, it'll be 250 of each.
Oh,
I put it in my coffee grinder. I grind the weed in my coffee grinder.
hey, Color, have you ever had the it's THC CBD drinks? My friend used to drink it all the time. The blood orange is not bad.
Oh,
you guys pretty soon are gonna be smoking on that Tua pack. You Tua
they call
haters.
those
Go ahead,
nanos
brother.
at my distro. They did have a blood orange one. I didn't really care for them. I just like the tincture better. Like, it's more potent and
You know what I usually do is I usually steep the flour in water, in hot water, and then I make tea out of it. It's a heck of a lot cheaper, probably.
I really don't care for the taste of it. I don't know why people like edibles. I don't really care for the taste of it.
Well, if you have edibles,
biggest stoner as I am.
edibles.
I mean,
I'm
I'm up there with Snoop Dogg. I'm up there with Snoop Dogg.
You need to eat, Color. You need, like me, to eat. You need edibles like me. I have more edibles. You drink it, you smoke it. It will induce a feeling of hunger if you smoke marijuana or drink it. So consequently, you're gonna put on weight. I don't care whether you eat a fucking candy bar or
Well,
whether
I've been smoking my whole life, and I still can't put on weight.
Hey, Color. They also have a chocolate bar that has THC in it too. I've tried that, and that was pretty good.
The weird thing is, I'm up there with Snoop Dogg. Is how heavy a smoker I've been in my life, right? Like,
well, there's more liberal laws.
But the weird thing is, I don't like the taste of it. And Liz, I can detect the smallest amounts. That chocolate bar will not hide it for me.
This is Charlotte Sweat. This they have lemon, Charlotte Sweat.
The only ones that were able to hide it were like them Sour Patch Kid knockoffs that were THC gummies. Those work. Like that hides it.
Have you tried Fat Panda?
That Panda Express?
No, well,
the
Fat
Pineapple
Panda has
Express.
a bunch of different
It's
flavors.
called Pineapple Express, right? From that movie.
Yeah, pineapple. Well, I don't know if that's Fat Panda or not, but I've tried a lot of different kinds. See, my friend, she has medical issues. She used to have cancer, and so she used to smoke and do the tincture and all that stuff, the gummies and stuff. So she's got a friend that usually gives it to her pretty cheap, and then
don't blame
I
me
can
if
get
you're
stuff
late
from
to
her.
work tomorrow, Tony.
He's
Do
trying,
not blame
Tony.
me.
He's trying.
Yeah, he's trying to blame. Pete been streaming. I can't go to work tomorrow. I'm tired and shit. I can't. I don't let him sleep, Color.
Matter of fact, Tony, he just hit the 9-hour mark. It's 37 seconds past 9 hours.
Yeah, like I said, I was watching a hockey game the whole. I was on, then I went off and watched the hockey game and
It
came
felt
back.
like 10 minutes ago. Marcus just congratulated us for hitting us the 8-hour mark.
10 minutes ago.
Like 10 minutes ago, Marcus hit us up with the congratulations 8-hour mark. That's how fast an hour goes with you guys. Time
Hey,
flies.
Pete.
What's up,
90103.
Well, I'm a little biased. I'm a little upset. We would have actually been on a 10-hour stream in our reality if I didn't get sniped and took down with my first episode trying to show film of Zach Wilson. Just trying to sell hope. That's all I did. I hear the community all
How
down
dare
and
you
bad.
sell hope? They're trying to lower expectations this year, Pete, not get everybody excited.
and I don't agree with the lowering of expectations.
That's why they've been crapping all over the secondary because they're already priming us.
I was doing it on the bucket, baby.
Yep.
We can't win. Jalen Ramsey's getting traded. We can't win.
That's good pressure on the team. Make them fight a little bit harder.
If
That's
we
why
can't
those
win because
Bengals
Jalen
are
Ramsey ain't here, then what were we ever thinking in 2022 thinking we were going to compete? Like, we didn't have him then.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that was supposed to be the best team ever constructed, remember?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, was it? I guess it would have been, yeah, because we had X back. We had X.
Camera's making my nose look big.
That's right. We still had X. That's what they'll say.
Yeah.
You're right. I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah.
My
9
dogs keep
hour
on hitting
screen.
me in the nose.
Now I tell you, if we were using X as a wide receiver, we might have had more. We might have had more scoring on offense.
Yeah, this year we're gonna turn it up based on the schedule. I just love the beginning of our season. I love our schedule. I just do.
Hey, I tell you what, we wouldn't have. I tell you what, though, if Xavier Howard, if you had the ability, if you were Q from Star Trek, right, and you had the ability to, on a whim to just change the whole universe, right, and you were to pluck out Jalen Waddle at the moment the ball's coming down, right, in the playoff game with Skyler, and you pop in Xavier Howard, the ball's getting caught all 3 times.
Xavier Howard played receiver. You know that, right?
It doesn't matter if he played receiver or not. He knows what I was telling you all about your eyes. Go watch his warm-ups from a couple years ago, the video they put out of him warming up. Watch his head dip. He knows what I'm talking about, bro. He is he knows how to catch the football, man.
Yeah, Xavier Howard played receiver.
Oh, that's why you're so good on the end, because I mean he was a ball hawk, and he always tried to catch the ball from the receiver.
Another Osho
He must have been coached by a wide receiver coach at some point in his life, high school, Pop Warner, who knows, that told him that you know the things I've been telling you, the fundamentals of how important the eyes are, and all that. Like you can tell, I'm so sure of it that I can tell watching an NFL wide receiver who had coaches that told them that stuff. I can tell that somebody's been told what I've been told. Because you can see it in the way they catch. Or I should say, the way they take the ball out of the air. Once you come from the perspective of nothing else matters but your eyes on the ball, that is first and foremost. That's like prime directive in Star Trek, or that's like the number one protocol in for RoboCop. You know what I mean? Like eyes on the football. There is nothing else.
That is like honestly, Color. I don't even know how people take their eyes off the football.
Well,
it's honestly those scary players you got to scream at on your team when they do drop the ball. You make fun of them, and you're like, "You heard those footsteps? You got scared," or like something like catch that ball,
bro. I don't mean to brag or nothing, but you know we do goofy things in life. Well, I'm one of those guys that likes to do the whole throw a piece of candy up in the air as high as you can and catch it in your mouth, right? I'm one of those guys. And I'm telling you, there's only about a couple inches from my eyes to my mouth. Okay? So all I do is watch that piece of candy all the way to my face and maybe make a slight adjustment at the last second. Drops right in my mouth. I have thrown stuff so hot, bro, dude. I've hit like 30 feet in the air before and still been able to catch it with my mouth. Like, it's just bro, it's your eyes, man. I don't know how to impress it on people anymore.
Mhm.
It's general relativity. It's like Einstein was not wrong. And he's not just wrong. He's not wrong just because it's the year 2025. The ball actually slows down because your eye rotation is faster than the speed of the ball coming in. The photons are literally slowing down in time and space. It's relativity. When you match the speed and there's no acceleration, you have no idea you're moving. That's why when we're sitting here right now where we're at, we're spinning around the globe, we're traveling through space at whatever speed, and we can't even feel it. It's the same reason.
I know when you slow down. Well, I've heard when you slow down on the field, I mean, as far as timing wise, I mean, when the ball feels like it's going slow, I mean, you're actually going fast.
Here's the thing, and I don't mean to get too. I don't mean to be esoteric here, right?
No,
But
John is up. John, let John finish because John is spot on.
Sure. Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead.
I just heard that. I mean, when things slow down with you on the field, is that you're actually faster, right? I mean, that's what you're saying right now.
I see. I was understanding something
what I'm
different.
saying
What
is
I thought
okay.
you were saying, John Color, hear me out, because I don't know if it was a problem for you, because I know you played receiver too. What did you struggle with to catch more? And I know they're both easy to catch, but live in a route battle, and the ball was coming your way. Didn't like when the ball was taking so long to get to you.
Yeah, because you overrun it and it ends up being behind you, and you might not be able to reach back for it.
Right, but when your eyes get accustomed to a certain speed, then
even if your eyes
time you will time it right.
Yeah, if your eyes are on it, you actually develop a drag of your feet. Like you can actually, like your feet will naturally start dragging to slow your body down to match the speed of the ball coming.
Right.
Like what I'm saying exactly, Color. What I'm saying is, as a receiver, when you beat your matchup, you're expecting it live. Boom! I just routed him. I got this much separation. This is where I expect the ball. I expect the fastball. But then you look and the ball's floating in the air, taking forever to get to you.
Right.
Now you're in your head. The cornerback got time to catch up. You got
remember that Mac Hollins catch down the sideline? Remember that? It looked like it was perfectly placed and all that. And I kept saying, no, he dragged. He had to slow down. You can actually see the rubber pebbles kick up, the black pebbles kick up from his foot dragging to slow himself down.
But all I'm asking you, Color, is does that play a part a little bit, at least, to hand-eye coordination, or it's like a mental thing? You know what I'm talking about?
Nothing but it's about like proactively, purposely making sure that your eyes stay on the ball. And again, I'm not being esoteric, bro. Okay. What is motion? Motion is acceleration. Okay. So in other words, the ball is accelerating in time and space. So it's only fast relative to the stuff that's around it. Okay. If a ball is moving by the people in the stands, okay, they're far away. So its speed relative to them is different than the speed relative to the referee standing 5 feet away or the camera floating in the whatever. Okay. The ball is not actually, I mean, what is moving? Well, it depends on what you're looking at, your perspective, and what it's relative to.
Right.
Okay, this is why you can't feel when the speed becomes steady, when the velocity becomes steady or acceleration becomes zero in an elevator. That's why you don't feel that you're moving in an elevator anymore. Okay, so this here's the thing. So your eyes, right? They're rolling around. They're balls. They're rolling around in your eye sockets. Okay, and that rotational movement has a certain speed. Like you can roll your eyes a certain speed, right? Whatever it may be. It's really fast. And it is far faster than the speed of the ball coming from the quarterback into your possession. So if your eyes are able to keep up with the ball, which they have the ability to do, if your eyes are matching the speed of the ball literally slows down. It stops moving. Think about the vampire that's faster than everybody else in the room. From his perspective, everybody's frozen. It's the same thing.
Right. I was going to say, I was going to use, you've heard the term.
That's literally the science behind it.
Yeah, you've heard of the term when a rookie comes in, they go, the game is too fast for him right now. Until he gets used to it, when it slows down for him, then he's he'd see everything.
Right. You think about it like this.
It's what you're saying.
Think about it like this. You can actually, you know how you get a train to slow down without putting something in front of it or using its brakes? You focus on one of its cars and follow one of its cars with your eyes and watch how slow that train is moving then.
Yeah. I've done that. Yeah.
I mean, it's general relativity. It is literally Einstein. It's science. It's like that is special relativity. That's how the universe works.
It's kind of like I tried to count the cars on the train, but then
you can either say everything's moving or you can say nothing's moving. It's all this. That's the same thing. That's the same statement.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
I was talking like I know exactly what you're saying, Color, but what I was referring to is when you break open as a wide receiver, you're anticipating a style throw based on that route you just beat them. And if that throw doesn't come in, for example, a quick slant,
don't matter.
You beat your corner right off the snap, off the jam, and you're open on the slant. You want your quarterback to fire it in there. If he throws a little lob pass leading you, like that throws the receiver for one quick instant, a second, that throws people off because if the receiver anticipated a style throw and you throw a different style ball, now his body, you might throw a touch pass where you want him to run under and catch it. Now he has to think of it. Now he has to go get it. It's just different. I know what you're saying, but
there is something to be said about the further away or the more time you have to locate the ball. Like, let's say if you break out of a cut or something, you know what I mean, and you turn to look for the ball.
More than likely takes
the
that
closer
eye
the
off
ball
the ball
is to you, the lower amount of time you have to locate it. But once it's located, if you can locate it quick enough, it don't matter where it's at. It don't.
No, but it matters when you're a receiver. You break open instant, and even though you know where the ball is going and the trajectory,
well, if it's already hitting you in the body before you even get a chance to locate it, then yeah, obviously you're going to drop it. But that again,
sorry about that.
Your eyes didn't even have a chance to get on the ball, Pete.
It's when the receiver breaks open and doesn't get the pass he wanted. A firing, like if he cut early, he wanted that gun pass to get there quick, and the quarterback decided to throw a touch pass to lead him, and now the receiver has to make a mental adjustment, and that's what takes his eyes off the
but
ball.
see, sometimes now, again, this is why I said
quick pass. Now he has to run under it, so he has to take his eyes to kind of like view the field.
I got you. It's not, but it's not a failure of the eyes. Look. That's why I told John The hardest for me was if I overrun it and I have to reach back for it, because it's not that my eyes didn't get there quick enough. It's that you might just physically not be able to reach your arms back there quick enough. So what I'm saying is, it don't matter if you slow it down or not. Your arms ain't going to move any faster to get to it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have to reach back for it like that, a lot of times I already know, because my eyes are on the ball, that I'm going to miss that I'm going to not be able to reach it or drop it. You know what I mean? But I know that already before the ball gets there, because my eyes are on the ball.
Yep.
I already know I do not have enough time to get my arms around to grab that. You know what I mean? And notice I said grab it, not catch it. It really is a mindset, Pete. It's a perspective. It is simply the difference between taking or catching. What would you rather do? What more? What
Snatching it
gives
right
you
out of
more
the air.
control?
All
What
hands.
gives you more control? Take it off of a football. In life, who has more control? The guy catching or the guy taking?
Taking.
Bingo. Take the ball out of the air. You don't catch nothing.
Literally, that's why they coach you and get it. Try to get it at your highest point. Catch it at your
Catching
highest
would
point.
take more
Jump up
time.
there when you got to grab it, because you don't know if that cornerback is going to anticipate to jump and snag it.
Well, let me explain it like this. There's a word that emerged in the world that describes a certain ability, a certain play that is literally hinged upon what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, Pete?
The Monty Tumor catch?
No. Randy Moss. To moss somebody is to reach over their head and take the ball out of the air before they catch it.
Yeah, that was like the jump ball.
That's why
before it gets to their hands, because they're thinking as a defender, ooh, I got to catch it. So they're waiting for it to get there. A good receiver like Randy Moss will reach over and take it before it gets there. That's literally called mossing somebody now.
Yep. You got
That's
Moss.
why I know that Randy Moss himself would agree with every single word out of my mouth that I've said about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
True Fin Fan, he showed early. Hey, True Fin Fan, I hope you're still listening in your sleep right now. But I'm not gonna lie, True Fin Fan, I will moss you any day of the week. Bring your best cleats. You will get mossed on this football field. You went that color trying to meet up with me, and let's bring some cleats. You will get mossed up.
Yo, delusional Patriots fan who's used the other analogy I like to use every once in a while with the ceiling fan. Try to follow one of the blades on your ceiling fan and watch it slow down.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I've actually done that.
Yeah,
John,
I've
take
done
2
that
or
too.
3 more gummies, and you should do that. It'll really slow
But see,
down.
what people think though is that you're tricking your mind. People think you're tricking your mind. No, the blades are actually slowing down. The photons themselves are actually slowing down.
Is that because of the eye focus color?
Relative to the speed of your eyes. Yes, they are slowing down because your eyes are faster.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Color is bringing physics to this panel. We get it all up here, Color. Physics, sports.
I never made that correlation until later in life. But shout out to Coach Wells, because he would hammer it to us like, yo, this is why it's so important. And I just carried that my whole life. So Pete, it has actually been a gift that he gave me that has helped me in all aspects of my life and everything that I've done besides catching a football, like with the construction work and other Bro, throw me a set of keys across the room. It ain't touching the ground. You know what I mean? Like, it's just little things like that, man. It can be really useful.
Reflections. Not too long ago, I opened up my cabinet to go grab a cup, and that cup, I took it out, trying to squeeze it out from the back because I wanted a specific plastic cup, and I tried to grab it, and the glass cup was about to fall off, and I'm right-handed, but my left hand and my eye coordination was so quick, reflection, I grabbed the glass cup in midair. I just caught it.
Right,
Boom.
right.
You
Right,
know?
you were
And
like
it was,
bionic man. You were like tin 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 tin. You're like a
yeah,
fly
like
or
I
something. You know
saved
what I
it.
mean?
Exactly. And it was just like automatic. I pulled the cup with my right, the other one went
Oh, you
falling,
had to
and
say
I
that,
just
didn't you?
grabbed
You
it
had
right
to
on
say
time.
automatic, didn't you?
It was like automatic.
I
Cuz
was
it was
already
like
on the freestyle earlier, Pete. The group freestyle. Now you're gonna make me do it again with the actual lyrics of the song. It's automatic, baby.
I'll tell you a couple of funny stories. The first time I encountered weed, I was living in Port Orchard, Washington, and I used to go to Bremerton to go to a skill center where I was doing it was a
Skills.
cooking class, and I was invited over to a friend of a friend, one of the girls that
and
was in class with
was this
me.
the years that marijuana was looked at as a dare bad drug?
Yes,
Also,
I was
okay, go ahead.
17.
Okay. So yeah, marijuana was
Go
looked
ahead.
at as that's the gateway to everything
Oh,
else. You're
gateway to
doomed.
everything. Yep.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, I never really got into heavy drugs either. But anyways,
And I can't
so
stand alcohol. I don't drink alcohol. Very rarely.
we gave up alcohol a
I'm
long
not.
time ago.
I can't because of my medicine.
But anyways, so we were going back on the ferry after, or I went on. Okay, so from Bremerton or from Port Orchard to Bremerton, you have to take the small foot ferry. I mean, small, like it's a little tugboat, small. And so we went over there, we went to the class, and afterwards I was invited over to one of her friends' house. And they asked me if I ever smoked weed, and I said no. And they asked me if I wanted to try any, and I said no, I don't think so. They were passing it
Then they
right
peer
underneath
pressured you.
my nose. Literally underneath my nose each time they were taking a puff, and there was a bunch of people. And I got like contact high, and I was walking down the steps, and I guess I was being funny because they were laughing. They were laughing their ass off. I get on the bus and I'm totally fried.
I know
And
everybody
I
laughed
didn't
at
even
me the
smoke
first
any.
time I got high too.
And then they were still laughing and they were like, "You're high." And I was like, "No, I'm not." And then I get home and my mom's like, "Have you been smoking weed?" And I was like, "No, I didn't smoke any weed," which was true. And my mom's like, "Are you sure?" I was like, "No, but my friends were passing it underneath my nose." And she goes, "Ah, I see." And then the second time was when we lived in Lakewood, and I got rip roaring stoned, and all of a sudden I look up in the ceiling and it
Be
had
honest with us, Liz. I do have a question. Be honest
okay.
with us. When your friends were passing it right under your nose, were you holding your breath or breathing in a
No,
little harder?
I
Did you
was
make sure you breathed in a little bit or did you hold your breath?
no, I was breathing normal, and I didn't realize that I
Oh.
was going to get a contact high from it.
Were you
Because I
drinking
had
Dr.
never
Pepper like the
experienced it
rest
at
of us?
all. I was naive about it. But anyways, the second story is when we lived in Lakewood, I got really, really stoned, and we lived in this mobile home that was falling apart, and I laid back, and
Is there one that's not?
all of a sudden I started cracking up laughing, and my mom was like, "What the hell are you laughing about?" I said, "Mom, the ceiling's got a crack." And then I started laughing even harder. I'm really silly when I'm drunk and when I drink, but I don't drink that often anymore.
Right. And deep delusional Patriots fan says alcohol is way closer to a gateway drug than weed. I agree. Literally the taste of alcohol alone drove me to smoke weed instead of drink.
Never ever drink Night Train. And
Life,
then
life was the gateway to either one of them. It was the taste of alcohol that drove me to weed.
so I have a funny. Well, it wasn't funny at the time, but it is kind of funny now. So I went to Job Corps, and it was in Glide, Oregon. And then you can go into, you can get a weekend pass. So we went in, and it was me, my friend Tammy, and 2 guys. But you're not technically supposed to be with the guys, But we all shared a hotel room, and they decided we were going to play a drinking game. So it was Night Train, Old E, and Mickey's Ice. Guess who was really bad at poker? Me. I got drunk off my ass and I threw up everywhere but the toilet. I mean, on the floor, back behind the toilet, but not in the toilet.
You missed
That's
it,
when
huh?
it's time to just get in the bathtub, turn on the water.
I'm
So I
like that.
really
I'm
don't
like what
drink.
Liz just said. I'm like what Liz just said. When I go out with my wife, she controls the consumption of alcohol that I can do because I'm such a lightweight. I don't ever drink. So when I do drink, it's like here is the amount you could do because I could get plastered off 2 Long Islands and I could be sitting. I won't function no more. I'm throwing up my life away. I just can't drink. If anything, I'm like a wine drinker, chilling, slowly doing it because even the wine creeps up on me.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, the wine will get me crept up to where I feel woozy and I can't even do anything. I'm gone. That's the only reason why I don't like drinking because and I don't judge anybody on what they like to do. That's one thing about me, but I just know me and I know my body and I know if I can't move, I feel like I can't function. And if I can't function, I don't like feeling that way. So that's why drinking
Yeah,
to
me
me is
neither.
something yes, drinking to me has always been a problem. It really has.
No matter
Because
how,
it takes yes.
no matter how stoned I get, Pete, I don't lose control of myself. If I do, then I'm ready to go to bed and sleep anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but honestly,
Remember
color
another
like
one.
weed really puts you out in a way where you're just tired and you want to go to
Yeah,
sleep.
that's what I'm
But
saying. Alcohol, you
you
literally
could
can't. You're not in control with alcohol, bro. It's like, ugh.
exactly. You're
Mm,
really
yeah.
not, dude. You like you see people get into these car accidents and
The only
they're dumb.
the
They were
only thing
drinking.
about
No,
weed is you
it's that
forget
they didn't
everything
have
you
no
did as
idea.
it happens, but that doesn't mean you didn't have control when it happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
You just
Like I'm
forget
not
everything that happened.
encouraging anybody to drive under the influence of weed, but
Yeah,
in
me
my
neither.
opinion, if the statistics were right next to each other, someone can probably smoke 10 cigarettes of weed or 10 beers and it's more likely they are going to
Uh,
crash under those 10
I
beers.
mean,
The weed is not probably going to affect their driving in my opinion as much as the liquor would.
we can't tell people that's true because we don't know, but I'm not like
That's why I said that's my opinion.
right. I'm not out of
Yeah.
alignment with that opinion. Simply because the only thing people think that you see it's about the control because again, you will forget everything as it's happening while you're driving down the road. So you'll be driving down the road and all of a sudden you'll think, did stop at that red light, right? But of course you did. But here's the thing. Of course you did. Just
Yeah.
because you don't remember doing it doesn't mean you didn't see the red light and stop at it. You know what I mean?
Well, also too, it all
Whereas
depends on the
alcohol, you might
person.
literally black out and drive through the thing. You know what I mean? And not even know it.
I
Yeah.
remember
Yeah.
another couple of stories. Okay, so there was so I took care of this lady's uncle, and he had cancer, and to thank me for doing that because she just couldn't watch him die. She took me out for a drink. I had two sex on the beach, and she asked me if I wanted another, and I told her nope, I'm fine. And then I started laughing at something really. I don't remember exactly what I was laughing at, but I was laughing. And then there was a time where Rich and I we were camping. Rich had what 6 beers? He had 6 beers, and then we decided we were going to go for a walk. So we run into this couple. Yeah, we were on the lake, and we ran into this couple, and he decided he was going to um, offer Rich some R&R. And it was warm. Rich drank some of it, and then the guy left, and there was a slope, and Rich was standing back facing the slope, facing me, and all of a sudden he rolls backward down the hill. He was very close to going right into the water. Literally was crawling up the slope trying to get back up, and then you get up a little bit and slide back down. I was laughing so hard I pissed my pants. It was hilarious. And then
Wait, do
he
you have a
finally
fox
does.
fight in a standoff with an owl in your avatar? Is that what that is?
No, it's not a face off. Well, sort of, I guess. They're just looking at each other. I like animals, so yeah, I'll be probably changing it here again pretty soon. I already changed it like 5 times.
Oh, and they are standing on a saguaro. So I was gonna. It is. It's a desert standoff. Look at that. Like, it's my saguaro. I'm eating this flower.
So he finally gets up the hill, and we're walking back, and I have my arm around him, and Richard's taller than I am, so I'm reaching up, and we're going back, walking like, okay, so you know the Monkees, right? You know the opening song where they're kind of going side to
Hey,
side.
the monkeys.
Rich and I were going side to side. This truck goes by and honks his horn. Rich flips him off, and I started laughing, and the guy in the mirror was cracking up because Rich and I were just literally going back and forth, and I was trying to keep him on his feet. We get back to camp. He decides that he needs to go and pull up the poles because we left them in. And he trips over a root, and he goes flying forward. And I'm laughing my ass off because it was just so funny because he busted his nose, but the way he says certain things, it cracks me up. I mean, he'll say, "Oh shit," like that, and it'll just crack me up. Or "Oh fuck,"
You,
But
you know what's bad? If you drink on a ski slope and
oh
you're doing
yeah,
the obstacle course,
never done
and
that.
each time you go on my mom was with my dad, and
You end up like a Sonny Bono.
she gave my dad her drinks, so he drank twice each way. He did an obstacle course, and you had to drink. It was a game that they they went out with my dad. My dad had an employee thing, group of people, and they went off on a ski slope. So they had this contest, and Mom always gave my dad her drinks, so he had double the drinks of what he should have had on the ski slope. And by the time he was done and trying to ski down, he wasn't able to stand up skiing down. I mean, he was going one way and dropping. fell down. He had to get up and go the other way and fell. He couldn't actually ski down. And by the time he got on the bus to go back to the lodge, his car keys fell out, and someone had to tell him, did anybody lose a set of keys? And my dad's way in the back of the bus at this time, and so he had to go back up and get it. But he didn't know what happened. I mean, he was totally gone because of the altitude and the alcohol gets you real quick.
Well, as the old saying goes, it's okay to have for your body to be full of alcohol on the ski slope as long as the snow is too.
Didn't mention night train.
But yeah, at the time it was kind of funny. But I mean,
Yeah, take 2 Excedrin before you go to bed after drinking. And you won't have a hangover. I'm lucky I don't get hangovers because I don't really drink all that much enough to get a hangover. What I do is I guzzle the first one and then I sip the second one. Methone. Black Diamond in Washington?
The half German in me will not allow me to have a hangover, nor get drunk very easy, even though I don't drink a lot of alcohol.
Color.
It's in your bloodline, color.
So I get, even though I'm a occasional drinker, like I barely at all ever, I can still drink people under the table because it just doesn't, like I get drunk quick. My tolerance is low. I get drunk quick, but I don't pass out quick. Like I could be up for however long you need me to be.
Really?
Hey, color. Sorry. I'm German.
Okay.
I'm German, Irish, and Italian. What a combination. All drunks.
Aren't we all? I mean, is there a genetic heritage that are not drunks?
Well, Americans mostly. People, Indians, Native Americans, like Rich.
No,
well,
just
Rich
because
is also
they're
Italian
laws,
too.
just because they have laws against it, don't mean they don't like their libations like the rest of it.
No, I'm saying that their body can't tolerate it, but Rich can tolerate it better than most because he's also Italian. I don't know what it is, but Germans, Irish, and Italians, their body is built differently, I guess.
Well,
because I've never known them to have hangovers.
Keep in mind that there was a time for many, many centuries where it was healthier to drink beer or ale than it was to drink the water. You know what I mean? So people forget that I said this the other day on another show, on either a Pete Slash show or another one of ours. I don't remember, but the people used to be drunk all day long. Everybody, kids, mothers, fathers, grandfathers, grandmothers, everybody, because the beer was likely more healthy to drink than the local water.
I don't like drinking tap water.
Oh, when my dad was in the Air Force, he drank scotch, and he would have a glass of water. So he'd have scotch, then he would have a water, scotch, water. That way it would dilute it. He wouldn't get too.
But if you think about it, that's why it was also so easy to offend another person's honor and end up going to war because everybody was drunk.
My stepdad said he was smoking cigarettes at 9 years old and drinking beer at 10 in Cuba. When he was in Cuba at 9 years old, he was already smoking cigarettes and drinking beer. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, the good old days, CCRR, back in the Hannibal days, man.
That's crazy.
The water tastes funky.
But Liz said it was like a 9-hour show like 5 minutes ago, and we're going on 9 hours and 40 minutes.
Oh, I know,
This has
right?
been an extremely long stream. I appreciate each and every one of you. The end is near. John,
Yeah.
give us a final thought. Liz, another story. Color, tell us good night. The stream is about to end.
Well,
I would tell you good night, but it's not night everywhere on the planet Earth. So there you go.
yeah, it's
You gotta
actually
be
in
local.
Atlanta.
You're one of us, Color. It's good night with us. It's night everywhere.
Okay. Well, I don't know how the season's gonna end up because you never don't know who's gonna be on the team. You know, you really don't. And so it's gonna be interesting, I guess. And whatever
It is.
happens, happens.
Nobody knew that the Commanders were gonna be good last year, John.
Yeah.
The same teams
Well,
don't always go to the playoffs every year. Like right now, it's easy to say, "Oh, I know the 7 teams in the AFC that are going to make the playoffs." Everybody said the Bengals were going to make the playoffs last year. Did they make it? No. The Broncos took their spot. Every year is different. The Steelers made the playoffs and the Bengals didn't. Who saw that coming?
I mean,
Teams,
it's really hard for the
different
Dolphins.
changes and schedule.
I'm really not going to get my hopes up too high because I don't even know who's going to be on the team yet because you still got the preseason to go and
Yep.
cuts are going to be made and
Yep.
pickups and who's going to go and who's going to come. It's just so
No, you're
until
absolutely right.
everything's
This
set,
roster, the way it
until
is right
everything's
now, is
set up,
shaped.
you don't know what's going to happen. Anyway.
No, you're spot on, John.
I'm not going to get upset if we go 2 and whatever or 4 and whatever or because I know we're going to get a good draft pick in the next draft if we go low.
That's
And we
that's not
don't.
that's not necessarily true. We could bust that pick too. We had a high draft pick at 5 with Tua, John.
That's true. But they better have learned something or somebody's got to get canned.
Everyone's getting canned after this year if we have a top draft pick. It'll be a new regime selecting, John. We'll be nervous. We'll be hoping they get it right. And the moment the whole fan base is saying, yeah, we all should draft this guy, and the new regime drafts that guy or a different guy, oh, it's over.
Yeah.
What do you got to say? What we heard Rich back there. What Rich was saying?
Oh, there's hot weather coming towards us, and you guys too. Okay, so one more story, and this one's funny. So our son was pretty young, and my grandmother had given us a RV. It's a small RV, and we had parked it over at my great uncle's house, her brother's. And me and Rich, we were drinking, of course, alcohol. We were mixing, what was it? 7-7 peach schnapps, orange soda, and Boone's Farm. Yeah, we were doing a Heinz 57. And we were also smoking a hell of a lot of weed. So Rich was moving around and he falls on the floor and he says, "Oh shit, the floor is cold." And I started cracking up laughing.
You had Rich blown out of his mind. Can't even. Liz, you be getting Rich blown. He can't handle it. I keep hearing Rich. You be having Rich falling everywhere.
Get her down.
Yeah, he fell off. Okay, so
I got potholes everywhere.
yeah, he says he's got potholes everywhere. So you know how some of the RVs, especially the smaller ones, where the table is it can turn into a bed. Well, we had converted that into a bed, and it's not very far off the floor. That night it was really awfully cold, so the floor was really cold too.
Mm.
It was just funny.
I'm
Oh
glad we got
shit,
a good
baby,
laugh
that's
in at the
cold.
end. I'm glad we got a good laugh at the end. Liz, enjoy your night. Till next time, John. Till next time. Thank both of you for having up. Color, you rode out all day with me, man. I appreciate you. You didn't jump off or on. You stuck it around, Color. So I
I don't
appreciate
know how
that.
you did that.
Everyone that
Well, that's
tuned
not
in,
my fault. The dogs keep
awesome.
on turning it off. I have dogs, and they're energetic. They're Australian Shepherd Labs, so they're rambunctious. Especially now, we've got younger ones that want to play with the older ones, and so they constantly tease them until they want to play. And then I get hit in the nose, bonked in the head, ran over, scratched up. I still love the buggers, though.
That's good.
Dogs could
So,
literally
Billy,
take over the world if it wasn't for weapons. Dogs will be running the world. I hope it. Like, dogs are the scariest things ever. Like, if every human releases their dogs into the open world, dogs will take over the land. Like, seriously. These things are like, imagine a gang of pit bulls, just 30 or 40 or 50 of them. They will take over. Dogs are crazy, but I love them. Good thing that they actually listen. But dogs can literally take over like a night. That's a nightmare I once had, by the way. If anybody wants to, I had a nightmare where dogs took over the world. Literally, every dog went the street. They went with them, and they just took over, ramishing everything, taking over everything. It was a nightmare. But with that being said, hopefully I have a good dream tonight. Hopefully all of y'all have a good dream. Y'all enjoy y'all night. Till next stream, I'll catch you guys live. Hopefully we get some good news upcoming. Because
all right.
this anticipation of us keep waiting and waiting and waiting for this trade to happen. Nothing is happening. It's starting to make me nervous. Starting to make me start thinking other things. This regime is going a different angle.
Who is he supposed to go to anyway?
Well, John
Ramsey
Smith to Pittsburgh. Ramsey's supposed to go to either the Falcons, the
or
Rams.
the
He has
Rams? Okay.
yeah. Tyreek, who knows where he's supposed to be going to for 2 first-round draft picks. And that was the worst nightmare of the night right there. CRR has it. He had a nightmare. We once drafted Tua at number 5, and we're still living that nightmare all together, CRR. We're living it together. All of you guys in the chat, delusional Patriot fan. I see you guys a little bit better now. I don't have to look in the chat now. I can look in the screen. But delusional, B McDonald, Octane Genius, Mudbone, all of you guys, I appreciate all of you in the chat. Regardless of agree or disagree, we will learn one day who's right, regardless of what the take is said today. That's just the way that's the way it goes. So, with that being said, till next time, fins up, no matter what.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah.